come into a North American line.
Experience has been for you, slotting in for Halzuk?
It's been fun, honestly. These guys are like a good group of guys. I enjoy playing with them. The hardest part would be adapting to their play style. It's a lot quicker than usually I play, but it's always pros and cons because like I support my team, which they get more kills, but some games I'm just like in the backpack.
Yo,
so.
Steph, thank you for the
I'm curious to have a little bit more insight into like the
months.
processes behind Complexity, right? Because obviously you come off of yesterday, two best of ones you had to play yesterday. What happens overnight? What happens in terms of like the practice and preparation, particularly when you're coming up against an opponent like NRG today?
Last night, after the Fluxo game, we watched it back.
Oh, man.
Kind of like tweaked our mistakes, fixed some stuff, and then we spent the rest of the night studying NRG, which me and Adren have a lot of reps against them in NA.
Waking up a little too
so
early,
we got a pretty
bro.
good idea of how they play, so we just gotta like put it to use.
Okay, interesting. How much are you able to kind of give your thoughts and ideas, just considering your context at the moment within the team? Like, how much insight were you giving for this particular game?
Exclamation point time? Just literally look at your clock.
Basically know most rounds what they're doing because we've played like probably 20 maps within the past month. So I remember in a scrim they were doing one of their like strats, and I called it out before it happened, and Grim like ran across the map and killed them all. So
I don't have a command to tell you my
so you're
time.
like the mind reader for the side of Complexity. I like that. I like that.
Read the mind for Grim to
Almost 9 a.m.
That's the job.
Does that affect your confidence level? Like, are you feeling more confident considering that? Yeah, you might know them, but they probably also know a little bit about you as well, right?
Yeah, but I think
true.
GT as a caller, he's pretty unpredictable.
Actually lying.
Like, just like playing with him, like
it's not fucking
he has a pretty good read for the game most games, and he has an idea of how he wants to call.
I am not ahead.
So I think that's pretty good going against NRG. So
what
he can
is
only
this?
hope.
Hex, it's great to get to catch up with you, as always. Coming off day one, obviously, where you guys get to play two best of ones, can you tell me your biggest takeaways from yesterday?
Oh, no, 9 a.m. How could anyone
definitely
get
like
up
a lot
so
easier
early?
when you're not playing like Falcons and Aurora like off rip. So just really just keeping that in mind. And I mean, it's just really it's kind of cold in here, so that's really the biggest takeaway. Is trying to stay warm. But yeah, it's really nothing crazy. Just kind of remembering who we're playing and realizing that they're not like top 5 teams. So and just kind of play our own game, and it's easier.
Speaking of who you're playing today, obviously we got a little bit of a North American derby when we're looking at the organizations again up against Complexity. Initial thoughts on that, particularly because obviously we're in Austin for the major.
I mean, it's gonna be a fun game, honestly. Or there's gonna be a lot of banter because we scrim these guys a lot. We're also all friends with them, so it's gonna be very interesting. I mean, they're probably the most confident they've been. We're probably like the most confident team they're gonna play against. Same like vice versa, because we play each other a lot. So we all know what's gonna happen.
That's the middle of the Atlantic Ocean time.
I was going to ask you in particular about Junior,
yeah,
obviously
I'm streaming
standing
from
in
the
on
middle
side
of the
Complexity.
Atlantic Ocean.
Obviously, played with him in previous teams as well.
How'd y'all know?
Any thoughts on him and maybe what he's going to be bringing, considering his situation just as a temporary stand-in?
I mean, not really. I mean, Halzuk had a lot of impact on that team. He was calling for like a lot of things, and I don't think Junior is that type of player. Not really a dig against him. It's just kind of who he is. So I think they're missing a lot with Halzuk being gone. So it should be interesting. Yeah.
We haven't been missing out on your trash talk, though. I know you love to do it. You got anything particularly cooked up for today versus Complexity?
I mean, I don't think it'll be like trash talk. I think it'll just be like, I don't know, something funny against like
I put
all
my
of them.
pick'em,
So I don't have anything
pick'ems
cooked, but it'll be, I think it'll be pretty funny still.
I think
chat,
is always
so
the
people
best
come
way
in and
next.
ask. There's just a command for it now.
All right. I enjoy that. A man who likes to improvise the trash talk. He's not writing anything down. He's just making it up as he goes along. I appreciate that from Hex.
Unfortunately,
Dan, how are you feeling on this this fine morning, second day of the major?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Obviously, it's a little bit sad, of course, that we don't have Holzok here to
really
make
like
this full complexity
sounds
roster.
like the Burger King foot lettuce
But otherwise,
guy.
see two North American rosters facing off this early on. It's going to be a lot of fun.
What?
The fact that we had the tease already there that it's a domestic matchup.
I don't know what fucking planet we were on where you guys had me put complexity at 3-0.
That out of the window when you get a domestic matchup.
My pick'em was fucking ruined literally in the first game of the majors.
Anyway, I think we have a bracket to look
at. What planet were we on when we made this?
Obviously we had a bunch of matches yesterday, and we've sort of ended up in this position.
Complexity going to go 3-0 for this one for sure, dude. Their lineup is just too nasty, too good, too skilled.
And right now,
okay, sounds good, man.
For me personally, I think
puts complexity at 3-0.
I had Bet Boomers the 3-0
Watch
and
them
Heroic were sort of my
brutally lose in the first game of the majors.
I suppose. But Bait also doing really well, which I'm not surprised
to
by.
A player who now has like one of the highest fucking standings ever recorded in a major. His rating that game was the highest they've ever seen.
The complexity is obviously
at least the other kind
of may expected just because Holzok is not
for which game.
That's fair enough.
For D's game.
Yeah, I think it's been an interesting showing from a lot of teams. I think NRG is an interesting one though, because I feel like there are quite a few people that have them as an 0-3.
I don't know what other games
I don't know. An 0-3, you got Nitro on there, you got OC on there. Obviously, we're going to see them here today. They're in the 1-1 right now. I feel like they got a good chance.
Wait, what are these games?
Oh,
D's Ligma.
I mean, if you put NRG in the 0-3,
holy
shame
smoke,
on you.
Dude.
Captain America.
Yo, they fell for it. Wait, this person fell for it.
Nitro ever. I'm never going to be doing that. Now, we do have the schedule for today as well. Obviously, we're going to be watching the 1-1 team here between Complexity and NRG.
I would probably rate Lin maybe now
exactly the most
going into
situation,
today higher.
You never know how bad it's going to get here. So, first game coming up is going to be that. And then, we move into some best of threes later on, which I think is also pretty exciting.
Oh, no, they won versus Legacy, that's right.
Some best of ones to kick off with. I kind of enjoy the best of ones.
I think they did well versus Wildcard.
For some things,
that was the best game yesterday, probably. Wildcard versus Lin.
But it also
Vision. So I'm hoping for more good games today.
I kind of like that.
Check to see how many we have.
Yeah, it's a much more consolidated story of a matchup, and it's so in that respect, there's a lot more drama, I suppose. And any stories that you do get are bigger. Like yesterday when we had Vex just smashing everyone, for example.
Wait,
or like Nicodo smashing everyone.
No, we have 8
like having
games
these types
today.
of things happening in the best of one is like more interesting, I feel like, than in a best of 3.
Yeah, we got 8 games.
Forget about those performances.
But just like yesterday, they're all kind of going at the same time.
I mean, the Nikodos one was especially funny because Pimp had just said on the desk, that he was
however,
doing too well. Like,
4 of those games are best of 3s.
Chances everyone. Yeah, it's a classic moment.
So we got 4 best of 1s. I think we can take a look at
the rosters as well, just to
familiarize
yourselves. If you guys don't know exactly who are going to be playing on these teams, you should know by now. But if anyone's new to the major, then maybe you don't. So I'm going to start off here, obviously, with 6
we'll see which teams
JT
going 3-0.
This is on the complexity
and then we'll
side.
see which teams
for my money
are getting officially
I don't know why I'm so guilty of this. I always underestimate
which teams will be eliminated today. That'll be towards the end of the day.
Here, but I every time I watch them play, I
think
back
again to not call you old this time, though, bro. By saying I'm not calling you old is fucking still implying I'm old.
As a caller and everything else, and on the other side of things for NRG. I mean,
pissing me off.
We just saw the interview with him. He is known for trash talking. I'd love to see him
Lunar Tide
in their last game.
The
Was playing
60
really
months
super well.
after falling for an
Nitro.
epic one.
What do you
sorry, for an epic one like that I have.
Nitro is interesting because he's made the most transitions to
and from. After falling for an epic one like that, I have to reset. Holy shit, I cannot read that.
And just I think showing that he is so experienced.
For the
his individual level is going to be there.
Maybe I cannot read, man.
There to like the super top 5 level potentially, but it is there. And he has, in addition to that, all this experience calling teams, providing that veteran presence, which
sub goal,
you can build a team around a player like that.
Absolutely.
And we see that. We see that with a lot of the old veterans that are still kind of playing, like Fallen might be another example of something like that on Furia, who's having a renaissance in his career.
Yo, Alex, what's up, homie?
His role and finding lots
of Tolving.
So I think Nitro is one of those players for sure.
It's kind of awesome because there definitely was one time when we would have said, okay, you can only play until you're like 28 and then you retire because you're not going to be fast enough. But
your ears ringing?
A lot of players proving that's not necessarily the case, so I enjoy that. Now,
old people love to spam that one.
We have a map. We need a veto. Otherwise, we don't know where we're going. So let's
old
see if we
people
can figure
love
this
to
out.
spam.
It's going to be pretty quick.
Your ears ringing?
We end up on Inferno. I think
no, Grandma, I literally heard you down the hall.
Concession. Typically on Master 1s, you should be able to find a map.
Burning? Yeah, were your ears burning?
You would have a really weak map pool if all of your
old people love spam in general.
One of those maps through. So
old people like
teams,
spam the fuck out of idioms, bro.
Yeah, I don't mind.
They love that shit.
I think, looking at the
old
bans
people,
there,
that's their memes, I think. I think memes are old people's
of all the maps,
idioms,
if you look at the map pools of both teams,
they go,
complexity are
early
a little bit
bird
deeper
catches the
in terms
worm.
of how good they are.
Holy shit, Grandma, you cooked on that one.
And the one area
I was looking up some Russian ones, though.
And that is an area that, because both teams otherwise have their respective permabans that aren't Dust 2, you could have found yourself there. But avoiding that disaster, I think, complexity. And so they should give themselves every shot now to be able to use their experience as a roster, even though they have a stand-in, to overcome NRG. But we'll see. We'll see. It's a domestic matchup. We've got to have that little caveat there.
I really don't know. It's such a coin flip, this one for me. I will probably favor complexity, but I don't know. Like at the same point, we said
when the crab whistles on the mountain.
Best of
that's their iteration of when pigs fly.
It can unravel really quickly. So I'm not going to count NRG out. I do think complexity are going to be the favorite team here, but we'll find out. We will be back after a quick break with the game, so don't go anywhere.
What crab whistles in the fucking mountain? Badass.
First started playing Counter-Strike in 2015, and it was just
Razor.
some
you guys
friends
like
that I played Minecraft with.
You guys are
interested
the game, at all in going
to play
I guess it costs money. How much money is it to see the Austin Major?
And then 2021, when I joined Triumph,
Austin
the first
Major
time
tickets.
I saw I could make money doing this. The early teams,
they are on
no one had a ton of experience on those teams, so it's kind of like you're just learning together. So you grind your way in the lower ranked teams, and then you make your way higher. It's a great environment, energy.
2 tickets.
We have
they're like
all the NA players,
$400.
so like 4 of us. Okay, 3 of us being American. 3 of us live in a house together in Texas, and then Nick is also in the same neighborhood, so we're all around each other, go hang out and stuff. And then Alex being from Denmark adds nice variety.
Has it been something that's been
to be fair? I mean, if they got me out, I probably would buy a ticket.
Have you ever thought about
for you guys or something?
I've definitely thought about it. It's an easy decision to
make.
I definitely prefer to live in the U.S.
Or something?
For the game, it's almost inevitable at this point that you have to be in Europe most of the time. If you're not qualifying to LANs, then you're really not improving. You have to be in Europe, or at least now that
dude.
Here,
I mean, it's probably
play them here, but you have to be playing the
how much are VCT
teams,
tickets?
It's just way too hard to improve. So it's definitely a move in the future potentially.
Valorant Masters? Okay, first
not
of all,
exactly
what the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, obviously qualifying for the major here. It's a big accomplishment to be as the first NA major since I started playing competitively, so to make it really special.
Oh, so they're like $20?
Any pressure?
Yeah, I
mean,
can
the pressure
send
is
you 20.
qualifying. Maybe after making stage 2 and 3, there'd be pressure because you want to get to the arena in front of the home crowd. But right now, there's no pressure.
You can afford it. You're a millionaire.
We made our goals. The first goal is just to get
you can't spell your and
here,
yeah. If I was a fucking millionaire, I wouldn't be getting up with the crack of dawn
in terms of VRS
scream at my monitor.
If we could get any sort of decent wins here, so just making taking a stage
at
a time.
Millionaire
I mean, it's definitely nice. You're in your home country, and everyone's coming here to experience. Austin's a great city as well. Probably one of the best cities
promoting
in the US. So
to my friends.
Nice there's a big event here for everyone to experience.
And being even more depressed. Case openings. If I was a millionaire, I'd for sure crack open cases. Without a doubt, I would be doing case opening streams. But instead, I'm just window shopping. I just look at skins and go, man, that would be a cool one to have, huh? Man, chat, this print stream M4A1's pretty cool, huh? Man, imagine if I had that one. Oh, that would be my favorite gun combination. Would be print stream and those gloves. If I was a fucking millionaire. Maybe if Google didn't remove ads off of our YouTube channel. I get by though. I'm not gonna sit here and bitch. I get to live. I get to live a decent life and not complain. All right, guys. All right. We got majors, guys. We got the majors. All right, no joke.
We're gonna be heading into the game in just a couple of seconds.
No joke. Make sure
I'm
all
definitely
this shit
excited for it. I think this will be really fun.
Austin Majors Day 2, big day today.
Team here?
Ooh.
No,
it's tough. It's tough because they're just statistically.
We had some awesome games yesterday. It was a lot of fun. Thank God no Blazer Day.
In the pool for complexity, it is.
Yeah, sorry, I was styling on you a little too hard. The Blazer will be back probably for semis or something. I'll keep it professional towards the end. I just want to show.
Going to be Inferno, and the fact they don't have full Zerg is concerning. And if you add it on top of that, NRG Inferno is one of their more comfortable maps.
Yeah. It's a big video game tournament. It's the biggest one of the year for Counter-Strike.
Ooh, I actually love that prediction. It would make me.
You started the kitchen, yeah. Put it back in the refrigerator. Obviously, we've been playing Counter-Strike. We've been trying to keep up with Counter-Strike over the past couple of weeks, or past couple of months.
Just for the storyline.
Lined up, I guess,
again,
with this major, and it's here in Austin.
Getting knocked out in this game.
In the Longhorn State.
Best of threes.
Texas.
But I think that's a nice prediction. I like that. We'll see what we actually get once we head into the map.
Fortunately, we got invited. Well, not invited. I guess I applied to co-stream this, which allows me to watch these broadcasts, which has been nice.
100%.
Hopefully, I don't get
I've been reliably told by all my NA friends that
as a result of restreaming these POVs that they have here set up for Blast TV.
NRG a little bit, which
oh shit, you're in Austin? No, I'm not an Austin person. I'm in Colorado.
Not being there.
I'm in Colorado.
I'm actually kind of
of the Rocky Mountains.
It's pretty close, but still
interesting stuff. Yesterday, we streamed for almost 11 hours. Oh, we're getting right into holy smokes, we're getting right into game one. Oh my goodness, I didn't even really set this up for you guys. They wanted to stick on schedule today, brother. They started exactly on time today. Holy smokes, wasted no time. Lock in, guys. Complexity versus NRG. Both NA teams. Both NA teams here in Inferno.
Quick trade though, but still.
Oh my goodness. NRG coming out hot right out of the gate. I don't know who we're gonna root for here, guys. I don't know who we're gonna root for. I think NRG had a better showing yesterday from what we saw. They seem to be a little bit more dominant. Complexity had a hard time finding their footing. So hopefully today they pop off a bit more. As you can see, NRG is starting the win early here in his 2 versus 1 Inferno. Hexty's been playing really well from what I saw. Also, Bro popped off against the Tai Lu game. People are hoping Grim here. Grim that's on the screen is going to do better today than they did yesterday, especially in the first game of the performance. So we'll see. Anyways, yeah, I didn't realize they were going to get right into it. That's why I started as early as I did, like 17 minutes ago, because I didn't know what the schedule was going to be like. I think they had some technical issues yesterday. Also, Complexity has a fill-in. I mentioned that yesterday. They normally play with somebody else, but they could not play with them because of visa restrictions. So Joshua, I believe, is there. Or sorry, not Joshua. Junior. Junior is their off player / stand-in. And this is the best of 1. Who do you think is going to win? How many would be on NRG here? Get more volume. I'll turn the volume up a bit more. We're just doing the pistol run and giving context for folks
in the middle, trying to get a deagle shot off on somebody.
So we will see. But yeah, my prediction is likely that NRG will take this win.
But
yeah, I'll bump up the volume.
High, like top fragging in their last game, I believe. So, or in their victory.
Do I have? Hold on, one second.
Against Tai Lu, was it? It's going to be a little bit of a battle in the middle. It's George only getting the one, but
I gotta
holding
get
on
my
for
other
X here. Very important shot. It's going to continue to frag out. Double kill in this round.
Where's my other screen? I guess I didn't
from Complexity looking for those kills. If they could get one more at least, that would
okay.
Be a nice way to at least prevent the economy from growing all too much for NRG.
I see, appreciate that. 300 bits.
Couple Galils, certainly good for the task. Good defensive setup from NRG. 3 on this A side.
And Hectic with the reset. Thank you so much, Hectic.
That's a great headshot. There's that extra damage we're looking for.
Thank you very much for the 11 months.
Opportunity for some more, but this position from OC dug into the side.
They buy really early, man.
Damage though on the library player, so now this is starting to get a little close for comfort. A lot of these players are very low. Easy finish off there for OC.
I've seen Sony force buys, but I guess for best of ones, they're force buying.
So still up.
I always see these round 2 force buys. I think that seems to be like the common.
A bit close for comfort, perhaps.
Common pattern,
actually picked on that headshot in the pit. But fair enough. They managed to pull through in a nice way, and I appreciate that. So NRG. I mean, regardless, like we said,
yeah, at the same time that this game is going on, we do have a second game. We do have BetBoom versus Legacy. This might be an interesting game to watch. BetBoom, I think, had a decent performance yesterday overall. Legacy is a team to keep an eye on. They're the team that took their team's qualifying spot again due to visa restrictions. The entire team will be there.
Yeah.
See how that turns out.
But the challenge is there from Complexity. They don't want to allow this nade to just sit here. This control to just go the way of NRG. But they might not have too much of a choice here because there's a lot of util that's really creating problems. Another smoke from Bro, and he's going to start closing the distance. Again, I love the aggression from both sides on this. Neither willing to really give up this.
Oh, finally we get a team that actually pushes into
Bro,
Banana. Oh,
he wants to farm. He wants to farm. And oh, there we go. Is he going to get taken out by the Tech 9?
How's he losing that?
I don't know.
I feel like I was on board with everything that he was doing. I kind of like the idea that he's bullying them with the SMG down there, but I don't think it's the end of the world. It doesn't probably impact the round so much. There are a couple of Kevlar vests happening there on the complexity side, so it actually does make the MP9 quite a bit better. But I'm still not too worried for NRG at the moment. We'll see if they can find a way to do some more damage in the round here. Complexity, I think that's probably the more important thing. Bombs being brought all the way back into second mid, so
Hex
they might just end up trying
37-1.
to jump out of the palace.
Yeah, Hex,
not the palace,
I feel
but out of
like
the apartments
decent,
here. Could see Nyx is already
showing
hanging out and probably waiting for the bomb to get there.
One deagle shot's all it takes for this round to start crumbling for NRG, but OC
nice
defends
shot.
B at least.
Okay.
There's another deagle.
Popped off
See
a bit.
if anything can come from this.
Popping off.
Looking for the peak. And I love the discipline here from NRG on the defense. Did we get another free peek? No, using the cover from sight. Very well done there from NRG. And they will keep 4 players up, so the economy is growing
Shut
for
them down.
as they are now about to face.
Yeah, and like only one of them died, so they definitely have money.
Complexity.
Wow. Yeah, I think you're right, though. The discipline that was coming out, not really peaking anything. Kind of a scary. I think if OC gets one deked here by Junior, then it will force a rotation. Probably George would have had to have rotated on out, and then that would have been one player in the pit. So there definitely was a way to make this round work for Complexity. They just don't. But now they've got AKs. So first real buy round is coming up here.
Yeah, and let's see if NRG go hard on this banana control again, or if they're a little bit more passive. So slightly more passive. We don't see the deep banana smoke off the rip. Some mollies to at least slow the progression. And there's a later banana smoke. So that's actually going to be more value. But in the meantime, we've got the apartments creep here from Complexity as well.
All right.
Trying to get close enough.
0-3. We're looking at both teams with the buys. Doesn't matter. NRG already shutting down that early push, that early aggression by Complexity.
This is a big bonus round situation for NRG. They've got the MP9, they've got the stolen Galils. If they can win rounds like these early on, then the CT side
if they
economy
stay
is going
alive,
to skyrocket, and it will make it
Complexity is going to be looking really desperate.
JT with a nice headshot to take down.
Okay, JT maybe getting something going here on A side. Grim walking on the balcony. It's up to Hex.
Still should be a decent round.
Can Hex hold it down?
Hex sneaking in.
Nice.
Line up for him. That could have been a double kill. Maybe should have been.
Not enough though. We'll see. I mean, 2-on-2.
2v2 in the afterplant.
Makes it possible.
Yes,
it's definitely possible.
NRG.
Bro has no head armor. Keep that in mind. But they are AKs, so maybe it doesn't matter all that much.
For Nitro.
One kit on
But has
Nitro.
to wait for Bro to get that rotate.
Bro is rotating.
Now. And Nitro making all the noise.
Into Boiler,
there might be a creep,
getting aggressive. He spots one.
Okay, well, now they know where both are. Bro making his
Kind of misses the molly a little bit.
Oh, the Molotov just a little bit
Nice
shy
nade,
there,
though.
and the peak is good
Ooh.
from Junior, leaving Nitro in a very tough situation.
But a very
I don't
doable
think where
one.
both players are. And this pit position is proving highly valuable right now. And I don't know if Nitro's going to have time for this one. He's trying to find at least some kills at the very end, but it's going to be denied completely. Great stuff there.
Complexity needed that one for sure.
kill.
Complexity needs to win this game.
This
This is not a game that I think keeps them alive.
The bomb going up, man, they probably both died inside of the site. So for Nitro, I
they
think you're absolutely right. That's what he was trying to do at the end, saying, okay, I'm not going to be able to win this. I will say, this is a 5-on-3 that NRG
Okay, they are
managed to somehow give
1-1,
back.
I believe,
Credit to
right?
Complexity
Because they did
for
win
making
against
that
their
happen,
game
but also,
versus Fluxo
I think it's worth
yesterday.
criticizing NRG over a round like this one because
Not
this is the
convincingly,
right now
but they did
between
win
NRG
that
having
game.
maybe a
And again,
5-0
their game
start
versus
where they just
OG
aired
was
with so
just
much
a
money and
really,
everything else, and
really
now
poor
instead all the money spent into this one.
performance last night,
MP9,
or
they've got the
yesterday
AWP
morning,
and
whatever
OC,
you
which
want
is
to call
obviously
it.
a lot of fun. One of my favorite players to watch from the region in that sense. So, not all that. There's the reason why. OC punishing.
Yeah, we're still best of ones. We're going to get
JT
into best of threes today, though.
It's going to put some respect, I think, on his name.
Yeah, it's good movement too. He had to kind of like jiggle back into that angle, so very, very fast.
With so far NRG looking like the stronger team.
Oh my goodness. Okay, George is going to find it. Very important. Hex now is going to be getting caught in Vietnam. We'll see
Vietnam.
This 4v3 now yields for NRG. They could
we call that Vietnam
now.
A
fantastic result. But
call it Mexico, Vietnam.
Could still get the numbers advantage.
I guess South America calls it El Chapo.
Here. This
I
is
like El Chapo.
Very challenging into the angle, into the reticle, and that's a very dead 60. Nice trade coming through though.
We're trying to entry. Okay, they do have B site,
so it's going to be a 1v2 post plant.
Juniors had a good showing as a fill-in player for this team as well.
A massive lead in this one. I love the fact that he's picking up the AWP.
He is the opera after all.
Be careful though. 3 bullets. He only needs 2 in theory, but you really don't know.
Maybe
Nitro
1.
and George walking up on the other side. They've got the kit on Nitro as well, and they've got plenty of time, even a lot of grenades.
I don't think he realizes that they're already on site.
Once they know where he is, it's not going to get any easier.
But
Deep
they're both on
they
site.
probably can guess that he's playing by the church.
One flashbang. They know where he's at.
Shot, so now
holding that angle.
To hit every single one, and the smoke is up already. The flashbang and the defuse on top. George to get the kill, but even without it, they would have been fine. They would have won the round. Great retake coming in there for NRG. Again, I think if they lose that round from sort of keeping the troop morale high, that would have been very hard to keep.
Complexity's morale pretty low, but I mean, probably not lower than Met Support's. Met Support's games yesterday looked very, very rough. I would be surprised if this team, unless of course they woke up this morning, did a group prayer,
dominant position.
You know, ate their Wheaties, maybe did some push-ups.
At least the one went down, so Complexity can get
drank some G Fuel. Maybe today we'll see Met Support come alive, but yesterday's games with Met Support were, I would say, definitely some of the worst, unfortunately, for that team. So
see what they do. Running through his JC.
Complexity, however, I would not say I would not say that they were that far ahead in terms of showing, even though they did beat Fluxo. It's just I think Fluxo also underperformed.
That's a little bit further up, so that they can they can keep the hunt on. I think they would have gone straight for it, but there's just so many grenades they have to call it off.
Yeah, and maybe the part of the plan was to have at least 3 players on B defensively, but that's not being the case if that was the plan for Complexity. So they're going to be up against 3 on the defense here towards A. They've only got 2 smokes and a flash left, 1 smoke just utilized. They're on the apartments, so it's a very challenging situation right now for Complexity to find value. They're going to have to run and gun
It's not Mets. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, ESL.
Connecting that shot.
I can't say Metasport. Metasport.
Yeah, slowed down already.
I keep calling Metasport.
So now they've got a really strong setup here. 40 seconds left, and about a confused spray coming out. George looked like there could have been at least a double. 40 seconds, and the bomb is going to be planted. So actually,
he has the intel.
Round, all things considered.
Does he get the swing? You might think it's default, but they're playing safe. OC can do something here. He knows that there's one more in sight, and he might know that both are there, depending on if the sound cue is correct for the default plan.
Or the safe plan from OC, and that's going to make it doable here. Nitro trying to lead the charge here.
Oh, OC with a shot. Can they do it? Nice.
Phenomenal work there from him in this round.
Yeah, energy just looking very strong.
That's crazy.
Looking
that
very, very strong
that
today.
Post plan. Again, I'm thinking that OC flick shot into pit with the single scope. That was
a great shot by OC.
If he doesn't get that at that point, that player can create so much
timeout here coming out from Complexity.
So, yeah, big ups to OC for that one.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, Complexity looking a little rough here. Oh, tech issues. Okay, another attack timeout. I'll probably need a timeout anyway. I'll take a timeout here regardless of what's going on.
For NRG, I mean, this is a strong position.
I mean, both are NA teams. I feel like NRG is just a stronger team overall. We've seen from this tournament so far, and at least from day one games.
Momentum going for themselves. They know CT side economy is going.
I definitely feel like NRG's looking stronger, looking more in unison. They did, however, lose to Heroic yesterday.
If this spray works for George, then
but Heroic is said to be the strongest team of the stage 1 brackets.
Instead,
thus advancing to 2-0, and they will be playing against FlyQuest, who personally I feel like I don't know how they don't beat FlyQuest, because FlyQuest I think was legitimately griefing yesterday, even though they also won both their games, the Australian team.
To just being vocal and loud,
and definitely want to see some wild cards. These games might be kind of cool, actually, just from the perspective of how well these teams have been playing, especially yesterday
North
overall.
American Counter-Strike, a bigger community.
But for this game specifically, I mean, it doesn't really matter who wins. Both teams are NA. We're trying to root for NA. I think NA needs a good morale boost. This is an NA major, so it'd be nice to see any NA team in the major majors. However, people are saying it's more than likely Team Liquid
we could have all the
that will
rivalries. It would
advance
be so sick.
to the playoffs.
Yeah, we need that.
We'll see if M80 maybe gives a crack at it, or one of these teams that we see here in this lower bracket.
Just yet. 5-1 advantage for
NRG. They also again
full buy again for Complexity.
So it would be nice to see them have an insane run.
The challenge is underway for both
into
sides.
possibly
a bit more conservative though from
quarter or
NRG
semifinals.
this time around. The half wall smoke will be deployed.
Don't forget, Fraud Quest is also technically NA. I don't understand how because they're Greyhound or something, and then they got bought out, but they're all Australian players.
They got 3 people there.
I don't want to call FlyQuest NA. They're not NA.
That's a nice.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Wall bang for the smoke on Grim.
Doesn't make any sense to me. Just like how that Norway team is full of Swedish players.
But I think they were kind of hoping that Complexity would go for a faster play onto the B bomb site, and they would have been so ready for it. Still kind of works out. They trade the kill. They do a lot of damage.
I think that's Metis, right?
And now Nitro's realized there's
Does
nobody
Metis
here.
support the Norway team with all Swedes?
If JT heard the smoke, he's not going to be ready. He's going to think they threw that smoke defensively, and no one's pushing. Nitro, he's so smart. You have to appreciate this. The audio from that smoke selling the idea.
Cloud9 is NA is full of Russians. It doesn't count. They're not an NA team.
They've already been caught. There's no way to
I don't care if the org is like NA, and then all of a sudden
it's so depressing
it just
for
sounds
Complexity
ridiculous
right now. Yeah, you're totally right. It's shut down. I mean, what a fast
it
response
would
to
be
just
like
push through
it
that
would be
smoke
like
at that
if somebody in
It's such a sick
America
play, right?
made
'Cause
like
it's
a
your own
European
smoke, so
team
you're throwing it for the sound
for
effect.
basketball, and all of a sudden you say,
I'm
oh,
not even blaming
they're
JT. He hears
technically
it, you know,
North
somewhere in the back of
American
his headset.
basketball.
He's like, oh yeah,
It
that
doesn't
was
make any
smoke going down.
sense.
That means we've got like 20 seconds before you know we can go back
They
and
play
check
in Europe. You're a
Oh,
European team.
Wait a minute, no.
European players.
That should never be happening. It's only 15 seconds. They cannot win this round. It would be a crime if NRG gave it away. OC trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
Nice off.
The fact that he even got anything at all in this round is so devastating.
I want to see FaZe play so badly. We're not going to see stage 3 for a little
It should have
bit.
been 4 people alive, and now it's down to 2.
Yeah, at the very least, the bomb was not planted, but still, the max loss bonus at this point is going to be a 5-4 short from Complexity. But yeah, very big damage there at the end.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see FaZe play in a couple days.
How much of this timing, this type of risk taking, if that's something that we would have seen from Nitro anyway, or if it's
we'll see FaZe play on Saturday.
The two teams have with each other, because we can't know precisely when it's.
Saturday's going to be pretty crazy.
But
Saturday's going to be a crazy day.
I mean, for me, I associate that kind of play so
It will
heavily
be
with
a
North American
pretty
Counter-Strike
crazy
anyway,
day.
because of a guy called Stupid2K, who I think made that play almost legendary.
Nice,
so.
Nick. Open up the round. However, Hex blocking out with the triple spray down. Can he get out? George holding down the sights. Oh my goodness. And the op on JT. He's just walking in the molly. 10% HP. His 10 health. He's getting bombed. Oh my god.
This is
just a
much
slaughter.
More convincing.
What a response.
Yo. All the pussies,
I've got my
bro.
membership to the Hex fan club.
What
Look
the
at
flip?
Grim's reaction. Well,
Yo, I like
so
Hex,
into
man.
it.
Hex,
You know, it
Hex
annoys
just
me
be
as well 'cause
screaming
it pisses
shit.
people off on the internet. I know
To be fair,
maybe people think, why is he
Heroic started screaming at them yesterday because of that.
But
Table pussy!
people are going to be complaining. I'm not. I love it. This is what I live
Who's
for.
complaining, bro?
7-1,
Who's watching
NRG
Counter-Strike and being like,
running away with this.
they're not very professional.
Hex
What the fuck are you talking about?
absolutely trash talking. And why not? He is beating them.
Yeah,
at the moment.
yeah. The
Goes down,
shooter
George
video
saving
game
the bullets.
full of
People
Europeans
expecting for 60 to
may
make
or
that
may
jump
not
up and blows him up. And
be the
George,
most
okay,
eloquent
fine.
game.
He's killing people with the smoke now. But this is probably what you don't want to see. Again, it's a 5-on-2.
Did he shout to his opponents? Yeah,
I
of course.
understand it. That's a hot round for him.
I think they're
but
sitting
why?
across from each other. You know.
well, also, you're trying to stick it to your rivals as well. So I don't know. There's something more going on here than just regular Counter-Strike. There's some extra levels to this.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. Mental
So,
game. Mental
Junior
game.
and JT in a 2v4.
For sure.
We'll see with the minute that they
Mental
have
game
what
is
they
so
can do
big.
with
People
it.
don't realize how like
Yeah,
mental
two-to-a side,
game's
so
got to be
it
like
is a
30,
doable
40% of the
round,
game.
and given that both
Like if you
players
start
from NRG
tilting
are in
out,
the pit,
like your
it's a
gameplay
strong
and performance
position
just
to defend
suffers.
from. But at the same
Who
time,
you want winning the
there are still
major?
ways
I
to
mean,
deal with it because you are both still stuck
I think
in the
somebody
same
said it
sort of
yesterday,
corner.
and
So
they worded it
we'll
really
see
good.
If Complexity read this setup. It's not an uncommon way to play a situation
Falcons
like this
versus Vitality finals,
it's-
I think, would be epic.
Bro is actually holding from church because he's not sure if anyone's
FaZe
gone to
win
CT spawn. Otherwise, I
would
think he
just
would
be
rotate
cool
over
for
and leave
Simple
OC
Story.
and Banana because they have the ult there.
And then
But yeah,
an
he's
NA
just
major
not sure
with
if
an
they could be
NA
going through this
team
way. And it
winning
turns out
it. of course.
Oh no, they're not going to go for it. I was going to say, if he was right about that, he would have been right 30 seconds in advance.
For its own narrative, I think would also just be just as unique. So I don't really have a I want this team all in. I think there's several good finishes to this major.
Hoping that he could do something. Nice, he will actually get the kill with the Molotov after his death, so that is something.
Yeah,
but
just energy just cleaning these guys. Complexity's looking like how they did yesterday. Maybe Complexity's on a 10 a.m. team.
Yeah, it's
maybe Complexity stays up a little too late.
Energy's confidence, is just beyond evident.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe Complexity staying up a little too late, watching too much anime,
and just doing a full spray up with the AK down second mid. I mean,
maybe not having their breakfast. Maybe they're not a 10 a.m. team. They didn't wake up until their match at like 4 p.m.
There we get a glimpse of Daps.
Yeah.
For my money,
Cheerios. I don't know what's going on with these guys.
Somebody should do like a bigger video on his
Mongols would be cool too.
Yeah, that'd
be cool. That'd be cool as well.
The amount of people that he's
brought up into
like I said,
I don't really have a
probably beyond like at this point.
So he's I'm definitely rooting for NA, but I also live on planet Earth.
Chill guy that he's
where
never
NA hasn't had a major win since like 2018, and NA fell off really hard
than it is now
in the past. In the past few years of Counter-Strike play.
I'm so surprised. You said
Europe has been dominating, convincingly dominating the region and the esport overall.
The overall experience and everything else.
And again, more than likely, Vitality, all they have to do is stick and form to how they've been playing
going in around number 10
in all of their previous games, and it is possible for Vitality to continue the win streak too. I think most people are rooting against Vitality outside of Vitality players themselves. This is kind of an important round. I should have been talking over it, but it looks like okay. We'll watch it. We'll watch it. Junior with the smoke spray. Okay, this is definitely winnable for Complexity here.
3 versus 2.
They're going for the plant. They still have 2 flashbangs for the T's. OC and Hex are not interested in contesting it unless they hear the bomb plant. We'll see if they move. No, they already saw the bomb. They're just going to save.
Remotely interested.
Oh, look at that! Amazing Inferno save.
They haven't even considered it. They're just like
Inferno. As soon as you hear them plant, you just save angle. No one would have predicted this on a map like Inferno. Hex looking to maybe get some exits. But
the one thing I'll say is that it's not going to give you a lot of confidence if the rounds that you win are just off of just pure rushes.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of variance.
Yeah, I think this major is going to be pretty big.
It's hard to replicate, right?
I think we've seen some already cool things so far, and it was just yesterday.
But
we'll see if we continue to see
they didn't have to have some money if they wanted to go for a crazy retake, but more than anything, they don't want to lose the
we had some pretty
right? It's not worth it. Yeah, great stuff here.
Just as well.
Super well played. But I think the power of that surprise is still evident in the round. You can see that they might not have been ready at all their complexity. But they get a second round.
Double OT on Nuke yesterday was amazing. Yeah, that wild card versus
it's not a great first half for complexity, but it's totally winnable.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, Inferno's a weird one where you can see.
Yeah, Wildcard versus Lin Vision game yesterday was really cool.
The other team has a big T side, but you can also see in another game a team have a big CT side, the other team have a big CT side. So
Wildcard's having a pretty good run up though. Wildcard looking pretty strong. Wildcard has a very important game today versus B8. B8 is also looking extremely strong. So that's going to be sort of their test to see whether or not it's a fluke or whether they're having like a decent run.
It's very doable
so far in these playoff qualifiers.
On the other side, obviously.
All right, yeah.
We will see that is a game that's going to be
players and coaches. Another
in
man,
a couple hours, and they're going to be playing a lot of credit in the space. 3.
And again, NA Counter-Strike would
see which team advances for their 2-0
of the space. So
the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, like I think we should make something like that because it is really important. It's one of the things that NA is missing in a way, and it's really cool that there are people like this whose love for the game just never fades. Really, I think it's awesome.
JT, nice shot.
Down bro at the start of it. That
Nitro backing off. Did make some noise.
To do it anyway,
I mean, they know one player's playing there. 3 Molotovs coming out.
Yep. I like that Bro's still going for aggression like that. I think it's important to keep that pressure on the opponents, but it doesn't always work out. You've got to rely on your teammates now, doing a great job, and we'll see if they're able to do that.
I mean, he's 2-7 right now, so it's definitely been a bit of a rough game for him in that sense. Denmark trying to sabotage NA at the moment, which is rough. I apologize on behalf of my countrymen. Nitro, get a bit of a spray down, but not really getting the connection. It's George instead showing up.
George holding sight.
2 kills at the end.
Nice Nitro spraying through the smoke, getting that kill on Junior.
That's all he was looking
Taking
for.
the plant. Pros never fake.
Delayed by the fact that that smoke gets blown open, so it's going to cause some time.
Real plant this time, and a 3 versus 2 retake for CTs. If they can get a kill here, it might still be doable in a 2 versus 2, but if they cannot get a kill, it's going to be very hard for them
moving back into pool
to hold this while the smokes go down, because once the smoke goes down, OC does have the op, and the game becomes
to come very quickly for this defense
almost
to work
over
out.
for Complexity.
Energy starting to run low on time. The boost up, looking for it. Beautiful.
Wow.
The spray on through to find that.
Good prediction on the boost and the smoke spray. Nitro.
And he's even going to finish it off with the third
Complexity
kill. Excellent
absolutely needed that
Complexity.
round. They could not let that go.
Whoa.
They could not let that go. The boost was interesting. I think they should have just let the smokes go down. I don't know why they tried to pressure it. They had kits, they had time. All they needed to do was set up OC with a nice op angle, and they would have made that a bit easier, but I think they went for the aggressive play. Unfortunately, Complexity was ready to read it. It made it almost impossible for Nitro
I have no idea why
to retake this
smoke up and boost. It's got to be the most obvious thing that you could do.
Yeah, see, Anders agrees with me. That's what I'm saying, Anders. Because Anders, you and I are on the same page here. I don't know why they went for the boost. I think they just went for the aggressive play. Maybe they're feeling confident.
Just
completely unnecessary to boost there.
Say what you want, but this is peak entertainment. 8-3 the scoreline. We're going into the last round of the half. Round number 12, and they had finally run out of money on the NRG side. They're down to FAMAS and MP9s and very little utility. Complexity with a chance right now to get the 4 rounds. If they could do that, win the pistol in the second half, then we've got such a battle on our hands.
Ooh, JT spotted one jumping to the side. They should be able to understand there's 2 in the side here. Oh, the wall attempt! And wow,
okay, nice wall spray.
That's actually a great.
They opened up an apartment pick.
Did they
do anything with it? Did they keep working the banana angle?
No utility. They've got a. It's just Nitro.
Looks like they're just holding the smoke here for now, but they don't realize that
that's B. So if we
it's
get
a triple rotate on the B site.
Looking super nice for Complexity. We'll have to see if
looks like Energy is predicting this fake rotate off of the A site pick.
Energy will do if anything.
Nitro throwing down the smoke, and of course with the MP9, very dangerous. Energy economy not looking too hot.
Keep 3 people at the B bomb site,
and they don't have any more smokes or real utility on CT side. Just one Molotov from Nitro on B side. They are ready. They are ready. They're predicting the correct push here.
To the stack.
Which is a B push by Complexity.
Now they've only got 20 seconds to get the bomb down, so they're going to go.
And they're just anchoring George onto A site. Let's see if he rotates. He hears a smoke in library for the fake, but it doesn't matter because Energy is ready. But is it enough? OC
trying to hold on, and he
they have enough time to plant.
He needed there. Maybe one more, and they just run out of time. But it's down to the double entry on Grim. And now George trying to fight his way up. Banana is not going to be allowed.
Okay,
JT will take him down to an 8-4
a little bit more competitive.
They keep it alive.
A little bit more competitive.
Here in this match. We'll see how it goes.
2-10 would have been disastrous, honestly. 3-9 would have been a curse for somebody. 8 is a little bit more competitive, but it really comes down to this pistol round. If they can't secure this pistol round going into this next half,
second one
was
K23. It's like a bit more famous. There was like players like Fame, Norbert, Major Champions. Next time moved to the Team Spirit Academy. Most famous Academy team, I think,
here, and possibly
then they moved to Bad Boom and
going into
Academy teams. It's more about like the most basic CS that you can learn.
Actually, they won a game yesterday, so I guess they'll be going into
you can be more creative.
1-2, 1 win, 2 losses.
Boomich is a great leader. He's thinking about really a lot in the game.
Tomorrow,
like a lot of main games. He's like have really a a lot of energy.
Teams
so
being
he's
chosen for those games, I think, are being
like some
today.
funny
So we're gonna see 3 different teams either advancing.
I played
moving on to
really with a lot of agiles, but for me it's comfortable because I understand what I can do for my team, like exact role, my zone, you know.
Then we should also see
we had some bootcamp before the major. We played some online games. It was not really well, but that was important to lose in the right moment.
A lot of people say
that
you learn the most from your losses.
I didn't realize how much CS is actually being played.
You are losing to team, you think that you are better.
Several teams that are going to be advancing
it's like
overall, and those advancing teams are going to be playing.
Everyone's at home can see emotions of your teammate, can see some frustrations maybe, and we're trying to fix our main problems to perform good on the major.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy.
Finland is absolutely different game. I think we have like one team because Exiles of the boom, which everyone really experienced, they like more play online. So I think that's our chance to get good various points, good major things.
You're only 20 years old, right? You're super young in the grand scheme of things. Like anything that you're looking to develop.
I think already not young, to be honest, in the terms of nowadays.
We're definitely
I think it's not
like,
the problems that can change
Saturday.
as a team. So it's just improve individually.
For teams like Falcons,
do you have any
like
particular
FaZe, teams like
goals
M80,
at the major? Is the goal to win the whole thing?
we
For
playing
me,
their
it's
best of
much
ones.
easier to play without expectations. But I think
It's going to be definitely a very hype,
at least legend stage.
hype Saturday for sure. But this has been pretty competitive so far for stage 1. But yeah, stage 2 that starts Saturday is going to be very interesting. And then stage 3 is obviously going to be extremely competitive because stage 3 that starts on the 12th between teams like Vitality, G2, and Liquid are going to be games that we're definitely going to not want to miss out on either. And what is the 12th? The 12th is a Thursday of next week. Okay. All right. Opening nights lately? No, my last case opening was absolute dog shit.
Their desks a little bit, and there might have been an opportunity for that for Bro. He's very, very tough first half for him, but as a whole, obviously, you know, NRG playing extremely well here. You can see just punching that
Bro's
table.
not happy.
Yeah, this is a very,
we kind of let some of those rounds go,
I
bro.
really enjoyed it. I think this is sick.
We gotta lock it in.
Opportunity right now for Complexity. They are really far behind.
I mean, Complexity,
played a phenomenal
like I said,
first half,
has been looking pretty poor overall.
Grim and Sixy, they started to really step it up, and JT had some good entries. It's not over yet.
Yeah, and also on top of that, this is the 1-1 match. So if you lose this, you're going 1-2, and that really, really sucks. The pressure is suddenly like just so much higher. Your chances could be over very shortly. But we're into the second half here, and Complexity off on that CT side. We'll see if they can recover some of this deficit.
Big, huge pistol round.
Sitting on.
Major pistol round.
Okay,
Bro
well,
opens it up
JT, so
with a pick on JT. Can Bro keep going?
Worse, but
no, Grim shuts him down.
He's out there. He is out there looking for more, but got to be really cautious here. Not
Both
to give
teams
up
playing a game of chicken. Grim being a little too
another
aggressive here, I feel like.
And
and Junior gets headshotted. Big headshot coming out. I think they read that too. That's why they're being so aggressive.
Unfortunately, didn't get the second kill. Bro,
let's see if Hex can pull something off here.
Just the one kill. Here
George walking out. They do have a smoke. Perfect smoke here.
Junior can't really block it the way that it's thrown there. Nick's
Grim
getting a kill, and
working
Grim
some picks in the back.
He's just jiggling around, dancing around that pillar in the back. He's so fast on his feet, and finally,
OC takes him down. 2 versus 2.
OC able to pick him up. It's Nyx left, and
nice cross here from Nyx, and they got the planter
onto Nitro.
Onto the planter.
Never planted. You could see Nitro is just keeling over into the fountain.
Actually insane
here.
For them.
No fish there to eat him any longer. OC's going to be going down at the end, and it will be the CT side to pick it up.
Big round for Complexity, probably their biggest round.
For Complexity. If the comeback story is going to begin,
biggest round for Complexity here in this game.
Yeah, and I love the fearlessness that we saw from Complexity. You know, you
absolutely need this round if they want to stay alive for this game.
Just like not really giving up any space without fighting for it, and that's so dangerous to do.
I do feel like Energy are letting them go. I don't know why. They seem very strong.
So it's good to see that from Complexity.
In the previous half,
they're going to be in a really good spot here if they can
I think they got a little too. I think NA has a problem with complacency. I think NA, the one thing you see time and time again is that they win a round or two and they start to chill out.
Why are you doing that?
Which is just not. It's just not good for competitive play. I feel like you gotta keep up the same energy and you gotta keep up the same focus every single round. Because the second that you let one round go, oh my god, is when things start to fall apart.
With a bit of thanks, perhaps.
And I feel like the biggest detriment to NA is NA's own mental.
He's got 14 kills and OC's got also 13. So they got a really, really nice trio on that NRG side, a bit of an engine.
Some MP9s come out. The absolute fucking devastator of a gun.
That B-bomb side. Not that necessarily
Valve, please nerf this thing. It is disgusting. I don't know why
they're trying to bring it up. And like I said, he was top performing in I think one of their last games that they ended up winning.
Way too OP of a buy. Way too OP of armor pen.
A bit of a different feel for him here, starting the day with. Scrim just No reason to do anything wild. You've got the MP9.
I'm surprised I don't see 35 HE grenades and 16 Molotovs already come out in the first 15 seconds of the round. Also, 40 seconds left, and they're now using util. Yeah, this is really bad. They should have been a little bit more aggressive on Banana, but I guess they're going against rifles, so not a whole lot that they can do.
And now moving into the
next round against the full. It's a throwaway round. Maybe they could have worked a pick or something in apartments. I think a default here would make more sense than to just walk through smoke and just fucking give up 5 kills in the feed, because you're just building up Complexity's eco, which you don't want to do on a team that's coming back. Complexity building up their economy. Already you can see it. They're all sitting at 2K with full buy. Even if Energy wins this round, Complexity are going to be able to stay in here. So again, this is going to be a big round for Energy. Let's see what they can do here with their default. They're getting a little bit more aggressive, running down Banana, but isn't the correct move. They're going to get a whole bunch of fucking grenades thrown in their head.
Trash talk his way to further
and we're seeing more teams like stacking B-site on Inferno. I think for the utility overall, Bro swings out, gets 1 pick, but Grim trades it up, and then
instead with the HE, and now Nitro
team damage by Nitro.
2 versus 3. MP9 at range.
Wait, sorry, a team kill by Nitro.
To make sure that he could, kind of slow the round down again and
not
recover.
Good.
Yeah, and this round can get very weird. We'll see what Nitro does. He looks like he wants to move forwards with the cover of the smoke. With the flash.
It is a 2-on-2 on site, but unfortunately,
what a beautiful flash assist
Nitro
coming
gets
on
picked off
from Junior there.
Hex making noise. They definitely heard the Galil drop.
Now there's huge problems for Hex because
making jump noises, grabbing the bomb.
But so much space has been given, and I love that for Complexity. They've taken that space towards second mid.
That's just in the back of school, really I guess just for the util use, but it has been Junior. Junior likes to play back side a lot.
He does have essentially a minute to play.
Hex can do something here. If he can get this pick onto Nick
move back, and so
work
Nyx will have options to either engage or just give
assuming
information
that either Junior or
the site.
Yeah, I think this kind of an off angle is huge.
60 doesn't rotate.
It's so hard for Hex to ever check this. Walking up, you can see. I don't even think that's a mistake from Hex.
Yeah.
Just how could you? It would take you an hour.
It's a pretty
if you
good
had
round
to,
for Complexity here.
Every angle from all the
getting
way from
hyped too. Okay, that's what we like to do. It's the first time I've seen life out of Complexity here. First time I've seen just movement from Complexity.
This setup. Look at how much they got caught, and they still
finally. Maybe starting to feel a little bit more confident. Energy just falling apart, though.
You have to shoot your teammates like that, because otherwise you won't die.
You absolutely hate to see it. A team that was dominating their CT side. At one point in the game, it was, I believe, 8-1. Now Complexity just coming back.
They just hammered Banana. That was the plan.
Maybe a result of a morale boost. Maybe a result of a few rounds that they secured.
On Grim. Love to see that.
Did you see the AUG coming out?
Energy doesn't get to that spot where they just don't know what works.
Seen the AUG being used a lot in this tournament.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean,
you see the Tech Knights come out from Energy.
At the start of a game and a half.
Again, Bro, unfortunately having not an amazing performance today.
Managed to hold on, and
JT swings out, triple kill. One headshot through the smoke, man. X can walk out. OC does, though. Grabs the AK.
Strays, as it were, on that second one. I'd love to see a slow replay of that.
Unlucky.
That's such a crazy round. JT picks up another at the end. My God.
Unfortunate round for Energy, but it was an eco.
Yeah, they're looking
This
good.
is going to be a very important round for Energy. If they don't secure or do anything this round or show life,
and like I said,
it will almost likely look over. They will have another comeback opportunity in 2 rounds afterwards, so there's still 2 more maybe comeback rounds available for Energy, this being one of them.
Inferno fundamentals.
I think if they lose this round, I think 2 rounds from now, they'll have another opportunity, but after that, it'll more than likely be over for Team Energy.
From an 8-4 first half, so NRG winning no rounds in the second half. You can see the frustration on Bro. I think he's saying, like, I just can't do anything. But this time, getting the entry,
very
following
frustrating.
it up on JT, that's almost enough to win the round. But there is a third player on the site, and it's 60. They'll take out Bro, looking for the spray. He is so mechanically gifted.
It's actually just shutting down that banana push.
It was out of nowhere when they picked up 60 and Nixon.
Guys,
I had never heard of them before.
Junior with the whip of the century.
Hex is trying to bring the round.
Wait, this is a 2-on-2. This is totally doable for Energy. Flying out pit, clearing. They know one guy's library. He's made too much noise, Nick. Made too much noise. Way too much, brother. What were we doing there with a typical frag peek into a headshot?
1v2 clutch. And where are the players here?
And a solo queue.
It is one of the most typical setups you could ever possibly have. We'll see if the game sense plays out nicely here for 6C.
6C has to do a lot here to make this work, and they know where he's at now because of the molly play. He's almost as a correct molly, but he heard a tick.
A little bit of damage. He knows there's a player there.
Unfortunately, the cross is just too strong because of the pit play.
And it's not going to be enough.
He just copied me. Why are the casters copying what I'm saying?
That was so
Did they hear me?
If Junior connects that AWP
are they watching my stream?
The round is over for NRG, so...
Yeah, that's all they need. Could you imagine?
Good shutdown on Banana, but unfortunately just not enough, I guess. And good rotate by NRG because I don't think that going down Banana every single round and dying instantly is what they should be trying to do.
We've been criticizing him, I think rightfully so. He really has been having a very tough game.
You say we Anders, like trying to like diffuse the potential attacks that you may receive.
No Blazer Day is a criminal.
For the record, it's just you Anders. I have not said anything about bro, actually.
All right.
You're using the royal we here, implicating me.
All right, I'll own it this time. This time, I guess I will.
Yeah, bro, but, not having a very good game today.
I think the mark of a
did
good
much better yesterday.
One of the marks could be,
for sure,
being able to turn around a bad game for yourself. Just like waiting long enough for you to find the round where you can have the impact.
Very important.
Because you can have a terrible game for 20 rounds in a row, but then the last 3 rounds you make all the difference, and it's all good. Like it can be fine.
Well, is back in Junior's hands because they have such a good economy, or had such a good economy. Might get the catch here. Oh, the jiggle there is beautiful. Forces a missed shot. And that's going to be some extra ground towards the apartment's claimed.
Getting aggressive.
Threat as well.
And I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like Complexity getting aggressive here on Banana. Because the second that they lose, but it doesn't matter anyway. They get picks. Junior gets a pick on the XT, and JT gets a headshot on the Bro. Maybe getting aggressive is the move, but George getting a kill through the smoke and balcony. Oh, 60 getting a headshot through the smoke on OC.
A shot over the smoke. I think he might have been able to see OC
why does the smoke even fucking matter? Just headshot people through it. Who cares? Nitro with a really good setup. Just enough patience. Oh, unfortunate though.
With the revenge immediately and still not a bomb.
There was one more player in the smoke that he was not ready for. Pushing out. Almost. Oh my goodness. Oh, and he dies to the Molotov, but it doesn't matter.
Giving it all for his team.
It doesn't matter.
And they're going to be able to get that defuse in. Very nicely done.
Complexity really needed that round, but I just don't think they're going to be in the same position that they were 2 rounds ago when they had the economy.
Bomb planted, and so
energy was working a comeback, but still a win for them either way, putting Complexity in a pretty terrible position here, I think, with their personal economy. Both teams not the greatest economy, but obviously Energy is doing a lot worse. Amazing kill through the smoke on balcony. OC opening that up was just incredible. Or was it George? I don't remember. The balcony pick was just crazy for them. I think they could have done more there.
Before he goes into apps, because otherwise the people jumping up on the other side would have heard him. So it's such
as you can see here,
like he didn't get
both teams not having a lot of money, but Complexity does have a full buy. Whereas Energy, actually Energy is doing fine too. This could go either way. This is 9-9. But the team that loses this is going to really suffer the most. OC opening it up with a pick on Junior. Are they just going to walk out? JT very aggressive.
Trying to do something. It's a friendly grenade that lands.
Oh my god, what was 60 doing? Just walking down middle. That was not the move there. Nitro getting a jumping headshot through the smoke pick. What is this game?
It's pretty much cemented.
Yeah, I wonder if the if the AWP might, it should be recoverable. There wasn't Banana there for Complexity. They picked up 2 MP9s. We talked about how their economy's not in a good place.
Okay, and then
so that was where they made the concessions.
B-Site's not rotating, they go for the save because it takes 2.5 fucking business days to actually do something on a different side.
And I think that's definitely the right play.
So they're just going to be saving their MP9s, saving their M4s. To be honest, their buy round isn't looking too hot.
But
anyway, JT sitting on the M4, probably important for them to keep it, and now the grip has them up. Definitely worth saving going into the next round.
They can go back to time and again, knowing that feels
the team is somewhat going to be suffering, but will still have enough to do some damage.
This is really the worst part of the match, to have your economy get ruined. So,
this
and how quick this happened. They started this by winning. Like,
I know, kind of a crazy series of events. Energy was looking dominant, and Energy was looking rather weak, going into their T side, and now Energy is picking it back up again. Maybe Complexity slowing down. I think the move to start picking A site I think was correct. I don't know why 6C was doing anything here. That's just crazy. Like what?
What is that?
What? Like what are we even doing?
America's back.
Jumping headshot, a little bit more volume. I got you. I just turned the volume down when nothing else is going on.
I don't understand.
Like this was just replays.
I don't understand. That's like so far away.
We could listen to the casters.
This is in midair.
I don't want to talk over the casters because there's something to people talking.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I guess, you know, you just have to have played Counter-Strike for, you know, at the level that Nitro has for a really long time to be able to figure this out.
What do you mean? How do you do this? Like what?
Like, just a surprise,
dude. I don't think any amount of hours is gonna let you do that.
10,
what
9.
the fuck?
NRG.
I don't think it's a skill you develop is to do jumping
really
like fucking headshots from the smoke.
That's just unlucky.
Yeah, that's like really unlucky to be there.
At home, kids. Don't
I think he just started pre-fire and just set out for a spray transfer when he landed and just happened to hit the first bullet in his fucking head. It's crazy.
Yeah, you wouldn't, would you? Like.
But it's a major, so you get to bend the rules a little bit, I guess. Yeah, the money's still a factor. 2 MP9s. They do have the AWP on Junior, which is nice.
Anders, I'm glad you said that because Anders, I also mentioned the money
M4
factor kind of being important here for team complexity.
They're actually all playing so well complexity right now. It's a really great team effort here, but if they don't have the money, then it might not make a difference. He's looking to just drop an instant grenade.
Yeah, just a
and
big,
trying to run away for it.
Big molly up contact. Oh my God! XT blinded. Headshot with the neck 10. And they got really aggressive with A site, and it's just over.
Only got the one.
It's just over.
Done for that kind of an entry. NRG, they've won the round already.
Yeah, nothing left.
Looks like Grim and JT are getting impatient on B side. They're gonna want to go for a retake, but 2 versus 4 is gonna be almost outright impossible. I don't know if they can do it. And no, they're not. They are just actually saving. They're not making a push for it. I thought they were gonna do something just because it's 2 rounds in a row. They just had to sit on B site and count their wallet.
I would imagine that the thing that goes wrong is that he throws it into the wall, as opposed to so he throws it very deep. I think you could make an argument that you just throw it right in front of you, like throw it at your own toes. Because again, the incendiaries just don't do any
what
damage.
Is this game?
And when it's that deep, it ticks them. Like
what is this game, man? Not this game particularly, but just Counter-Strike, where you could do that.
I almost feel dumb for saying because obviously
where you could just fucking run out, jump in the air, and shoot somebody in the head with a Mac 10.
If we're criticizing
while you're blind, by the way, jumping Mac 10 headshot blind.
We should be saying.
That's the era of Counter-Strike that we're in.
Just drag me down. Like,
what the
why
fuck,
are you trying to get
man?
people to attack me? And why can't you just...
The most tactical skill shooter of all time. Hold W, jump in the fucking air, and hit somebody in the head, and they're dead.
Here we go.
Mac 10 jumping headshots actually pretty common for
We've
years.
got an 11-9 scoreline with NRG.
I just feel like it's more common in CS2.
For them. That's a great first half. I thought they were
general. You just see the most nutty, disgusting rat moves
they've managed to
that you've ever experienced. I don't feel like that happens too much in Geo.
Or save the rifles here in the previous round. That's about it.
I mean, the Tech 9 was kind of disgusting in global, I'll be honest. Tech 9, CZ, all that meta when the Glock used to be a little bit more broken, and people would run out of fucking sight and just shoot you in the head instantly.
Even if the gun was lost, so I feel like it's definitely
ended up nerfing the Glock for a bit, ended up nerfing the Tech 9, ended up nerfing the CZ.
Can really be strong and
wow,
big complexity. They've realized
big round here.
No noise second mid
for NRG.
The B hits.
Oh, NRG, if they don't find out what's going on, they are checking top mid, which is very nice. I think George, this is such good counter.
Yeah, Tech 9 was nerfed, but it was many years ago.
This will feel somewhat empty for him already. Like he must be thinking there's something up. If they go for it, obviously the stack is one thing. But
like in 2017,
6C is what really worries me.
Because
they're
going
to smoke coffins, and 6C will use that flash to run through.
I'm showing my age.
So if they don't divert, I think they're figuring it out.
They dropped its mag capacity.
They have the smoke, like, clip the guy on the boost, which kind of tells
you
everything
it's
you need to know.
It's running accuracy.
Yeah, it's such good Counter-Strike. What a hero George is for just taking a peek. Sometimes that's all you need.
JT gets the pick on the Hex T. Big round
really well
opener.
Played.
20 seconds left. They have to make a push here.
Wait, they back.
Oh my goodness.
See the CTs?
They penta stacked B site.
Again, they could try to go for this. I don't know. Do they have a kid? They've got a couple kids. They can try to go for this.
They have to go for it. What do you mean?
I mean,
they have to go for it. They don't not go for this. They don't have any utility though. Neither team has utility. This is going to be purely PvP.
One good flash.
One good flash. We'll see what they can get from it.
But a retake with no util is extremely difficult.
Good. They can fall off with the couple
especially in a 4 versus 4.
But there's that flash, that one flash. That's it. Now it has to be
George opens it up.
And Grim
OC getting the trade on the JT with a headshot.
But it's starting to feel a little difficult.
They both jumping on a balcony. The bro gets the spray down.
And
he could not run out. NRG looking for match point.
One of them jumped into the line of fire. Obviously,
Complexity gambled a little too hard on B site. And you can see they look very disappointed by that.
I think I kind of agree. Probably worth trying to do something. Maybe.
I don't know if we had to force it. No, we. Why did we force it? We know that they're not going to be. Our B was extremely defensive. I don't know why we put 5 players on the B site when we've already been holding it down. Our A site's very weak.
This could be
you can see that the energy had this read like 5 rounds ago.
How
do we go from
stage 1 of the Austin Major? They've got to keep themselves alive.
And Grim's getting very aggressive here, clearly losing a lot of patience, and I think the game is taking a mental on him.
Just pretend like it doesn't even matter, and you're just playing another round.
And unfortunately, Junior goes down through a headshot smoke.
To find the headshot, that is not how you want to get the round started.
No, you don't, and Grim goes down to 2 HP after being aggressive, and that's why Labana is just not a place where you want to fuck around. Both teams love to just artillery this place,
sort of wants to try and escape.
And walking down it is just asking for trouble.
There are going to be no more nades thrown, but at the same time, over at the A,
Bro did take some chip damage though, along with Hex T, but it doesn't really matter because they're just walking onto. You guessed it,
they need him
A
right now to save them. They have no idea. This is just a connect play. They're just walking into it, straight contact towards the site. It's going to be JT.
George getting a headshot onto JT,
so low, he can't really
and
help
it almost looks over unless 60 can pull something off here. A miracle. He gets the read on the 1. Unfortunately, not enough. Nitro and Bro both getting picks. And we have a 1 versus 3, and they know where he's at, and the headshot comes out for the Energy W. Bring it back.
Complexity down to that 1-2 bracket, and a huge relief for them. Very impressive game.
Really impressive, really impressive.
Which was
they
difficult.
Definitely delivered it right at the key moments. I got a little worried on their T side in some of the earlier stages when we saw that momentum from Complexity. They started to settle Complexity into their setups, and they were looking good. But NRG still had extra gears to go to, which you love to see.
NRG started off strong.
AK headshot through the smoke down mid in a critical round. That might be a
and then picked it back up
Nitro.
again and secured the W.
You're not wrong. That was surprising
and
to
we
say
did
the
miss
least. And obviously we started with the pistol ace and everything
the previous
else. So
game.
Quite a fiery matchup, but handshakes all around at the end. I expect nothing less. It's so cool to see. There's so much history here. We talked a little bit about it. Obviously Nitro, but Daps and Adren behind them, and it's just some of the best that I think NA has to offer. It's really cool to see.
Oh, Bet Boom! Wow, Bet Boom with a very convincing win.
But for me, I'm surprised by NIG, and I think it's really
actually
good to
very
see
surprising.
Them, step it up here early on in the major. We have more
Versus
Counter-Strike coming up
Legacy.
here at the B stream, so don't go
They
anywhere. We're
actually
right back after a quick
That's
break.
too surprising. Legacy getting almost shut down 13-3 on the Anubis game that just took place on the other stream that we missed out on. So 13-3 goes to Bet Boom. And 13-9 goes to NRG for this game that we just watched. Next game, probably going to tune into this one. OG versus Tai Lu. It's going to be an important game to watch as well. All right. Do we keep on this stream? I think we switched to the other stream now. Do they update this on Blast? I assume they update this on Blast TV like in real time, right?
Obviously, back in Denmark, you've been kind of hailed as one of the next generations of in-game leaders. Is there anyone that you're particularly, molding yourself off? Any particular icons in the scene that you look up to?
Sort of. They do take a little bit, but they do update it.
I wouldn't be an IGL if I didn't say Carrigan. He's of course the GOAT, and I look up to him a lot. So yeah, definitely him.
Obviously, we have
Little Printer with the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Anything you want to say to him before we end out this interview?
Yeah, I played a little with Peter, at one point. He's a very nice guy, and also an icon, and a guy I've looked up to for many years. So yeah, I'm just happy to see him here as well, and him doing great on the disc. So it's nice. Good.
Indeed. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about OG versus Tai Lu. OG, we were kind of really on the hype train.
I think this is going to be a very difficult game for Tai Lu. I'm not going to lie.
What happened after that, though, Jacob?
Yeah, this is probably going to be a tough game for Tai Lu versus OG.
Back to where you could perhaps fear they would be
I don't know. Like Tai Lu won versus Fluxo, but I don't think Fluxo had a very convincing run so far. They're currently sitting on 0-2.
I'm sold on OG making
and OG completely shut down Complexity.
We'll see how things
in yesterday's game, first game of the day. It was really rough to watch that, actually. And then we're being rather competitive, it looks like, with B8, but I think I missed the B8 game. And B8 is looking also very strong in this stage 1. So I would be surprised if Tai Lu makes this game versus OG competitive, but I'm hoping that they do.
Prison kind of nailed that. Man, you know, this
My prediction is that OG will likely take this one, but
I think, right, like both these squads
I will cheer for Tai Lu to be competitive.
Weird, right? You had OG start off with, we all remember the Nikodos game, right? We all remember the 3.08 rating. Insane stuff from him.
Yeah, the Nikodos game, I think, is the highest rating in a major, is what I was reading. And that was a game versus Complexity. Nikodos just completely wiped the floor with Complexity in the first game of the majors. It was just really...
It
was actually really sad to watch. To be fair, I think that is likely driving the point into Complexity's mental overall in these qualifiers or in these stage games, stage 1 games. I would be surprised if they're not still thinking about the absolute Nikodos run through, but outside of that, the game versus B8 wasn't as convincing. I think Nikodos is still doing very well, even versus B8 in yesterday's 1-0 game, which is the reason why they're now playing against Tai Lu at both sitting at 1-1. But I think it kind of comes down to how well Nikodos does today as well. It also comes down to Tai Lu, because Tai Lu, like I said, was rather competitive against NRG, despite the score being 5-13 in the first games of the day in yesterday's best of ones.
So I was kind of surprised to see OG
but then
make it here,
turning around and making Metasport just look like a completely different tier team. I mean, 13-4 versus Metasport, which, to be fair, Wildcard did also run through Metasport. Metasport just not having a good game overall, or good games overall
so this is again
so
another
far
young
in this
team that is really hungry,
Stage 1 series.
Actually decent
Feel kind of bad.
And players like
they seem good though. They seem in good spirits. But Metasport, I don't know how they got here. But if you were a Metasport fan, you've got to be feeling really frustrated going into these games today. An Energy win, yes. Energy just won versus Complexity. They'll be moving on to 2-1 best of 3s.
Love the CS lately bringing back old memories.
And we'll see whether they advance off that or not. Monkey OG, thank you so much for the send them. Also, again, thank you for the gift yesterday. Very cool.
In their debut at Austin.
This is what I was saying, even in the last game. It's like it just felt like they were.
All right, we're gonna watch this Tai Lu versus OG
kind
game.
Of a bad excuse. Like
this will be fun.
You've got to be feeling good, but it felt like everyone was just completely off in that game, and no one had any impactful rounds, multi-kill rounds.
Yeah,
or
Hosea was like the only guy doing anything, and even then, like I think he had like an impactful pistol, and those were the only rounds that Tai Lu would pick up in that game.
And that's the one thing we've credited Tai Lu and specifically Chinese teams all this time over the years. It's like these guys are really sharp individuals. Yeah, okay, the game plan sometimes falls off the track, and we don't necessarily like everything they do in the server, but in terms of having sharp aimers, well, that's what this region has typically been all about. So that got lifted up a little bit.
Yeah, Tai Lu is a Chinese team, and they'll be versus OG, which is European, with a Swedish player, looks like a Polish player, and 3 Danes, 3 Denmark players on team
maybe that brings you into it.
Team OG.
Smiles. He's feeling good.
He's always smiling.
Yeah, he is always smiling.
Don't worry about that.
But no, the other thing is, and
I think from what I've seen with the Chinese players, the only I mean, their aim seems to be pretty on point. Their coordination is interesting. Just watching their nuke games yesterday, they do not play it like other teams that I have watched before. They like to really get a pick and hold angles afterwards, waiting for the follow-up. Now, I don't know if that's how competitive games are in the Asian servers, where teams like to get a bit more aggressive off of picks. Like, for example, you kill somebody on A site and you watch for immediate rotates. It's sort of how match matchmaking games do go overall is that off of picks, players tend to rotate and over-rotate. However, in majors, and especially with more coordinated professional teams, you don't necessarily see a rotate come out instantly until there's one more info or two better reads. And I think that's the difference here. But it's still interesting to watch how they play off of picks over. Maybe you'll see it in this game what I'm talking about. But the other thing I will say is that my only criticism so far from watching Tyloo is that I feel like they overcook a little bit. I feel like their game plans are fine and their strategy is good, but I feel that they tend to look at a situation and they make too hard of a judgment call off of something that was maybe a straightforward W for them, and tend to want to overthink how the round will go. For example, in yesterday versus Metasport, I think the only reason that Metasport was even starting to come back remotely was due to the fact that Tyloo decided that they were going to go to a different site with 17 seconds left in the round, which just made it basically a bloodbath instead of something that could have been an easy 2 versus 1. So we will see if they continue that. Maybe that was a fluke. Maybe that was just a missed call or a judgment call based off of pressure. But I feel like I've seen it a couple times.
I'm really hoping
we'll see if it repeats today, especially against OG.
For Jamia,
because I think the European players are a bit more locked in. They've been playing the game for a long period of time in the European servers.
I also want to see G
their games tend to be
hitting some AWP shots. He got
looking a bit more professional overall in terms of how
us
CS is meant
more
to be
often
played.
than not.
Well, the scary thing
if you know what I'm talking about, I just mean how Vitality plays, how Spirit plays, how some of these top contending team plays. It's always very consistent. They have very good reads, and they only rotate when it's absolutely necessary or when it's absolutely perfect. In the case of Vitality, it almost seems like they play with wall hacks based on how they are able to read the enemy team. Now, whether that's through watching demos or whether it's just off of just insane game sense, which I'm sure these players have, they do just play tiers above other teams.
No, but you know, like Fiku as well, someone who's been in OG, like he is the OG of OG, right? Like this guy has spent
let's see if that comes out. It'll be interesting.
Here now.
It's been fun to watch these teams play.
Quick.
So and feeling good about it. LRG with the 22 months. Thank you so much.
Like Fiku's out here dropping these insane numbers or anything like that, but whenever someone's kept around like this, you imagine they bring a lot to the table.
Sure.
I think a good comparison actually would be like a
What's up, Arkin? How you doing?
Spirit, right?
Right, exactly.
Like they picked him up while he was young, they got to mold him into whatever he want, and they learned a lot about his character in doing so, and he's always been prepared to just kind of fill whatever void was needed. There was a time where Fiku was actually like a really strong clutch presence inside of this OG squad. It felt like he just couldn't lose a 1v2, and so yeah, I kind of wanted him to showcase that a little bit today as well. But OG off with a bang. They're going to run out through mid. And it's Spooky on the board first. Mercury falls. Nikodos. Is he looking for a 3.09 today?
Come on, don't set the bar so low, Harry. Nikodos finds a second headshot. Buzz follows up. There's a couple more players in this A site.
Nikodos feeling his aim already on Ancient again. This is where we saw complexity. Complexity completely got annihilated during the first Ancient map of yesterday's game by Nikodos, who, like I said, I might have to double check this, but I'm pretty sure Nikodos, as a result of that Ancient game versus Complexity, has the highest rating on record. I'm gonna look that up just to confirm it.
What will you do if Nikodos does it again? What will you do if you're so confident?
Invest in Nikodos stickers.
Okay.
I'll buy out the whole stock.
Okay, there you go. That's more interesting. So that's what's on the line. Potentially a lot of money in that for Nikodos. Out into mid he goes.
They're letting him go.
They're saying, go, Gadget Nikodos. He's been deployed.
Meet more.
This is the round that will let us know how big he's going to go in the rest of the game. If you farm some eeks with the AK, you feel unstoppable. If you get one deked first bullet, confidence shattered for the rest of the game. So let's see. He's going into a double setup in the cave.
No, he's going ramp.
Oh, he's going ramp. Sorry, that was Fiku.
Yeah, this is scary though, this setup. Definitely gonna get an AK out
and
of
if
this.
Fiku does go through on his own, yeah, like there's no one here to kind of help or contain the rifle. I hope he's just gonna stick on the extremities here and wait for his teammates to lob in like the the util, maybe the molly on default to force a swing. He won't get given one. And OG are going to move in to this stack.
Ooh.
He playing first.
Why did he drop off?
Nice shot.
Just the one.
Okay, I do like how Tyler decided to save for this round. Well, maybe partially.
Maybe panicking the comms. OG came through that B smoke. They were pushing in, but they waited.
They bought a 5-7. I guess maybe not as much because they bought head armor too. Wait, this is very confusing by actually coming out of Tyler. I'm not sure if I agree with it. Now that I see the state of their economy, I don't think I agree with it. I did find an article about this. So to be clear, in the game yesterday with Nikodaz versus Complexity, which I said was very, very sad to watch. And
2 kills.
Also completely ruined my fucking pick'ems, but dude, Complexity ruined my pick'ems. I don't know. Anyways, the point is that Nikodaz is in fact tied with the highest ever rating. I believe in a, what did they say, for the highest ever rating in a LAN tournament in the history of Counter-Strike. So he did tie with World Edit, who had 37 kills and 6 deaths in 18 rounds versus Echo Fox in E-League Season 1 in 2016. And they both now are sitting in the highest ever recorded rating of 3.08, which basically the rating is done through kills, deaths, and assists. And so the higher your kill to death disparity is, the higher your rating is. Pretty much meaning that you shit on some team is
I was looking at how he spends his
typically
free time, and
the kill to death ratio is not this high. And so you can see that Nikodaz on Ancient did very well. It was what we'll say, but overall, looking like he's doing just as good right now. Already at 4 kills, 2 rounds in. We'll see if he keeps it up.
Ouch. And they're going into the cave stack again, but the molly pushes players out of position, forces them into prison. And this is
Tyler already just getting sweet, but keep in mind they did save for this round. And
5
Cookie just gets that shot.
All right, Tyloo, you got to get started now, or this could go very, very wrong.
All right, Tyloo, CT side Ancient. I don't know how they're going to play this. I think a lot of this comes down to just having the mental to perform. Obviously, want to see them do well.
I'm no psychologist, but I think that's all you need for a bit of confidence. Let's see what he does in this first rifle round.
All right, there's a big round coming out for both teams. Both teams sitting on a full buy.
Also gets to bring out the AWP for Tyloo early, and there isn't one in play.
Attacker coming out with head armor. Starting off with the standard molly smokes in the corner.
Need an AWP.
No.
But the T's are pushing, making noise.
Don't want him on an AWP.
Jam Young swinging out, G getting the pick onto Christian.
G's getting aggressive, but Nikodaz taking heads off over in mid.
Nikodaz just getting a headshot through the smoke like nobody's business. Leaving up to G.
Is that more of a blessing
and Mosia. Let's see if they can read the situation.
It's not mid, and now the whole map is a question
Let's see if G has a timing on this.
On the jump up.
He's here at the right.
I heard footsteps on that run back through the spawn.
Yeah.
G's put himself in the right spot.
Nice shot.
On this line, Fiku falls first. They've learned about the AWP in the heavens. How do you want to get around it? They flash him off the line. They bait that shot out from G.
G's a very good sniper.
Reposition into cave to try and help.
Mosia with a headshot. It's up to G.
It's only G left standing.
A minute left. Definitely doable. Nice print stream.
And he's got Spooky and Nikodaz still to beat.
They heard the scope. He has a kit.
It's for anything to be
very doable. Smokes, kit, flashes.
Nothing comes for free, though. He's got to force these fights.
I don't know if that's the move we want to make here in that situation. Swing out like that's a little too aggressive, right?
Wait for that swing out.
I saw Nikodaz looking at the AWP after the round, but he didn't take it, Harry. He didn't take it.
Oh, respect.
Staying on the rifle. Yeah, it's a very hard round to win as well. I think he knew exactly where they both were, but the second you fire that AWP, Nikodaz is going to swing from default. Spooky had the cross. Nice mid pop there for OG, and again, decisive mid rounding. That's one thing, Chrisen. You can see how vocal this guy is. I'm really enjoying his calling. Super decisive, knowing when to abandon ship. Gets out of there, goes back for the B hit. Now just pistols getting farmed in middle. Late flashes are so problematic for Tyloo. They're pushed back into Dota.
So unfortunately, not having the greatest set of rounds here on Ancient versus OG.
5 on 4.
It's really looking like in the favor of OG. They're being a lot more competitive here on their T side. Tyloo will be saving as well, setting up for the pistol crosses. We do have an MP9 coming out from Attacker, who's been managing his finance as well.
Molly gonna clear.
I could not relate. Mercury walking out with a swing. Mosia trading with the P250.
Double up.
But not enough.
And 4-on-2, OG just walking it in.
Ooh. Nikudas trying to keep his rating alive with a 5-0-6-0 count. Spooky getting the cross kill.
Well handled, man. The kind of
OG
consistency
looking coordinated here on their ancient T side. I mean, Tylu's going to have to do something. I'm not really sure exactly what the breakdown is because honestly, I'm just seeing normal, really normal play here on ancient. I'm not seeing anything too fancy coming out of OG. They're taking mid control after the Molotovs disperse. I think if Tyler wants to get a little bit more aggressive on their mid hold, might be the answer here to OG strategies. Again, overall, it just seems like they are winning more trades and they're being a little bit more aggressive mid side. And they must have heard me because they're now setting up 3 players onto mid, playing off of that mid smoke. And Spooky wide swinging, getting aggressive out of corner. We do have somebody on the jump up though. Somebody near the exit or entry of cave.
There it is.
Yep, right above Jam Young. Buzz swings out, and they just hold the better timing and better swing. Unfortunately, giving up too much agency.
Jam Young gets it, but because he's just a second or so behind, Jam Young is fed to the walls.
For the terrorists to be able to get that cross set up on them.
No man's land, so things go from bad to worse for Tyloo.
Yeah.
As they look to recover this, they're going to try
still
and
winnable.
Flush out the red room. Spooky here. He's
Mercury
had a real hot start to this
getting
game.
a little too spicy.
And he's not
a little too
down.
spicy.
Mercury in retrograde now.
Way
for
too
sure.
much.
Tyloo might just have to start backing away from this one.
Okay, G.
Zorp has given them some hope, something to hold on to here.
This game might be on G's shoulders. I generally think so. Unless Tyler starts to wake up a little bit here, it might generally be on G's shoulder to close out. Maybe make this a little bit more competitive. Because right now OG is just running away with it. Nice pick.
Now opened up a 2v2. This is the best spot Tyloo have been in the whole game.
Yeah, they dropped the orb. They're going.
This is definitely winnable for Tyloo, but they have to play this perfectly.
Move quick and move together. Bomb getting
Nikudas or Spooky do not have any real utility outside of frag grenades. Spooky with a very interesting setup here.
They're going to go out through CT anyway.
To not show himself. Mosia walking out to see. They may not hear him. This might be a 1v1 here if he gets the pick.
Can he close yet another round? Spooky gets him off the bomb and he disappears.
Mental
into the
warfare
darkness.
starts.
Another tap, another bait. Spooky, does he bite? Doesn't look like it. Falling out, sees the fake.
Nice.
And they will win the round. Tyloo just about.
Good job, Tyloo. Great job. Grab that up.
To spare. Messiah
Grab that
puts
up.
it up, and Tyloo have a round.
To be fair, that was OG's round to win. I'll be honest with you. OG should not have lost that round.
That you've been able to break him with this round out
there
of
comes
all
the
of them, right?
timeout.
Arguably, things have gone really, really wrong here after this double kill over in mid. Even the push from Spooky in a window, that's a 4v2 that gets out of control that Tyloo are able to break back into. And so it's from the back foot that they find their first bit of success.
Oh, TO comes out by Tyloo.
Well. They want to start building upon this.
That's good. Actually, that's an interesting TO. I would not take the TO off the win. I thought it was an OG TO, but honestly, maybe a good Tyloo TO for sure because they want to start maybe.
Spooky's been a
as the commentator said, starting up for a comeback.
Smoke through the molly.
It's going to be important for them.
And finding a lot of opening kills. I hope he goes back to it. Tyloo, you have to stop him. Oh, they even missed their deep mid molly.
Like I said, I think mid control is going to be something that Tyloo needs to focus on against OG here. Nikudas with the op now, putting down the rifle. Rating isn't as important because it does seem to be that Spooky is popping off, which is exactly what they needed. To not completely rely on Nikudas to pull off a record rating on Ancient. Jam Young,
as they fake the bomb,
unfortunately, could not contest the op. Nikudas setting up a very dangerous cross. This might be a save angle for Tyloo.
Spooky is still here, so this is not a guaranteed save by any means.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a save angle for these guys. I don't think they push off of this. Unfortunately, just lost way too many players.
Keep it super simple here. And despite
we do have Spooky lurking. Again, feeling confident.
Get out with just one death. Here it is.
Oh, the timing. Oh, unlucky. We do have a smoke. Could smoke ourselves off here for the remainder of the...
It just feels rough for Tyloo.
But they're going on the hunt. Smart for OG to hunt here. Just because Tyloo's economy is suffering. Smoke comes out. Molly comes out. Christian trying to swing on them.
A lot of respect. They're going fast in the middle. They're going for these fast lane takes. They're not afraid to, go for like the ramp walk up. It's a 6 save from G. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's really awkward because they're leaving you with this horrible choice.
Vision is also playing right now.
The mid or lane right now. That's very much the feeling. Or your B-hold has to be able to withstand one of these B exits, but it hasn't done that yet in the entire game so far. With the exception of that round that was more about like lurking and players coming in on the extremities late into a B site.
Oh, 6-0 for Lin Vision versus Nemiga.
You have to play into the hands of OG and fight for these important positions mid and lane early.
Both Chinese team playing at the same time.
Finally going to win them. Tyloo go far heavier in middle.
Interesting.
They start there with 2 or 3 players rather. And they get out with the goods. All right. This has come from nowhere, bruh.
Walking through.
I missed this entire round. How did OG get themselves in this situation?
Throwing caution to the wind.
Just like if OG were playing a little slower, I think you would have seen stuff like,
a result of mid trades has led to OG now being a 1 versus 3.
And retake mid a little bit later, but that just hasn't been the pace that OG
I think mid control is going to be key here for Tyloo if they have a chance of
stronger 3 players
having a competitive CT side. Because
available to come in through cave
OG has been kind of running it down.
And I'm assuming this might change the nature of OG going forward a little bit.
Nice trades.
You just saw that triple mid really fight for it for the first time.
Yes.
And so curious how OG respond to this. That's not a round that Tyloo was supposed to
Agreed.
win.
This right here, this was key. The Tyloo locking down mid, I think, is going to be the key difference here between stopping OG from running off with it or going into the next half with...
But they full send. And the
G popping off. Love to see it. Love to see this guy popping off.
Now's kind of the round you'd see a lot of teams just
OG's probably going to go into a default off of this unless they want to get more aggressive with B-site, just because we've already seen them take B-site. You can see that Nikudas just running onto ramp with the op. He's going to wait for the Molotov to go down and try to swing that corner, see if he can pick on the B-site. However, what's going on here with Mercury?
Mercury tucked in a corner, somehow still alive. This shot on the AWP.
Nikudas trying to work a pick on B-side, but Mercury, what a smart play. Absolutely smart play. This is going to be devastating for OG. Try to get the cheeky spray through the wall onto site.
OG have just run back kind of a similar look.
Tyloo's playing very smart CS right now.
That they've played so far, and I think that's going to leave them in a very powerful position in terms of
good pick from Christian. Onto G, we do have an off down, I believe, somewhere on ramp.
That's now been reclaimed.
He picks it up. Maybe got to keep working that B ramp pick.
He's been given this space to work the mid control.
Of course,
again.
Spooky is lurking. Mosi are ready for him. See this trade. Well, not trade, but trade between 2 players, I guess. 1v1, we'll call it.
Here, but Spooky tucked in for now, trying to play this one a little bit later.
Mercury trying to make something else work again, just getting a little too cocky off that early pick.
And Spooky finds
Spooky needed to get that kill.
It's gonna have
see
to
if
be
Attacker follows up.
Oh, never
wow.
Mind. They've just lost the A player. The only guy left is Jam Young back in the cave. 25 seconds. The bomb doesn't even have to come to him. They get the info now, and that bomb starts to leave.
Just so sharp, dude. Spooky's having his Nikudas kind of game
Good attempt. I mean, it was looking good for Tyloo with the early pick. I don't know why Mercury decided to get more aggressive out of cave. They knew he was cave. They were holding angles for him.
It's so awkward now about, right? It's like, think about the last 2 rounds. Tyloo played the triple mid. And
I just don't see why we get so aggressive here on that. Like, what was the point? We didn't even like really contest damage. Just got shot in the head. This Spooky versus Mosia 1v1 in mid was also very key in attacker not getting the trade.
This is the type of round I'd love to see.
Was what led them to
see OG throw a player out through
that loss. I don't know. I
set up twice in a row.
Like, I want to say it feels very coin flippy, just kind of like the energy game yesterday. But obviously OG is just playing better overall. But the difference is OG is just getting those picks. It's not really a matter of even strategy. OG is just quite literally anchoring and getting Tyloo when they're getting a little too confident or getting a little too aggressive. I don't know why Tyloo is trying to contest so much. They really should just be playing more back and playing time and then playing for retakes. There's really no point of walking on a cave, walking on a mid, unless you're contesting the mid smokes. Just be giving them kills, but as you see, OG get very aggressive, just walking on a B site and feeling themselves, obviously.
Free pathing for OG.
They didn't even smoke it, they just ran around it.
Yeah, Tyloo just kind of giving it up a little bit. This game is looking sort of like how Tyloo played against Metasport.
That you're talking about.
Very similar, but now in the favor of OG instead of in the favor of Tyloo, like it was in yesterday's game.
And you're dead now, of course.
What's going on here? We are just running it down.
Disastrously wrong here. Yeah. Oh my god, pre-fired as well. No saving for Tyloo allowed. Stomps, Harry.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think the key difference is that Tyloo's aggression. Like when Tyloo gets aggressive, like they did 2 rounds ago, running out of mid, getting that early pick out of cave, onto Nico Dawes. I feel like they thrive in that type of environment. When these Chinese teams start to get aggressive is when you see some really good Counter-Strike. But the second that they go in these defaults and they seem uncertain or unsure, or like overextended over peak, or just making decisions that they have no business making in the first place, is when I start to sort of feel like we're watching two different level teams. Just the competitive differences between these two. And again, part of, I think, being a really good team in this game is just being able to adapt.
Actually a mic issue,
I think that's what separates these tier 1, tier 2 teams from the rest of their competition, is that they don't play default Counter-Strike. They always have a different strategy going into every single round.
You get enough info,
like if you watch Vitality play, you'll see that they never repeat really the same strategy. They like to get tricky with it. They like to see what their enemy is doing, see what their opponents is doing, get into their heads, and seeing what works and what doesn't almost immediately off of round 1 and round 2, round 3, before deciding what their strategies are going to be going forward. And I just don't see many teams doing that. They like to play sort of safe Counter-Strike and going into what makes them comfortable.
That means 1% of the time,
especially with these European teams. And these European teams have been playing against each other for so long, I think they're ready for just about any situation. And if you're maybe a newer team towards playing against these European teams, maybe you're not ready for those reads, not ready for those situations, not expecting them to do stuff that you may have not seen before. Teams in your own server. Attacker, however, opening it up with the MP9. Jam Young with the Deagle. This is what I mean. When these guys get aggressive on them, the Europeans aren't ready for it.
To soften up the A site has not worked out. Now, I said coming into this game, Fiku used to be a very clutch player for OG.
Careful.
1v5 up against these pistols and SMGs. He's boxed into a corner, but Fiku, ball rolling, won't take it any
crosses, guys. Good crosses.
When they all ran through the
yeah, Attacker's been having a pretty good performance too. When he pops off, you definitely feel it. I think he definitely helps out the team morale when you see him on the leaderboard. Like I think still a lot of this comes down to how well G plays. I think that's what most people have been pointing out as well, is that G on the op, really the game kind of comes down to him putting the game on his shoulders. Strat's lacking, but mechanics on point. That's kind of what I'm saying. I think they're just not ready to respond because they don't play against these teams very often. But you can see that when they get aggressive and when they start to trade, they can be rather competitive. But when you see the indecisions and the indecisiveness coming out, which again, I don't know why OG isn't exploiting. OG is just falling into them. Not something that's necessary to do here. They've been winning off of their defaults. Unfortunate Molotov angle. He could not escape the Molotov punishment. But he borked himself in that corner in the first place, which again is kind of a murdery at that point. And Mercury's been playing the same cave entry. Jam Young getting the kill on the Spooky. This could be kind of big. Spooky dying here mid is actually big for Tyloo. Tyloo needs to make something happen here, though, with their B-side take. They're still anchoring attacker who has the kit. Maybe he's able to play for the retake, but they're walking out of smoke. Jam Young getting aggressive. Nikolas trading, G missing the op shot, and that was going to be key for them. If he hit that op shot, it could have made this a 2 versus 1 as opposed to a 3 versus 1 for attacker, who has a nade, armor, and is maybe able to do something here.
Side that's been devoid of big moments of clutches.
But of course, OG's probably been in this situation hundreds of times before. They're ready for it. They're ready to swing off of contact, and it doesn't matter because Nikolas gets the headshot. So, not the best CS that I've seen out of Tyloo. Tyloo definitely looking a little bit weak. I feel like their performance versus who did they play against yesterday? Might be confusing them with versus NRG. They played against Met Support yesterday, but they also played, no, they did play against NRG yesterday. I feel like their performance against NRG looked a little bit better. It's just NRG was way more clean with it. Like I said, I definitely see potential with Tyloo, man. It's not a matter of just being like well, I guess by definition it is worse if they're losing, but I definitely see skill from these players, but just their like inability to adapt or to read what these European teams are doing, and even what NA was doing, which is kind of, you know, you hate to see that, but I just think them not playing against these servers is kind of what's slowing them down a little bit. They're just not ready to read these situations and adapt to them. They're playing the same default CS, but they can be competitive, they can trade. I just don't think they're making the correct calls in these situations, and I'm actually surprised that OG even took that round, because they could have just been playing their default slow play style, but maybe that didn't work for them when Nico does get picked on the B ramp, which again led to the same playstyle by Tyloo. Anyways, what am I trying to say here? Oh, I'm trying to see this game on Dust 2.
That was given because you know you see the T side. You expect shenanigans. You're playing a bit further.
These are replays.
So Linvision take that forward space.
Nemiga bringing it back. It was looking like Linvision was running away with it, but somehow Nemiga got 4 rounds on the board.
As we go into the final round of the first half, we'll have to see if they can get to 5 here.
Watching where thanks for making this day not suck. Yeah, I appreciate you tuning in.
Smoke up there, just the timing. Risky Bob, he obviously spawned.
Risky Bob trying to swing out the op shot.
They're not going to be playing double
okay, I'm not really sure what happened in this game. It looked like Linvision was running away with it. I'll get another Chinese team versus.
Just in case, maybe throw it away.
What is Nemiga? I did not watch like really any of Nemiga play yesterday. There's just too many games.
I do think 7 rounds, by the way.
I know they played versus Bet Boom, and it wasn't very good for them.
So even if it's 7-5, I think Linvision are really good going into the second half. But yeah, Nemiga on a bit of a comeback tour at the moment.
Yeah, look that they're coming back. What is?
So this is a round that
Nemiga is a Russian team. Oh, this is the team with the guy from Kazakhstan and the guy from Belarus. This is a Belarus team.
They also don't have much util left
with some Russian players on it.
So it's not the end of the world, but it's up to Nemiga now to
I assume they're like a tier 2 team, just because by the nature of their world rankings and stuff. Not one of the best European teams that we've seen, especially in this last major.
A lot of pressure on. I think you're right though. They definitely are B splitting, and I think they will commit to it. Bomb is in upper dark with 30 seconds. I don't see them falling back from this one. So Santa's position is just so cool right now. Westmelon is going to be kind of caught out here.
So it looks like an adjustment was made by Nemiga to put 4 rounds on the board, despite being 6-0 originally. Sorry, trying to keep check CT. Westmelon getting the trade. Westmelon Hogan taken out.
Dropping Westmelon, and now it's just Saka hoping to catch one of them.
Saka here's behind him. 7-5. Okay, Nemiga making this very competitive.
It's a really good comeback. We'll see if it's
I take who Donk is Donk picked his way to be a breakout player this year. Interesting, okay. He's only 17 and very talented. Yeah, some of these young guys, yeah, they have so much like footage to study, and just getting their aim to like be, you know, be like consistent is like one of the biggest gaps. So when they break that gap, like Donk's been doing, I think they can definitely become insane players.
And as it was
once
in
they start
that
getting a little older.
Half, the battle looking to be won by OG for the cave position. That's
okay, OG's looking very clean here on their CT side, picking up those kills. Not looking good for Tyloo. This is a very important pistol round for Tyloo. If they lose this, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back for the remainder of their T side.
Blind. And coming in on the flank. This could be something at least. Attacker behind a player in the red room.
Again, as you can see, so many of these games, these teams just kind of wait for a holdout, wait for trades. Attacker getting that pick, making this a 2 versus 2. Now it's doable. It was looking kind of desperate, but it's up to Chris here to get this headshot pick on Jam Young. If he misses it,
flank for Fiku will be very late here, so Chris can't afford to die.
But they know where he's at now. They have a read. They have the bomb. Do they go onto A side with 40 seconds left? Maybe.
And so to that end,
this is a mental game. This is whether they overcook or not. Do they go to B site or do they go to A site? I don't think there's a wrong call here, but they have to make something happen in the next 30 seconds.
Has immediately tried to lower the chance of giving this round away.
Trying to make another play happen. They may have spotted him. They know where he's at. Attacker going for the push. Getting the plant down. Unfortunate. Jam Young getting the bomb down regardless. He hears the push behind him. It's up to him. Can he work a headshot? Nice. Oh my goodness!
Final shot. It's Crizzen with all 5. The ace to find this pistol and put OG onto double digits. That's their captain, and that's why they hold him in such high regard.
Yeah, jumping around the corner, knife out, switches back, and saves the day. What a performance for Crizzen. The Julies ice him out over in the cave. And I love the way they play that 2-on-2, not dying for the bomb, rather just
I mean, you hate to see that, man. That's going to be devastating for morale. I will say, I mean, I don't know, I don't watch a lot of these Chinese teams play, but I do feel like I've seen their mental game is, on the surface seems strong. Like I don't really see them crashing out, but then again, I'm used to like the North American freak out and slam the desk and shit. But it does seem like these impact rounds aren't maybe as devastating on their mental as they would be to maybe the Europeans or the North American players. But again, maybe it's a culture thing, maybe I'm just fucking ignorant, and maybe they are freaking out internally. It just doesn't seem like there's an outward appearance of it. I mean, so what I'm trying to say is I hope that Tyloo, despite that round, has a good mental game, because that's just as important. Because losing that 1v1 in a very important pistol round like that, I think would be devastating to anybody playing in this game right now.
More often than not, they would actually get out with nothing.
As long as they keep their head up, stay in there, keep up with their same strategy, don't fall off of the playbook, I think they can still bring this back. But obviously, this is going to be very difficult for them losing that pistol round, even though it was very close. Mercury likes to work that cave, man. Mercury loves this cave. I don't know why. Okay, they're going off of contact. There's 2 players inside of here, though, with MP9s. And unfortunately, a mowdown. Jam Young, though, getting the pick with the AK. Christian recognizes the AK, falling back slightly. Jam Young knows he's in the box, though. Nice read. One more player inside of the site with an MP9. This is the MP9 Slaughterfest on the Jam Young with the headshot. G grabbing the AK. With the swing, it's a 2 versus 2. With the bomb coming down. However, we do have Nikodaz on the op. He's an op player today for whatever reason, giving up his rating. He just wants to play op. Ooh, nice shot on Nemosia. 1 versus 2 for G. Nice. He knows where the op player is. He has some flashbangs. Nikodaz has a flash. No, why are we peeking?
Could have given hope to Tyloo. Instead, it's ripped from their hands. OG moving towards the finish line.
This is what I mean. It's just like the decision making is just not. It's just not like, why are we making these types of decisions? We have flashbangs. We have grenades. We can do more than just peek into an op. And I understand G's an op player himself, but it's just like these like little mistakes that they make over and over again. You just hate to see it, because that little mistake costs them the round. And this is how I felt like watching them play versus Energy yesterday. It wasn't that Energy was clean sweeping them, but even this game right here, as close as it's been, Tyloo is losing by a several number of rounds. You know, maybe each round seems to be competitive, and maybe each round could have gone one way or the other for the teams. But obviously, OG in today's game is running away with it, and it's going in the favor of them. And in yesterday's game, Energy just played slightly better, but it wasn't like Tyloo was playing awfully in comparison to like Metasport, for example, who obviously had an underwhelming performance, or even Fluxo. I just don't feel like Tyloo should be losing these rounds. Like, they could be making this game very competitive, but the decision making is just, for whatever reason, not there. Making so many common little mistakes, or not playing for the win. Over-peaking, overstepping, getting a kill out of cave, you know, in the situation of Mercury, then running out of cave afterwards, dying, then going back to the same cave and dying to Molotov. They're just playing a little bit too rudimentary. Maybe this is the way, again, that they play on their own servers, and this is normal CS, but the only thing is, it almost feels a little, I don't want to say dated, but the play style that I see out of Tyloo just feels a little too defaulty. It feels like they're playing a little too safe and not, maybe they don't have enough plays in their playbook, you know? Maybe that's the reason. They just don't have enough responses, maybe because they haven't seen so many situations. But their play is there. You know, like I said, when they get into 1v1s, it's not like they're getting absolutely shut down. They can make 1v1s work. But they're not playing safe when they need to be playing safe, and they're not playing aggressive when they need to be playing aggressive. That's going to be an important round. This is match point. Unfortunately, not a huge round. Some Tech 9s, Mac 10.
Devastating scoreline as well.
We'll see if they can bring it back.
I think that beat would get worse in that NRG match.
OG looking very confident. OG looking like they'll likely be winning this game, and we'll be switching over hopefully to the rest of the Nemiga versus Lung Vision game, which seemingly is a little bit more competitive. But we'll see how that turns out on Dust 2. I think it might be the next half already.
But like, as we were saying first off, I think Spooky and Fiku had incredible impact. Spooky in mid, Fiku in cave. Like, didn't need Nikodos to do it all.
Yeah. I mean, they are the reason this game is so one-sided.
Because also, that was a question. Like, we saw Nikodos just wreck everybody, and we're like, okay, but what's his team? Is his team good? Like, yeah, sure, he's had a life game, as it were, but like, is his team good? Are they going to be up for the task here in this first stage? And, well, the answer is right now looking like a resounding
Yeah, OG's definitely a good team. I'm not going to say that OG's not a good team. They're looking good, but obviously they did lose yesterday's game. After winning versus Complexity. Ended up losing to B8, who's just looking like a stronger
just
team.
Trying to smash this B site.
They're going to go in the
okay. See, this is what I like to see. I like to see these guys doing these mollies, doing these smokes. But like, even here, what's the execute? The execute is just running on the B site. Granted, we did use good util here with flashbangs, but we don't see any smokes coming out. We're just going for the trades, you know? We're contesting the Mac 10 versus the M4s. Which is surprising because they're still getting kills. Okay. Putting them on the board. Mosia popping off with a Galil. Nice. We traded the ops somehow. We found an angle. Spooky making a lot of noise, running on the site and getting cross-traded. So I will say the execute there was really messy, but they still managed to get on the site and win the round, and that's what I mean, guys. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like they're playing worse in terms of shooting and ability to contest these 1v1s, 1v2s, etc. Or we could just be using more util and being a little bit more patient in situations where they should be showing more de-acceleration than stepping on the gas. Because some of these like wide peaks with no response with like pick trading is crazy to me. You know, why would we ever look at the guy that we know has an op, right? Why would we ever swing on a team without having a teammate there to follow up? It's just very dangerous decision making.
The only player
a bit too risky. There wasn't much need to peek when bomb is down. I guess in this situation, they have to make something happen just because they're low on money, low on guns, and it's already match point. But here, for example, they're slowing down their play, and Nikodos is just able to walk out and get 3 picks with 0 contest. I mean, why are we not trading the guy mid, right? We got no flashes, no smoke, so we're just walking into his barrel. Right, just after we had such a good round previously where they walked in the A side. I think their mental game was just kind of shot, I'll be honest. I said earlier I'm not able to read it, but them slowing down after having such an aggressive take onto B site, I think really ruined their mental. So GG's Tyloo. Tyloo will be going into the 1-2 bracket with 1 win, 2 losses for tomorrow's best of 3s. We'll be seeing them play.
And it just felt like Tyloo again, as we said,
we'll see what happens with that. But let's switch over to this Lin Vision game.
We're gonna have to look at
it's
Tyloo
now
as they continue.
8-7. Somehow, the Amiga is staying alive, and I think we're in the next half already. I believe.
Starry's going to be finding Santa and somehow.
Yeah, we already switched halves.
Round 16. Manufacturing rounds out of thin air. They should not even be in contention. They should be easy. They should be an Amiga just.
Yeah, Nico playing very well for sure. Nico definitely having very good games from what we observed.
Get completely destroyed.
Definitely a player to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great pick with the scout into the B site. I mean, that can happen, but those 2 Deagle headshots, I hope we get to see that again. That's something I feel that needs an extra look. That was really. I mean, that was it. That was the end of the round right there. So, I mean, you never know. It's an unlikely round, but these happen, and it's funny because it's coming right after, like hot on the heels of that round when Amiga had that really great cat play, where they read the timing of the cat take so perfectly that they swung just as the entire Lin Vision team was starting to proceed with the nades. So you couldn't get better timing than that. And they were feeling good after that, but now...
They're mocking them. That's great.
Are they?
Timeout called.
I don't know if they are, man.
Yeah, nice shot.
I don't know.
Shot from Saka is really well played.
I mean, funny if they were.
Whoa.
Like we see like G pop off and stuff.
What is that?
I think they're just like popping off, man.
Yeah,
I think everyone likes getting hyped. No,
I don't. But that is something else. To be honest, just to put this into context, right?
We did take a TO from Nemiga.
At a major, right? Most of these guys, this is you know, there's a career highlight to be here, even if it's early on in the first stage. Some of the rounds they've lost here in Amiga, you could end up remembering these rounds for years to come. They shouldn't have lost that second round after winning the pistol. They definitely should not have been losing this round, and they know it as well. And this is, I understand why they're taking a timeout, because as a coach, you want your team to stop from the mental collapse, because this is really hard on the players. It's not easy what they're experiencing right now on the Amiga side. Buying into the auto shotgun, I mean, if you can bring it back right now, that would be...
Oh, we saw the auto shotgun pop off?
I could see
okay.
a collapse coming for them. How much more punishment can you take here for Lin Vision?
Well, the place being spotted of the mid-rush here, you've got Lin Vision that have been able to essentially circumvent any early losses to that. And so now it's just about controlling it. Now, Nemiga looking to continue to invest here, still staying in this position so that they want to, again, they're picking a spot, they're picking a hill to die on, and it is this mid-play.
Yeah, holding on to it for much longer than I think you'd normally see, but I do kind of like it. AK, risky Bob, his back is being covered if they want to push down that narrow middle. Emilia getting a kill on him, and now that exposes everyone else. Khan trying to stay alive. It's a pretty good burst coming up with the AK, and Westmelon wants to push forward. Exactly what Sway is looking for here. Also shotgun straight to the face as he takes down 2. That is fantastic. Such a violent sound when the pellets fly through the air. Starry and Saka left, and Nemiga, again, don't give this round back. This is a 1 round.
40 seconds, so there is time, of course, for Zaka and Starry to try and cobble something together. Now, the issue is that they want to maintain the element of surprise, so they can't use util. So they're going to walk into this angle, just dry. We'll see if they can get something off of it. It's being held, and they will. Headshot, it is exchanged for some critical damage done to Zaka, but they still have to continue to proceed. And now there is a flank being worked on, and they're going for the run boost here. That's actually not worked out, and this is a disaster at this point. Starry goes down, the only player with health, and now the flank comes in from long, finishes the job for Nemiga.
Okay, okay. Bring it back.
I think it's the accent that just makes it great.
It's too strong for you!
Makes it 10 times better.
I'm a huge fan. Yeah,
hell yeah, bro.
Auto shotgun to shut it down here. Yeah, you don't even have a chance to react. Interesting play, but they were low on time and everything else. I'm actually falling a little bit in love with this Nemiga team. Like, they have some character, they got some personality. And they're still in this game, which in itself, I mean, it's a 7-5 first half. I thought they were going to get blown up, but they've managed to survive even losing some pretty dreadful rounds.
Oh. That was so close. That was so close. But that's one chance gone now. And now Linvision have to find something else. They're going to leave Zaka there. He actually has the bomb.
That's a big tell for those of us with the minimap watching.
Yeah.
Again, if you're new to the game, the players obviously can't see where each other are on the minimap in the corner. That's only for the broadcast. So, yeah, the fact that the bomb is on that side is always a big indication that that's probably where we'll end up. Unless we're talking about the wildest fake of all time. With the it's been done.
I mean, they got a minute left if they get some A picks.
1,000 round, you know?
Like right here. They're working cat angle. I just don't think they were supposed to put the bomb there.
Could also just mean it's going to be a heavy catwalk long kind of play.
That's what I'm thinking. I think it's an A play. So I think the bomb in the tunnels was kind of actually a misplay.
They're very heavy in middle. They want to check what's going on.
I don't know why you would ever lurk bomb in the tunnels. I mean, maybe that's the way that other teams set stuff up, but
the reinforcements to get there.
We are watching stage 1 after all.
Are
we doing A exec with no picks? Let's see if like something comes out of this.
Right reads on the timings here.
Oh, unlucky.
That's actually blinded Khan as well.
Oh.
It's making things a little bit difficult here. The trade comes in.
Nice pick.
And that is some ground gain. Khan not knowing which way to look at which point.
They're working that cat.
So
we do have an opper here.
Coming in from the longhouse. Starry's been waiting
for the
perfect moment, and he's not going to peek it.
No, he doesn't peek.
The bomb is lost on the side.
They're all set up. He should have peeked.
For another flank, perhaps.
Way too long. Way too long to make something happen.
2 players. And there is not enough time to get the bomb. No. They'd have to offer themselves up to him for the round to be lost at this point.
He was waiting for the flank, and I think he thought that his team like had full cat control, so he was already playing for the retake, but they never had it to begin with, so he kind of, I think he misplayed that slightly. Maybe a communications thing. If he had peeked out when he did, he may have like stopped this op push that happened along.
You can kind of see how that makes sense for some of the shots that he's hitting here, right? Just very confident, no issues. But you are right.
So Donk is saying that this Zway guy
it's a different round.
Is like gonna have a breakout.
It looked like he was going.
I mean, 17 years old, and you're finding yourself in like a qualifier for a major. I think that's kind of a big achievement by itself, right?
Linvision, they have been really not unable to find success
that's pretty big.
Recent rounds.
I mean, obviously he's 13-11, and they are currently tied up with Linvision.
Incendiary and a
maybe not the worst position, but
you imagine that's for Cat potentially.
Definitely a good achievement.
Into a position later in the rounds where you can start picking from Cat.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely it is a tool that's designed for something like that. You know, it's just you have
working Cat again.
What do you do? All right, pretty deep, different way of
a little bit of
a
little molly on the Cat maybe, or on the CT. No, on the Cat. Okay.
They would love a fight, right? They would love an early battle for the AWP to win a kill. So I don't blame them.
Unfortunate throwaway round with the Glock, but they're playing off of Zach with the AWP.
Make a mistake, which to be honest they have done in the past. This time doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So presumably, once they're done with all of this, I mean, you can either throw the smoke to CT spawn and try and rush out middle, or use it as a lurk maybe into the B bomb side, looking more likely at the moment. All right, here we go.
A little bit of a CT smoke.
50. The only non-block other than the AWP to work with, and it's gone. And it's gone.
Unlucky.
And now
a fake really, but
he's trying to. Oh, the timing off of the nade throw there is a little awkward. Nice HE follow-up.
The bomb.
That's going to stop the rest of the players.
Oh my god.
Put a cap on the round.
Oh my god.
Back into position. Saka's. He's run off. He wants to save the AWP. So that's going to be another round for Namiga. They are clawing it back 1 round at a time, and they finally, for the first time in this match, into round 20, will find themselves a round in advantage. Oh, what a shot!
He's not wrong. Watching demos is a big part of the game.
What the fuck?
It's a much more polite kind of trash talk than
Boys, you need to watch more demos.
Watch a demo.
Boys, you need to watch demos, you know?
I have to be honest though.
What the hell?
There are a lot of moments here. If you went back and watched your perspective, just like first person from Sway in this game, there are so many moments where you can tell just how confident he is. He's found his groove in this game right now. They had a very terrible start, but I think his confidence is unmatched in the server at the moment. You could see it in the way that he threw the smoke and turned around with his back. And even when they push him and they run through the smoke, there's no panic in his aim. He's completely chilled out. You're like, oh, okay, fine. I didn't think you were going to take the fight, but if you are, I'm ready. And then he just murders them all.
Well, Nemiga here have dug Xanta into a deep position, a long house, but at the same time, big threat levels towards this B site for the CTs of Nemiga to try to just figure out, like, are they actually doing this? Is it just pressure? It's a lurk smoke that's been placed outside of the tons into that spills into this B site. They're going to go for it here. Straight through the smoke, and able to find the follow-up.
Hello?
Go for it here. Straight through the smoke, and able to find the follow-up. That's very nice. Familia gets like a spot with like a rifle.
Okay. Am I effing?
Yeah. Like, you know, you can kind of see there's that kind of flare there that exists, I feel like, in mechanics.
This Mac 10 play is so good. You can see that on the other side that Sway is trying to duck into the smoke to stay alive while he's reloading. But gonna happen, hell yes. If that flashbang hits him in the middle, if they were thrown from the other side, then I think Emilia probably gets traded out pretty quickly, but that wasn't the case.
They have too many tabs open.
Used by Nemiga. They have none left, so this is it. What an exciting game. I'm so happy that it's turned out this way. We like the close matchups. That's what we want, you know, more Counter-Strike at the major. So, yeah, this is going to be down to the wire.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams looking quite good at the moment. Like, no one's really feeling like locked out of the game. 10-10 though. We are so close, and it's a full buy for both sides. The money is way better on Lin Vision right now, so they could still buy, especially with the bomb plant. So, see how they decide to open this one up. Got a heavy B tunnel play.
Very close game.
Yeah,
very close.
You go straight through, flashes over the wall. Risky Bob though.
Risky Bob.
He's handled it so well. Shui finally not getting the kills that he's looking for, but he's handled it so well. Shui finally not getting the kills that he's looking for, but it doesn't really matter. Bob is in front. He's already got 3, and now the backup is going to be there. Lin Vision run out of time. You could see no matter what, there was going to be somebody else getting the kills, but it's Risky Bob with 4 kills.
Oh, well, this game ends soon because this next game is kind of big.
When they do that
FlyQuest versus Heroic. We'll get to see if FlyQuest has just been like coin flipping their way into 2-0, and if Heroic is the top contending team like they've demonstrated themselves to be so far. Heroic looking very strong.
At that point. Which is exactly what we saw. And well, Lin Vision, they called a B rush. The B rush has really done them dirty on that occasion, and they didn't even get the bomb down.
Nemiga with the comeback is kind of insane, though.
To furnish themselves with a full buy here, so they're almost essentially saying, you know, we're going to play for every
big
time.
round for them.
Yeah, you're right.
But they're looking a little bit more confident. Looks like it looks like Lin Vision is slightly falling apart here without Starry.
I don't think so.
You know, going on a rampage, or even without Zach getting those op shots. I think they're having a very difficult time. It does look like the rest of the team's performing well outside of Call Me Sus. Well, I think it was playing more of an anchor on A site for their CT half, but unfortunately not doing a whole lot of work on this B side. And again, even like seeing your own kills and your own performance on the scoreboard can be really mentally draining. It's something I suffer from when I play.
Again, just
seeing that you're underperforming compared to the rest of your team can definitely be taxing on the mental.
Nade damage there.
So we'll see what happens here with that.
Damage.
We're almost match point. They are saving
3 players
or overtime if they do not win this round. But they are just sitting with blocks.
From Lin Vision. I like that. And they
well,
might be
Eagles and Tech 9s,
here,
1 Glock
as well.
But we do have an AK in play, 4 Starry.
To be had
Call Me Sus passes a 2 Starry,
okay,
maybe.
Of course, got the setup here with Xanta.
So he's going to be baiting for him. Nice trade.
Xanta's going to come into the
Xanter, however, follows it up on Zach. Not the AK player.
Su still has that AK.
Somehow made it out of CT smoke. Starry killing Xanter. Up to Starry in a 1 versus 3. And just not enough there to make it work. So we'll see what they can do here for an actual buy.
As we expected it.
But Nemiga coming back is pretty important. FlyQuest won their pistol round as well, by the way, which is great for them. Like I said, I think Heroic is the team to win here for this FlyQuest versus Heroic game. It's going to be a very interesting ancient.
It's the turnaround. It's the fact that he knows Westmelon's going to peek him, so he gets the kill on Sakura on long. He reads the fact that that play is coming.
I think a lot of people have Heroic on their pick'ems to go 3-0 for this stage 1.
Nemiga just need one more.
They've
got the money, they've got the weapons, double AWP and 2 AKs on the CT side.
wins this round.
Struggling now. One mistake here could cost them the series.
Are we doing a long push on the A site?
Where they can't
maybe faking it, but we are anchoring though. Call me sus. Living in the pit on both T side and CT side.
For Nemiga, that
Call me sus loves the pit.
Annoying
and
to
it's
go
not
down
Summit.
And play early for Lin Vision.
We do have a bit of a B play coming up. I don't know why they keep doing this though. They keep giving Zach the bomb.
Khan's going deeper.
I feel like they've been misplaying the bomb. Khan though finding an off pick and lower, and now the bomb is shut off. And this is what I mean by the bomb.
Laying on the distraction there.
Now that they have the bomb down, this is almost over. Just right over for Nemiga, and the putting person in the pit was not the move. 1 versus 5.
So
are we about to see the most legendary 1v5 we've ever seen in our lifetime?
Could do in this one. 1 versus 5.
Is it possible?
The bomb is in lower dark. They're hunting for him. They just want to finish this, and they will. Sway with the kill, and
GG's Nemiga brings it back. It was looking like Nemiga was getting shut out with 6 and 0 earlier in the favor of Lin, and Lin just lets it go, and I'm sure they're disappointing themselves.
Impressive stuff.
Because they did start out very strong on their CT side, but again, Nemiga was able to adjust and bring it back.
We talked about it on Dusty, that kind of stuff can happen. You just have to have a team that's focused. And this is something Lin Vision's calling.
All right, let's switch over to this game. FlyQuest versus Heroic. Very, very big game. Both teams are 2 and 0.
Both are radically different.
Whoever wins
Heroic
this
are a team who are just actually pretty incredible in terms of how they've managed to bring up a lot of names that we wouldn't have otherwise talked about, put them on a roster that can win, and made them work together in a way that I don't think anyone saw this configuration happening before. I mean, a lot of players weren't on anybody's radar. You might obviously know XCloud, but Youngstar, Tanir, there are some risks that Heroic took here that have paid off.
That's where I love to give that extra little bit of credit to a guy like Saw. You know, some coaches get credit when you win.
Oh, sure, this is a best of 3, right? Yes, this is a best of 3 round.
A guy who put Kicksan on a special pedestal before Falcons bought out that core.
Best of 3s.
So, you're absolutely dead on. Making do with what you can. Similar boat right now for FlyQuest, obviously, with this force buy. And the fact that they're not only able to get the opening kill on
XCloud, tough because at the same time this is going on, B8 versus Wildcard is playing.
Now we're also talking M4 in the hands of this buy-up from FlyQuest.
It's going to be a big game, too. Oh, man. All right. We're going to have to somehow keep up with 2 best of 3s going on at the same time. Let me do this real quick. I apologize in advance.
And obviously, whatever you lack in utility, you can make up with material. And so they're staying close together to try to trade. And actually, very tactful use of this 1 molly they've got to take over cave control. Even
all right,
just
looks like Heroic won the 2nd round despite FlyQuest's pistol round win.
So Pius is the last vision they've got inside of
it. Like I said, Heroic is the team to beat here in this stage 1.
Oh, interesting. They actually made a rotation back.
They've been performing very strong. 13 and 5 versus Energy, and 13 and 7.
Nice target selection, draws them into
Warriors.
Gets his double, and Sun Pius isn't too far off. He'll find 1. Ints, Tech9 right back.
2
and
versus
now
2
AK
here.
in hand, but he just missed timing on that rotate. They're worried about Donut flank. Now seeing players deep spawn, they can go for the plant. Regali's hands no longer busy. He's going to have to clutch, and it just gets away from him.
And it is a clutch for Heroic.
And they will continue forward with the momentum. They stole 1 round ago. Heroic by the skin of their teeth. 1 player left standing.
It's moments like
these
I
feel like FlyQuest
not the hardest
makes
calls
these
in the world,
mistakes.
but good signs for players like Inns, who
but they're able to bring it back, and they've been able to bring that back twice.
They found it. They were able to. They smoked out some Pius without fighting him. They pulled run rotation to the B site without seeing anybody. They hit the A site as players were leaving at the same time, and they did this.
However, they did lose to Bedroom, right?
Smoke,
is that what happened yesterday?
As a pack, so very, very smart.
Oh no, they lost to
pragmatic calling. I think is what we saw. And that made
it
very
scary for Heroic. They won versus Betboom, and they won versus.
The tempo was great too, and they decided to finally barrel up through Donut as well. No wasting of a moment,
they kind of had
with so little.
They had the lead, then they were losing the lead. And it looks like they were throwing, and then they came back and won.
No, you
I just don't think that a team like Heroic will let you make mistakes and come back. I
think
that's going to be the key difference for them.
Well done on their behalf.
In this best of 3s.
Into middle. They'll attempt, and LNZ with the advantage of guns over pistols. Confident to play
XCloud rushing out with the MP9, trying to make something work here.
Tech9
we do have 2 more players mid.
Here to pick up slack, and this one's going down smooth. They've got them all out middle, corralled and culled.
TNR
start
shutting them down on their
pistol
force.
Yeah. Good ideas are one thing, close rounds are another, but numerically, Heroic will just leave them in the dust in this half. If if FlyQuest don't instantly step up. They've got tough competition right now.
Yeah, very tough.
And I think we saw Heroic maybe in the first half of their opening map where it looked like they were fallible, and that's because it was day one probably. But now everybody's warmed up. I think every team in this stage will get better as the days go on.
We are talking about the 2-0 pool after all, so that extra layer of pressure, at least that's been washed off. Now it's the excitement of the thought of progressing. Stage 2 awaits.
Cheeky little flash to a smoke.
Xfloud's going to play behind that smoke as it pops in front of him. And now we actually might have a bit of mid-control for FlyQuest for once.
So FlyQuest went up 2-0 at Shanghai. When's the last time they won a best of 3 at the majors?
Ooh, that's a great question. Let me put on my detective hat.
One of those things, we always see them, but they have been a team that's struggled to.
Another talking point, though, is also like, you know, this idea that somebody from the start of the major can run all the way to playoffs. And that also happened back in Shanghai. So I think every team here at this stage should be thinking, well, maybe we even make top 8. You know, you still got to remain realistic, but you can break through ceilings. That was, of course, the Mongols for Shanghai.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be 2, maybe 1 team from this stage that makes it to top 8, and part of that will be because they get so much experience and power up along the way.
Catch someone sleeping. Not Xfloud, I'll tell you that. Double kill already. Netic goes for the Galil spray back towards that flank, unable to collect a second head.
Yeah,
so
I truly think, like, I'm already seeing this. I really feel like this is going in the favor of Heroic.
Suddenly you're running towards the A site.
Is FlyQuest yesterday
did not be his demise.
They won 2-0, but it wasn't very convincing. It seems like they were giving up very easy rounds. It seems like they were not really putting their best foot forward. I don't know if it was lack of sleep, maybe jet lag, whatever. Even today, I'm starting to see them struggle out the gate, and Heroic is just not a team
to get promoted to a
be
main
casual and win rounds.
I think that can be scary for a player.
A team with experience like this is predicted to be the best team of the stage 1 qualifier. Is not just going to let you sleep around, get an easy accidental equal
in tier 1.
They're going to shut you down and punish you the entire time.
Eventually be very good one day. Are going to take a lot of time to actually get to that level.
Very difficult.
And LNZ's reaching that point now in his career.
Ooh, bad incendiary here from Tanir. That's an open invitation for these Tech 9s to just come charging in. We got some Kevlar out there on the field.
Especially if a player like TNR is feeling this point, is aim, which is what it feels like is happening
Clean
today.
spray down
and
there in the
Xfloud is
middle of the
looking
pack.
very confident too. He's just running it down mid whenever he sees these guys are playing off
didn't find its mark.
Heroic is feeling very confident, as they should.
Good aggression through that
because they're predicted to win this stage 1
tiptoes past the corpses.
Convincingly.
Gets found out, and Xfloud's not going to give you any chance to catch your breath. This is a hot-handed Heroic taking control of the start of this best of 3 with a 5-1 lead.
Just said that.
If they're not careful again.
Come up with your own commentary, guys, please.
And even with the missed molly, they've got the right utility. So we've got a couple of fast rounds coming in here from FlyQuest. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that we have seen, though, their capabilities when they slow it down. I don't know if that's going to be akin to their style here on Ancients.
I mean, the only weakness of Heroic, honestly, I did not watch a lot of them play yesterday's games. Like I said, we got an overwhelming amount of games that took place yesterday. But even versus NRG, I think the only thing that might stop this team or hinder them is when they find themselves backed into a corner. That might not be a position that they're used to, right?
Like Sunpius wants
that's the difference between a good team and a great team is that you're able to even come up when your back is against the wall, and if you're not used to your back against the wall, you might have a hard time turning things around because again, that could be like a mental toll.
They don't know where the op is.
If you're not thinking straight, using the correct strategies, you should be.
Doesn't even end up being Sunpius's op, just his utility to support it, and
get some mental damage. They can start to take some rounds here in this first half on their T side.
The peak he was looking for. It was the flash he didn't anticipate.
That did certainly feel like a bit of a trap, didn't it? They gave that mid-control 10, 20 seconds. They didn't hear anything, and they thought that maybe somebody was roaming. Netic now to the op, unlikely player.
Ooh, with a boost.
This gun.
Good boost. I like it.
You know, change it up, slight variation, just in case Tanir
nice.
Still floating around.
That's what they need to be doing, man.
We're talking about a confident, fragging player.
That's right.
10 and 4 at the moment. trying to just keep that passive vision on middle, and it presents an opportunity back over to
xCloud jump spots them.
Good contact into the red room as they're going to try to get
and
past
they're so good at
smoke.
rotating. I mean, the second that TNR fell, LNZ was able to take mid control, or to contest mid control, not take it to the CT.
And that gives Int all he needs.
A good job by INS to peek CT and get that trade.
Split, which means Youngstar is going to have to
20 seconds left. They still have good positioning. Youngstar could still make something work here. He hears them running.
And just lets them get to that site. It's all about the element of surprise, but he doesn't stop it. Not with the gun. The nade will do the
huge
trick. Now
nade.
That's gotta get picked back
9
up.
seconds.
And while
He has to plant. Youngstar knows this.
Perfect play from Youngstar.
Oh, wow.
His own V3.
That was the right site to go to, but not when Youngstar's alive. Very nicely done.
Sheesh. Okay,
You couldn't have
Youngstar.
played that spot better if
Okay,
he
Youngstar.
stood there and tucked and waited for them to cross the site. The
God
round's
damn.
over. He had to get that little bit of damage on the
That
early
TO.
He had to not overexpose himself to the second player who was protecting the guy carrying the bomb.
We styled
He had to
on
use his
him,
nade
man.
to blow him up
You
as
styled
he was
on
planting.
him.
Everything had to go right there, and he found all the correct
That boy
decisions
cooked.
in a row.
That was excellent clutch play there. You had to hold down sight. They had to plant. He knew the reads. He went for the peaks. He got the contest. Everything by Youngstar there was perfect. That was perfect CS
I really
play.
like some of these mid-round
Guardian,
moments.
thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate you.
Even though
Welcome
the
back.
score is getting racked
Thank
up
you
by
so much for that
Heroic,
support.
it's got to be said, I feel like the rounds are being kept alive, at least in an entertaining fashion, by the decisions of FlyQuest.
One thing I noticed here was xCloud.
I think FlyQuest changing things up a little bit there was good.
Vocal.
They went for that like boost on the TNR mid. It was a cheeky, funny little play, but like how often are you going to do that, right? Against the guy like TNR.
That came up with a kill and a half,
this guy's been popping off. He's been having excellent games.
They delayed a little longer.
You're going to peak boost him once mid,
that's why we had to have that heroic moment.
Like how many times is he going to let you get away with that? I guess is the point I'm trying to make.
Before that, they
already they're
really
putting 2 people
into
mid. Although they have been playing xCloud and TNR mid both times, and they're seizing mid control, which is really good for them. But we're watching them walk on a B site, non-contested though, because LNZ is able to trade it with the wall bang and holding them back. LNZ also having an excellent game today.
Down in front of the ramp, so total dispatch of FlyQuest. No entry allowed. You can try to creep and crawl all you want. This is a hot-looking Heroic, ready to sign up for fights no matter which direction from the bomb site they come in on them.
FlyQuest is just not able
really
to make
maximizing the amount of
here. Like everything that they're trying.
In this
the only time
so
that something happened was last round, really, in their pistol round. Those are the only 2 rounds where anything even looked like a sign of life from this team. But right now they are struggling, and I just don't think they have enough in their playbook to compete against this team. I honestly don't even know what my recommendation would be for FlyQuest in this moment.
Being a little stubborn about
I think if you're losing that many 1v1s against a team that's just like better matched up against you,
layers to show them.
I don't know what you have going for yourself.
Marginally successful.
I mean, you could argue maybe try A site, I guess, but at the same time, if you're losing just trades, what do you do in the situation?
There are pushes coming in on. I feel like
I would say probably play their default game and go for picks, because you're gonna because Heroic's just feeling too confident. But the thing that Heroic needs to do right now is to be aggressive but not overcheck their aggression.
Oh,
Sunpie!
What a shot. Sunpie get hit?
I don't know.
For only 82.
Because there is a thing that's too much aggression and too much
out
confidence.
Of his ear. He hangs on, and with it, Tanir and LNZ going to make sure that this line has been drawn in the sand. No entries allowed here for FlyQuest towards that B site. They'll try valiantly to get out towards middle. Liaz, good attempt, but he's last man standing. And now you've allowed for a place where Heroic are going to feel unstoppable.
Yeah, seriously.
From the force buy to this score.
Yeah, Heroic just looks like they have zero weakness right now. You got to be feeling the pressure on FlyQuest. Like I said yesterday, I think they were getting away with some rounds that they shouldn't have.
I've gone all the way back to
against less dominant teams that they're going to play against Heroic. Like, you got to be on point, dude. Your shot's going to be on point, your strategy's going to be on point, your execution's got to be on point. Like, even if you plan to even take a round.
Well, I mean, at some point they weren't even winning best of 1, so
exactly.
But we're in this matchup, we're seeing the anecdote, as they say, or the proverb, the saying, there's levels to this. I think that's currently what we're watching.
And again, you've let them get into the groove. Dangerous place to be. xCloud, LNZ, Youngstar, all on the brink of double digits. Tanir is your highest performing player as expectations were set. And so FlyQuest have found themselves in the server versus the most selected, the most anticipated team to succeed at Stage 1 in Austin. And now we're seeing the caliber of Counter-Strike that everybody hoped to witness. Well, everybody other than FlyQuest fans.
Yeah.
Here's Liaz, able to get out from A main at least, trying to cause a bit of a ruckus, looking to serve up a distraction, but you still have 2 defenders
nice
here.
Shot.
One of them's dead. Youngstar single kill. LNZ is not able to stop that plan, so you've got FlyQuest starting to get into something a little more interesting. Unfortunately, no guns to be picked up, no Kevlar on Regali. Deagle in hand, so he'll get the answer back, but a single kill really all you can ask. 2 frags and a plant at the tail end of this first half. Oof, FlyQuest grasping at anything.
I think, unfortunately, this is some progress because it reminds us that on a lot of these ecos they've been totally shut down. We're
right now
not
it's
getting
looking
bomb
pretty
plants on
brutal
rounds
here
like
for
this. Very few kills in general
since
the earlier rounds.
Like not a joke.
So while it was close to start off with, it hasn't been for a while. And
this game that's currently going on Train here between
B8
and Wildcard. Wildcard just managed to take 2 rounds off of BA, and they are not. Wildcard's having a bit of a run. This might be a really interesting match. If they already got 2 rounds up, Wildcard might continue their wild run.
The half is
against a team that's predicted to do way better than them, especially in this stage 1. Way higher ranking, way better. This is sort of the opposite of what I think Heroic would want for themselves, is to see FlyQuest getting 2-0.
Pre-game interview from Heroic as well.
We'll see one more round here. We might switch over to the Train game.
They said, well, we're just going to come out
of
with
confidence, a little bit like a
see if their
I'd
game
be
plan can handle
surprised if
that.
FlyQuest brings it back.
I see confidence boiling over,
and
I see a round count that's gotten out of FlyQuest's control.
It's about to be
get back towards B lane. They do get first blood, but it's instantly traded back, at least by Tanir. Youngstar keeps those numbers even, and that double up towards middle is where FlyQuest find an opening. Bombs outside
That's what we want to see. They had full mid control
here on Regali's back. The question will be, do they expect Youngstar to take such a gamble, this risk of pressing against
They're playing
middle?
Smart, though. I like their decision making here in mid.
A lot of information.
They peeked out when they needed to, and now they're making an actual play, but I don't know if B's the move.
In the right spot to listen to this.
Youngstar did kind of shut them down earlier when they tried to do this. Youngstar also has util. He has a smoke.
In a
Youngstar, I think we smoked this, brother. I think we smoked and waste time, man.
Technically 1-on-3 until Sunpius
gets here. Very hard decision to make.
Ooh,
back out smoke.
For Liaz is no
you're getting aggressive. Why are we getting aggressive?
To his favor.
He's feeling
confident.
Sunpius
already here. They
nice
weren't
shot.
expecting that. So well
now
done
smoke.
to gather that info. Makes the correct play to put Sunpius in a clutch.
Now we got the battle of the brains here, and Regali is going to be walking
Molotov,
in full scoped.
Back out and util is smart.
Like it's destined to be silent for some time, but Regali
he's going to hear the bomb plan. That's going to be all the information that he needs to make this decision.
He'll score a plan.
Regali has no idea where he's at. It's op, be op.
Before that molly goes down, he's going to get him in the open.
Regali
responds.
A very lucky round here
Not bad.
for FlyQuest. Okay,
it's
maybe
a
this starts to come back.
And it's Regali to get the better of it. A second round to the board here for FlyQuest.
Let's switch over
a
to this
silver
round.
lining as we'll go into the final one of this half.
Unfortunately, we did miss the B8 clutch up here that they just had versus Wildcard. So Wildcard is an NA team that has really, well, NA mixed, we'll say, NA International, but has, I think, been really undervalued by just about everybody. They're not very high in terms of world rankings. They're not very high in terms of HLTV rankings. I don't think anyone really predicted them to be going 2-0 for this stage 1. And now they're in a game against B8, who was predicted to go 2-0, and we'll see which is the better team here. Like, I think Wildcard is having a bit of a run. I think they've been clutching up in their game yesterday, I believe, versus Lin Vision was probably the best game of yesterday's stage 1.
Look, this is crazy. I do love this type of calling. I'm going to throw a massive throwback in the mix here. Alternate attacks, Moon.
Whoa.
Chef Koch, those lads on Train. I would have been 16 watching crazy gambles on Train, and I'm just loving this. The amount of information and space that they're getting, they're giving this away. This is outside of the box Counter-Strike now from Bay, and this might catch up Wildcard.
Yeah, they're probably expecting a degree of respect. The bomb is making its way with this duo, though, so sure, Kensizor will flank. Should catch the main player. Headtrick has caught another, though. He's successfully defended this Ivy wrap. Suspect challenge! Headtrick's AWP has filled the feed for 3. Job is done. And just JBA left alone versus 1 versus 5. Good luck with that bomb.
This is a kill.
Under CT control. Yeah, he's going to exercise a bit of control, bit of restraint. Might even get the bomb and this one tap. Okay, a nice kill to start it off. Is there anything more from JBA here?
Wow.
Swung on. Doesn't go down.
Mental damage.
There we go.
Job done. And knife kill of successful. 1,500 bucks.
Actually, yeah, I think financially that's huge. It gets him up to 3,200, which would be the highest for his team. And I'm curious to see if we do get the force buy right now. We should, because of the loss bonus situation. So it means that he can have a Galil. Otherwise, that wouldn't have been the case. So yeah, not only is a knife a feel-good moment, the extra cash is there too. But this scenario from Bait is knowing that they're functioning with not full weaponry and not full utility, so they take the gamble, and they're essentially giving Wildcard enough rope to hang themselves.
Nice.
Right? Because they're still just going through their default, they're taking the space, but there's flanks coming in that you're not expecting. There's going to be gaps, especially if you're not just in that default spread.
This is copy boss on this other stream. Thank you, Heroic team and the entire staff. Before this game, I wasn't sure I was going to have a roof over my head or be able to put food in my kid's mouth. Thank you, Heroic. Please win the major.
That aforementioned Galil for JBA.
What the fuck?
Limit their options ever so, as 3 AKs were scavenged off the back of that. So a feel-good moment and a chance to turn the tide on the CT half. Coming out from Bait now.
All right.
What has been the theme of Stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major? No head-to-heads. That's the table again for Bait versus Wildcard. See how infrequently the names in attendance in Stage 1.
Cynthia's got a big test coming his way.
Nice knife.
An entire army, a horde of Tech 9s, and a smorgasbord heading towards this B site on a poppy pet tempo.
Just so limited on util.
Yeah, okay, they're through it. Cynthia testing his limits. Dan goes down empty-handed. It's just the one from Sonic. So they tried to jump in, and fair enough, it was just the isolated player. You're pushing incendiaries, it doesn't go well for you.
You can get a Viceroy, right? Because if you have a player just doing a multi-jiggle defense on the low
I appreciate that, man.
With this quick timing, the first player or two could potentially run through and you catch him off guard, but that was very well handled. The molly drops, then you tuck and you take a safe angle, forcing them to run all the way through the flames. They having to turn 90 degrees away from connector, your rotation comes in, and the perfect wombo combo, and even still, they played through a gray screen. So this is handled now. You can see Kenzazor just keeping them in that box. Beautiful. This is what we're going to see a lot of from Bait, is the sharp shooting. And in this environment, the fact that they bought themselves the buffer, this is a 2-0 game, looking to go 3-0 into
Was it M80 that Flom said was only good at train?
That the young Bucks can hold on to their nerves, because choking is a factor with names who are not going to find themselves in this environment too often. There it is. So Molly lands.
I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure which.
It was. That's exactly how you want that hold to go.
And that's that great screen you were highlighting as well. Fozy throws out that extinguish.
It's a Hail Mary, and right now it's an eco.
Okay, so a bit of respite from the chaos then. We should be having a rather convincing Bait round.
If you are just joining us, we've got multiple streams running simultaneously. There is another 2-0 match currently ongoing. Heroic versus FlyQuest.
Ooh, that's a banger.
Okay, Alex. Wow.
That's lovely from Alex. You can't really be upset about that. What, you get 3 of the 4 people that were pushing you? You're not upset? Sure. And M4's fallen into Fozy's hands, but shouldn't be too much for his teammates to deal with.
As long as you don't lose the AKs, or especially the AWP. This is the type of round where 1 casualty is okay, 2's a little bit more questionable, and going down, that's miserable. But MPL taking the fight, and that's his right. In-game leader getting a couple of eeks, and they're happy with this. So 4-3 in the lead are Bait.
Have you decided where you draw the line in the sand for like a CT side on train? Like you're looking for the majority?
Train once upon a time used to be very heavily CT sided. I think even in CSGO with the older version, you were still looking like 11-4 halves were pretty standard play, but now we're in MR12.
All right.
I think 7-5.
Wildcard's going to do something here.
My level of expectation, but at the moment,
looks like JBA is having a game.
Less
Sonic and Susp not really in it currently.
That's the question.
All right, rocking out. I like this aggression.
There isn't that block you
I like the aggression.
Now a teammate Sonic
Can we do something with it? We know he's E-Box. Swing trade, guys.
Still holds on, wins his duel. It's already slowing down. Sus will catch
I mean, they know a guy's alley. Nice, Sus.
And he delivers. Be clear.
Let's turn up.
Yeah, the bomb now heading back towards Y.
Let's get something going here, boys.
Jaber's going to be there as well, as Fozy just stays at this beacon out towards Olof, completely unknown. So do they let Fozy play now? Look for some info before they regroup and go towards B, because if they head in,
they're going to be walking into B site, but we'll see if...
Aggressive, though. He's just gonna
nice shot.
Susp hasn't had to move a muscle, by the way, and he's gotten 3 kills. He's won the round. And Fozy, all this forward just positioning.
He saw both, though. They should just quickly go towards B. Both players
Did he see both?
Hedrick can beat them. One shot on the cross. He's missed it.
Wow.
Bomb should go
he's back to site. Wow, JBA.
2v2.
You can't let that happen.
Right here. Fozy getting caught. A follow-up as well, a 2v2. This was supposed to be a guarantee. Now it's all onto one man's shoulders. Sus for the ace clutch, 4 kills.
Sus knows where the guy is. He has read on him. He hears him. He knows where he's at.
He's waltzing through the smoke. He hears you coming. He knows he's got you.
He's just running too much.
A sensational round from the Swede.
He saw the swing. Nice.
It's the round. The one-man army ties it up.
All right, guys. Hey, you're playing a good team, man. You're playing a good team. They're taking the TO.
This time the kills come his way, but bows them out in the clutch. And we
all right, FlyQuest look like they've taken a couple rounds here at the start of the switch. Kind of a big round, I think, for Heroic. No, not yet. Technically, maybe they lost. Maybe lost the previous round. FlyQuest, I guess they're doing something here. I don't know what. But they're maybe rallying up a comeback.
They had one, they don't though. And now the trades are there. So still 2 kills out of Heroic, considering no real investments.
Okay.
Chip away at the FlyQuest momentum before it can really get going. But this is only a 4-round game. So FlyQuest, those last 2 rounds of the first half and a second pistol.
Interesting for FlyQuest.
Those are the first 2 main ingredients of a comeback.
I assume they won the pistol round.
I think what was a key to victory yesterday.
They went 9. Was it 9-3? Was it a curse?
And we're probably bringing a tiny bit to today.
We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Gonna walk through. Susp, he gets out, and he's got a nice opening. Catches
nice. Susp opens it up.
Now they flood into the site.
JBA lurking the back halls.
Could be joining and flanking onto Ken's.
Kenzer almost gets a double.
Now his position noted, and
JBA knows where he's at. Knows exactly where he is.
Back of the site.
Nice flash. Not in time though.
Alex makes it a 2v2. Sus was progressing, had his back turned. Bomb is knife out running B.
Nice shot.
He's caught a head trick. That's a magnificent shot to hit. He can win the round right here.
You saw him? Oh.
That misses it, whistles it past the ear of Alex.
He's lit. Oh no.
1v1 for that low HP rifler. 2 kills deep for Alex.
1v1 JBA versus Alex. He has plenty of time. He knows where he's at. Does he go CT? This could be interesting.
Just no kid.
JBA will hear him.
Oh, he knows where he's at. This should be over. Yeah.
Recommended.
Should be GG.
Alex is just going to play forward.
There's no way he's expecting me. I mean, he'd not expect him to be here.
This one, and
the timing is unfortunately awkward.
There's really no way back now. Molly in to try and flush
him out. He hears him. He's running away. Yeah, he's going to save the AWP.
If he gets away with this, Jaber's going to track him down. He'll take the round. The AWP's the prize possession.
Oh, almost.
Take the shot. Doesn't know how low he is, and he needs to run. He needs to hide. He's actually hanging around close Ivy. He could still go down and lose this.
Oh, the walk from JBA. He's gone the wrong way. Wow. Wow, I can't quite believe that. I mean, I was admiring the restraint initially from JBA. When he threw the nades, when Alex, threw the nades, I thought, okay, well, you could be peeking now, but you haven't because you're playing for the round. I get that. But the second you hear that sound cue on the save, you'd like to think you're ready.
I think this must be prep from Bait coming into this game, potentially expecting the train pick. If you take a look at their matches in the past, they definitely have the main control rounds. We just haven't seen them go for it. There's been so much more of a focus.
Calls him a rat.
This team
all right, JBA pushes. Feeling it.
So they save the AWP, they get the
JBA is happy, looks positive.
Down main, and now they will pivot. Now they've realized they have to deal with the hemorrhage.
The flashes are good onto Kenzie.
Okay, walk out, spray down, but a trade though.
Oh, that's fine.
This is 4T. 3 on a 2, and head trick goes down. This is looking really bad for B8.
Was unnoted or unexpected.
Really, really bad.
Loving the pace of this though. Round's already over.
Unless the Senthiel can do something, which no, not possible.
Gets them 6 guaranteed.
Dude, I think Wildcard is inspiring a mental offense here against B8 that I don't think B8 has a good response to. And we are looking at this FlyQuest versus Heroic game. People are spamming, haha, oh my god, W, let's go. I wonder if Heroic lost or what just happened here.
Starts it off by holding front cave, comes back to the bomb site he'd lost, and takes it back with style.
Wow. I was just about to say, man, the trades have been so good up until this point, but now they've lost 2 rounds in a row. Now it's looking like the first half again. Instead, this game becomes real again.
Vexite.
Is what we're watching.
Clutched it up there for a FlyQuest, and a TO just came out. So Heroic looks like they won a round in that second half, but then FlyQuest came back. FlyQuest, unironically, Heroic looking more like FlyQuest than FlyQuest did yesterday as a result of this game. This is a very interesting matchup here that's going on in this game. I thought Heroic was going to take off with it, but it looks like they conceded a few rounds to FlyQuest. They may be still inspiring a comeback Could be a big round coming up here for Heroic, but they are down on economy, just Galils and Deagles, so this might be another one for FlyQuest, just going off of economy. We got a player with a fucking MP9 chilling.
Yeah, but they forgot to hit 911. Nobody coming to help you. Don't choke now, Heroic.
Heroic choking slightly.
That's wild. Gives up a lot of his HP, but luckily knows he's bolstered by Vexite. And Nedek, the two of them inside of the cave with one. But look at this timing to just walk out A main. Catches Liazov. He controls it well. Somewhat.
Dude, that MP9, man.
Missed a few bullets there.
That MP9 is disgusting.
Could have been worse for
this looks like for Heroic, though. Possibly. Well, maybe not now. 2 versus 3. Youngstar lurking with 10 HP. Oh!
Retake attempt from Nedek. He just swings back sight before anybody can help him.
He knows where the bomb is.
This is the kind of retake for FlyQuest with low health that gets sprayed off of a defuse. In's still sitting on 100 HP, so they put him on that bomb, but
he doesn't hear the defuse.
Stick, and Youngstar seemingly can't quite line
nah, he doesn't hear the defuse. Unfortunate.
Oh! He got him off! Bomb still ticking. He's got to go. The final second.
He's pulled it off.
And the final few shots from Youngstar.
Wow, this man works well alone. Youngstar, another solid clutch.
Wow.
It wasn't his last.
Wow, that's devastating for FlyQuest.
Dust 2 coming up next.
That's devastating for FlyQuest.
Inferno to be the third and decider.
Right, Wildcard looking very strong here.
One of the teams towards the, I'd say, upper echelons of stage 1. Heroic is the...
Yeah, that definitely reset the vibes. Any plan of a comeback that FlyQuest was having there just got shut down by a 3 versus 1 towards a Heroic eco round. And they lost by the last second shot to the 10-second diffuser. No kit, for some reason, out of FlyQuest. Absolutely sent them there in that round. That was brutal to watch. I don't know. I don't think they come back from that, I'll be honest. I'd be surprised if FlyQuest does anything more off of that. That was crazy. My first game might be going to Heroic off of this. We're still keeping up with this wildcard round. This is a big round. Wildcard versus B8.
I feel they have to try and lock down this main control.
B8 is favored to win, and Wildcard is having a bit of a wildcard run here, living up to their name for this series.
So they could take the fight ahead of camera. This time they're not out, so as that's called, B block smoke now lands. There's a rotation back over towards this side to help out the Senthiel. It's going to be that of Head Trick, but going to have to do it with only the A1S. No scope in hand, and they're setting up for what could be a full B execute. 3 towards high ramp. Lurk smoke dropped, and is there the follow through? Another player rotates. 3 players to deal with this.
Yeah, NPL's going to slide into oil. This is a lineup from Fozy for this exact position of Essential on that lamp spot. Here there comes the commit. Stan, JVA into the site.
Okay.
Does dispatch of one down that ramp. Ooh, a little bit of damage. There's NPL.
Wow, MPL.
Double kill from him may not be enough.
So many trades. 1v1 again. It's like every round is 1v1 here. Busy. Oh, he knows where he's at. That was enough for him to do.
Bad premonition either way. 40 seconds, a chance to play this one out.
He thinks he's on site already.
Get another 40 seconds on the clock to win this.
Yeah, he's just picked up a smoke as well.
What is going on here?
Completely overthought this.
Yeah, what is Alex overcooking or what?
Lost track of each other. Fozy's thinking he has to be close. The nades come in. Alex has thought, hold up a second. Has he rotated away? I didn't see him. And now he might even second guess it again.
Wait. Okay, will Alex just stay here?
Fozy has to finish B now, right?
Yes.
He's committed towards high ramp.
Yeah, you don't have time to like be tricky with it.
Any more contact. It's going to be harder now when he goes.
This is mental game right now.
Alex at this point, he realizes it's not going to be
outside.
It's
mental game.
Has to commit to the plan. Default comes in.
Yeah, that was a huge mental gameplay.
And a headshot presents itself, comes out Cotton swinging.
Flash. He knows where he's at.
Hanging on the ladder, the pressure's on Alex, but the molly spread.
Oh wow.
10 HP. 10 HP for Fozy to come up clutch.
No kit.
Smoke on the bomb again.
No, he has a kit.
Picks up the shot, picks up the round.
Damn.
Alex, Fozy, a bizarre turn of events in the 1v1.
That was pretty crazy.
5 to work with. It's wild card.
Looks like Heroic might be winning here in a second for their game. I don't know. It's 2 versus 4 with the bomb down.
Comfortable looking 4 versus 2, but there's no kit on the play. Very little utility now. None that the Molotov's been thrown out just to clear that back time. Youngstar again trying to get the flank going. LNC's been able to get off site, but he loses his teammate. We've had a lot of clutches posted up here from Heroic, but not this time.
FlyQuest takes that round. Not out of the game just yet. Okay. Wow, any good games so far? These two games that are happening right now are pretty interesting. I'm not sure if this FlyQuest versus Heroic game is good. I mean, it's been kind of sad to watch FlyQuest a little bit with it, but they're maybe rallying a comeback. Complexity versus NRG, that was fun to watch. I would say, right? I think Linvision versus Nemiga is probably entertaining, just because Nemiga rallied a comeback versus Linvision, who was taken off with it earlier. It's probably the better game of today, quote unquote. But we're now in the best of 3 series between both teams, or all 4 teams that are currently 2-0, to see which team will advance to the next stage. All right, well, we're in a side switch here. Gonna watch the rest of this Heroic versus FlyQuest game.
I'll give Heroic that. And
the complexity show up this time.
Impressive moments from FlyQuest, but just swiftly all the hope gets taken away.
And so pressure on the New Zealander in Netic to make this
looks
happen.
like 4 versus 1. It should be for Heroic.
Corner occupied. And it is with confidence that Heroic will step forward with a win on map 1 and your opponent's map pick to boot. That pre-game interview when they said we're just going to play it out with confidence and see if they can contain us. The answer, a resounding no.
Confidence was all on the side of Heroic, and that's what we're seeing.
Game 1 of the best of 3 series versus FlyQuest. So FlyQuest is going to have to win 2 games in order to go into 3-0 advancements. They're in a very tough spot here against Team Heroic, who I think had the most favored picks to go 3-0 for these stage 1s. That was Fly's pick. Let me see. Yes, it was FlyQuest's pick for Ancient. And we're currently watching Wildcard's pick for Train. I don't know. I'm wondering if Flom said that Wildcard was the Train Merchants.
Well, looky here. It's Amaranth versus Dendy. It is 3 rookies in bait trying to step up and deliver at a major. This is the EU Tier 2 grinders taking on, well, I can't call them North American. Chad's not going to let me anymore.
They're an international team.
They're an international team with an American flair.
In North American clothing.
In a North American clothing, yes. Okay, cool.
I think is Amaranth streaming right now?
Is she? Are you looking?
I can't see her streaming.
Maybe she's watching. Maybe we're on the big TV in the mansion.
We're rooting for Amaranth's team.
It doesn't mean they're not watching, though.
A wise man once said, pistols are an important part of Counter-Strike. Oh, and we're already getting
big pistol round coming out here.
Kenzizor was committing to it. Was that a Molotov?
Wildcard wants this round.
And it kind of worked. They're in. Like,
Susp goes down.
And he's even gotten a kill from main. Forced to rotate. JBA under scrutiny.
Okay, JBA and Sonic, I feel, gets the trade. Stanislaus turning up, gets traded by Head Trick.
And Head Trick needs to live. He's done
2 versus 1.
Takes down the double
Head Trick does kill Sonic. Very unfortunate.
Fozy rotates, and so does Head Trick.
Fozy needs to do something here, but Bombs is leaving.
The fact that
What's
he
going on here?
For the default plant, knows that Kenzizor's going to have the rotation. Now Fozy has a couple of options, and he's going to be heard right now.
Fozy needs to win this 1v1. He hears them. Oh no.
The percentages.
No, they're going to play the cross. Very smart.
I mean, fair enough.
He's not giving him a 1v1.
I'll give him that, Alex. Right, you can't be critical. Playing for that round. That is the most important part of it. He's going to be isolated.
Nice shot.
Fozy, a quick click.
Excellent
now,
shot.
Actually a 1v1. Kenzizor.
Now does Kenzizor have the mental? He sees the foot. He sees the foot.
He's low HP. Misses his chance. Got to get on that diffuse now. I can't believe he's just sticking it. Hoping Kenzizor really overthinks this. 5, 4, 3. Kenzizor. 2, 1. Oh, mother of pearl. That's close.
Very good at counting, though, isn't he?
Yep, true.
So, picture perfect in one way. Fozy thinking, do I
well,
really
BA definitely needed that round. That's for sure.
No, you don't. Denied at the final hurdle.
Okay.
And what's
BA can start coming back.
No Kev, because he did buy a molly.
Yes. Not that Wildcard was running off with it, but Wildcard was definitely having the lead for the most consistent amount of time last half.
Second half, it will be.
But B8 really needed this pistol round, so this was quite big for them.
And a great shot there from Kenzie.
Let's see if Wildcard can start the shutdown.
Playing time
B8's shutdown on T side.
Oh, that's lovely. Headtrick, he's just gone and said, I know you don't have everything. I'd like to take a duel, please, and Sonic is obliged.
Okay, JBA gets the MP9 pick. Oh, walking out, Susp. Almost a double. Double would have been big. Stanislaw knows that there's an MP9 in there, but he doesn't see the AK.
That smoke. Is he
going to play the smoke?
Will Kenzizor have a lapse in judgment and focus?
Very smart play by Kenzizor to stick back
now.
and not to get aggressive.
It's a 2v3 situation, sure. Stan's going to, on the fade of the smoke, understand that main's
clear and be able to find himself
a weapon to work with. Fozy's still over towards the B bomb site. Essential over towards White Wall stairs with the bomb on his back.
Essential with the MAC-10, though, could do something crazy here.
For me is the fact that Fozy does have this 5.7, and I'm saying that's the new pound-for-pound best gun in the game.
He's tracking them. He doesn't know where they are just yet.
Headed his direction. If he's looking low ramp, there's no
real
way that they're going to be able to force him off of this
I
angle. He's actually dipped back towards Thomas, so less potent now, but it's in his wheelhouse. Fozy needs at one minimum to give Stan a chance.
Fozy can do something.
He's too far away.
He just needs to do one. He probably hears him here shortly. Nice, that's one.
Does get his one. Any more on the horizon, getting closed in on. It's nice from Kenzizor to secure it and facilitate a plant.
Stanislaw
really
can
time
win this.
For Stan to keep his crawl.
Winnable.
Okay, different plan.
Difficult but winnable.
Open up the post for Kenzizor to play it from CT spawn, and now considering the flank, should it have this one netted up?
Yeah, it should be theirs now. Stan's MP9 does round that corner. Not a hard clear onto Essential.
Unlucky.
Nice 90-degree angle adopted. Job
NT,
done.
but good for
so
eco.
A different flow of rounds. Within the first half, after Bait lost
not the worst
pistol,
eco situation they could find themselves
and then
in.
Brought the rifles out into round number 3. Stan has called his troops into a force for round number 2, which will now see the eco. So a 3-0 conversion on the table to start the second half.
You said great round.
Only thing that could unravel them right now is some stack nades, 4 of which invested a flash as well. Couple of pistols for good measure.
All right. Wildcard a little down on economy.
Damage done.
A little awkward, but good nades.
Yeah, Alex is hanging on by a single thread, a nerve ending. Ooh,
nice shot.
There's that 5-7 popping heads. He's overlooked the corner. He's overlooked the corner.
Oh, wow.
The flash was so good.
Alex doesn't know. JBA, okay.
Bait, that's a crazy
round.
Essentials just farmed him up.
Could have gone for anyone's.
Okay, they picked
economy's
up
still not super strong.
Otherwise, it would have been 2 MAC-10s carried forward. So fortunate there.
4
now,
B8.
Right now, Kenzizor could drop the AWP across to Headtrick. He could drop an AK back
Wildcard
to Kenzizor,
is still
and they
in
could be
it.
all good with a full buy.
They're definitely not out yet.
Does Headtrick want to operate with an AK-47? It looks likely at this current juncture.
Unfortunate loss of pistol round, so it puts them in this situation. But now they have some money.
On the other hand, will get out his AWP into the sandwich.
They have good buys. Fozy on the op. Full util. Let's see what happens here. We don't know what happens here.
I don't hate the idea of just going for an early B execute.
It could be anyone's game.
I think if you make it look like a default round,
which is very strange considering that Wildcard was not favored to be this competitive.
JBA is on his own. Sonic rotating back now through Connector. So
placed very low in terms of world rankings, especially versus a team like B8.
They can't leer too far into pop because the AWP is here. So if you overstep the mark, even a jiggle, if Fozy's quick, he'll take that opening pick. But now there's 3 players on B.
Okay, info. No AWP on B, that's for sure. And no star, JBA.
So bad.
They weren't ready
Boy,
for
Sonic with the trades though. And we have a good rotates. Fozy with a shot.
And now into the side is Headtrick.
Sonic saving this, but Headtrick does take Sonic.
Bomb to be retrieved, but he's actually going to try and isolate.
What does Sus do here? He doesn't see him. 4x3, 4x3. Chat spam 4x3.
Okay, guys.
We've had some crazy moments with players not seeing each other when it feels like they should, but it doesn't matter. No harm, no foul, tied up, 8-8.
I'm hoping that was just a teammate screaming at him like, Fozy, you saw him, you saw him, you saw him. Sus didn't start running. It wasn't scary. It wasn't scary. I just got a little scared.
Well, Sonic, again, just a key couple of kills there from him. Because 2 frags coming in low round, you think you have an open sight. But having to be silent, going through white walls to not give away those sound cues,
someone in this comment section
the approach.
Said FlyQuest is a Valorant team.
Away we go again, back in with the buy.
All right, here we go, big round. Wildcard needs to take another one off of B8 to set them back. Because they still have enough to make this round competitive. However, Kenzizor with the Galil,
Fozy's AWP can pivot into those fights.
Despite them having full armor, this should be in the favor of Wildcard. And again, Stanislaw with MP9. This MP9 is just disgusting.
Block utility still working with a couple
I almost feel like the MP9 is better than the fucking Galil.
One just been dropped deep, Ivy.
So well, for a CT situation, I suppose.
Execution call
maybe a smaller map for T's. Susp looking for info here in main.
3 through pop.
B8 playing very patiently.
And Alex, does he go
starting?
Does he just join
starting and execute on the A site. We do see some smokes coming out. Oh my goodness, Susp
nice shot from
with the immediate shot. Susp
finds the
with the follow-up.
for the trade, an attempt from
Bozy already there.
Flat.
Op out. You have 3 players on it. A site.
Pixel gap he was
holding all the angles. B8 might want to rotate out of this one.
Oof, tough to get back into
Despite
this one
starting
now.
to execute.
You've been denied outside by just 1 player, essentially.
Maybe B sides to play.
And Stanislaw duoed up on this B bomb side together. So even if you turn in towards that, you're going to find yourself in a 2v3 situation.
Still nasty. That's crazy.
That tells me one thing. We're going to find ourselves in a safe scenario, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So Wildcard will be taking the lead once more, 9-8.
What? Round's over? Oh, they're saving.
Can't decide who looks like the better team.
I was like, does the guy have like a
so sure.
better feed than me?
This is going back and forth.
There's no time and they're saving it.
Susp's ace was phenomenal, and he's just had another impactful round there.
Susp is having a very good game.
He typically does. Whenever we
JBA is still on point. JBA has been doing good, and Fozy. These are all 3 players. All 3 players that you want to see doing well on your team. JBA, Susp, and Fozy. Them being in a good spot is very good for your team. I will say Stanislaw not having a good showing. So far from the games that we've seen, Stanislaw kind of holds back a little bit. I'm not sure if it's because he's an anchor player or what's going on, but even yesterday I think I commented that Stanislaw needs to wake up a bit for the game that they were having versus Lin.
You get no loss bonus behind those, and going into the next, you only get
Sonic turned up a bit.
That is going to force the 2 members coming into this round. Kenzas are an MPL. They're going to have to force behind the AKs, right? So you're going to need to see right now some Tech 9s. And
he's the IGL? Okay. So Stanislaw's the IGL. Got it.
No AWP available.
We'll see what happens. We do have a timeout here taken by B8. I think they definitely needed this timeout to reset
and this is where the game can get away from you.
Going into
because you've
the
gone
next
for that
round
save,
here.
sure,
But
it
so
means you're going to have
far,
more weaponry than you would have otherwise, but the flow and effect
is doing well. Who do y'all have winning the major?
So right now, you need to make this competitive.
I'm not sure. I'm sure.
Feeling mandatory if you want to stay competitive down the stretch on your opponent's map choice. That's to neck. Inferno has been a side-up.
They probably have the most picks for the major, but I think everyone has their own personal hopes that they'd like to see do well. All right, coming out strong with the nades.
Okay, that's the main smoke, and that's Sonic seizing early control of pop, but here's a little late pop flash.
Okay.
He's down after 1.
Sauce with the headshot, Sonic.
He's
getting a pick. Fozy getting a shot through the smoke with his AWP. Sonic with another headshot. And the nade to finish it out.
Well, different.
Great round for Wildcard. They're feeling very happy, very confident. They needed those rounds on CT, and as you can see, B8 feeling a little devastated.
There's a perfect
B8 did not look very confident. B8 looked a little down. And again, B8 was favored to win this matchup, and Wildcard is having a very good run so far in this stage 1. I think they want to keep this streak going. A mix of some NA players. I think they have a player from South Africa. I think there was 2 Danes. Very interesting composition of players, but obviously it's working well for them.
It's a geeky smoke, isn't it? Look at that. It facilitates the upper player.
Right, JB getting a little aggressive and lower.
That's thrown because we also
Sonic getting more control of main.
So does that
Trying to get that spray down. He gets a little bit of info, and again, this is another economy round for B8. They're saving and Susp.
It doesn't really matter.
Finishes them off with a grenade.
Dealing with it, especially after Susp finds
Senthiel trying to get a pick out of upper with his
Deagle. Found the first.
Trying to make something work here. I think both.
I mean, your player working main on that CT side, he's got to be the confident aimer, doesn't he? He has to be comfortable taking duels.
Slow walking again into halls.
JBA took a heavy lick there.
We'll see what they do.
47's on that CT side, and just Desert Eagles up against them, so there isn't much expectation. A bomb plant primary objective.
If you can get into B, that's a huge success in my opinion.
They're gonna try to, but I do foresee a shutdown for them, unfortunately.
Do we see the head trick AWP? Well, I don't think so without the bomb plan.
We'll see lots of Deegs.
Cannon.
Oh, look how ready he is.
JBA with the molly in hand.
They'll be running through the flames here. Doesn't even need to fight. Let Stan take that contact first. Perfection! JBA just the one. There's Sonic swings out of the connector to finish the job. That is the setup.
It is quite telling to me that the communication is flowing very nicely for Wildcard. They seem to have a really nice understanding of what's happening on the map. It's freeing up these rotations, so as soon as any traction comes in, there's always another player sweeping forward, and they seem to have the right dougs in the right places.
I can't help but feel that in a couple of those rounds, it has been just Susp sitting in main going, you're fine. Yeah. You're absolutely fine.
No one's picking, no one's forcing me back, and the fact that you're getting this combination of Susp and Fozy to lock down main. Now, you see that position that Fozy just adopted with the AWP back of the red train. That's something we saw Woxic in the early days of Train using. And after the AWPer sits idly by at Ivy for the first 30 seconds, he gets to be a little bit more active. You play the rifles forward first, you lock down main, you lock down pop. But right now, Fozy has a great spawn, so let's see where he wants to take this. Still no AWP on the T side, so clearly not part of the game plan.
Oh, he's throwing out a preemptive extinguish.
Okay. NPL with a strong start. Susp. Turned out now this is a buy round for B8. Desperate round. They need this round if they want to stay alive for this game. Sonic getting tricky. Oh, Stanislaw with an AWP shot.
Another one takes his place. He's got
Sonic walk through the smoke. He knows where they are. Getting some tags. Oh, getting spammed through, and a team kill by MPL and Kenzazor.
You know what? Wildcard, they're a little better off.
Oh, head trick with the head tap.
Head trick, headshot.
Stanislaw needs. Oh no, he peeks out a little too much.
Too close to the cover. Head exposed and deleted. That's a big round.
Stanislaw, I think, peeked a little too much there.
Gets the opener onto Fozy, going for that aggressive maneuver, hoping to extinguish the molly
coming
in
towards
towards
Pop.
Playing here shortly
for their round 2
able to find that opener.
in their best of 3 series versus FlyQuest for their map selection of Anubis.
On our screen, they were all lined up.
Looking cheery.
He forces out the team kill short.
They seem like happy guys.
But would have loved a kill to go with it, and some tiny shooting from Headtrick as well as MPL to secure the round. But the CTs,
big round here for
cash. They're into the buy once
they
more.
need this round, and they need the next one too, but likely... Oh, just walking out, just a frag fest. 3 versus 4, Alex getting a pick on a Sonic. They're getting very aggressive. I think they realize that's what they need to do. JB with a grenade pick onto Alex, who was already pretty low.
Around that camera smoke is a dangerous game.
Stanislaw very low.
6 HP on him, and now you can see cooking up trouble.
JBA. Stanislaw sitting in the back, same spot as he was before.
Oh, that's an
NPL does not spawn him. Stanislaw with a shot. Head trick with a trade. NPL taking out a very low Stanislaw. Up to JBA.
Not able to find it. NPL's out on a bit of a heater right now. A couple of great rounds back to back. Puts himself on the top of the table and puts his team just 1 round away.
Musters a win there.
And getting fired up there, so a bit of fire in the belly. They know that they've likely dealt with the funds that the CTs had residual.
Very aggressive play from B8, and it's worked for them both times. They were just not able to get there in time to contest them. We're not able to get smokes out. We're not able to get utility out before B8 ran to site and took over.
But a bit of a pace change.
Very, very unlucky past 2 rounds for Wildcard. They cannot put it away against B8.
Head trick as well.
This is looking a lot like the Lin Vision game.
And they're actually going to shove all
but B8 is just by all metrics here is set to be a better team overall.
For at least
should not be this competitive to begin with for Wildcard.
Operate with an SMG as well. He will.
Either way, Wildcard making the game competitive. And obviously having a very difficult time.
Yeah, you just heard that. I don't have
this game away.
So at the moment, that's going to limit the openings, and it's been quite pacey. So are you going to call the bluff? Do you think that they will go out the guts the middle again, or
Heroic might, Wildcard might be playing for overtime here. We'll see. No, they still have enough money for a half buy, a somewhat buy. Just enough. Glass Cannon coming out with the op, 2 MP9, some utility.
As we get this one started.
This is a huge round coming out for Wildcard. They need to win this round. B8 slowed the pace down, not pushing through main like they did the past 2 rounds. This might bite them in the ass, honestly. This might not be good for them. Changing things up now, I think, is not what they need to be doing. I think they should be still putting pressure on where they found weakness in Wildcard and not letting them mentally reset. Letting them work B site now that they don't see an A push. I think they might be making it a little too obvious. But what do we have here with Fozy? Walking out, missing the op shot. Alex taking him out. We have 0 commentators now. We're just watching straight up spectating mode. No gameplay. NPL getting a 2-pick. NPL trading out for JBA. JBA getting a shot on this. Oh my goodness. And B8 puts it away. Wow. Wildcard did not want that. Now we have an eco round coming out from Wildcard, which is definitely not what they want to do. They already 4-spot that previous round. Another timeout coming out. Very smart. We do have this FlyQuest versus Heroic. What happened to the announcers? Where's commentary? They turned them off? Oh, I hear some mic popping. Okay. Tech issues.
Where they had a good reason to split the site they were initially aiming at, but they got a little scared by just the default utility protocols from xCloud and then try to change it up maybe too much. Maybe they weren't expecting to get that kill on LNZ or see anybody in camera on the cross. But
I missed his FlyQuest round.
That looked like a bit of a chance to get back into the
Looks
round.
like FlyQuest won the pistol round.
To win it the hard way, but they did.
Again, this is Heroic's map pick, and as you can see, the bet is very much in the favor of Heroic.
Round win situation.
It is 8-1 for Heroic.
They did lose to a force buy in the first pistol, so trying to avoid it at all costs here yet again. And I think an opening kill versus an aggressive angle from Tenier bodes well. Until you come flying through smoke and meet 5-7s. These ghastly 5-7s. Liaz double kills clean. You've got Sampayas now at bat, and he's going to go down with just that single frag. So 1 versus 3 here for Youngstar. MP9, and an unexpected arrival for the time being. Not too far away. It is winnable, albeit unlikely. Half health for Ince. Not ideal. Youngstar's just going to let this one breathe for a second. Ooh, gets contact versus Netic. Now 2 players down to half health.
I think he's going to know where the next player is.
Right, somewhere on site. Yeah, look down. You've got it. And the flash comes through the window. He knows that third player's on long, but Ince able to hang on for dear life, as that's 2 players standing to the FlyQuest.
All right, 2-0 for FlyQuest.
Converted for 2.
Yeah, converting is huge. Then I was expecting Heroic to just, with especially how comfortable they are on Anubis, for them to be able to pull out this second round. So good start here. It's the T side where you're really going to make your bread, of course, if you're on Anubis. If they're going to pull out their first Anubis.
What's up, Tactical? How you doing?
Memory, it's going to be with a strong T side. So cheering for FlyQuest to make this series as competitive as possible, of course.
Yeah. They're trying to make it competitive. Good to see it.
Oh, what a beauty of a shot from xCloud. That's 1 dig in. They answer back, but it'll still rock you a little bit mentally. How many more pistols are there around the corners, you're wondering?
Well, luckily for them, they're set on fire. Good damage done. Liaz and Inz doing a good job of combining here to clear out the entirety of the site. And that's a bomb plant, so a 3-0.
On lunch break, hell yeah, I should be getting myself some lunch here soon.
Not bad for a team with a 0% win rate on Anubis.
They're buffing the stats up a little bit here.
Wow, FlyQuest is 0% win.
Sure is like, don't overcomplicate
I assume it's in land on Anubis.
If they do go a little faster throughout this half, if they do go for...
That's kind of crazy. Okay, that'd be a crazy win for them on Anubis versus Heroic.
Easier to get behind if you're a teammate of In's. If he's just calling simple stuff, you're believing in it and you're relying more on individual level entries and things like that.
Major tech issues in the B8 versus Wildcard game. Towards the end of it. Hopefully they get that figured out.
Up in hand, though, for Sampayas.
Unfortunate.
Well, looks like a nice timing spin found. I don't know if they recognize the opportunity at hand.
Big round here for Heroic. Now they have a buy. Vexite getting a headshot there on xCloud. Okay. LNZ with the smoke picks.
Spray out of LNZ. 2 kills and more than half on Netic. It's looking like a bomb plant. LNZ's going to test this, though. Comes out from smoke early. No trade immediate. Tenier will find one back, and Youngstar's got the cleanup duty done.
Easy cleanup for Heroic.
Standing for Heroic.
Oh,
wow.
You need new IGL, he said.
Rude.
Damn.
That is rude.
It's a little bit rude.
LNZ's a new IGL.
He's working on it.
Damn.
He's doing a good job.
But also, speak your truth, LNZ. Speak your truth.
Yeah, why do we let other people talk shit? We don't let LNZ.
Nice, boys! Nice. Bring back Dexter, maybe. You need new ideas.
Guys, listen to this.
Yeah.
All right. Heroic trying to get some morale here, trying to rally some mental buff. Mental debuff towards FlyQuest, but if they're feeling good, they're going to play good. That's the idea. Oh,
that looks promising.
A couple of other defenders here behind me.
Oh, wow. What a shot. Through the smoke. He had no business hitting that.
Still a duo on the defense, though. If they think the numbers have been thinned, it's not by all. Still, E-box control for the T's. Long control ready to go.
Yeah, this V8's game versus Wildcard. I wonder what's going on, man.
Tanir's just juggling guns.
Are they getting ready to play? I see the tech issues thing down. Are we getting back into it?
FlyQuest might need a new in-game leader. Heroic, looks like you need some aim.
Damn.
Yeah, Taken, said that when they were down 3-1.
All right, looks like FlyQuest took that round. Might be a save for her, Heroic. All right, here we go. B8 versus Wildcard tied up. And Wildcard is currently very low on money. Okay, we still don't have announcers. That's fine. Welcome back, guys. I'll be your announcer here for this game. We don't have commentators because they're probably having microphone issues, but it looks like... Oh my goodness, B8 is just opening up right away against Wildcard. But they are down on money. It's a pistol round. Probably a throwaway round. They might be playing for the overtime. Santiago getting a pick on the Stanislav with the headshot. Getting a little too cheeky, walking up that ramp, trying to make something work. Posey playing up on rafters. Pushing through the smoke. This is smart. Not really. And Santiago puts it away for this eco round against Wildcard. Now, Wildcard has been looking rather dominant for their CT side. Now, they switch, for their T side. Now swapping over to CT side. They're going to have to make something work here and hopefully tie up this game and go into overtime just like they did yesterday versus Lin Vision, which was arguably the better game. Although we had a lot of good games yesterday, but Lin Vision versus Wildcard was definitely a game that a lot of people, I think, enjoyed due to the nature of it going into overtime. B8 making a split here. Already have a player walking into lower, making himself come out of hell. We'll see if Wildcard can read that, stacking on A side, which is what they've been doing for this entire half, is putting lots of players, putting Fozy in the back with an op. You do see a lurk coming out of Alex. There's a smoke there, though. Slowly walking into upper halls. Stanislav ready with what I assume is his HE grenades, the only utility that he has available. They'll be playing for time here. They need to make this round work to put it away, or Stanislav needs this round to go into overtime. Both teams very desperate for this round specifically. We hear a flash coming out of A site. Could be a fake. Alex still lurking outside of Ivy. Fozy not able to get that read just yet. Might see a trade here soon. Fozy's starting to rotate, throwing a smoke down into Ivy. See if Alex does not lurk it. There's a Molotov there, the flashbang. Do we see a read? We do see a T-sided smoke. Now players are coming out of B. The B call has been made. Flashes, 3 Molotovs, ready for the execute. Stanislav trying to get this pick. Sonic with the headshot on the NPL. Head trick, trading onto Sonic. A bomb is being planted, but not. JBA stops it with the stuff. He stops it. Devastating. Bomb is down on the site. 2 versus 4. Wildcard may have rallied here. A comeback into overtime. This was not their round to win. They're able to bring it into overtime, though. Possibly Alex, though, still has more to say. JBA with the headshot. JBA with the double. Putting this game in overtime. Holy smokes. The overtime warriors. I don't know what Flom said about these guys. He said he said they had no business going this far, but they're proving their worth right now against a team like B8, who, again, was likely the top contender in this matchup. But Wildcard having a run of the century here, keeping themselves alive for a possible 3-0 advancement, which I don't think really anybody predicted when they were doing their pick'ems. I'll tell you that right now. Having said that, I put Complexity as going 3-0, and it did not pan out that way in the games that we have watched them play. Very unfortunate. Hopefully Heroic brings it back for my own personal pick'ems. I do have a exclamation point pick'ems, or pick'em, P-I-C-K-E-M, if people want to see that. But either way, it doesn't really matter, just for the people that were asking. But I'm hoping that we do have some commentary here, so I don't have to talk, because I was not ready for this particular shoutcast session that we were about to experience here in this B8 versus Wildcard game. I'm going to switch over. Heroic versus FlyQuest.
There you
are.
We're back. There you are as well.
Hello.
Okay, sorry everybody.
You're good.
We overloaded the power. We were being too energetic that we added to the extra overload in the room, and everything shut on down. So
all good.
Fortunately, the game was able to continue without us. Please don't replace us. But we are back now, and well, for the meat and potatoes, the overtime, what everybody tunes in for. Wildcard versus Bait down the stretch. Cash broken. Wildcard having to force it to overtime, and here we are. Wildcard's pick. Dust2 up next. A 2-0 match. Winner
FlyQuest is winning their game on Anubis. This is very surprising to see.
And a couple of other top teams,
but we are still in overtime in this Wildcard versus B8 matchup. Definitely a hype game right now that's going on in front of us in the best of 3. This is still the first game of the best of 3. Both teams want it bad. Sonic with the trades. Alex with the follow-ups. Head trick. Getting susp. Alex killing GBA. I think commentator's power went out again. Very unfortunate, guys. Hope you get that figured out. But don't worry, I am here. Fozy with the op. Making this a 1 versus 3. We'll see if he's able to do something for this first round of the overtime. Again, they'll have a few rounds to be able to turn this around, even if they do lose this one. Fozy, not sure if he'll be saving the op. The bomb is down to B site. This is kind of an unwinnable round, really, for Fozy, between having to rotate to B site and contesting 3 players, even if they are low, which is very unfortunate for Wildcard. Again, I think B8's strategy here is to come out hot onto A site, try some flash, try some smoke, executes, but then quickly rotate into B site. I think they've found that B site may be their best bet, just hinging on the fact that they're able to get the bomb down, which they almost did in the previous round, or getting aggressive on the A site. Now they're utilizing both strategies. Get aggressive on the A site. If you can make something happen there, work it. If you can't, swap back to B site. I think this has been working for them. And it's very contingent on Sonic holding a shutdown, whether or not Susp and JBA can pop off. Now, obviously, Fozy is their op angler. He's been able to anchor down Ivy so far, but I do think they need to swap Fozy out, play more inside of A site or in the back of B site. I think him playing Ivy may be a little bit detrimental to their cause here if they're trying to stop that A-main push, which B8 is using towards their advantage here now that they've been able to read it. We see Alex going back into Ivy. He wants to make that lurk play happen. We see that default A execute with them going fast into upper halls. You do see a player coming out of hell. I'm not sure who this is. Sorry. Ascenthiel still working halls. He's been key there. Sonic getting the pick though on the Kenzior through the smoke. Big for Wildcard. NPL walking out, getting the pick on the Fozy. He now has sight control. Sonic with a trade and a head trick. Sonic with 3 kills there. Big for them. Alex walking out. Trading Sonic, who trades for Susp. Susp has been spotted by Ascenthiel, who walked out of halls. And the perfect grenade by JBA to shut down that hell push. Good read by Wildcard in that situation. They definitely need to make something happen there. Very unfortunate play coming out of BA. They did the right stuff, but it was not enough to stop Wildcard. Was able to somewhat adjust, but like I said, Fozy, again, sitting in the back of Ivy with that op, waiting for the Alex lurk angle is just not something they should be doing. I just completely disagree with that. Just based on the very premise of timeout coming out here by B8, I think they're going to re-strategize here a little bit now that they're realizing that their play is not working out like how they thought they should be. And again, I think them taking B site is the best thing they could be doing for their current situation. They've been able to read that their B site is weak on train. I'm not sure if Wildcard is considered the train merchants. They're certainly putting up a fight against the team that is much higher placed in world rankings than they are. And this is what I've been talking about Wildcard. Even yesterday's games, they were very competitive and very fun to see. So I'm hoping that Wildcard puts it away in the first round. I think most people want to see just the underdogs do well, but of course, I don't think anybody had Wildcard to advance in their pick'em. So I definitely sympathize with folks that want to see B8 win just because they want those CS stickers. Anyway, NPL opening up Kenzior, getting the headshot on Sonic. Susp getting 2 kills. Big Kenzior trading up with Susp. This is in the favor of T's while they're walking onto A site. We do see a rotate coming out of JBA. Stanislaw with the pick. We definitely want to see him turn up a little bit. Let's see if he knows where the other T is. He does not. Now making this JBA versus 2 versus 1. Nice pick. He doesn't know where NPL is. This is going to be a very interesting 1v1. The bomb is down. He thinks that NPL is on site, but NPL went for the hard lurk. Best thing he can do in this situation is just to wait for the bomb plant until he gets more information. NPL walking onto site now. JBA contesting the swing. Now this is a swing game. It's anybody's swing. Who knows what can happen? Likely NPL peeks in and JBA is going to have to swing him with timing. Both players are aware of where each other are. JBA with a swing, but NPL with the headshot. Wow. Man, I was holding my breath for that too. JBA looks a little disappointed in that. I know that his heart's definitely beating right now off of that clutch situation that he was put into as Stanislaw was able to get some picks off of that 3v2, turning the round around for himself. And JBA having a very good performance, but it just wasn't enough off of that swing
with NPL hitting that headshot. Very good for B8 right now. Unfortunate for Wildcard. They needed at least one of those 2 rounds, which I think they were still looking to secure here in this overtime half. They need this round, or B8's going to seal it away. Wildcard needs to put a stop to B8's aggression. They need to shut them down here, or they will be going into the loser's bracket. Wildcard, like I said, has had a very good run so far in this stage 1. Let's see what B8 pulls off. We're looking like a slowed down default play with some utility coming out. Essential still playing lower. They've been putting him into hell to make sure that he can work out of that A-site swing if he can get down into electrical. We do see that they're putting somebody else here now instead. I'm not sure who that is. I can't tell by the player icons. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting the wrong feed. JBA, sorry. We're on the T side now for Wildcard. Misread by my part. Essential still working lower regardless. Stanislaw with 2 picks. NPL shunned down Stanislaw. Now a 3 versus 3. What can Wildcard do here on their T side? We've been playing CT for what feels like centuries now. But Headtrick missing that key shot onto Susp, who walks out with the headshot. And Fozy with the op onto Alex, making this a 3 versus 1. Does NPL have the heart for a 3v1? They know where he's at now. He's camping smoke, but Susp shuts it down, and Wildcard definitely needed that round, making this a 14-14. What is going to happen here? This has just been way too close to call it yet, which is very, very surprising. And I'm sure B8 is maybe feeling the pressure too as a result of maybe walking in here and thinking that this would be a stomp on their part. But again, Wildcard's been performing very, very well. JBA has been a key player in this game.
Everybody.
In the series of games.
Hello, everybody.
All right.
We've done it.
Commentators are back.
For now. For now, let's not...
I can't believe this game either. FlyQuest 8-1 versus Heroic. The matchups for this, the odds, was that it's going to be 8-1 in favor, or sorry, 8-1 in terms of bets. So maybe a lot of people are going to make a lot of money off this game.
What I see at face value, which is Stan and Headtrick both pulling the trigger successfully. They are fighting into this site. There's only really Alex in a position to do anything to disrupt this. The progression towards the site continues. Fozy's got the bomb main though, so Molly back bomb. Alex, oh, he's going to get lurked on as well. JBA is lingering in that Ivy smoke. NPL's arrived, and they've taken their sweet time, so smokes will fade. There's a way in which this could go wrong. Especially if Sonic hadn't hit that.
Wow, good shot, Sonic. Let's go, Wildcard. Let's put it away, boys. Let's put it away. Game 1. Nice shot.
It is 15 for Wildcard, though.
Nice
they are one away from picking up their map pick.
Yeah, important context. We're looking for 16 is the magic number. If we go 15-15, we do it all again. We had a double overtime yesterday with Wildcard versus Lin Vision in the server on Nuke. So the North Americans in the international colors. They're no strangers in stage 1 of finding themselves in the OT. It was a 13-1 into a 19-17, and right now another hard-fought affair in a best of 3.
They're paying for that 13-1. It was too efficient. You know, now they're in the best of 3s.
I think B8 might have lost the mental game here unless they're still in it. We'll see. They're just
make it 2 MP9s and only 1 M4.
Nice. JB with the first pick.
And it's JBA to throw that first.
They're just spraying from Masters through the smoke, but Headtrick still picks up with the MP9, dude. What?
Sonic very quick to this position. He should have one here.
The fucking MP9, bro.
Yeah, just backed in.
Nice shot, Sonic. Ooh.
Cast a glance.
Straight by MPL.
That potential.
Stanislaw walking out.
Rotation through Con, so now B is open. He doesn't know it, and neither do they.
3 versus 2.
and Headtrick are going to have to.
Oh, but they're both rotating the B site.
They partner up.
Oh, these are the 2 players that you'd want alive, MPO and Headtrick with the experience. Let's see if that
MPO
can be the
with
difference maker in a very tough
dude.
round
27
to
bomb
win.
on MPL.
Nah. Weaponry.
He's had a hell of a game, but so is Susp and JBA.
And maybe they have the jump. Positionally speaking, MPO is going to tuck in towards back bomb.
Smart.
In the right place. And with Susp such low HP, 26 frag haul might be kept there. NPL to finish him off. Nice clean headshot. And, oh, he spotted out another. Stan was up close. Fozy's trying to give him the angle. Nice find. Flank comes in. Not the weapon you want.
Nah, not the MP9. Not the MP9 from that far away, brother.
7 HP. He is cooked. Oh! Stan is ready for it. Hunts it down. Wildcard a map up. Overtime. They're no stranger to that, but they'll pick it up in the end. And now just one away from stage 2.
Great job, boys.
That was quite the finish to the map.
Good job,
I
guys.
think.
Way to put it away, man. That was a tough matchup, man. That was a tough matchup.
Otherwise, so that was
Wildcard has proven that they are meant to be here, man. What a good game. That was a really good game. All right. First one of the best of 3 for Wildcard versus B8. There's still one more map. I want to see what they're playing next. Looks like the next map will be Dust 2, and it's B8's pick. Train was Wildcard's pick initially. But what's going on in this game, man? FlyQuest versus Heroic. FlyQuest is up by 6 rounds somehow. Or are we just seeing half replays? Oh, sorry, they're up by 7 rounds against Heroic. Nobody expected this. This is Anubis, which is Heroic's pick. Everyone thought Heroic would be shutting this away.
Playing for FlyQuest, especially considering the circumstances of Anubis not having any wins.
Yeah, FlyQuest had no business winning this map at all.
It's going to force their hand by the looks of it, though. You've got everybody ready to hit this. You've got Dark Control as well, or so you thought.
Ooh.
It's a slide down from Youngstar, now looking to come back at sight. Where
looks like Heroic is doing well so far, first picks.
Coveted 10th. Off makes this one
good
easy.
Pick.
And the CT's
okay. All right, 9-3.
Kill, all they'll get in the end. It's not the 4 rounds they want, but 3. Is it enough?
9-3 curse.
To close this
9-3 curse.
2-0.
Okay. Heroic looking to curse FlyQuest with that pick. I mean, it's going to be very interesting halftime here because Heroic is going to have to make a T-sided comeback. Pistol round is obviously going to be very important for Heroic. If they secure a pistol round, then they can start working and chipping away at a comeback here on their own map against FlyQuest, which again, most people favored Heroic to just win this series cleanly 2-0. And having said that, they did win Ancient, which looked like a very confident win by Heroic. I mean, I think most of us that watched that Ancient game probably think that FlyQuest was going to just get stomped here on Anubis. So it's interesting to see them right now leading ahead of Heroic, who picked this map, and FlyQuest, who has, I think, 0% wins in LAN against Heroic. So this is going to be an interesting half coming up here for FlyQuest. See if they can put it away against Heroic and make this a very competitive best of 3. Both teams are 2-0, just like B8 versus Wildcard. We're watching a best of 2-0, best of 3s to see which team will advance into stage 2 definitively. Was that B8 map? That map that we just watched on Train, that was Wildcard's map. B8's map is next, and it's going to be Dust 2. And I think we're in a little bit of a break here for their game anyway. Yeah, we're like on a 10-minute break for their map. I might go make myself a little sandwich. I think get some food in my system, a little lunch, just so I don't start losing energy here for y'all. Yeah, it's gonna be some rice for sure, just so I can get a little energy inside of me, so I can hang out with you guys and talk. That would be RB.
What was once a Heroic brimming with confidence has turned into a FlyQuest rebound on the hunt for their first Anubis win as this 5. And the stats didn't lie. 88% win rate, I believe, for Heroic coming into this. So all was feeling good until the reality of that T-side sank in. So well done to the Aussies.
There is probably going to be a funny meme to come out of the FlyQuest account
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got it loaded.
If this game is a little bit too one-sided after the LNZ banter, so there's more on the line than they even realize.
Yeah, you know, majors are all about lessons, and the lesson is don't talk specific trash after winning your first round.
Yeah.
You got to get at least 2 in a row first. But hell, Heroic...
Who was the other example? It was Blame F, right? Was that the one? There was one example of someone doing that, winning one round, and then...
Sorry, who?
Hey, now you better win every other round.
Uh-oh. Here comes Tanier, looking into the B site. Nothing to be found just yet. Remember, FlyQuest, 3 for 3 in the pistols. This would be a great chance to win another and close it out. Vexite, okay, I see you. Finds himself 3 kills so far, and down goes Tanier on the other end of the map. So it's looking like FlyQuest instant double digits and a real chance to close out Anubis. The response here from LNZ is a double. You ain't got nowhere to run, brother. In hits the dirt. Camera player found out, don't you let him 1v5, then I'll eat my words.
Even letting him plant would feel awful.
Oh, he's trying to chase this. There was a chance there, but he's not able to get the third one quick enough. The 2 long players arrive on the scene of the crime. 4 for 4 in pistol rounds are FlyQuest.
That's an impressive stat. That's an impressive stat. It does take a little bit away from Ancient, but they got eco'd in the first half, so they did have to do it a little bit the hard way, but still winning the pistols on their own. This takes the edge off the CT side as well, and, you know, we talk about the fact that they have only played it twice. They lost both times. One's to Vitality, fair enough. But they basically got They got 2 CT rounds versus Vitality, and then they got 1 CT round versus Tyloo.
Okay, so...
in a full CT half.
Right. Oh.
Both of them, they played 12 rounds and got 1 and 2 rounds, so. Go ahead.
Well, it's, you know, they're 0-2, but it's like they barely played it.
Yes.
You know, it doesn't count.
They've only, yeah.
Now suddenly going through the motions of a close, it feels like, but we get this sudden burst out of Heroic, and that's while Liaz is on a reload, so won't be able to spam them down. They get a position over towards Plat with now an MP9. Fun little boost. Could catch that SMG off guard, could drop it back to the dirt where FlyQuest thinks it belongs, but they would have heard that drop, so that's going to tell you at least 2. You've in fact got all 3 players from FlyQuest here trying to retake in now. They just burst back themselves suddenly. Platform taken back over by FlyQuest. Last player is going to be LNZ. Another chance to clutch. Dark Peak comes down. He's got that diffuser worried.
We'll just run at him.
There's no kit. They've got to do the 10-second stick. Easy denial from LNZ. They may have lost pistol, but their force buy works.
That just gave too much power over to LNZ the way that Regali was fighting it. Could have just, they should have just taken care of it and E-box and run at him and put control back in their hands. But, well, I was going to say this was a losable situation that they had under control, and then it went back to losable after this.
Regali, what the fuck are you doing?
It's a fair question.
Yeah, fair question, but 4 rounds. So let's see if they can still mount the actual comeback.
Covers the wrong side of that entrance. Regali convinced he's still in the corner. Not the case.
Not the best guns to work with. It will get scary here for FlyQuest, looking back on 1 and 2 CT rounds 1.
Oh, this crossfire though, right? The Khalil's gonna just kind of goad you into going for it. Sun Pius able to clean up 2, and it feels like it's an easy site to take. There's still a Desert Eagle floating. Ends with the Deeg. Heroic know they can really have no misstep, though, if this comeback is to really happen. So they take their sweet time with it, make sure not to step into a trap. And that's not the case. Well done. Again, FlyQuest were looking for that A main fight. It feels like Heroic kind of drew them out into their own terms.
Do you know IN stands for I never spray?
Is it really?
Nope.
Oh.
How I sleep when I spread this information.
I mean, good on you for finding an acronym that's CS related.
It actually stands for I never sleep.
No, it doesn't. stands for Insatiable Noob Slayer.
Okay. Really?
No. It actually stands for I Never Sleep. Spray. Damn it. Pistols.
I'm not stupid.
Have a freebie, Heroic. Take the stress off.
You know they actually just feel like they're going to win now.
Right?
Yeah, they got the ego and
starting to snowball ever so slightly.
So many reps.
You know, awesome T-side by FlyQuest. Don't want to take anything away from it. Also don't want to write them off just yet. They are a measly 3 rounds from a win here on Anubis. But Heroic have been through much more on this map. Tanier offered a shooting gallery, whittled down to 14. We'll see if FlyQuest can keep anybody stuck on this bomb site so that they die with the explosion. That's how I want to go out. A blaze of glory. Bomb pop? No, he's good. Tanier hangs on to his 14 health, and they close that gap to 4.
The sad part about beating Heroic is you still only have a win against bots, as Simple would say. Kind of lose-lose. But right now there are bots standing in the way of a 3-0 pick. 2 slots remaining.
Flash for the outer play. The Tanier, quick duck. He's got Sunpius to help him. They signed up for this, and they're not going to get away for free. They pay the piper. Nedic gets popped. Oh, good reaction from Ince.
Oh, what a flick.
You know that would have caught him off guard.
Yeah, it looked like it had to be a headshot right there. It stabilizes the sight a little bit, but you can see that Heroic are still intent on coming in.
They get one out. Xfloud able to at least trade through, emerges from the smoke with Liaz down.
In's left with, you know, so much conviction. He just thought there's no way they're coming in now, but it's turned into a retake.
3 strong from long. Fire burns in front of them. That Molotov's going to take its sweet time. There's a frag grenade that could follow suit. Yep, you've got the CTs bottled up right behind it, although only 20 damage for Ince. You know the trajectory of the grenade's gonna prime you for the Young Star clear. Xfloud, great trade, banking on the long cover, and Tanier gets his. So both the remaining attackers able to find one, but now a smoke in between them. Regali's gonna try to flash him. Time is of the essence here, and Tanier was always happy to play behind these smokes, but no time for Regali without a kit. He'll force the hand. His 16 kills look great, but this is Heroic 7.
Yeah, well done. I mean, that's exactly how you want to play that post plan off the back of default pillar. There were so many moves there that are just too hard to counter with the amount of things you have to watch as you get closer to default, and so that's that experience shining through for Heroic. I think right here's the moment where I think In's in his mind thinks, I bought time here, I can do something else, I can really push
okay, so we're seeing some of that FlyQuest polish,
and that is actually
where despite their big lead,
the press on the
they
attack,
are now
make sure to
throwing it away.
Not let them believe that they can simply leave a site that needs sometimes people to defend. And
interesting.
Honestly, Inns was even a bit, I don't want to say lucky. It was
I'm surprised to see that. Honestly, they look like they were very. They look like they had a very dominant half.
But I
but it looks like Heroic is coming back.
9 times out of 10, he's dead there. And
that's what I mean by
even worse position.
When I said on Ancient, I don't think a team like Heroic is going to let you make mistakes and then just get the win anyway. Like a team like Heroic, especially on their map pick, on a map that you have 0% win rate on, is not going to let you walk all over them. And I wonder if Heroic may have lost a bunch of rounds just due to how poorly FlyQuest plays. I know it sounds kind of stupid, because you would think that, oh, well, they won 9-3, which means FlyQuest played excellently, but I also wonder if they just got into Heroic's head
with a lack of guns,
with just like how weird of strategies they were running. I mean, maybe that's a factor, who knows, but either way, Heroic is looking to bring this one back here, and they have almost full buy except for the Mac-10 and LNZ, but it looks like he's just bankrolling the rounds for them.
Starts off middle, finds nothing.
Let's see what happens here.
Reels back towards A.
FlyQuest looking really down. In general, Regali with the M4. Not really looking like in the favor of FlyQuest on this one. Gonna start pushing out. And some info getting headshotted though. An AK for Vexite.
Second rifle picked up. This is a good chance for FlyQuest. There's enough Kevlar out there on the field. A single frag grenade if they are scrambling additional forces over towards this B site. Now's the time. Liaz gets a deagle through the smoke. 5-7 still hanging on. Finally cleared out. Here's the response back.
Yeah,
it's a 3v5 for Heroic, but those rifles that they secured on A have worked their way over towards this opposite site.
Minus with the deagle. Is he walking out? No, not able to stop it.
Smoke. It's gonna pay the price. Man advantage for Heroic in the post plant. Regali's M4 already on site. Does the timing catch them? No. Tanir turns, clips the wings of Regali, and that retrieved AK-47 for Vexite, all that stands between Heroic and their 8th round win. Oh, it's a good first tap, but Tanir's got the trades, and he's powering up as Heroic's comeback goes on.
And no one more consistent than Tanir across both maps. And as we get later into the game, as happened on Ancient, you start to notice more of his kills as well. Bigger, more impactful kills, sharper aim. Yeah, this guy's pretty phenomenal, honestly. And FlyQuest, I think, even though this gets a little scary, they get it up to a 5v3. Once Heroic are in the site,
9-3 curse is real.
This is what makes Anubis T
yeah,
side.
and if FlyQuest, I mean, it seems like FlyQuest, unironically, is NA mental. When you're on point, you get into this like weird confidence loop where you're like, oh, we're just untouchable now, GG's, and then you just end up getting absolutely shit on, and then realize, oh, wait a minute, and then you like double break mentally because you thought that you were winning by a lot, and then you start losing, and you're like, how am I losing? We were just winning by a lot. It's this like weird feedback loop that NA suffers from all the time.
He'll take his sweet time with this one. They do lose track of the player on pillar. Problem in Regali on the off.
Which the Europeans are used to, and they're going to punish you for if you go into that like mental spike.
There is something weird going on here for Regali. They lose control of sight.
They know two are in canals though. Like they actually should check.
But his back's turned, Mo. They're not looking. They do come back. Young Star seems to have his head on a swivel. And so Heroic still emerge, that looming threat.
Pistol round for right. Wildcard versus B8 game 2.
Where else could he have got off to?
Almost out of themselves. A bit too much. And here's the last trade on the beach. Vexite goes down.
Okay. Looks like pistol round in the favor of B8.
Yeah, we had a good T side, but this might be another game where they really show why their Anubis is struggling, and that's really their CT.
Close. All right. B8 starting off with the lead on their T side versus wildcard CT side on Dust.
Short plantar fasciitis. You know, everyone's feet hurt. Well, you got no shame in that.
There's now 1,000 people Googling this problem. Oh, God. Do I have Plangar Blobshinardus?
What? What the fuck?
Mid walkout, no resistance offered. FlyQuest, you've got enough utility to slow things down with smokes. But the feeling of control in Counter-Strike is quickly fleeting.
Right.
And with one round the difference, you know it's probably gone.
What's happening here? Wow.
Well timed, at least out from camera, but still
too many trades.
Heroic across the board, getting the better
of
trades.
Vexite
yet again to try
kills
to
the lurker.
But the problem here for FlyQuest is Tanir is on the field.
Oh, Vexite.
So he was. Vexite able to go one further. And stop the
Sun just running out.
Heroic player. Now Sunpius clears that back Obelisk, and he will get caught. In's doing a perfect job of just re-rotating around, avoiding the threat.
All right, FlyQuest needed this one.
Back on the board.
Vexite was a bit of a superhero there for FlyQuest. In both kills, must grab. Second one, he's jumping up in the air. And how many times do you see Tanir give you more than 1 second to shoot back and get the kill? Vexite does an excellent job of finding this upgrade, holding his nerve, getting
buy round for wildcard versus B8 here on Dust 2.
And not getting scared.
See what happens.
It's like that slight climb up on the boxes kind of catches Tanir.
I think it's
shooting not as straight as it has been.
I'm hearing.
Saw Watts in instantly.
With a CT smoke here.
No more timeouts.
Catwalk up by B8.
Of this potential FlyQuest close.
They're going to turn heads if they can pull out in a
big round here.
FlyQuest, no. I mean, they're just
wins.
worried
It's
about
going to really set wild card back.
If they win Anubis, I'm sure they believe they can do anything when it comes to map 3. And even though it feels like Heroic are in the lead, they're not. They're just the scarier force here on T side for now.
Sandslot was holding down.
Time 2 to win for FlyQuest.
Okay. Bozy stopping the push, stopping the aggression.
Tripping distance, as we like
They're
to say.
still committing to it. Bozy.
Again, though, do you sign up for these fights? Do you just think that you can hold the bomb sites?
Let's deal with the lurk. Alex with the pick on the JBA. Susp, it's up to Susp. Can you do it? Oh my goodness.
Situation do you attempt to seize?
Oh my god, dude. Huge clutch up by Susp. Holy shit.
Gonna bank on early smokes and no real aggression. And a totally open middle of the map. You know, we saw FlyQuest, that great deep mid flash out from Temple, the disruptive play in the last round that kind of set them up to close it. This time, nobody home. Flash towards A main instead. Ugh, not ideal. Regali able to hold it. He's gonna go just a little deeper, and he plucks LNZ off.
Yeah, Regali pick.
Behind the entry fragger. Couple frag grenades for the feet of the A hit. Xcloud gets his.
Oh, they're pouring an A site. Youngstar. Vexite in the smoke. They don't know.
Sunpius keeps his head on that swivel with bomb on his back. Task with a lot in this approach.
Wow.
And Heroic, well, they have figured out the defense yet again.
That was a move of sheer desperation out of Youngstar after Regali got his first kill, but he couldn't focus on his one angle. His teammate was not covering that push. And that's what cost him the situation. Heroic barely got away with this. After they missed their first flash coming into A main, that was a critical mistake, or should have been. But instead, heads up play from Youngstar. They don't get too scared about it. He gets creative when things get tense. And Heroic get to 10.
Terrorists win.
Smartest Counter-Strike viewer.
Yeah. Good on Sunpius. At no point did he let his guard down on that approach.
All right, last of the timeouts being used.
Though FlyQuest's defense is just sort of like hanging on by somebody creeping through smoke grenades. We had it go down.
Oh my god, Headtrick just poured out.
Maybe they've lost track of him. I mean, in this case, Vexite hadn't revealed himself technically, but it really just goes to show this like, presence of mind from Heroic that they're not going to lose to shenanigans like that. If you want to hold back a bomb site with just a solid defense, sure, we've seen it.
That's what you start compensating with. Micro that is a little bit more like, no, I don't want to say selfish, but individualistic. When you don't have the setups, you know the adjustments to make, and so people just feel like, okay, well, I just got to make sure I can get my 2 kills. I'll make up for this because I don't know what to do appropriately in a situation. Heroic are kind of taking advantage of that with their experience and their T-side advantages. With another good attack. But man, if they miss utility like that one flashbang again, I mean, it could definitely catch up with them. Regali got let down a little bit last round by his teammate.
Just better be careful, gun in hand.
Big shot.
Scope, but there's already a player on the door.
What? But Xcloud traded, and Sun plays kills Regali. This is big. Need one more kill.
Swinging a little bit too wide.
One more kill to tie.
Spam through the door. That was enough of a bait for Sunpius.
They don't take A though. Smart for them to rotate to B. Very smart B aggression.
Pius finds his op pick, and it's just going to look like a strong transition down into the 2-2-B split. There is no site control here for Netic.
Wow, double molly in Temple.
Keep him completely out of this one, and it is that daunting decision to have to go for a save now. Heroic, it looked like Regali
didn't even need to go to kill.
Recovering.
They just tied like that.
Flashy frags back. Xcloud through the doorway. Sunpius on the bridge, covers his counterpart off.
It was very tricky, man. It was like that around on Ancient where he had the smoke on Donut and they started spamming through it. He's like, use me as a bait. He was shooting through that door. He really didn't have any intention of fighting an Opera right there. He didn't even know where Regali got off to. Regali, he thought, was looking
wildcard in 2 versus 2 right now.
He was unspotted. But a little extra safety on the approach is perfect, especially
MPL makes it a 1v1. Susp, though. Can Susp do it again? Oh my god.
Forcing Regali to feel like he has
Susp again, he knows where the bomb is. He's 4% HP.
Oh man, hunting down exits.
Can sus 2v1 again.
No money left.
You heard the jump up. Oh no.
Brutal.
Alex with the headshot.
Here for Netic. FlyQuest, your lead has dried up.
That's where xCloud fits, so nicely into this team. Even though for him it was just a bait. It's Regali who goes searching for him.
All right, 11-11.
Manny. Two more.
Manny?
Main.
Main.
Main. I think he said main.
9-3 once upon a time, folks. Just a swift reminder to the lead that FlyQuest had.
Or maybe saying Manny, I don't know. Many.
Look what they've got left. Barely any guns, but a missed shot from Sunpius. Do Heroic take their 12th. They're trying to
wait, they're running out. They know their eco.
But you have just kicked the hive.
Kind of.
And FlyQuest come attacking out of it. It barely wins that duel versus LNZ.
Okay.
Talk shit, get hit, kid. IGL with FlyQuest hangs on, but
Youngstar with the pick on the Regali. Big pick. Molly. Oh, spots him. Wow.
Against the wall. Netic and
INS
through with another low health for 2 out of the 3.
With a pick.
Tanir, a star in this series, looks to get that coveted 12th, and he gets off sight. This cave play, though, he's found out the MP9, doubles back towards sight, and he has pieced together the picture. Can he piece together the frags?
No fake plant.
A corner, plants straight up. Nobody long any longer. One
wow.
would have done it. Netic's got other ideas. Wow. Heroic wanted to fight on B. They signed up for that, and it's
all right. Possible overtime.
Fantastic kills. Straight
possible
up.
OT here. FlyQuest finally is able to put
utility right there.
12 on the board
with what they have, and it's a value village buy. They have some good guns, but still.
Eco around here coming out for wild card.
No recovery here for Heroic.
Looks like sus with an AK.
Was the big one.
Dead Channel Alex.
Dan Alex CS Revive Eyes.
What is up, Dead Channel Alex?
That was the real
19 months. Appreciate you.
To the favor back of Heroic, but FlyQuest now have a map point. It's their best Anubis to date, and it's at the major.
Yeah, crazy against Heroic.
Versus a team with a hell of a win percentage on it.
Yeah, this is a weird, very weird game.
But was that last round because Heroic cut corners? And what do they transition back to? Looking to take over bridge. Netic just announces himself as he goes stampeding down through Canal. That's going to serve as an activation here for Heroic. Total mid-control off this. Very uncommon round in comparison to what we've had so far throughout this map. Something different for both to synthesize. Oh, this is going to get weird. Who's going to come out on top of it with 3 players inside Temple? The trade's good from Sunpius, but there's a lot of bodies in here, an unexpected amount. Regali blind gets it. xCloud from sight is going to put that bottle down to keep you stuck in Temple.
With the bomb in this position, wrapping around.
What are you going to do?
Oh, Vexite, what a shot. Headshot on xCloud. 2 up now for Heroic.
Youngstar's just got to throw caution to the wind. At some point, you've got a player stuck up on stairs. They are trying to dogpile this bomb, trying to hang on from down under, and they do. Almost letting that slip through their fingers. The first win on Anubis for FlyQuest.
That's crazy.
And it could.
That's crazy, dude. FlyQuest finally wins an Anubis on Lanids versus Heroic. Nobody would have predicted that at all. That's insane.
That was 8.
I think Heroic kind of low-key threw a little bit.
Coming out of the pandy.
Yeah. Took a trip to China. I'm sure it's nice for him to be back in, European. Is it European? Where do they practice?
Well, this is the thing. That occasionally, Susp and Fozy will just play on high ping on American servers.
Will they? What, from home?
Like 120 ping.
Sheesh. Well, maybe that's it. He's like training with the extra ping weights on.
What is this, episode of Dragon Ball Z?
I think it might be, yeah. Rock Lee.
We would need a North American expert like Flom to be able to deliver all of the ping situation. So we might have to check in with him at some point. But
I don't know, man. I've played against some people on Face It, 80 ping, wide swing, and they're pretty good at that.
I remember when CS2 first came out, the high ping, it felt like it was getting rewarded for that type of a play, but we've stabilized a bit since then.
Okay.
And this is LAN. This is the even playing field. These PCs, I'm not sure if I should be allowed to say what the PCs have, shouldn't I?
I presume so. Why wouldn't you?
Maybe production can tell me if I can say. These PCs are giga, though.
Yeah.
These are giga PCs. I'll tell you that much. They are top of the line. I was talking to some of the players. They're loving the rigs that they're rocking and rolling with.
Well, you'd hope so. You certainly would hope so for this peak of competition.
Hedrick has his AWP out now as well, Alex. So both snipers equipped heading forward. Sonic aggression in towards lower.
He loves this. And it does facilitate Fozy posting up deep suicide line. However, he might have to be careful. Sonic's letting him know, be on high alert, because, and Alex sidelines him. Side swipe, Sonic, nothing bait, set for success. After already stomaching so many bait rounds, this is going to be...
Susper's pushing long right now, Alex. If he continues going, he knows he has to make a bit of a play. It's a tough push because Alex is traditionally out there holding this. But if he doesn't take a risk, then this round is just going to dissipate very, very quickly. He's in bedroom, but hitting the brakes, waiting for more information to flow from his teammates. But if he doesn't go now, it feels like the window will close. They've gambled towards A and likely just to be the save. So the only option back in after those initial 2 exchanges was this crazy maneuver, a wild card, if you were.
Okay.
But right now, it will just be a save.
3 on 4.
So that was...
Yeah, they're saving. Okay.
Tried to G it up.
No, well,
you give it its best.
Of course. I'm just kind of analyzing the flaws in their plan. So Sonic goes lower. Fozy wants to help his top mid, play for 1 and dip. Sonic's kind of playing an all-in, right? Sonic's not expecting to get out. He'd like it, but he's playing for like 1.5, and he feels like he's accomplished something.
So did you see the short smoke?
Yeah, behind Fozy.
Now, did he drop that himself? Because I didn't catch it.
I didn't either. It looked like CT-colored smoke.
Because if you do, you understand why. Because you get the T's drop into suicide, they throw the mid-door smoke and the short Molotov to stall out that type of a peak. So if he dropped that to negate the Molotov, it put him in a terrible position because it meant that he had to play ahead of the smoke to worry about top mid, but Sonic couldn't play a wide line to worry about lower because he was playing a Joker.
Yeah.
So you might catch it. He did. Okay, perfect. This is what I love. So he's dropped that to remove the molly. He goes for the suicide pick. Now he's in the open. Alex swings lay out top cat, and then Sonic is completely isolated. Really well done in that replay. That right there gets the people next door a 10 out of 10, a gold star, and they might even get to eat catering today.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll certainly like loosen the chains around their ankles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Only for this match, though.
Yes. Yeah.
They're not slaves, everybody. They love to be here.
No, they're happy to
tell
be.
us.
They are definitely happy.
No, they just said thank you.
Oh, good. Well, they are kind of... The joke is that they are here all day. In the dark.
Yeah.
That's the... Let's see what happens.
The power going.
Yo, look at this. We got 40 starting early B. We are about to knock on Sonic and JBA's door. Contact B. How ready are you? Good HG. Good start. Sonic has really chipped away, softened him up. JBA needs to hold on. And has done so, wins it.
Good sight hold. Bombs down.
Bomb is lost, and that's the frag.
Rotation, it's on the way, but how do you brute force into this? There's U-turn for window and doors. Remove for now. Clear on the
3 on 3 with a retake.
Available. Alex has their tunnels covered all the way from T-spawn, so it all has to come through doors.
Oh!
Stanchard's in! Oh,
Whoa.
but he hits the headshot!
Stanislaus in.
Over. Awkward for an AWPer. Hedrick can hit it, but he misses! Stan goes down to the P2!
Wow.
Oh, to the transfer, and he commits! Sus nails it! Good grief, good gravy!
Look at the surprise on Stan's face. He's run into the site. He's had time to take a breath, kill the player over towards bricks. Where's the bloody AWP? Where's the support? I thought they were in the site.
Okay.
I thought Sentinel had done enough. Stan just gets so far forward. I think it was, you know, on the crouch timing on the bricks. They don't realize he's already slipped out, and Stan, you can see his eyes
That's
wide.
kind of crazy.
He realizes he's like, yo, I can't believe we won that.
How did I get in so deep? All right, well, this is the chance to salvage the half. Double AWP setup. Sonic, the South African's going to whip out one of his own. This means they can be more jarring across the map. These barbs to strike in unison.
Yeah, that was his HE squandered, though. Nothing to report. We'll just throw out the molly. Or the incendiary towards Xbox doesn't connect.
No, that was wasted.
Boost?
Yeah, they'll boost over this.
Yeah, good boost.
Don't hate this.
Nice tag.
I hate that. How is that 40 damage?
Must have been through the wall.
He shot him through the shoelace or something.
Okay, well, tagged up on
Oh, nice shot.
Sonic,
double up.
He'll strike and he won't miss.
Okay, well now you know there's 2 AWPs.
Oh.
You better be careful. He knows his wallbangs, does Sonic.
Another miss, Molly. Lads, we know you're not great at dust too, but at least playing those.
Oh, Hedrick hits it. He was very low, and now crouching down the floorboard. Sonic again on that AWP. Good for it. Not an easy shot to hit. Overkill on the 2 HP player, but the AWP shot connects, and it's empty. Oh, what? The uncrouch instant adjust.
Well, Sonic needs to worry about B now.
Yes, he does.
We do find ourselves in this 3v3, so the sweeps are on
awkward.
the A site. Senthiel low, MPL half HP from the tag of the AWP, and Alex So grouped up in a bit of a cluster towards short and middle right now. MPL selling something over towards A.
What's up, Kylers? Good to see you.
Glued.
Hope you've been well.
About the mid to B slip. Oh wait, no. Susper's actually dealing with that.
Did Essential
Hope you've been well.
Push doors with the bomb on his back?
He very well may have.
The flip? Ooh. Ooh.
Oh.
Again! The impact keeps on flowing. He's found his feet in the second or in the first half.
Susper's popping off.
The second half of the first half. The second quarter of the first half.
Okay, now we're going to break things down. We're getting into the weeds, aren't we? But tactical timeout taken.
Little
making
timeout.
sure they can walk through with 8 on the half. That of bait.
He has the bomb.
Crazy. I can't believe this.
That's like round ending. It's going to be on the other side of a smoke doors if you die.
Okay, well, the play was wild, but they couldn't stick the landing. Final round, first half, map 2, tactical timeout number 1. And it's going to be the dregs of the finances coming into this for bait. Tech 9s, Mac 10s, Light Util, and the spawns have them clustered for probably something that won't be too long-centric. It could be a late long pop, but then if you're out long, remember, your weapons aren't the best for the job. So I would expect a mid to B or a B pop, seeming the most likely with this type of buy.
They essentially got in. If it wasn't for the stand push through the doors, that B exec would have worked, or the contact B they did previously would have worked out.
Remember, it's double AWPs in the mix, so Sonics is actually going to start over towards A for this one. It's Fozy to assist JBA on the site.
I mean, he really is going to be under so much of a test here.
Sees the flashes.
How's he got this? Controlling
Okay,
his
okay.
Wonderfully for 2.5.
Oh,
Orb shot
almost.
does not connect. They are in. Bait under a lot of pressure
Oh
now,
man,
especially with
timing.
the loss of another. Essential caught by Stan. Util recovered. Okay, so you'll deploy the HE for a bit of chip damage. It does catch Fozy.
Double orb B.
Audible reload, audible plant, double orb retake. Yeah, you're bang on. That is going to be uncomfortable. They want to bring the fight to them. Oh, I love this. I actually love this. He knows he has to make a play. They're spamming at the smoke, and Fozy's ready.
Unlucky.
Wow. Okay, a recovered half there. We got, what, 4 out of the last 5 rounds go Wildcard's way.
Okay,
Maybe
Wildcard's
just
making this very competitive,
all.
man. Wildcard is not letting this game escape him. Good job, guys. Again, just for context of this match, Wildcard is ranked way lower than B8 and way lower than the general team pool. And like even the prediction video that we watched with Flom yesterday, he did not say that they were going to get very far in this tournament to begin with, but they are having a really, really good run, and they're showing that they can be very competitive because, again, B8 is also a very competitive team, and I'm sure a lot of people had them higher up on their pick'em than I think maybe they're even seeing right now versus a team like Wildcard. So this is a very interesting matchup for Wildcard, and yesterday they performed very well too. I think they're a team to keep an eye on for sure going into stage 2, even assuming that they can win out in stage 1 here. And the FlyQuest versus Heroic game, I don't know what to say about that. They're going on to map number 3. I believe this is Mirage. Mirage is the final map here that they'll be playing in about a minute versus FlyQuest. FlyQuest somehow with their first ever Anubis win against a team like Heroic is actually pretty impressive, but they almost threw it in their normal FlyQuest fashion. I wonder if Heroic, coming off of Ancient, was just feeling very, very confident and just completely either like underprepared for their game against FlyQuest, or maybe they're like undervalued how well FlyQuest performs on a map like Anubis. I don't know if FlyQuest is just like played terribly generally on their CT side, or what exactly happened with the breakdown of Heroic, but I think Heroic low-key kind of threw their map pick on Anubis, and thus now ultimately putting them in the position where they have to win this Mirage map, or they'll be going to the loser bracket, which I don't think anybody really predicted, especially against FlyQuest. I know that people probably thought FlyQuest would do well, but nobody, I think, thought that FlyQuest would take a map off of a team like Heroic. So both games are pretty intense, I think, for both teams. Very, very fun games to watch, which is why I'm trying to switch in between both of them. So we'll see. We'll keep monitoring it, see what's going on. What's up, Crip? Where's the Blaze? Not today, not today. I can't spam the Blaze. You managed to get a co-streaming pass? Yeah, we got co-streaming pass. Very cool stuff. The Blaze looks so spiffy. Yeah, I'll bust out the Blaze maybe for like semis and quarters and stuff, but we got like 15 more days. We got like 2 weeks. Okay, we got like 2 weeks of CS here. All right. So I can't be wearing the Blaze every fucking day. I don't want to spam it. All right. Mirage has played. Mirage has a good win rate on, FlyQuest has a good win rate on Mirage. This is the deciding map. A better win rate than Heroic, surprisingly enough. But that doesn't mean all too much in the grand scheme of things, especially in the context of Heroic versus FlyQuest.
Barbecue, Ranches, Cowboys, Rodeos, Space Exploration, and now Counter-Strike, Blast TV, Austin Major 2025. This is the 2-0 matchup. One of these two will be locking themselves in for stage 2 and the conclusion of this best of 3. That's right, best of 3s. No more best of 1s for these guys, as we do find ourselves with a 7-5 scoreline. On Bates' map pick, Inferno as the third decider if we need to get there, but Stan and his boys in Wildcard have something to say about it. A late resurgence leaves it with just a 2-round gap, and if they can pick up their second pistol round of the series so far, they can tie things up quick smart.
Gonna be interested to see a third map. Inferno, you've already highlighted it right at the start of this, that both teams play an awful lot of it. So if we get there, it says that's if Bait can convert their map pick. It should be a banger.
This right now is a pretty
all right,
pushing all the way. Like
switch
this,
sides.
not, but in terms of having more of a
we got wild card on T side. Let's see what they can make happen.
You're happy to give up long. And now you're going to be quick on the response. You don't have util to get into it. That's the problem.
Nice connections on his spam there from Headtrick. He's put 2 of them on notice.
There's no kit, no nades. If you're going to play a setup like this, I'd love to see something to add some flexibility.
Yeah, you're right. Now you're just essentially taking aim duels with dual Berettas at range. A boost is nice. Does have a little bit of a sight line towards that goose position, but Wildcard know that it's unlikely that there's a smoke kit in play. Clock is on their side.
I don't think they know that.
Clock is very much on their side. There's a nice pick off.
I guess because they didn't smoke initially.
Three of them. Headtrick. They're coming for Sonic.
One more there. Nice.
It's looking good. The
Too long.
This work. However,
Too long.
For that P2.
Oh no, JBA goes down.
Why are the shots not hitting?
Oh my god, Headtrick has to leave it.
It seems he's forced him off. Headtrick will just back away. How bizarre that P250. 3-4 shots couldn't seem to hit the head on Headtrick. But a single body shot, he cancels plans and gets out.
Yeah, he was tucking down there trying to hide that head, but content with that one as we do make it just a 1-round game, and the ability for that to spring open will
wonder if he should have
depend
stuck
on the
it
purchases right now of Bait. If they do decide to shove and go for the force, and then Wildcard win it, they'll be able to take the lead, and I can see the force buy starting to take shape. But I love the ability to go, okay, let's work out if they're going towards B early, let's make sure we have the mid control, and then you're meant to be in strong positions for when they do cross long, but they really were just too late to the party. Odds still favoring Wildcard as Headtrick will sound off with his scout.
Gives them a good idea about what they're up against.
Well, this key piece of utility that has as well as the HE, because again, Wildcard have taken long control. Wildcard still have 3 smokes to work with, so they could throw out the first, wait for flashes, wait for the HE, and then replenish and go again. And it's probably in their best interest to do so. The last thing you want to happen is take a couple of cheeky tags to the scout or have SMGs or pistols pushing through smokes. Pushing the mid doors now. JBA is going to be tested on the fade of the mid door.
MP9 up close, but nice work. The crosshair perfectly placed upon the fade. Kensizor is there. Up close, so jumping up is a death sentence if you have your back turned. Good awareness from JBA, but there's Kensizor quick with it.
Alex up to bat.
And what's he got? Good close range duel for MP9. And actually, they're both caught jumping. Fortunately, Stan still has the accuracy with the Mac 10.
Number advantage to Bait. They can win.
Yeah, how do
Did
they
you have an AK?
This? I think Fozzy's got a good shot at this.
It's a safe plan, though. That's going to make it tough.
Has to
nice
just stand
taps.
on that ramp side. Fakes out the steps.
Definitely hears him.
Slips away. Smoke is fading. Scout can hit it.
Wow.
Can he transfer? Spotted out by another.
Nice control.
Passing is the MP9. Damage inflicted. Fozzy up to bat.
No way they see this. What a smart play.
To his advantage. Finds the isolated duel. Headtrick's up close and he gets it. Massive round from Headtrick. It's just the last kill, but what has he done? He's taken down the wildcard boys. Fozzy was set to collect a 2v3 there.
That was crazy. I think the reason that Fozzy has to play that situation more site-centric and can't just drop off to long is because of the plan. But when you're in a number disadvantaged situation, you're not really in an option to make another play. Also, that HE of Headtrick came through. They cleared the smoke. They get a frag on the cross, and that's a fumbled round right there, unfortunately, for Wildcard.
A little bit.
So we go back to a 2-round lead where we found ourselves coming out of the break, but the T's will force in again. So looking for the force by wars to continue right now. It's going to be Sus with an AK, Scout for Fozzy, pistols for the rest with the util. Jesus Christ.
Hey, we're just fighting.
Just strafing through the mid doors and taking a duel.
Sheesh.
Well, you've gone 1 for 1.
And JBA can't complain. He gets an M4.
Okay, well, that's a weapon that they definitely didn't have. And now the scout falls into the hands of Stan. So everybody getting slightly more equipped. Another head-to-head.
Yeah, just a swing. Oh, crosshair placement takes the head off of MPL. Couldn't have been better. Couldn't have been easier for Sasp. Well played.
Well, what are you meant to do now with this CT side? Headtrick and Alex are grouped up on the side. Senthio is on the tall box towards B, and it's now just been blocked. I feel like in this situation, you need a Senthio to push up a tunnels to see if he can grab a cheeky kill. Alex and Headtrick are searching long, so trying to get some real estate they can work with while they have Wildcard exactly where they want them. Couple of smokes to work with on the way out towards A. So long clear. Alex is going to hold the doors now. Headtrick over towards the ramp. Let's see if the kid can deliver the AK-47 at range.
I don't know, that HE, it could be absolutely perfect if he times it right, but yeah, it's coming. Here they come as well. Solid dunk, solid connection. Now the AK to finish the job. A little smattering of silenced bullets as well from Alex. He chips in. There's Headtrick on the hold. They're crossing though. He's blind, forced away as Senthil. That MP9 arrives on the scene just in time. Headtrick's there. So is
trade,
SMG.
double trade.
Locked down. Another one for the Bait boys.
And that's a number disadvantage scenario. So massive work for Headtrick, just continuing to deliver. Was at the top of the scoreboard coming out of the halftime break, and he retains that position. 19 kills, 8 deaths, 6 assists. And this is crazy from Kenzor, just launching straight through the doors, right? He's going to be happy that he gets 1 for 1, and this was always going to be a tense round. But when you only have, what was 2 players surviving right now, what do you think of opting in if you are that of Wildcard? I think it just will have to be the Eco with a 2400 into the next. But Bait have actually taken a tactical timeout, so the coach feeling the need to address the options going forward. Headtrick with an SMG. I would hope that he goes for something quite aggressive in this scenario to farm against the Eeks. Because remember how long it took in the first half to see AWPs come out on either side of the server. I think if you want to see Wildcard get an all-power into the next round as well, it is mandatory that they plant, but how are you going to plant? You have a smoke and a Tech 9.
It's a smoke, though, and Stan's going to be throwing that out.
It is a smoke.
It is a smoke.
It is a smoke.
Headtrick has gone for an SMG to go farming. 19 frag haul for Headtrick. Oh, interesting. So Stan's going to be using that for a CT smoke from outside of B.
This is game 2? Yes, this is game 2 of 3. Wildcard won the first game.
In the air now.
They're going to go through the mid-door smoke.
Walking through the door smoke. The smoke lands, and oh, he just farms! That's what you want to see!
Wow.
$2,400 in your bank account after an eco.
And now we can upgrade that SMG
just shut them down there.
So I hope that he does, because they're at the point of closing the game right now. I would hate to see the ego get the better of him and think, as the AWPer, one of the most instrumental players on the entire CT side, I'm just going to rock the SMG. And at the moment, Alex, he hasn't upgraded away from it. So Headtrick, look, it's
financially.
Look, it might not matter. And the way he's playing right now, it's hard to fault him. He's at the top of the scoreboard for a reason. But you feel that you're in the position to close the game. You bring out the AWP, you get the opening pick. Maybe you just push it a lower and you make mincemeat right now, Wildcard.
Yeah, well, Kenzor feeling emboldened to push. Oh, he looked away.
Sonic's going to be screaming.
Byron for Wildcard. Can they make it happen here? Okay, Stanislaw does something.
4 on 2, Stan trying to head towards the long smoke.
No AWP required to get this one done, huh?
Not whatsoever.
Unless they're able to turn a 2v4 on its head. 28 HP for Kenzor, 13.
I mean, it's possible they can do it if they play really smart.
If we said Alex 666
every time. Donk 666.
Not as competitive as the first map by any real
I'm only kind of giving them away.
No, I mean, I think there was a...
Players on cap might hear him shortly.
Throughout this series, a very clear indication of
if they don't continue to walk, but they're playing off of contact now.
They do look a little less than
No, not the flash.
If we do continue on this trajectory, then
now they know.
2-0 matches for the day, looking to go 3 maps. If you want to check out what's going on with Heroic and FlyQuest, I think you should go have a bit of a gander on wherever you get your Counter-Strike news. But they've identified and they've boxed them in. Headtrick flanking.
There's a smoke.
If they can get the plant, at least that's something alongside the loss bonus of 2,900. But
Headtrick might screw them up here.
Coming. JBA just looked away, and he's fast on this flank.
Bad timing.
Hello.
Standing on each other's heads. He
didn't quite finish off the job. Stan will turn around and get that done, but with 17 seconds of 1 versus 3, it's an impossible round.
As soon as he starts planning, they're just going to run at him.
Yeah.
They have a smoke, that's it though.
He'll get it down. We'll take the cash.
You know what? He even gets his gun onto Kenzie Saw with 1 HP left. He could have isolated the duel.
NT.
Just absent that 1 extra damage. So an 11th is secured. Does feel like we might be quite quickly locking in Inferno at this rate.
So the financial situation after this round loss for Wildcard is roughly in the 3 to 4K range for everybody. So if they want to deny the ability to have to play for overtime, they will have to buy right now. Those are the options that you get left with. You can either partial, and then you can run it all the way back. You could
Inferno is map 3. How's the FlyQuest game going?
The chips will be stacked against you, and that's going to be the option. Pistols with U2 around it. Loss bonus maxed out into the next, and
Heroic.
A full buy will follow. But then
looks
you need
like
to
they
win
are
6
ahead
consecutive rounds
with buy. Somehow FlyQuest took a round.
If there's no door smoke, one does arrive, thrown out
But
by
Heroic
Sonic.
CT side is winning currently on their Mirage
scenario into
final
a
map.
split. At the moment, they don't really need to push back short. We can see that nobody's home. They are not awares of that as Kenzor comes to investigate. Clears. Nothing of note. MPL in CT to help with the mid to B, but right now, I'm going to try and take some short space back. Susp investigating with a Deagle. Stan will show you all how to throw the mid to B smoke.
That's crisscross.
I think it's a fake. I think it's a crisscross fake. They're going to go into A because you want to draw the A rotating player of MPL. That's going to put pressure on the AWP head tricked.
Yeah, it will be just Alex on A. Senthiel deep on long, so just Alex. Incendiary though, that's nice. Okay, so we needed some steps. We needed some steps outside the crisscross. Just upon the fade. MPL! Oh, nearly messed that one up, but fortunately there's a flash from Kenzizor to avoid the trade. Sure, Alex has gone down. NPL quick to the scene, and Sus just a dig. Doesn't seem like what? Doesn't seem like it was the weapon for the job.
You saw him 4x3.
Wrong. A banging headshot onto the long anchor. Sus will go down. Wasn't ready for someone so close. And Fozy meets a similar fate. So well done. 3 kills from NPL in the round. Nice supporting shot from Susp, though. I will say that was a bit of a bang.
It looks like B8's putting away this map. Honestly, very unfortunate for Wildcard. You're gonna try to play for overtime here, but it's gonna be very tough for them.
Timeout called. So they understood the situation well. We want to draw the rotator to help deal with the mid to B. Then they actually want to try and isolate that fight against him, but not to be the case as round converted. 1 more now to push us to Inferno, 3rd and deciding map, and Inferno is featured in all of the maps so far, or series I should say, for that of Bait. So they've been able to find their comfort, and the fact they get it means they should go in with some confidence to get things done.
Team kill, I guess. Nate,
Alex H.
Appreciate the 89 months.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you for that big resub. Welcome back.
Good
to see you.
Side, he got 3 kills, so let's see if he can do it again. 6 consecutive rounds sounds pretty unlikely, if you ask me.
And with spawns like that, who needs enemies? Hot shot. Missed chance. Kenzizor backing himself into an aggressive stance. It will be MPL to provide some support in the form of Utah. But he timed this HE well. Looks like it is banging.
Top 3 players.
Slap Stan.
Dr. D's, Mr. Ligma, and Professor Bofa
MPL's aggressive defenses bore fruit.
Are probably the best players in the world.
Win the bomb back. That was an important one to make this 2v4 a conversation at the bare minimum. Bomb retrieved.
Sheesh, that's what I'm saying.
Fozy's going to be searching, but it's not in their best interest to give him anything here. Does he have a flash? He does. Fozy could
I don't know,
cool.
Zywoo,
Like
Donk.
JDS called him for the flash.
Somebody else.
You got one for me, bro? I need it. And just as he's running forward, spotted him. Here's the close AWP scope. Fozy down, head trick.
Monty, yeah.
Shot.
All right, well,
Monty's definitely pretty good.
Well, so they know exactly how this one's going to trickle forward, and that'll be it. Alex will take the final kill, and that's going to be 13-6 in favor of Bait. We tied the series up 1-1, and that takes us to Inferno.
They'll be playing map 3 on Inferno wildcard versus both best of 3s going to 3rd map. Is our commentary out again? What is going on? Something's going on with the power for this section with Stream A, where commentators keep like
a lot of FlyQuest's eco rounds are.
Never mind, I lied. I straight up fucking lied to you guys.
Just throw in a lot of rush.
That was the wild card game too. They were just quiet, I guess, for this round.
A rare sight. Slow crawling default.
Straight up lied. Yo, Kuma, think of this 68 months, and you were right.
Palace in mind.
3 months lying. I keep switching back and forth.
Here actually praise
I had it muted.
They don't have cat vision.
I didn't have it muted.
Window
they just weren't talking. They were just like.
Well. This will breed some insecurity in the heroic camp.
They're quiet here. Like now.
They're starting to look around.
They're looking around.
Pounce on the timing as well. These two connector players emerge. X-Cloud unable to spray down both, but Youngstar's going to press the Colt against one. The fact pistols emerge from two entry points on this site doesn't give Sunpius the confidence to stick around on his own. That's rifles picked up here for Liaz and Inns. Yes, health low.
I mean, to be fair, it's more like
bomb not yet planted.
3-on-1 because their HP is enough to fill the health bar of one person.
CT's double back.
Oh, clear.
They're all one tap.
He sees the back of the Opper, doesn't pull the trigger. Tanir has the presence of mind to go clear this, and he's got that conviction, that killer instinct to just go for the
Vexite 1-6. Regali 1-6.
3v3.
Man, they're actually shitting on them. I don't use that term lightly.
Man, that's
they are absolutely getting shit on right now.
That timing is so
by
early.
Heroic on this Mirage.
It was quiet, but
T
still,
side.
a lot of players would have let that go a couple extra seconds. They have some Pius watching it.
They have 3 players with 1 kill.
Why don't we just go and see? And it's perfect.
Their only win con so far has been like one person.
This is a winning position. If Inns even gets 1 kill and he could just disappear back into jungle, they take over the site. Player left in CT.
Yeah, INS and Liaz are the only ones that are doing anything on their team right now. So FlyQuest has a big,
double op for Sunpius. Somehow gets out of there with only 9 damage.
Gap to hurdle between Heroic and themselves for this Mirage game.
See the throw it running. Yeah. Should still go to jail though. Of
course.
Missing utility.
Well, apartment push. Let's see what happens here with LNZ. Will he stop it?
Stomping towards LNZ. Awkward. Player makes it down. Tanir's going to clean that up.
Unlucky.
Distraction offered over. Here we go. We've seen him do what he does versus just pistols.
Kinar.
Oh, beautiful
unfortunate
spam
smoke spam.
Trying his damnedest to keep his team in this. The captain with 8 kills reopens this B bomb site through that smoke.
The BA one, yes.
The threat of Tanir is out here. You know it's going to keep
it's on
you
the map
scared.
3.
Youngstar's able to slip up from catwalk.
Oh, Youngstar couldn't secure it.
Again.
And they're
good across
just
all guns so far.
Okay, FlyQuest actually made something happen here with their B play.
Is the unlikely star of FlyQuest.
Heroic could not hold it down.
Critical impact.
Oh, excuse me,
round.
Jesus. Sorry, I'm yawning. I might get my. I don't know. I always say I might get coffee, but.
Just the fact Tanir cleans up the first player to actually get their boots on B, then follows up in the window.
We got about 10 minutes until Inferno map 3 for B8 versus Wildcard. We're gonna have to definitely tune into that.
Felt like that had to happen then and there.
Versus Heroic.
Catching Tanir reopens the possibility of winning that round, and he goes even further as they attempt that retake. What a demon this guy is.
Do we get to bet on what drink you pick again? What does that mean?
He kills 1 bullet faster than everyone else.
Right now I have water.
But he gets outwitted with that smoke spam.
I got some water going. All right. Window smoke. Not bouncing off his head. Honest. Using some connector spray tactics. Commentators? Get off your phones. Where's the commentary?
We're probably getting busy on the mic, and the flash is nothing. This will not help out at all. I think they made that one up, Connor.
There's been a couple of those throughout this series, I feel like, where Heroic aren't losing their angles because the flashes are just slightly off. Hell, the frag grenades into connector also slightly off their mark, gave Sunpius a chance to maybe find something in the round prior. It's going to be Vexite to try to just creep his way out through ramp. Eventually, Liaz will come join him with bomb. Inns has been the critical piece
Netic
of this
and Regali doubled their kills.
To hang on in the first half. Will he get his again? Sitting bottom middle.
Molly under. LNZ's in trouble.
LNZ on the smoke there, but he will be in that corner. And Vexite's going to isolate too.
Damn.
Well done on his own. Whole pack of players right behind him. Inns makes sure that there's no retake. Really? But
X-Cloud stops the plant.
Slip up. Stop the
Not going to be enough though.
Bomb plant. Unfortunately here for Heroic.
Sun plays saves.
Too valuable. Sun Pius wants to save it for the next
Sun
one.
Pius, sorry.
FlyQuest are breaking through.
Take your hat off, Vexite. That was a wonderful play here for the 2 kills on the A side.
Huge for FlyQuest.
And it's a second and third, but it's still early in this game, so they'll take it.
The
FlyQuest turn that
pacifist.
into a round win. 3 players alive means money is going to be pretty good as well. And you can see the paranoia here for Sun Pius as he looks for a good place to save. But luckily for him, FlyQuest are just as concerned about their own bank accounts.
Terrorists win.
How do you think Vexite keeps that wet hair look? Is it just from being from Australia?
You gotta ask Zywoo. He's got them curls going too.
Yeah, that's true.
Little Australian spider venom or something. But this kill top stairs is what allows for him to follow through on the bottom of Balk. Inns yet again with a guarantee, climbing up through those windows.
All right, timeout. We got a timeout taken. Or is it switch half? I wasn't paying attention.
Be aware of the A push mid-round. See if Heroic
That was
starts
a
to kind of let
TO. Must have
themselves
been a
off
TO.
the chain a little bit, but it would be a weird round to do it. We've only got that solo op on Sun Pius. So is it the pistols that'll go take ramp? Ooh, looking at that radar. Sun Pius heads the correct direction.
Now we have to remember that it was a bad flash that allowed Sun Pius to get his kill because, you know, Regali trusts a flash like that. Oh, you can't blame him. My goodness, what a shot through the thinnest piece of that door frame. Liaz dies in one hit.
And Sun Pius is instantly transitioning that op elsewhere. Netic has floated out bottom middle with Regali. Gonna hear that utility usage. Connector smoked off. You'll just hold this window, but you lose the line of sight. Indicates the cap play. Inns is only going to have a pistol to deal with unless the connector guys try to split it, which they will.
Oh, speaking of line of sight, here's Linus up on Cat, and he's maintained now.
Okay.
For another great shot.
Sun Pius gets right back to where he has to go. Kicks this round off with a clean shot through the apps. And now he's getting bolstered with pistols right behind him, his entire team with him. And Tanir just throwing caution to the wind, jumps over that gap, takes damage to the legs. Still a chance at a recovery here. Netic and Regali gonna have to keep it clean. CT's push, they're pressing into this. They're taking control. All 5 stand as Heroic take charge.
What a good round, bro.
Opening setup, that's
what a good
beautiful,
round for them.
but it's the shot. I mean, it's the shot that gets the spotlight.
That op was crazy.
Incredible from Sun Pius. Can barely see a thing. And with, you know, full X-ray
Crazy
from our
op round.
perspective, you knew when to take it. But look at the moment that he has to react on, with it being a wall bang as well. Insane. Hard to say which one's even more impressive, to be honest.
Okay. That was crazy.
Taking it to the B site. Okay, tempo, pace change. If there was an offer, they'd try to slam against it, but instead it's just the AK back site. LNZ tries to get into the smoke. Sun Pius already on the scene. You've got 2 players corralled towards bench. He hits it, and he's gonna try to chuck out some util. They are stuck over there on bench. Netic down to 20. Bomb pick back up, but Tanir
back on the floor.
Always decides when and where on his terms. The response comes back out of FlyQuest.
Youngstar pushing out.
Gonna try to creep up. Low health for Netic still, and he's in the middle of the smoke. Finds the better of it. Pistol connects for Sun Pius, but this one goes both ways.
Unlucky.
And FlyQuest with conviction overwhelmed them.
It's back to B again, but this time the punch has a lot more follow through. in through the Van Pillar smoke, all the way to bench, and Linus thinks that he has at least delayed them a little bit with that fresh piece of utility, but they don't respect it, and it's exactly what they need to do. They finally find a way to overwhelm here where they couldn't for the last 2 rounds. And I think they distinctly respond to the fact that Senpaius has been perched out there looking for opening kills, that why would they try that again when I've been so successful from this point?
Good job, Corey.
They win the game of rock, paper, scissors. The call's brave and it works.
Oh. Guys. What's happening? Okay, that was weird. The other stream is going fine.
Got a clash set for middle here. A lot of bodies drop straight down into underpass. Oh, okay, slightly different. Blind off. There's not just the one. M4 is ahead of it. Tanir, you know he's going to swing. Netic gets the better of him. That's a head-to-head. The desk highlighted, burning over towards the flames. Netic on his own will clear out underpass. What a perfect position for FlyQuest to try to tie up this half. 5v3, denied by LNZ over on A, and XFloud hunts bottom mid, a freebie, as Ince just goes jumping over top.
They can't believe there's a third player inside of middle after those 2 died in underpass.
3 kills now for Netic. Does everything he has to towards middle. A great recovery, all things considered. Ince going to be left scratching his head as to how he let that death happen. Luckily, FlyQuest maintain control of the situation.
Finally around where we can talk about Netic, late bloomer in this series so far. It's not as if he's been playing bad, but he hasn't gotten the spotlight up until now.
Alan's used to pull off something here, but
there's a lot of mid-round moments yesterday where he was able to just kind of jackknife rounds, reopen the possibility of the wins. And this time, kind of cooled off by Tanir, definitely being outshined by the catwalk holds of Tanir, but not this time. And beautifully, the head-to-head to start it. Both players know damn well they're about to duel on that angle.
Okay. A very close game.
It's an excellent use of the Molotov and the angle coverage to know that you're not running away. I just have to figure out when you're going to peak.
Oh.
Trying to prod the A-ramp way. A little bit scary. This is not a full, it's a full buy, but they only get 2 MP9s out of it.
Love that knife.
And now a 4v4. They vacate Palace as well. And if you, on the T side, you leave a gun on an extremity, you have time to go to the other side of the map if you want to go in early. If you're not going to protect the guns, then that can come back to be a problem for you.
It was a flash.
At the moment, Heroic are not playing greedy.
Yeah, Heroic kind of wasted a lot of money to try to pull ahead, but it's obviously not worked out for them, so a little desperate at the moment. A little desperate of a round.
It's really interesting. I mean, Heroic have not kind of moved from this setup at all. They're just staying close to the gun, but not actually getting in through Palace. I think that FlyQuest are assuming if they don't go and push this, that they wouldn't be stacking. That assumption isn't true.
Comes the smoke.
It could actually be a great call from Heroic, to be honest.
Smoke in hand.
They don't have the best guns, but they're in the right spot.
Youngstar puts that utility down at the right moment. Now he's just going to have to hold them back through it. They try to pop it open. Oh, excellent 5-7. Insta-kill. Won't be able to get the multi.
Oh, man.
In the kill feed again.
There could have been a solid stop.
13 and 7 on this half. Him and Liaz. Not the names you always expect to be shining. World's Plan. Still 13 seconds. LNC. Oh, could have clutched, but...
Okay. I think this stream is having issues or something.
No scope is how we close this. And it is game on in the 2-0 pool, folks.
Jesus.
Tied 6 apiece.
Jesus.
I started 2015, I think, like I was 10 or something. I don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my...
Okay. Bro said I got anger issues.
cash. Here we go. For all the marbles, you either get it done as quick
All right, the start of Wildcard versus B8. While there's a halftime break for Heroic versus FlyQuest.
Straight into the lines. Dan already bell rung. Bodies could drop. JBA and Sonic worse for wear.
Okay, Wildcard starting out very aggressive.
In fact, completely out. Can he get run down? No, no one swings him. He's allowed.
Not aggressive enough though.
Just fragging up a storm.
Oh my god.
NPL clicking as fast as his finger can. Spams the smoke with the dual Beretta.
Holy NPL.
And that is a convincing pistol. Okay, he's close.
Let's go G2.
Well, you could go, let's go B8. Let's go B8.
Yeah. Why is he saying let's go G2?
Well, I don't think G2 would ever say that.
Let's go
themselves.
G2.
Maybe Kenzazor is a
Let's go G2.
fan, and there are going to be some vacancies in that roster.
Like, wait, that's not her. Well, or maybe he's leaked it.
Yeah,
confirmed.
What the hell?
To G2 alongside of Simpius.
That's right.
And Saw.
Locked in.
All right, T-side force without the plant.
All right, B8 took the first round.
Wow.
NPL getting aggressive.
Very brave.
That's a great way to start off your anti-force, isn't it?
Well, you've also
F4 grabs the opening kill.
You've also kind of educated me on the reasoning behind a move like that, as far as, you know, you don't want to give T's too much room to like set up and explode, right? So moves like that, it's going to disrupt what the plan may be.
Yeah, and it's also out of the box, right? I don't want to do it again. Yeah. The meta once upon a time was
maybe the strat is called G2.
Very, very aggressive.
What was the strat? To kill them on pistol round?
Smoke deep because you'd run down mid and you'd run down banana and you just full clamped, which forces them
into
the
G2 strat.
And then with only pistols,
wait for them to push you,
need to have
and then kill them.
Set out the gates or pacey yourself. And with the loss bonuses where they found themselves over the years, that was really quite strugglesome. And when you knew you're against an eco of only 1,400, right? Think about the loss bonus change to 1,900. That's still
this person's yelling at this like VOD they're playing.
It would be so much easier to waltz over a team.
Stop joking around and play.
Sonic is going to be able to get a lot of space up middle. Kenzazor at range towards long MP9.
Don't joke around.
For the job, but
go play the game. This isn't funny.
This one should be done. Yeah, Sonic defined.
Strong frag total from Essential.
Screaming at a VOD that was made like 2 days ago.
Still got hands.
If he had the bomb, which wouldn't make any sense, but if he did,
yeah, he would have had a chance.
Yeah, if my grandma had wheels, should be a bicycle, but this one's not another. No. Okay, that's sensible. Let's not get crazy. Okay, well, right now, while we do have the time, let's discuss the CT setup that we're expected to see coming out of Bait. On this third and deciding map, you will get MPL as the A rotating rifler, joining the likes of Kenzazor as the pit and apartment anchor. Headtrick as the AWPer will have duties to play that long side. He'll be able to watch short with the AWP and also help set up the B defenders. And then that means that you're going to have the likes of Essential alongside of Alex to lock down Banana. It's going to clash, obviously, against Wildcard, who have actually got some upgrades again. So I'm surprised to see them lightly invest, but...
okay, so the odds are still in favor of B8 for this matchup.
Kills.
Regardless.
The value will be there. This time ready
We'll see what happens with that.
Or, no, they were ready for the window aggression.
Yeah, that was enough. It was all a distraction to set up Headtrick, who's just... I mean, they are farming them with their MP9s. Thank you for spending extra cash. We'll be taking that away from you. Lickety split.
Lickety split, huh?
Let's go G2.
An odd one there.
Let's go G2.
G2 are in stage 3, so yeah, I know that surprised everybody. They did lose Monster this year. But all right, just one casualty in that one as we do set our sight to the first rifle round. Now, the reason I was surprised to see those upgrades, look at it reflected bottom right-hand side of your screen. We're light on util. There's enough to go around, but not everything. So let's see. How does that hamper the opener?
All right, first round of Mirage goes to Heroic.
Charges up towards the half wall. He will be
Heroic starting off strong on Mirage.
7-6. Essential to swing. Gets the confirmation of presence. Alex doesn't even need any help. Okay, Alex with 2. Banana defended. He's making that MP9 really put in a shift. Nice catch. Nice. What? Oh, I thought Standard caught him pulling out a smoke, which he did, but Headtrick's there to cover.
Right. Oh. Almost.
This has gone from bad to worse for Wildcard. You come into your first gunny and you lose it to what? A bonus MP9?
Yeah, you hate to see that.
Feeling disgusted.
They're going to try to make something work in here. Oh, not enough, though.
Okay, Headtrick's had enough. He has had enough. He was last seen being unlucky library to catch the Sonic slip. Job done. Round 1, 4-0. Oh, no.
This is a very condemning start. The resistance has been very light in the opening stages.
Second round of the Mirage game versus FlyQuest and Heroic.
Of said best of 3, the best of 1s. The reason that it feels so scary is you lose the pistol, you lose the first rifle round. The game can get away from you quick. You weren't really in it on Dust 2 as Cozy will get that one, but now his position noted. The rotation fast up Banana in the backlines from Headtrick. Heal on the site, and Cozy will get another, but it doesn't even really matter about the damage right now. He's on 14 points of health, and he will be bowled over in a moment's time.
How do you get on a site? What's going on here?
Oh, they miss all their smoke spam
9
bullets.
seconds.
He walks through the smoke and dies. Okay, sure. Yeah, that could be. That's one of the ways it could have ended.
So partial now. We have to reflect on these 4 rounds of play, and well, just the sheer lack of kills seems to be one of the problems. Sus yet to get on the board. The loss bonus will grant them between 3.5.
All right, Heroic wins that second round, 8-6. Heroic v FlyQuest.
Wants to get on the mic, and this is where you hope to get an inspiring little pocket call. Something with Tech9's a set piece where you actually get to dictate the tone, because I have liked this jarring nature from Bait playing aggressive window room, aggressive halls.
I'm out.
You remove some of the
called
options
by Wildcard
in the early stages. A lot of these rounds, especially the rifle rounds, are going to be
Wildcard not looking too hot right now in Inferno.
Control. If you can unravel the pieces over towards second mid, it is going to make your round a whole lot easier.
Wow.
You say that, but it does feel like Sonic has quite consistently been able to kind of at least get towards Arch side. Like he's definitely, I don't know, his pathing, it's likely through, you know, mid, the direct, and a bit slower, but he has been getting there. I think perhaps we're going to be seeing a slower round out of Wildcard, even despite Tech9's in the mix.
I think the first thing I'd like to see them do is make sure that the CTs can't disrespect them.
Yeah.
And then after that, work on what
here it comes.
It's going to be.
Pistol run for FlyQuest.
Takes a pot shot.
See how that works out. NPL with the double spray down middle for Wildcard's eco.
CTs with AKs in their hands, they're even more emboldened to take these jewels. They'll just walk at you. Oh, bro. Nice couple
BH shutting down Wildcard, but JBA, can he do something triple?
He's done very well.
Okay. Unlucky.
The rounds are over quick.
Heroic looks like they're picking up their third round
5-0 already.
in the halftime.
Okay, well, full buy now.
Half switch, I should say. Not halftime.
There's residual cash.
But switching over to T side, they've about to secure their third round, making this a 9-6.
Bullet on that second.
Oof, bang, okay. That camera angle.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Really tells the story.
What up, Razor?
So there's enough for another buy, even if Bait lose this round. That's the most casualty.
Our Wildcard is a buy round. Let's see if they can do something with it.
Second of play.
Nades come down middle, chipping away at Stanislaw.
Just wants to take a brawl. This time it's a 7 kill down, an opening kill for Wildcard. That's a difference maker.
And Sus first frag in map number 3.
Getting standoff towards the apps as well. You can see Sonic and Kenzizor are both
finally getting a frag, I should say.
Full nades for Kenzizor committed like this. He could go down and lose it all.
Yeah, I think he's realized the same and starts to relocate. Ooh,
Smoke Arch.
Smoke implies friction imminent. Sonic slow with this.
He's about to get all the info if he peers out.
Ooh,
just one smoke.
That, but the util does imply he's behind the
Flashes A. Doesn't even rotate yet.
Hasn't moved a muscle.
Spoiler.
Wow, they're just walking on the site.
Timing. It really depends on Sonic's progressions.
Okay, he hears them. He should be calling for a rotate here. He hears all of them.
Oh, Sonic didn't see him.
Not this again.
Now Kenzizor's behind him. He rounds the corner. Still a very quick flank. Sonic, jump scare imminent, gets it. Kenzizor down. An important trade from JBA, round 1.
Yeah, just off of the timing there by a few seconds. If he's
a big trade they're going to be saving because it's Inferno, LOL. Imagine not saving on Inferno every fucking round and taking 25 years to plant the bomb.
To hang on for dear life. Felt like his teammate had to offer something, and now Netic, at least, able to slip into the middle of it all.
Okay.
And it's a fast one onto X-Cloud. Okay, Sunpaya's predictive spray. Netic's head gets just rattled.
Big round here for Heroic.
Post-plant here, Heroic.
If they win this one,
on the line. You've got this
one more round closer towards shutting down FlyQuest.
But it's also a little bit disengaged.
Can they do it?
Hope these CTs don't retake quickly. Sunpaya's just buying time. Gives it a bit of a jiggle. FlyQuest do this quietly,
Ooh.
and as they get the Sapias kill, they've given just enough time for Tanir to get to the scene of the crime. Regali in the middle of the two doesn't even feel like a save is able. And so bomb ticking a little too fast, and nobody
loses the op too, right?
Well done here by Heroic to just cool him off, give him nothing to shoot at, and make sure that ops goes down. 3 left.
Timeout being called by B8, it looks like. Good job by Wildcard. Actually pushing through A site. They finally figured out the weakness here towards B8, which, to be fair, was them just stacking B site and holding it and not rotating out. B8 saved on that one. And Heroic looks like they are getting one more round on the board for themselves. Advancing to the 3-0 placement. Advancing to stage 2 off of this win against FlyQuest. Assuming, of course, they won against FlyQuest here, because there's still a few more rounds left. But it's not looking very good for FlyQuest. FlyQuest is looking a little down. Okay. Back to the wildcard game.
Yeah, Saf's going to evade the initial HE. Now he knifes out, does charge for that half-wall fight. Still 0 damage dealt to him. Swings in.
Okay, Sauce blocking out almost.
A necessary trade out of Alex.
Oh my gosh, almost a double.
He's going to ask questions of Top Banana. Is there a flash?
We do have Sonic lurking A site.
Blocked on half-wall. You can flash through it. Doesn't look like they're immediately going, though. Backing away instead.
Sonic is this time round has actually taken boiler control quite quickly. So he's already pushed forward. Last round he was much more passive in the Halls progression. And this keeps options open for an A attack now. So a smoke towards long side. Bracket control will be theirs in a moment's time. Kenzie over towards the balcony. Alex in sight and MPL being pulled back across. So 3-1 split of the defenses once more, but this time they've gambled correctly.
Oh, that's a very nice nade to start as well. Reminiscent of Bates CT side on Dust 2. There was a lot of good HE connections. They've done it again. And the body's in the right place. This is going to be a meat grinder. Good flash. But still there's Alex. Holds strong on the Colzera box. He gets 2. Nothing left for Fuzi. He's a dead man walking, dead man spraying. You find the first, you got 19 points of health, you eat the flashbang that rots the clock further. Headtrick's coming in from that library side, and just dancing with him here is Kenzizor.
One bullet.
No bullets. He hasn't even got enough bullets for the 2 taps he's required, and so Bait will eventually pull that across the line.
Damn.
And a big gold star affixed to the chest of Alex.
Yeah,
3 kills on the defense.
Well, props to
Heroic
Suspect
taking one more round.
for being so strong in this banana control to get the opening kill, but they didn't get the space, and then the half-wall smoke drops. MPL, he just rotates away.
Looking a little sad for Wildcard here, man. They're not able to get another round on the board.
Perfect. You can see MPL, he's jiggling long, comes through the moto smoke with really good timing, and there you have it, round done, round dusted. And we'll be able to buy back in, but remember, I said that there are going to be a couple of omissions. This time it's just going to be a Galil. So this is getting away from Wildcard very, very quickly. Deep nades soften up JPA, but Suspect again. This half-wall smoke to play around.
Yeah, still Ascentia was fully blind there. He gets his.
BA gets to spray through smoke.
As soon as that happens, the app's defense right now, it starts searching, so...
Oh, mate, it gets worse for them.
They can't.
Now you're trying to push through, you end up getting spammed away. Doesn't matter, smoke or flash, and you'd have loved 2 there.
Okay.
Instead, Sonic's lost his teammate. He's lost Stan. Hoping for an overextension from that banana flank, but Headtrick's taking his sweet time. He's going all the way around to that T-ramp.
How many smokes does he have?
He's got infinite smokes as well, apparently.
Yeah, look, well, at least that information goes to Kenzizor, who's locked the door, right? Okay, so he's still top banana, he's still throwing nades. You can actually try and close him in. There's 30 seconds now. Kenzizor starts to get a little bit closer. I don't think they're even going to let him get away with the plant, because as soon as he taps it, you should see players just running through these smokes.
Allegedly.
Oh, missed AWP shot from Headtrick on the back of Ruin. Sonic is making this one still exciting. He's hit the first headshot, but the AWP will connect, and they keep racking up the rounds. I was expecting a real back and forth affair on Inferno, and that is just
round
not what we
number
are seeing.
12
a
for their
distinct advantage for Bait at this point in time. It is looking
20-something, but wins 12.
If they can keep this up. 2 frags for Stan, 2 for Susp. Remember Train? Remember how that one felt?
Big for Heroic.
Look, that was their map choice, and it was a close affair going into overtime. Dust 2.
And that's who you heard screaming in the background, actually.
One thing I'm liking to see from these young guns is their confidence behind their aim. They're playing rounds as they should, but they're also taking these fights so that they can stay a bit more tone-setty. So the fundamentals are there, but so is the crosshair placement. And now they're just harassing. So another nice nade. More nade damage done. Chipping away at 2. Stan and JBA is right now a pocket strat is set up with the partial. They're going to set up for what should be an A explosion. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and there's the go.
Yeah, they'll have 3 here to defend them. Off of the flash, they accelerate long.
Ace at execute, I like it. Let's make this work. Oh, misses the off shot. MPL doesn't though. Fozy gets the trade.
Fozy on notice.
It's still gonna be very hard.
They're coming his way. Should be set for success here.
Oh!
He meets his fate. Nice catch on the Galil. And Fozy in combination with Sus.
2v2.
They've gone into the site. It looks like he was thinking about a smoke push there, Alex, but thinks twice. We'll wait for a Senthiel. And AWP finds its way into Fozy's hands. On that low HP, that's perfect. Smoke, double flame as well.
1v2 FlyQuest versus Heroic.
Fight, but he will thrive within it. Missed second shot. Is Senthiel.
1v1 here.
Gone. Trying to clear out the site with the molly. Has no
or
answers
wild card.
He's going to get off to.
Nice.
Steps up, steps in, and delivers wild card a second round.
Our last round for Heroic, possibly. This is match point. Regali versus
you're able to get your second, but still, it's a 5
Tinar and
gap.
Youngstar.
Can you net it up again at a 7-5 scoreline before the halftime?
Let's see if he
break,
catches this
really,
cross, or they just go play safe firebox.
Heading around long, MPL does great with the double.
Yeah, they're just playing safe. Smart.
Headtrick able to get the first, but not in a position to dance around the boxes. And Fozy grabs his AWP and makes it deadly as Susp contributes for
All right, save for match point. Save the op.
Gone.
He has to push this or they lose. And they will be knocked down to the 2-1 bracket. Fighting to stay alive. Heroic will be advancing.
How does he get 2 through the smoke headshots as well?
Important round here for
He
Heroic.
even has backup. NPL's there right behind him throwing.
Regali gets a shot. He knows where the last one is.
A degree of confidence.
So many bodies were put into
a game of chicken.
To get the control. Stan was there to set them up, and 3 players charging through.
No time on the bomb.
The smoke posting on the line. Fozy
no
can
time.
Find anything.
Oh, he gets it.
Oh no.
GG's.
A bit of a wide swing there from Alex. Confirms the opposite.
And Heroic takes it. Heroic 3-0.
Playing the numbers now. A man advantage.
Heroic advances to stage 2.
Making no secret of his top
great games by them. Great job. FlyQuest definitely put up a fight. Surprisingly put up a fight, especially on Anubis, but was not enough to defeat Heroic.
This defense.
Gap in there.
Yeah, you can work with that.
Okay, has to give it time for the spread, and Headtrick now will communicate that there is a long gap. Look at this. They're going to boost, or they're going to play through.
It's a usual avant-garde smoke, yeah.
Oh, unfortunate boost. Oh no.
Regardless.
How could this happen?
Really hard to get past Headtrick's
the boost fail. Oh no, the missed op by Headtrick. And he pays for it. He could have made this a 1v1, but he makes it a 2 versus 2. Or sorry, 1v2.
Into the next for the CTs. 2v2 situation feels winnable.
It certainly does, but Fozy can change that. Peeking through, loses his head. What's he done that for?
Alex with the spray tab.
Still no
Stanislaw. Kind of an awkward position here. Oh, he sees him.
Out the movement. It's horrible to deal with. Now they just isolate him. Alex comes up clutch.
Yeah.
Partners up and a quad kill. Starts with a spam, double spam down Banana, and he picks up both on the retake.
I like that one.
Just continuing to
what are you
those
picking for?
Some banter thrown across the fence. There are some smirks light up the faces of Bait. Remember, 3 rookies, 32-team major, given plenty more regional representation. But Alex, Kenzo, and Ascenthiel at their first and looking to make stage 1. The first time we've had this format, a 3-0 sweep. The tier 2 online grinders.
Yeah, Tio called by wildcard.
That essentially makes you a...
Not surprising. Get a little bit of a post-game Heroic interview.
on this team, right? Even after losing Anubis, was the bounce back still quite easy for them? Were they still in good spirits?
Yeah, I think the mood was pretty good. It's obviously also it helps that we did a comeback on like Anubis T side, or we got many rounds and made it 13-11, but not good enough in the end. But I mean that got a bit more like maybe what's the word? Let's say motivation, but just hopes up for the last map and got some energy for that. So that was good.
I've got to ask about Tanir on your team, because obviously you scouted him onto the team. How did you find him, and did you expect him to be this good? Because he's looking really razor sharp. Is he even maybe beating your expectations?
Yeah, I think he is beating the expectations in a way, like how fast he's able to adapt to international team and everything that comes with that. I think, of course, like when watching him before this team, he already had good mecha.
All right.
Are they ready? No, they're not.
Back to the game.
Oh, Fozy down. Double out of an
3v3 already.
I love it. They just take a timeout.
Just aggression.
Meet that with some aggression down the guts, and whatever the plan was, whatever the strat was, now you're playing a mid-round. It's a 3v3. Everything you just spoke about, you took the extra time, it's gone, it's out the window, and you're back in a scenario where the comms are crazy. You need players to make moves. You need your in-game leader to have an inspired call. And again, it's a scenario where you're not in a strong position on the T side.
It's going to be an interesting finish. Susp is rounding the corner at spawn. Coming second mid. Joining the forces for an apps approach.
Oh,
Alex
timing.
Perfectly timed on his boiler, reaggress. Walks up the stairs, catches, stands staring. And that's a good indication that there's more coming. Alex comes back for more!
Wow.
They back themselves, don't they? They're happy to take a duel, these kids.
Maybe we draw the line here, yeah. He isn't going to go start swinging into Sonic. Actually, wait a second. He might very well just have him here.
Hellraiser stickers on that hot rod.
Oh, Alex drops off, says you're going to have to work harder than that.
Shit. Well, he switched over, though.
There's one underneath you.
Yeah, but where? Yeah, unlucky.
He's coming for you. Alex, what a fantastic sequence of rounds from him. 4 kills into 3.
Not looking good for wildcard.
Change. But yeah, it's still gonna be important, and I mean everyone is here together, and we have been having these important talks about how we need to focus on this tournament, because it is important.
It is important. It's working well so far. So just go out with a bang. I think that's the way to do it. Thank you very much, Saul. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Words from Saw as the coach, as coaches.
I love that. I love that.
Stage 2, so a lot on the line.
High
but
five.
Here we go. Is there
a hand clap.
Once more, head trick. The
Pretty sick.
Gets posted up. Banana.
That was pretty Giga Chad. All right, big round here.
Takes a heavy bit of damage.
10-2 or 9-3. 10-2 would be way more devastating.
Fortunately, he's got the AWP, I guess.
He's fine. Into mid.
Okay, Stanislaw.
We'll get away with it.
Opening up.
Fantastic opening kill.
Boiler side.
So that should inform that there is a slight gap.
Oh, good.
Available,
Smart rotate though.
Stairs, they're gonna
very smart rotate
out of the CT short. Stan's gonna go for the tricky smoke again. So this one lands on top of the porch roof. MPL, does he push?
Oh, up close, Stan. You're not ready for this, are you? NPL.
Let's see what happens. Ooh, MPL with a headshot. But they know, they have info now that they went back.
Nothing middle. B players on high alert, and he gets a nice duel. Okay. From the AWP,
2v1 on the site. Okay. He did get the other one though. He did do his job. Can JBA 2v1?
1v2 for JBA.
2v2 would have been better. Oh, almost. Oh!
It gets worse. Alex waving them goodbye as he's looking to pick himself up a spot in the next stage of competition. Only 8 seats available from stage 1. And now 3 rounds separating them from taking a seat.
10-2 is not good to go into Inferno. I mean, doable, certainly doable. Certainly can wildcard, muster up a comeback. It's going to be difficult. I do not envy their position at all in this. This is their game to lose. They will also be sent to the 2-1 bracket if they lose this. And, of course, BA will be advancing to the 3-0 game. I believe. I assume it will be against... Heroic, unless I have my, I don't know, games wrong or something. Anyways, I'm a little tired. I'm gonna get some coffee. But yes, yeah, very, very uninspiring half from wildcard. You hate to see it because they performed out of their minds on train, and unfortunately their final game here on Inferno is not looking too hot. So 3-0 don't play each other. They go straight to stage 2. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm a little cooked. Yeah, both teams will be advancing. But then tomorrow, there'll be best of threes for teams that lose today. Except, of course, for the teams that we're going to be watching play later, the last games of the day, which will be between Chinggis Warriors and Fluxo, as well as Imperial versus Metasport, where those teams could be going home instead of playing tomorrow to continue to stay alive in the losers bracket. Yikes. Yikes. We're gonna see eliminations today. Yesterday we watched qualifiers for basically today's games in stage 1, but we will see definitive eliminations not moving on to losers bracket. Today will be today 2 teams will be eliminated. Right now we're just watching advancements between teams that won 2-0 yesterday. Did Heroic win? Yes, Heroic won their games. They beat FlyQuest 2-1. They lost on Anubis somehow, which was, I think, them throwing mostly. But they did win. They're advancing 3-0. And we're currently looking to see B8 possibly advance against Wildcard, who had a pretty good run-up up until now. And even their first game on Train was pretty intense. Did they win a previous... I'm like... I think I'm actually... Which... Oh, they played Dust. That's right. They played Dust. And they lost on Dust. I don't know by how much. Oh, 13-6. Yeah, their Dust game wasn't very convincing, and their Train game was close. But was it Flom that said that Wildcard's a bit of a Train Merchants team?
Blast TV Austin Major 2025.
Maybe.
The
Who
culmination
knows?
of the first VRS season ever. And we find ourselves in stage 1, the first ever 32-team major. Counter-Strike, we continue to write pages in the history books. This is the B stream. This is where you'll find Alex and I all tournament long. And we're going to get underway with what is the second half of map number 3. This is a 2-0 series. Winner will lock themselves in for stage 2. And you've missed a lot. Overtime, back and forth affairs, domination from Bait on their map.
All right,
now Inferno, the
big round. If Wildcard lose this round, it's pretty much gonna be GG. I'm telling you right now. Wildcard loses Pistol. It's basically GG. He jump spots him here possibly.
Jump spot, so Jeeba could be caught off guard by this. He seems on high alert though. Knows that that walk angle is possible, and so he's going to play for the spot in abs.
Not saying undoable, but unlikely.
You don't want to overstay your welcome. He does stick around.
Okay, NPL gets a headshot. JBA.
After one.
Almost.
Is lost. It crumbles.
All right, time to save.
Surge into the site.
All right, guys, save. Don't bother retake. It's Inferno.
Yeah, and we were all tied up with the pistols up until this map. It was 2-2. Now both of these pistols likely to go in favor of the Ukrainians.
They love their Inferno, and you can see why. The way in which
Okay, Sus. Okay,
wow,
Sus.
Great shots from Sus. Is he making a retake work?
Turn it around. One pit. You know one's pit. Nice nade.
Nade does damage.
Sus brought it on the site. Getting aggressive. Good trades.
Oh my goodness.
You know where he's at? No, it's Senfield.
It's up to Stan. Dancing around to Senfield with this wall. He's done well to rock the clock.
Nice.
It's a good headshot, but look at the time.
No time.
Be close. Stan's jumped on it.
Oh,
does he look like he's celebrating?
What was it like? Bip, 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 bip,
It's going to be right down to the wire.
No, he doesn't have it. Fuck.
0.25 off.
Close, but no cigar as the celebrations come out of the young guns.
We saw you, bro. We saw you, bro. Everyone saw you do this, okay?
At the major, they've taken.
Don't worry.
I was going to say top spot, but
it's on camera. Don't worry.
Away from the Mongols. And they're looking to be one of the 2 teams from stage 1 to go 3-0. Heroic did it against FlyQuest not that long ago. And now just 2 more rounds. And this is what it's all about. The joy on the faces of the young lads as they are making light work of Wildcard.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just you described them as, online grinders. Well, this is the culmination of their efforts. You attend the major, you start putting more recognizable household names in their place, showing that you deserve one of those top spots. Spots in stage 2, just 2 rounds away.
They forced MP9. I mean, if they lose this one, it's actually GG.
Stark contrast from where this series
they're already
started.
forcing.
This is bait with domination.
Unless they want to somehow, like, before the comeback.
Because I think this one is just going to be swept under the rug.
But yeah, it's already kind of.
As we see the final few kills come in to make it round number 12. If you take a look at Bates' stat lines for the year,
save for OT.
About 130 maps in total.
They're gonna save for OT here.
With online and LAN play. You put the LAN filter on. They've only
Alright, is another game already going?
On LAN, and
this next game.
The Messer
Is
event,
this
which went down in
the
Mongolia
Imperial?
not that long ago, and then this major itself.
Is this,
so
yeah, I think this is the
talking about the revs,
Imperial
it's all
versus
within the realms of online
Metasport.
Counter-Strike. And this is going to help them skyrocket up the VRS, right? Because LAN wins can mean an awful lot.
And I think a pistol round just took place
this is
on
great
Nuke.
to
This
see
is
them
gonna
with
be
this
fun to watch.
level
I
of
like watching
form.
Nuke
And then
games.
if the uninitiated want to know what comes next, well, it's stage 2, right? The team's in stage 2.
Yeah,
Falcons,
they're saving
Furia,
for
you've got
overtime.
FaZe in there,
So that's
you've
how
got
cooked.
M80,
Nope, never
you've got
mind.
MIBR,
Didn't
Virtus
even
Pro, and
save
3D
guns.
Max. We're missing one.
It's cooked.
Who are we missing? M80, did you say that?
Said M80.
Alright, there's a text pause already.
Look, I was trying to do it off the top.
Okay.
Don't know why I bother with that. You can just go and find the resources.
Pain. Forget Pain.
We did forget Pain. But they've been pretty forgettable.
All right, what do we see coming out here? All zero. Sonic has
Rix has been standing in
$800.
every
He's buying some
second
util
event.
with
Their
it. Maybe
roster's
get a
been
flash.
in turmoil for a while
there we go.
there as far as getting all their five players
full
to the
buy.
event.
Now, what's going to happen?
Some head armor,
come through as
some body armor, but it's looking pretty much disparaged unless the MP9 can do something crazy here, which, let's face it, is the MP9 is definitely possible. But I think we don't play aggressive. I think we play back. It doesn't matter because it's all just walking out, getting a headshot Mac 10 through the smoke because this is CS2. And I guess you can just do that in this game. Just jump around and headshot people. It doesn't matter what your movement is. Just fucking hold mouse 1 and hold the jump button.
Into question, and that's not necessarily a question for you,
Spray through the smoke. Stanislaw did get a pick onto Kensasor through Banana, but they're probably going to rotate, maybe make an aggressive play onto A.
We all knew it.
Might be smart. MPL is double checking Boiler. But they are kind of setting up here on balcony. They might do something cheeky here, unless they go into connector, which could also be just as smart.
Exactly.
A big connector to B play might be smart. Fozy couldn't do much there on apartments. They're going to wrap around. It looks like they just take A site as is. JBA goes down. And Sonic is pretty much playing the most unwinnable 1v4 of his life. So GG's. It's basically over. Unlucky for wildcard. They had a good run up. Very impressive. I was definitely cheering for them, hyping them up for their train game especially, but it looks like D8 was the better team in their series against us here. They'll be moving to the losers bracket, playing tomorrow to stay alive. Meanwhile, B8 will be advancing to stage 2.
Yeah,
GG's.
I mean, individuals really shining bright. I think
Let's
Alex's
go
Inferno is
G2.
one that he'll be
All right.
very
Now,
proud of as a rookie.
we got 2 more best of 3s here lined up for y'all. We have Metasport versus Imperial. Both teams are currently facing elimination. This is an elimination best of 3. Both teams are fighting to survive. Metasport by far had the weakest performance out of any team yesterday. I don't even know how they continue to have smiles on their faces, I'll be honest with you. I know it's a little mean, but they had one game where they scored 1 round, and then they had another game where they scored the most of 5 rounds. So I think they have 6 rounds won overall in all their games. So right now they are, I mean, just the fact that they're tied with a team is phenomenal work. So maybe this is when they come back. Maybe this will be the comeback for them. But yesterday's performance looked rather weak, brother. I'll put it to you that way. Lumi is their opper, and Tri is the opper for Imperial. And I will say, I think Imperial looked like the better team. I like the way that Tri played. Jay Jesus had some good rounds. No Way also, I think, performed well. He used to be a streamer or something like that. I'm not really sure what they mean by that, but I guess he was a streamer that went pro and people liked his story. Jay Jesus trying to get the spray down. Try holding that angle.
His behalf, and some utility to just keep the pistols back.
Looks like they're gonna gatekeep Metasport from actually doing something here, but Lumi gets the scout pick. What was their games yesterday? Imperial lost to B8, but not convincingly. They only lost to B8, which is the team we just saw advance 3-0 by only 2 rounds.
Just seems like such a people person.
And then they did end up losing to Nemiga, which we saw play earlier and beat Lin Vision. So I think Imperial is the stronger team here, just due to the fact that Wild
As he was
card
checking
sent
in, the,
Metasport packing
nice
day
lady
1
behind the counter
13 and
says,
1.
"Sir,
It
your
wasn't even
room's
like
ready."
a
And he
real
goes, "Oh, I get the
fun
room."
game. And I think they might get sent packing
And
here by
in classic
Imperial,
American
assuming that
customer
Imperial
service, she's like, "Yes, of
plays
course, sir, you're gonna
anything
get a
like they
room,
did
and I can give you
yesterday,
an
and
upgrade
assuming
if that'd be
Metasport
better."
plays anything like they did yesterday.
I thought I was sleeping in the lobby. Hampus, what are you talking about?
Hampus, never change, Hampus.
Never change. Ooh, well.
Who picked Nuke here? Let me double check
Change
that.
position though. Frag grenade dunked on him. And these poor unsuspecting Glocks.
Nuke was Metasport's pick, so this is Metasport's map.
Auto shoddy in the hands of No Way, who then swaps to the USP as he climbs up onto the rooftops with the noob tube. That is a little bit of confidence, I'd say. Made more confident by facing measly Glocks. And Plopsky thinking maybe he can just slip the net into the bomb plant, but then he's got other ideas. Very comfortable CT side start.
All right, now looking good for Metasport for this start. Metasport looking a little bad right now, but this is going to be a big rifle round for them.
I think I talked to a lot of people who were quite disappointed about Metasport and how good they expected them to be in the stage.
Look at the XM.
And us personally, we've tested some Metasport high moments, you know, in the last.
Where's
year.
that gun?
Eliminated Simple from the last Blast Showdown.
Yeah, okay,
that was pretty special. And of course, like a lot of rosters, they've made some pretty drastic changes since then. But they proved that their scouting was good in that moment. Ooh, nice try ducking into that smoke.
Yeah.
I think really actually baiting out a shot just to use that to be able to shoot back.
Menace is a force to be reckoned with.
Get off to a strong start.
I would say that much.
Presence outer could have Metasport's hands full as this game goes on.
Like a crazy person on the sidewalk when you're at a traffic light and you're on a moped.
I mean, a distraction for the ramp player to push. That's
you know what I mean? You're
rude.
sitting at the red light, waiting for it to turn green, and there's a person on the sidewalk that's 5 feet away from you, and you can tell that they're a little crazy.
The right time.
Pops up, missed third shot.
In the same way that they're a force to be reckoned with, maybe so is Metasport.
Amazing now.
You just don't know what they're capable of.
Two players in positions.
And seemingly so far, not a whole lot, but you never know.
Going back.
Somebody tell me not to DoorDash. What are you trying to get?
Now it's a 2v3.
Make sure it's a discount.
From a 2v5.
What are you getting? Tell us.
Just under a minute remaining.
Always make sure the door's locked. That's why I said when you're on a moped. Imagine being on a moped during that situation.
To give over, but you're also not expecting Lume to come out and just crack that headshot as he did. Tees decide to separate here, coming at the site from both directions. Adam B letting the bomb get closer to sight.
2 versus 3.
This corner. There is no help here
Let's
for
see if
Decenti. He is the last piece on B.
Has got what it takes.
Gun is approaching. Tries to clear it. Decenti trying to recover from a misstep.
Not here.
Jump and
Lumi
still
gets a headshot. Doesn't know where they are yet.
15
Makes
seconds
noise.
left, unsure as to where the others are at. They are both right
Faking
behind
the plan.
him, joining down from that upper site.
Now he can't fake.
Smoke's gonna fade. Auto shot. He just pops
Boom,
holes
boom,
in the
boom,
cover,
boom.
and it's 4-1 Imperial. A nice
You're
attempt to
DoorDashing
recovery there
chicken
from
and broccoli
Metasport,
Alfredo.
But 3 kills all they're gonna get.
Yeah, that was a real,
No, I wouldn't do that. Wait,
band
is
of
it
brothers
cheap?
moment there for Luma. Just everybody.
Chicken and broccoli Alfredo.
It's a pretty morbid analogy, but everyone just dying around him.
I don't know, man. I would personally, I wouldn't DoorDash that myself.
But unfortunately, that wasn't enough.
I look
to
for deals
overcome
on
what was
DoorDash.
Actually, just a very, very
I like looking
solid setup
at
from
deals.
multiple positions.
Use the
Not even
DoorDash
just, like,
financing
where
for the
Try
order.
was,
Good
but who
call,
was
dude.
behind
Good
Try.
call.
Even when
My
he rotated
pick'ems,
around,
yeah,
they
RIP your
really had
pick'ems.
so many options covered. Felt like they were in the minds of Metasport as they were roaming around the map. So
Pasta
we're
is
seeing
easy to make
Imperial
not
play
worth. That's
better
what I'm
than
saying.
yesterday.
Don't
That's number
DoorDash
one.
pasta.
Now the question is, can Metasport
Pasta's
meet
such a
them halfway?
cheap food to make, so easy. Like if you're gonna DoorDash something that like would take you fucking forever to make, or like you don't want to make. You know what I mean?
With that match versus
You don't want to
Babe,
DoorDash
they
like
had
cereal.
more than enough chances to close that.
DoorDash
Even
a
close
sandwich.
against one of the 2 teams that
I mean,
has
to be
gone
fair, I've
3-0
DoorDashed
in
like
this
Subway and
stage.
stuff.
Bait officially
You know,
progressing.
just for something quick because I know that they'll get there fast. DoorDash is like, nah, it's too expensive. You gotta find like a meat, like that's what I'm saying. If you look for deals, like buy one get 2, you know what I mean? DoorDash has a bunch of those. Go for it, buy one get 2. That's the only time I feel like it's worth it. Is when you can when you can DoorDash a lunch and dinner is when I feel like DoorDash is worth it. Because you're saving money on delivery, and you get something for later. But if you're just like DoorDashing one meal, I feel like it's never worth it. Yeah, I'll go look at deals. Yeah, you should do that. You might find something. Yeah, Imperial just mows them down, dude. I don't understand what I'm looking at here. I don't like. Is this a like, dude? Metasport is not looking good, bro. I don't know what's going on.
And that was such a good spot to fight both those.
What is going on here? What are people saying? Probably really nice things, right?
Comfortable by the vent. You see that Lume swings out to try to take a duel. It's kind of a spot that it's
damn,
like
my 0-3 looks safe.
Those are the power position advantages you have. You can come in slower, you can stand farther back, you can take
no
your
way
time.
a shoddy won the
when
game.
You're low on time, you're low on players. That's when you start making worse decisions. That's where having the man advantage is the real, percentage change in your odds for these different positions in Counter-Strike. So a lot of confidence showing here for Imperial. I don't know when the blood stops flowing right now. Metasport have to get control of things. Wow,
okay.
That couldn't have been a better place, Nate.
So they smoke secret, but like, what do they do with that? I guess it's a fake secret smoke and like a lobby push.
Certainly not an ideal start.
They're trying stuff, but it's just not landing, man.
And Che Jesus catches Plopsky's back turn, so 2 free kills. What could damn well be a third.
Commentary and life advice? Yes, sir. That is the stream.
Nails the second.
Isaac
Adam B
finally gets something.
Isaac 1v5.
But what cost?
Isaac's another name in Swedish Counter-Strike. I was definitely hoping to see on the best Swedish team. He has he's always got better plays than his stats show, I guess. He's never going to stand out.
I mean, I said that Metasport should have went back to the hotel, prayed, had a nice dinner together, do a group, do a group circle, like Metasport on 3, and then all go take bubble baths. Okay, you need the most hard mental reset of your life, and I don't feel like they had that. I don't know what happened.
Their ramp timing was.
Their coach seems kind of like the same way he seemed yesterday. I don't know. I maybe that's the way he normally is. I'd be more fired up as a coach. Like, come on, guys. What do we got? What's going on? Talk to each other. What are we doing? What are we not hitting? Are we not hitting shots? Are we like, what's going on? Do you need help? Call for help. Like, what are we doing? Are we going for an outside take, or are we just walking in the lobby into their crosshairs? Like, what is the move? Let's prove ourselves, right? This is where we prove ourselves. But that's just me. They're trying to make lobby work again.
A little awkward on the descent, but he gets there. Vinny having to deal with some utilities, but fine. Connects his kill, no way up from heaven, finds another one. A lot of bodies here just trying to overwhelm this
nice name.
Vinny just so disruptive with this
Adam with the headshot.
Not too bad though for Adam.
Right? You catch Hampus outside last round, you hold them back in this 2 versus 3 that Metasport have
what is going on here?
left to work with. Player on
Did he walk by him?
Silos, but a cheeky push up from Che Jesus. Adam B, it was looking good. Unable to go nuclear though, and so 7-1 secured here by the Brazilian team. All's looking good on day 2.
Yeah, getting nice and snug.
Another Sean Garris video inbound.
Hard to rotate in, but
yeah, I gotta work on that one.
Flank through the hut. That's all that tried needed to be able to get out there, get there real easily. It's also nice.
So fucking long. I ranted for like 3 hours in it.
A nade on the smoke for the second.
All right. Anyways, Prod Quest put up more of a fight than Metasport. Prod Quest is crazy.
Quick little climb up onto the silo. Vinny wants blood.
Yeah, they're just running into them.
That worked out so well for Vinny. He pushed up so far.
Where's the TO, dude?
Time, went back, got the kill in
We need the TO.
Left unnoticed. And now they've got to properly re-clear outside if they want to take this over. 5v4.
I will say, I'm looking at the score and I'm looking at how long they've been playing for. I think maybe they're playing a little too fast. I don't know what it is, but I feel like they need to start slowing shit down. Which is what looks like they're doing here with like going lobby, but now working outside. But unfortunately, they have only one smoke grenade to make a secret play work. Assuming that they get timing for it, but they will hear the smoke drop regardless. Do we have anything to get them to not peek you outside?
We have a passive spot from Try. I mean, they're sitting to play reactively, so...
Okay, we do have a smoke here, though.
My goodness,
this is good.
Right? Just try.
Smoke from main is good.
Could have owned you on the cross. Instead, they
Try doesn't see them.
Try slightly out of position for dealing with something
they walk
like
in
this.
secret. This is good for them.
And he decides not to hang
no,
on
they're
to
in
that
warehouse.
But they're suddenly,
even better.
Once they get into garage, they're suddenly trying to play
Try
a much
could
longer
spot him
round.
here.
Sure.
If they went committed to secret, 30 seconds, okay. But they don't even have their mini split in place for this attack. So are they going to try to go
hears them, and he knows they're outside.
Oh, ramp. I don't know.
Try gives it a chance. One player creeps through hell. Now another one's coming, but he starts running.
What?
Give Try all he needs to know. Okay.
What a play.
3 kills. Try alone. Looks like he's under pressure and dealt with, but he just holds it off.
Oh, destroyed. Unreal.
Those 2 extra steps, they go with speed.
Why did he run?
Silly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He didn't.
Why did he
I think
run?
It comes back to what you're talking about, where it's like this suddenly becomes a play that takes so much longer, and they had already had to burn time.
Why did he do that?
What was once trophy control to clear outside to cross over to garage. It's like I can follow their train of thought 100%, but they even themselves had to know, damn it, this isn't where we kind of wanted to get ourselves.
And if this was the move from the beginning, then they should have left someone back in the lobby to help with that split, or get someone into mini as a first step. They're just missing something there.
It's like a sunken cost fallacy. Feels like they have to follow through, and you run into a Try who's simply not missing. 15 kills. Che overwhelmed. Try here to help, but Adam B and Plopsky open up this round. They're going to try to contend with B, it seems. Descenti already deep in the corner of Dark.
Now this can be a good split lower because they've got one incoming from Secret as well. They can take
Metasport is all Swedes, but I think they're a Norway team.
Typical but safest position.
Okay.
That's catch all for
Relax,
CT to
please.
find. And
brother,
they don't really believe that he's here right now. Oh, they do. Okay, good clear from Adam.
Yeah, Plopsky had eyes on it. Adam makes sure to go deep. Man advantage secured off this one. This is just a simple swarm of ramp room that gets them into a post plant. Retakes on here for Imperial. Certainly have the leeway to go for a round like this. Certainly have the utility as well to keep it likely. Trajectory and spotted. Backside, you know there's one up on that shelf. Molotov with his name on it. That's going to flush through the post plant. Doesn't win the duel immediately. Gets enough damage for the fire to find the kill. And you've got a hot-handed 12-4 Vinny versus an incredibly cool Hampus. Smoke for the bomb. Back turned the wrong direction. But it's just the Tech 9 trying to tap him off this. Vinny's going to go ahead and stick the knife's got to find the mark. And he stops him at 0.9 seconds. Hampus, 2 kills into this map. One of them by way of Shank.
Yeah, and he was shooting just the wrong side as well. Definitely unnerving
Double his
moment
kills.
there, but they deny the 1-on-3 attempt here from Vinny.
You should just stuck on it.
Round still from Imperial.
You respected him too much.
Bringing it that close in the first place. But look at the entries. That Che not getting a second kill, and then Try getting a frag as well. It felt like that's pretty much all they were going to get this round. That this would slowly be Descenti getting one, and then not them being unable to plant, but they survive it, and they're excited about it.
Yeah.
Fast at it yet again. Already an off position behind that red box.
I mean, you got to be that way, right?
He steps into this
You got to be like them. I respect their mental, man.
Death instead of flash post Try to the angle.
Get knifed? Nah.
Yeah, this is getting a rook on the file.
You knife when people are in smoke because you can't see them, and the knife guarantees you to know where they are when you tag him because you hear the audible stabbing.
It's efficacious, but he's got a new spot to fight from, and they're slightly
Knifing
missing
people
all
that
these
are
nades blowing
diffusing
up
in
smokes.
smoke is meta.
The thought is good, but the timings are better for Metasport.
We've seen Try give up this angle to go hold ramp, but right now doesn't seem like he's too worried. I say that. He does double
What happened here?
This is the same sort of opening that got
They
them
keep doing
in
this
his
play. I don't
grill.
understand this play.
They know that there are termites in the floorboard, so to speak. They
Like,
just
they know
can't
they're
see them
there.
at the moment. The problem is I feel like the map is too quiet.
Okay, nice shot.
And the op from Luma as well.
Okay, now they don't know they're there.
Try waiting for his angle, but it's
Unless-
actually approaching on the other side. Descenti
Oh, good timing.
just gave over the timing as well.
Good
That gap
timing.
was being held up
They could do
until
something spooky
Metasport
here
pushed
against
past
Try.
it. Now you wouldn't be surprised if Try gets caught off guard. But then again, on an individual level, he is simply better. However, writes off that threat of Hampus being out there too. We go to 25 seconds.
If you
4
spray
versus
smoke,
3.
it clears.
He has to come in.
It makes little holes. It makes little holes, but they're not like they're not reliable enough.
Offered by Hutt. That player turns. Main's held onto. Missed op shot. Descenti pushes into
Oh, you hate
it.
to see
He knows
that.
there's one in heaven. If they can recover the bomb, then there's still a chance to clutch
Okay,
this.
he missed
They
a
will
shot.
Go and grab it. Che opts
Now
to
it's
give them the
doable.
space. He could have cut him off, and there would have been no
Yeah.
support. But instead, it's post plan.
Just hoping that there was no time, and now it's the full 1v2. He sneaks up the vent quietly. They're playing opposite, however. He's not clearing this.
Ooh, back exposed and turned on. I
Unlucky.
thought for sure he would have tried to stop that bomb. You know the other player's outside hell. No help for that bomb carrier, but he just tries to play time instead.
Yeah, I think, he just miscalculates, or he's told not to peek, or whatever the case may be. I think the one way you don't want to die is flying up the vent if there was no time left over, because they have to go upstairs.
Who do you want to win? I don't really.
But oh man, when that op shot gets missed,
I don't have a want in this one.
For sure, for Metasport.
I don't have like I don't know much about either team. Metasport is the most underdog team of this tourney so far. So it would be fun to see them like not get knocked out. But one of these teams are going home as a result of this best of threes. There's another losers bracket best of 3 going on right now with Chinggis Warriors versus Fluxo. Chinggis Warriors do have 2 on the board already in Ancient for their pistol round.
A chance. CT side.
Map
5
picked
players
by
trophy.
Chinggis Warriors.
Hate
So
to
this
break
is
it
their
to you,
map
Jay.
to win.
Your hands are about to be full, but
We
you've
shall
also
see how
got
that plays
support
out.
inbound. 2 players from Hell to try to help this. Adam B gets the quick entry. Vinny reveals himself with no real impact, and Che's already burned down to a third of his bar.
And his rotations here from Descenti.
Yeah, at least the CTs continue to bolster these lines, trying to help one another out, but nobody walking away with kills so far.
Okay.
Spamming through the doorway to limit his options. A single door that could swing. Vinny's going to draw
Nice shot,
attention with
Prince
his ramp flank coming through, but again, it's just the one and done. Descenti gets his. Down goes No Way. And so 3 kills left to take. He challenges from the side of smoke, gets away with 50 points of health.
You should never get away with that.
Swaps out AK-47.
You should never get away with something like that.
Opens the smoke. That could cause problems if that plant wasn't comfortably behind the silo. And you've got a player up in rafters to try to cover this hole. There we go. An invitation. It is indeed another here for the Swedes. 4
All right,
rounds
Metasport is mustering a comeback.
Metasport we're hunting.
That's our Imperial play with no comms like that was such a winnable round for them. They just give up the garage angle.
Even after you guys won,
Vinny
it wasn't like a
overpeaks and
huge
dies, the mini player
celebration.
gets
It was kind of
surprised, or
felt
someone
like
heaven
you guys
after
expected
Try
it.
dies
So
under
was that
heaven
the
makes it make
mentality?
sense. Make it make sense.
No,
Yeah,
I
the
just
comms were a
destroyed them on last
little
map,
weak there
and
for
that's
sure.
why we didn't have a much
I think they're giving up. I mean, they're definitely making mistakes. I think that's the difference between these teams is that the
on the first
top
map,
contending
it
teams
was very difficult
are
in there,
do one
right?
of 2
And
things. They
there was a
either
chance
have
for you to be able to take
good
it.
comms,
Are you still proud of how you guys were able
or
to
they
perform on
have
train?
good aim, good mechanics. But the teams that do the best are the ones that have everything, right?
We didn't do our things properly.
They have good
So
strategies. They have
let them
good aim.
win that map.
They're able to bounce back
And then after
off
that,
of
it was all plain sailing. Just
losses.
tell me
They're able
for
to
you,
communicate
as
effectively,
being able to lead this team
and they're able
through
to
this,
keep their
how
head
much
up.
of an
But if
improvement
like
have
a
you
team
seen,
is really
say,
bad at
since
one
Kendra's
thing,
was
I
joined,
think you start
and
to
now you've had
see
time to work
the
with this
difference
team and
between
boot
these
camp and do all
teams
these
in
things.
tournament
Like,
play.
do you still see huge
Like
potential in what you
FlyQuest
guys
is
could
an
achieve?
example where
Yeah, for
we
sure,
saw that
potential
FlyQuest
because,
aren't bad players
I said on
inherently,
interview,
but
I
when they
think
make
for Blast, I
mistakes,
don't remember well,
you'll see a good team like
that,
Heroic punish
we are
them.
the youngest team
We
in
saw
this
some
tournament,
cracks in
and we still
Heroic's
have,
armor
like,
though
that gap,
too.
like 2 or 3
It
years
seems like maybe
to,
overconfidence is something
like,
that they have to
improve
work
and,
on. They lost on Anubis,
just
which
every player will
FlyQuest had
improve,
0%
will
win
do
rate
better,
on,
for sure.
which was
And now you're going to have a little
remarkable.
bit of time
The
off as well,
FlyQuest
right?
given
To
almost
practice
pulled the
some more as
FlyQuest
well.
in that they
Are you
had a
guys
lead
just
and
trying to
almost
get
lost
as
it by the
many
end.
extra
It
games
was
in
actually a
as
miracle
possible,
to
keep
even won
practicing, keep
Anubis
grinding the whole time you're here in
by
Austin?
Heroic's run back
Actually,
on
I
T
don't know.
side.
We will,
And then they end up losing
later because
anyway,
we
and
didn't
that
talk about
Mirage
this.
win was a
And,
lot more convincing, and I think it's a
then,
matter of
we'll see, we'll,
FlyQuest
practice
may be
or,
able to
I don't know,
contend
chill. We'll
with a
see.
team like
You
Heroic,
should
but
share
they're
a
not
little
able to
bit for
close
sure. Is there
out,
anything you want to
right?
say to
Whereas
the
like
fans supporting
Heroic
out there?
seemingly had
Anyone
better
else who's just
mental,
watching at
seemingly had
home?
better strategy, and that's the
As
difference, I
always,
guess, between
thank you for your
a
support.
team like
We
that
always
versus a
feel
team
it.
like
Thank you.
Metasport, where
A good
they
start
seem
for
to be
them here
lacking in
stage
trades.
one. Let's see what
They
Bait
seem to
can
be
do stage
lacking
two.
in strategy. Like them watching them go outside, not using any utility, and then also losing trades is sort of what put them in this losers bracket, right? You see the separation between these like tier 3, tier 2, tier 1 teams, and you'll see that even more during stage 3. Stage 3, which will be on Saturday, if you guys want to tune in for that, will be very exciting games because we're going to see some actual, real nuclear competition, and you'll be surprised in the differences between stage 3 plays, and I guess at that point it'll be stage 2 teams versus stage 3 teams. Stage 3 teams are the teams that have already advanced and are just waiting to play. Right now we're kind of doing like the not losers bracket. These teams have qualified, but they have to get out of stage 1 before they can even remotely compete to see a day in the majors. So right now these are very intense games. 32 teams, I think they said, which is pretty fucking crazy, but it's a lot of CS and that's a ton of fun. We get to see the best teams in the world compete, and we get to see the differences between these players and how good they actually are. I do think Nuke as a map will bring out the worst if you're really weak at any point of play. Honestly, That's actually a pretty good take. Yeah, I could see that. Nuke does call for strategy, it does call for comms, and it does call for winning angles and fights.
Hampus specifically,
because of like its close quarters. Yeah, it does test all your skills at once for sure. I could see that.
To last round of the half.
He looks nice, Austin, Texas, brother.
Great close to that
Go
T-side.
Longhorns.
3 rounds
Go
in a row
Longhorns.
to
Austin,
end that
Texas,
half
baby.
for the side of Metasport.
Actually got some dope barbecue. I will say that.
Yeah, of course.
I will say that.
I mean, that would
Austin,
be
Texas,
Hampus.
probably some of the best barbecue I've ever had in my life, for sure.
To actually make this comeback happen. Let's see what they can do, Metasport. A CT side on your map pick should be the comfort zone, but there's quite a pace to this one being set by Imperial. They'll lose their first player as Plopsky doubles down on it. 3 versus 5 for Imperial to have to handle. You've got bodies out here on the A floor.
Metasport is
just
somehow mustering up a comeback here in their pistol round.
A bit of a
little bit of an awkward trade.
Imperial will rebound with 1.
Cooking up something nice now if they actually score this pistol. Yeah. A lot of work here for Try and Shay, but nothing comes up for them. So
don't put your hand on your head like that.
Pretty,
wow, I was just making the horn.
Promising now for Metasports. He decided to look forward to the pistol. Can they even survive the conversion? This is all going to be because of the Hampus antics.
I like that.
Hampus antics.
Facts, these guys are far beyond anyone you will play against in Premier. True.
I want some of that. Ask your doctor about Hampus antics.
Side effects may include. Single flashbang here for Try. Talk about desperate. Poor Imperial. And Glocks in a flash with Isaac as an anchor. Now, Isaac looking for his Hampus moment. Chance to turn around a very slow first half. Lumet gonna draw attention in, and now Isaac feeling confident. Yeah, easy pickups. He damn near doubles his frags in a single round.
Okay, they're coming back.
Eco. All hail Isaac.
Yeah, and you know, it might be Hampus is the rubber, Lumet is the road, because he was the guy who was hitting great shots in the first half, but to no avail just because there was no team around him. But everyone's starting to wake up a little bit right now. They might meet each other halfway.
Adam B said it, Hampus is best. And that was that streak of round wins coming out of Metasport, that 4K that really got him in. But I still feel like Try is best.
Yeah, Try is best, Try is best.
In terms of this server at the moment, there's no denying Try's impact. Question will just be, can he continue forward on the T side with it? Time will tell. First gun round out for Imperial. AK in the hands of Try. And I put him up there as one of those capable hybrids.
Okay. Metasport mustering up a comeback. I don't understand.
Yes, obviously.
Somehow.
Adam B, solo door hold. Lumet trying to
find
an angle.
Going for an A take.
Flash makes it a bit awkward, so he'll just allocate himself to backside. He's got teammates around him to help out, and he's even, does he need it?
Doesn't matter.
About.
2 kills made easy on the hut exit.
His rifle work was looking so good.
You got Isaac up above. There's a chance to redirect here. 0 attention over towards ramp for the defense at the moment. This is indeed the right venture for what's left of Imperial.
At least Hampus preemptive rotation lower, but he's even going back to check secret first. So actually understaffed way. Well, interesting because I think when they left upper and it feels like Imperial are expecting them to rotate down. I am not sure. I can't even believe Hampus is coming back upstairs in this spot at 20 seconds. This is actually the most natural rotation for Imperial, and Metasport are a little slow to the jump in terms of thinking about it. So, not even joking here with Try and Vinny alive. The site's open.
The level that they're playing at?
Yeah, like this is just going to be
it's back. It's a fake plant. But they do have single door control, and because of that delayed ramp presence, it's an easy slot into the after plant. Don't you dare lose this, Metasport. Try's going to swing out, single kill. And now Vinny, unfortunately working with the Galil and players coming at him from 3 directions. How does he isolate this? It would have to be so clean. And luckily for him, the kill on Isaac was bullets through the floorboards from down beneath. Hampus maybe giving over a
looking happy about this
to the T's in that case, but hey, they clean it up, and Metasport cuts it down to the 1-round lead.
At least fair enough that the retake was excellent. I mean, they came in 2 invent, had 3 choke points they're attacking from. They are coordinated. It's just that they also give up the plant, so It's probably something they could have avoided in this situation. We'll see if it matters as this half rolls on. They're more obviously concerned about just taking the win, and I get that. But I didn't think Metasport would have any chance of winning this game a few rounds ago.
Same.
And suddenly that's all changed.
Honestly, what is Imperial doing?
Sides on train that were a little disappointing yesterday. And this is their map choice.
How many Kenny has? I think Kenny has streams now.
Metasports map choice, actually.
Whose map pick is this? Metasports, I believe. Let me double check.
You think you can just sneak through main like that? Luckily,
yeah, it was
Metasports
Metasports pick.
Adam. Flopsky in a bit of a pinch. We've got kills back. And that's an edge here for Metasport, but it's also an ace site taken over by the attack. Bomb included, they could go for it. They're gonna try to plant round. Nah, I don't think so. Heaven retake in full force.
Almost.
Tried, just nearly slaughters everybody, but I thought he would plant on the side of Hut with the way his teammate left. I guess you're worried about main as opposed to 3 players Heaven, but they just go for the swing because they're 3 players strong. If they're not 3, they don't swing that. So they just catch him off guard, and the T's come up short again.
The power of friendship playing together. And here's Try showing us his might, but again, because there are so many players coming in, they have a really good position, a spot to say, well, this is our peak. We should be able to just get out wide here on Heaven, take these players down. Zach getting in the mix is the first time out is called. Now for Imperial. Already quite late into the game. Only a timeout apiece used.
Oh, man. All right, 8-8. Metasport tied it up.
Metasport logo jersey mix kind of reminds me of Microsoft XP. I like it. Windows XP. Sure.
No idea how they managed to tie it up. I don't think that anybody saw this is the most rounds they've won.
Fans at?
All series, all stage 1. I think the most rounds they had yesterday was 6, and now they're up 8.
Just reposition there ever so slightly. Descenti could
Keep in mind, this is the losers bracket.
Isaac.
Both teams are 0-2, facing elimination from this best of 3s. Whatever team loses this will have to win the next one to stay alive, or they will be eliminated and be sent home. So pretty wild for this to be as close as it is. I thought Imperial would honestly have it. They played pretty well against B8 yesterday. So to see them somehow struggling to close out versus Metzi,
same aim, everything like that. Not even coming in too late or anything, just no teammates.
It's surprising.
To help, but the kills aren't translating to round wins right now.
Genghis Warriors is currently up ahead on Fluxo with the bomb down.
Like the map a lot.
2 versus 5. Looks like they'll be going 6-3.
Outside presence.
For their pick on Ancient. Fluxo struggling
on the upper site
to bring it back.
Hampus ready to swing up the ladder as well. This
Metzi and Imperonaldo. All right, relax. Okay, I get it.
You know the nature of upper pops.
Oh,
one guy makes a mistake.
They're doing a little A strat, little A take.
Fire at their feet at 25 seconds. Adam's got to go for the reposition.
Okay.
Bobsky's going to hold off to his entry
middle
point.
Of sight.
They're able to get behind Vent, though. Adam dropped. They are so ready to hit this. It's going to come down to the wire, though. Tons of targets for Plopsky. Heaven player killed.
Jay Jesus
looking to be the solution
nice
to
job.
it all. Bomb gets picked back up.
Well, Molly Heaven
to stop anything else.
Stop the push.
Aren't nearby.
Bomb down. Looks like this is where Imperial starts to bring it back.
Push and through
and we'll get to see what kind of a team Menace actually is.
Second kill from Che Jesus wins the round here.
This might be a save angle, boys. Unless you can get 1 pick, but yes, I would fall back to save that op. Try to bring it back for the next round.
There was a lot of time actually.
They got very aggressive with their A take.
Just
keep that in mind.
The opposite Vent Molly.
We may see another A take again.
And there was still no movement from the right.
They got
players.
an A take very convincingly.
Something disconnected about that from the perspective of defense. Now you could say the ramp players are the least important. They're still at 3 players basically upstairs. Hampus right by the ladder and everything like that. So they're only meant to come in as a contingency plan later if things go sour. But in terms of option coverage,
you a big fan of any team or
were
an NA guy?
Correct about it, but they couldn't stop Che.
I was a big Cloud9 guy for sure. I liked watching Simple play on Na'Vi.
There's two. Plopsky just kind of swarmed by 3.
I definitely respected a bunch of the Europe players.
We don't actually end up seeing how Adam
Like
gets
I always in the
corner.
back of my mind thought that Device and like Rain were
the first piece
goated
of the defense
outside
to
of Simple,
fall and the piece that fell with nothing to show for it.
personally. But yeah, whenever there's a major, usually I'll root for NA up until they get eliminated, and then I like to just watch the teams play. Might have a personal pick, and such.
Imperial to take their lead
But
back.
I think this time around, I'm not really sure because like I do want to see NA do well. I like to see them make at least top 8. That would be good. We're gonna watch Team Liquid play, and hopefully they do well. But like realistically, I would like to see Falcons win against Vitality either in the semis or in the playoffs. I think that would be a very, very hype game. I know some people are seeing their Spirit Vitality, Falcons Vitality. Hell, even some people are seeing the Mongols versus any of the top 4 teams in game 2. Zen Gaming, thank you so much. 13 months, appreciate you. 1 year, insane.
Good position from Isaac to catch
Okay, aggressive play by Imperial.
Hey,
shutting down the A push,
with,
though.
If you can pull it off, more power to you. Op finds its mark. Hampus goes for the lobby crunch. It's a lot of out of control, though. Look at this expedition that Vinny's on.
Yeah, he's going like all the way around. What is happening
Question
here?
will be, do the 2 players outside who are just letting Vinny go for his journey?
Hampus is drooling right now because he knows what happens when he gets into spots like these.
Yep. And he takes it.
Oof.
Oh, just perfect execution.
Vinny making too much noise now. What was the point?
And Hampus's best rings true once again, it looks like. Plopsky helps out with the final kill, but that flank is just the one to seal the deal. 9-9 now.
I think Stewie was streaming.
Yum for yoy.
I think some of these guys, like I know, like Olaf Meister was streaming this. I'm pretty sure I saw Stewie streaming this. I'm sure some of these guys will be streaming the majors and stuff too. Right? These are just fun. I mean, these are just games that I like personally watching. It's fun.
Hampus
fun to watch upcoming teams and see how they do, like throughout the entire
recovery from Hampus, officially tied
tournament
12
run and not
kills,
just
12 deaths.
the semifinals.
Same player
right?
that was 1 and 6.
Time.
That 4K that gave them just enough runway to try to stay in this map pick. Battle of the Oppers queued up towards ramp. Wall of smokes for Che to get over towards Secret. We'll see if Hampus decides to remain adamant about the fight. Oh, he's just gonna let him go.
They do. Now, they've had some problems, I think, like understanding when something's been taken and actually responding to it. So now they'll get a move to drop in a lower. It's pretty perfect with Isaac coming into the ramp. I think this is, yeah, actually not too bad for Metasport. A bit better than last time they tried to make a move here.
Oh, Plopsky's still stuck on the stairs. He's got to fight this off, and he'll do so well.
He's got teammates behind him, too, actually really well stacked downstairs.
Waits the fire out, is able to retreat towards control.
Come back upper.
He's going to take a sniff at this A site. You've got Adam B, who's been rock solid on the defense, playing site itself. One member of Metasport to support him from above. Missed op shot out of try. Uncommon. Oh, beautiful headshot to the player's stairs. Now he's going to just try to lock it in on Hut, but he can't do it.
They gotta do something here.
From Hampus is delayed. Now there's a second player with him, but who's going to get this back in control for the defense? Isaac slips out slowly, but too slow and to no avail.
For what?
Because it's locked in here by Imperial. Luma's
What
going
was
to
the point
try
of
to come
peeking
back
there?
towards main so that both don't have to scramble up the vent. But unfortunately for Adam, he holds off the first, can't hold back the pack.
Yeah, getting spotted in the middle of the silos, I think, by Descenti, crossing out through heaven.
That's a save from Metasport.
Or just really good from
Saving
Imperial.
that op
It's
again,
hard to
man.
say.
Lumi's been saving that op, bro.
They had to work their way out onto the side. I think Adam set himself up for a great position to get one more kill. I think the spray was, or the burst was a little funky the way that he took it, but he was right. He needed to get active because he was actually the only player in the back of the site when the round started to reroute.
Okay, Imperial
towards
is
him.
bringing this back, even though they had it
3 players
originally.
rotated
Somehow
downstairs. It was
started
a good
losing
first
it,
adjustment.
and now
this kill,
getting it back
stayed
again.
alive, which was huge, but
Gotta close it out though, Imperial. You gotta close it out.
There's been a lot of pressure on rotations at Metasport. They've been making a good rotation, but there's sometimes also like lackluster ones within the same rounds.
Yeah, you definitely see a lot of weakness with Metasport.
I was a little
surprised. I don't know how they played previously. Some people were saying how they even get here. They beat out Astralis or something. Very surprising because like some of the stuff you see from them just almost seems like fundamental mistakes, timing mistakes, comp mistakes. Whatever this is, just standing out in the open of your smoke, spraying randomly.
He waited for that, man. He knew what was going on.
I think it's fair because it's not the first time Isaac's gone for that exact spam.
Yeah, it's just
and
weird.
I was trying to highlight it like, oh, Che just missed the timing, kind of got lucky. Well, now he weaponizes that starting move against Metasport, opens up the
They're running
ramp.
back the same shit too many times.
Ramp. Yes, we've got Metasport
very common
awaiting them on
mistakes.
this B site, but Imperial so prepared to charge down B. Just enough grenades to support the attack. Lumet gonna have to do something special. And the bomb faces him, but he misses that first op shot. Supported by a rifle, they're gonna swing, and nobody's gonna keep it all honest.
You know, one more there.
No chance really here for Metasport to stop that bomb plant. Plofsky's got to double back to hold off Vent.
Good take.
They'll run the gamble.
Very good execution by Imperial.
This is, kind of wild. They just now took over control side, but yeah, no one in single to fight back against this. Even
They
with
can't
the smoke,
do
it'll be
anything.
an encouraged save
Another
here
save.
for Metasport. 3-on-5, no chance you're going to get this retake going.
I don't know what the case is. I'm not sure what Metasport's roster
pointed out on
situation look like.
Here of Nuke.
I think Chinggis took the first half. That's what it seems like in this ancient game. Oh, I'm sure we can observe that in a second. Terrorists win.
Brazil's a region where the talent is very spread out, and that's why we've got so many Brazilian players here at the major. But no teams that people have likely to make it to the top 8. Each team has,
let alone the top 24.
Each team, yeah, and each team has like, and I mean, in this case, of course, we've got the Argentinian talent Try that. Or is he Argentinian?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yep.
So I remember in 9Z there was like 5 different flags on that.
Yeah, a little. I think we had a little Uruguay sprinkled in there.
Chile, right?
Timeout taken by Metasports.
And well, they relied on the right guy. He did an incredible job in the first half, and still here with great aim in the second. But now it becomes more about the team. I feel like the second half has been more about Vinny's actually organizing the troops really well.
Effectively pulling ahead of this Metasport defense. 11-9. It's obviously a top-heavy performance from Try, but round win still coming through. And I love the conviction in that last round, right? Again, I think you've kind of figured out one of Metasport's ramps play, so they try to change it up themselves. We've got Lumet on the angle, and Isaac slips against that forward wall. Battle of patience.
Obvious. Metasport slowing it down, I guess, or sorry, Imperial slowing it down. Metasport contending with the slowdown. Let's see if they get over aggressive like Isaac has been in this exact situation.
Question though in the back of your mind: how long do you commit to the same idea?
Yeah, that's what I've just said. Sorry, you go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Missing something else, and a wall of smokes outside will start to put those questions in Metasport's minds. Something's gonna have to happen.
We'll have this push. 2 of them, and they both work.
They did walk out, and it worked for them.
Both sides of lobby get crunched.
Wow, made it work.
Ampus was popping nades open outside.
Very interesting.
3v5 demanded of it. Che not going to get away with that antic. Plopsky puts the barrel to his head, and we could be looking at a flawless round here from Metasport as Plopsky, if you give him something to shoot at, he seems to be collecting heads at this point.
That's crazy.
Top heavy in Try, but tell me, how does Try get into this round? It's
very
not a
strange
point
game.
of contact at all. So you've got your highest performing player in the backdrop waiting for something to happen while we look at that kill score across the board from Metasport. Everyone contributes in 3 different directions, and they themselves will close that lead again.
Just the moment they decided to investigate right there, that's exactly when
the XM
you had Metasport say, it's time to interrupt. That's beautiful here in terms of the timing and the call. And the cohesion pushing from both trophy room and inside the hut simultaneously.
Who's Flux playing against? They're playing against Chinggis Warriors and their Mongolian team.
Laser beam of a shot there from Plopsky to make sure nothing goes wrong. Total control of the situation, barring the one player saved.
Both also outside plays with smokes involved.
Both games going on right now. This game and this game
players spotted outside.
are best of 3 for eliminations. One team
almost no point in going forward with like
from both games is being sent back home.
But he was really just trying to treat it as a soldier.
2 teams are going home. 2 teams are advancing to tomorrow's losers bracket to stay alive.
Desperation maybe 3v5.
Because they're playing on Faceit. Yeah, I played on Faceit. I played on ESEA. But recently I've only been playing Premier just because it's meme content and fun. Just getting back into the game and shooting the shit on solo queue. If I get a little bit more serious and like I stream more CS than I do now, and like we rank climb into 20K something, maybe I'll do more Faceit, but for now I'm just chilling.
It was with these smokes that they went in for that lobby crunch.
And maybe I would document it like my Faceit journey, you know what I mean?
This time, Lumi's up, not over towards ramp, just Isaac on his own. So instead, it's Secret that gets peeked. And Che able to hold that, keep
nice shot by Che.
Imperial, though, not too concerned about it. They're going to go straight into the A site instead. Adam comes out from behind.
Nice, good swing.
It's a one and done on his behalf. Plopsky from the corner has a chance to shine, and so do the Heaven players. Into the fray, they'll throw themselves. It's Isaac and Lumi, and it's Descenti popped at a distance. Isaac getting the headshot puts the highest performing Imperial player back and back. He sprays away.
They give him a chance.
Gets the Opera dead. Now it's him versus
Why
Isaac.
Are you peeking?
Both in 70 health. Swing
he knows he's
about
Heaven.
to come around that corner. Isaac plays it slow. Tries to hunt him down. Gets caught in the open and still hits the headshot. Finally a chance to shine.
The tie is denied, and because it's only 2 players, Try has a real chance. And that's exactly when he seizes the day.
Why did he fucking peek?
In the 1-on-4s, 1-on-5s, it feels like, oh, he's just not having impact. He's coming in too slowly. Well, here, his team set him up for a real opportunity, and the clutch came through.
Like this right here. Why is it only him peeking?
This wasn't a real double peek. It was a little messy. 2-1v1s.
It was so messy.
Good players to take.
It was so doable. It was so 2v1 doable.
Better than Try.
You both peek or you both
I
don't
asked
peek.
one round ago, like, how is Try meant to get in on this? It's going to require somebody getting openings for him to give you your closes.
He said kill at least 3 players.
They got way too greedy, man. And for what? There was like a very proper way to play that round, and the way they did it was not it. I mean, you could have had somebody go all the way around
with a bow
and double peek him or peek at the same time. Honestly, they should have both peeked at the same time when they heard the plan, not whatever that was. That's just crazy. It's crazy to have one person be like, "Oh, I'm peeking now," and just give them the free 1v1 is just fucking insane.
He did say that.
Big piece of his previous team's formula on this map. Oh, but Hampus is making moves. And there's been so many passive setups outside for Metasport. They've allowed them to get away with this positioning before.
What is Hampus doing?
Back and clear this. They kind of watch that pocket.
Okay, Hampus watches Secret. Oh no.
It's got to be him. And he's got a shine, and he'll get his 2, but executed from up above. Vinny returns the favor. Still, man advantage Metasport, thanks to Hampus.
Yeah, it's solid.
Okay, Hampus pulled something off there.
Perfect spot.
We do have a, I think, an Opper set up here.
And Isaac in a really nice one-and-done position.
Opper's outside.
But stepping out. They didn't see
and
it.
He stopped
goes
this.
back in, lines it up, does a ton of damage. So even though he gets dropped, he's put the last remaining Imperial player onto a quarter health.
A minute left.
Fake Loud steps towards hell.
But Bomb's outside.
Over there. But remember, Bomb's outside in the open.
Yeah.
The Op can hold off the door where he was last spotted. The rifle will hold that bomb.
Looks like they do see Bomb.
To get
Damn, they saw Bomb outside Secret.
Or a smoke grenade.
Terrible situation.
Not to be found.
Gotta have a fast forward button.
Yeah, no smoke grenade, just a
Ferrari
Molotov.
peek, perhaps.
A Ferrari peek?
I mean, you got to scoop that, get back to the A site.
They're not watching it anymore.
Yeah, no, the rifle should be.
Okay.
When we switch to Adam's perspective, he's just holding this outer yard.
22 seconds left.
Or so he was. Now they're kind of switching it up. He's going to go to ramp instead, but still no bomb, so he's not even playing for the win here. This one's going to fizzle out. We go round 24 with Metasport on the heels of Imperial.
Yeah, smart.
Middle of the game. who would definitely just go and try to grab it with his 23 HP, but we're actually talking about a situation where every dollar matters as we come into this final round of regulation.
They want to close it out
Sport
smart.
create a real
Play for the
chance for
close.
themselves. Remember, just a round to go. It was what the heck?
What are you doing?
Are you doing, man? That's crazy. You're not going to take the chance earlier? All right.
Ooh, you down here? Hey, bro.
All right. Well, doesn't die.
Last
no
timeout?
problem.
That's the sign of somebody who wanted to try to make that clutch happen.
Did, yeah.
But alas, last timeout.
Chinggis Warriors
we said
now
they didn't use them early.
not
We
winning,
saved it
putting
towards the tail end of
Fluxo
this
in the
game.
lead on the
And so we
ancient
go
map,
round
their
24
pick,
with a quick break before
after the
action
half
resumes.
switch. Crazy to see that.
I think this is a moment where, well, Vinny's up on top of Silo, but I think he's assisting them trying to get into secret.
Again, this was
And
Chinggis
because
Warriors'
they had that
pick.
Smoke, the gap
And they
on
are
the
currently
smoke, I think
losing.
if someone was playing here,
Looks
they
like
would've shot
7-9
earlier, or they would've
here in a
stopped the
second.
cross, but instead,
Assuming
Memphis is playing it cool was good
Fluxo
enough.
gets the
Vinny
bomb.
Probably has some regret about just not checking it just in case.
2 go off.
But it's always so scary as you're on top of Silo,
Looking down.
worried
Okay.
about Garage. You know, anybody could peek you at
He
any
has to
moment.
go for the
So
defuse
just
here.
throw
No
caution
kits.
to the wind and check beneath.
And they get a spray down to
Tempest
secure
under their
their
nose.
round victory against
Gets
the
away with a
Warriors.
multi-frag.
Warriors falling apart a little bit, looks like.
Overtime or bust here for Metasport. Lumas got to be careful because they're approaching this quickly. He hits that shot for half health. He'll follow it up. 2 bullets needed, but Che's down. And now Lumas down to 2 bullets.
Wow.
He is still fighting. And he will not get a chance to fire that last one. Nobody else offers kills, but Try will connect for 2.
The
Too
2v3.
nice with it.
Man advantage
They
here
need
for
to win this,
Metasport,
or
3 versus
Metasport's
2,
going to
but
overtime.
He's got this bomb now. What's he going to do? Wait for Try to double back through lobby, or does Try come back to him?
They want to let this round breathe because right now in ramp, they threaten both upstairs and downstairs. The CTs who have been getting a little confused as time goes on. I like Plopsky's spot here just to sort of passively watch the ladder cross. He's got a good angle for it.
Oh.
And he nails his kill. That's the bomb spotted and knocked down.
Gonna need 30 kills and an ace in round 24.
Yeah, and Try. I mean, he's given a fight there. Plopsky got some extra damage in. I mean, I'd be have a little bit more trepidation about taking it early with Try, especially in this form. 2 players left. He gets 30 and the map win if he seals this up. Is this even possible?
You are meant to be the star, and you have a glorious chance to shine. Another separated 1v1 backside player. Oh,
there it is.
Clinical with the peek, and we go overtime. Ooh, they had him on their toes. It felt like Metasport had run that round 30 seconds sooner.
I'll just say that, like, Lume, great shots, but, like, he's supposed to get mollied in that spot.
Sure.
He missed his first shot. No one uses utility to approach him.
Yeah,
Of
this
course
is
he's gonna
weird.
Be able to
Like,
use this
what is this?
box to take in some new fights. Whether or not the shots are hard is another question. Look how many different angles he can peek from, right? One molly, and his day is ruined. He cannot hit a shot, so... They're coming in for the ramp play.
Nice.
It was nice that they got out, but then they got a little sloppy.
Definitely be hyped. You gotta stay hyped in
little
these situations, man.
individualistic.
And I'm not gonna lie, Imperial looks a little defeated. Metasport looks kind of hype. Imperial looks a little defeated. If I'm going off of vibes right now, I feel like Metasport's got better vibes. But unfortunately, vibes don't win you games.
First blood in overtime.
Metasport's starting out strong with the first kill.
Control. That's one part of Imperial's plan that really hasn't gone as per their expectations. Che gets through both smokes.
Che, what's Che doing?
To him. CT's gonna come clear it. Plopsky finds good timing.
Dude, Che's
on
doing
not
this
only
like
opening up
crazy
that
lurk
squeaky
shit,
smoke,
but I haven't
then
seen it pay
controlling
off
the
at all
play
yet.
error. So another 5v3
I think we just
here
play
for
with the
Metasport.
team,
This
play off of
comeback
Try's back.
continues.
Yeah, man, didn't like
Right?
Plopsky's gameplay. His
Try is 29 and 13,
HSP's got to be
28.
quite high. I feel like his awareness and
Why not?
timings
Why
have
not
been
play off
pretty
of him?
pristine so far.
He's making moves happen for you guys. Why are we still doing
Another player
crazy,
who's
sneaky
grown and
plays?
evolved a
What's the
lot
point?
in the last couple of years. And Luma, sound performance throughout this game.
Wow.
Another one here as we get into overtime. Another walking player knocked down like a bowling pin.
Isaac calming away.
No moves to really be made here. How many times are we going to watch Try be the last guy up with no real openings ahead? How much can you ask of one soldier?
And Try can only do so much, right? But
lead for Imperial.
I'm pretty sure Try's their opera too.
Yeah, no kidding, man. If not for Try, like some of these rounds are just literally.
I say this.
I mean, this game's over actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice
shot.
one from No Way. Still just enough
20
time to try
seconds.
to piece together 2v5s. It's
Maybe they
overtime.
can do something.
Go for them.
But as the bomb crosses over, it all gets cleaned up. Rock solid stuff from Adam again. Not his first, and it won't be his last.
All right, Metasport starting to sort of take the lead, taking it away.
Only try on that
Is this
side,
the first time they got
but
the
you
lead?
have
Maybe
Luma
not.
and you have
I don't
Plofsky,
remember if they
both
had the lead
fulfilling
before.
much different roles and very good
I
balance
think maybe they
between
did it
AWP
one
and the
point
rifle.
in the half.
I
Then Imperial
think
came
got
back and then they
a
tied up, and now they're in the lead
individual
again.
level over on Metasport. Not something I
Meanwhile,
thought I'd
over
say
at
halfway through
the
that.
Ancient game,
The first few rounds of this
Warriors
game,
versus
but
Fluxo. Looks like Fluxo is taking the lead against
it's going to be a
Warriors.
frustrating watch for Zach here.
10-8. Have to keep an eye on to see how this develops.
They felt like they had
This
that
is
in
like
the palm of
another
their
game
hands.
for best of 3 eliminations. And both games are games 1 of these best of 3s that we're watching. Obviously, Imperial and Metasport is in overtime, however.
Felt like
Whereas
this was the point of contact that could have
Fluxo just wants to close it out, I believe.
sent it spiraling the other direction, but
just tried that lurk too many
How you
times.
doing, Switch
right?
Carl?
Yep.
13
Yeah,
months.
I mean, he's
Welcome
done it
back.
like
Nice to
towards
see
the
you
main
here.
itself. This time, obviously, through the
Hope you've
smokes
been
into
doing
credit
well.
card. The
Appreciate your
exact
support.
positioning has been changed up, but it's the consistency of that move, I think, that's starting to make it a bit predictable.
Big supporter of the stream, Switch Carl.
Plofsky is on it.
We got an aggressive A take here coming out
At some
from
point, he's going to start
Imperial.
surpassing the likes of
Will
Try.
it work for them, though? Maybe an aggressive A fake.
3 players on 20 kills or more for Metasport.
4v4,
Clearly, the core
and
of
this
this
also
team is
important
gelling
round.
better than that of Imperial.
Round
in the
number
frag
20
department.
for the Warriors versus
dodging
Fluxo.
flashes.
The Warriors need this round.
Metasport have been doing a good job lately, I think, of kind of taking a
Not let
peek towards
Fluxo get any
trophy
more
room.
ahead. Just like Imperial can't let
Che punish them once
Metasport get any more
for
ahead.
trying to get up in their
this
faces
overtime.
on lobby. But this setup, we've seen it more than once. And Lumen not afraid to come take a little more. Wide swing in an instant. Isaac just kind of announces that attack, looks to join forces with the
Open it up.
No way gets a double.
Lots of trades here in lobby.
Wow.
2 on 2.
But Ramp is
Oh,
still
and
held on
Hampus.
because Hampus slides into the corner
Wow.
as needed. That went so badly on Ramp side, but not
Yeah,
from
that was a
Hut. Adam B
crazy,
thrived in that
crazy
situation.
PvP
The
session.
bomb is back outside in their spawn. They've got to come back for it.
Warriors
Both
stopping
through Squeaky right
Fluxo
now. Adam not moving
from their
his post.
T-side push.
He holds
Warriors
on
are
to
still
it.
in
They're
it.
going to find him out.
JG just
Knowing
getting that
Hampus
frag
was
onto
once
Adam.
over towards that ramp.
2 versus
He's
1.
going to take up to heaven instead at 30
Imperial
But it's
seconds.
Hampus
looking
who doesn't know where the bomb is, right?
Yeah, but he
to
slides
tie up
out.
in overtime.
Yes. Opper over towards the vent.
I
They
don't
could just
agree with this
dive down
Hampus
vent and go
position.
B,
I
and
don't
in
agree with the
doing so,
position,
they've
but that's
gotten away
okay.
from them effectively.
All right.
It's fine.
No, it's
it looks
close
like
to
Imperial's making the
impossible
correct call
retake, but
here,
it's
but
one
I
you're
did not agree with
absolutely
that
gonna try.
heaven position.
They can play however they want.
They don't know where he's at. That's the only
Time will not
difference.
be on Hampus' side, so he'll decide to just run it.
Yeah, he stomps there. Op clears vent. Op's going to double back down over towards control, but within that timing, Hampus could have extended out. How do you exit single, though, with a player perched on silo?
9 out of 10 this other game.
Desperate way to get out. He'll try.
He
as he's
contested
given
it,
an
not
extra
enough.
chance there. Few missed shots from Che.
All right, Imperial's
Tied
back.
again, 13 all. Imperial answer.
Yes, they do. That's one back. I mean, if not for Adam, that was just a done deal. Now it's the fragging level that's coming through from Metasport to make this look possible. And
All right, Imperial's going to have
you
to,
pointed out their trophy push
with the
wasn't
next,
shut
I
down
believe,
before,
3
so this is a
rounds
nice improvement for
to
Imperial.
close out
That way
this game.
Gets both kills here on the push.
A little bit of a mouse bug. Sorry about that. What if they go back and forth forever? There will be a
First
winner
blood, though.
eventually.
That Op no longer stuck over on ramp. Good fight for Che to finish off. Instead, Hampus wins it. Vinny here to clear again. Vinny always getting that trade back from above. Unfortunately, it's man disadvantage for Imperial nonetheless. Plofsky reels back already. We've got Descenti out from Squeaky, stuck behind vent.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on Plofsky's position because he has to watch outside, but he needs to be worried about lurks like this. They're not coming in to clear this spot. Descenti sits and waits, but you can tell they're halfway nervous about it. They're not coming in close. They're not spamming the squeaky door at all.
Fun fact, at
Some way
ESL
letting
1
them have
UK
it.
Premiership in 2015, it was a game that lasted 88 rounds with 6 overtimes. This match took 2 hours and 43 minutes
They
to
can either
complete.
try to make a connection through the vent.
More recent
or
example would be M80 versus Fnatic. It was 71 rounds
into
and
Squeaky
8
as well.
overtimes.
This is kind of a weird spot because it's just simply Metasport with the man advantage, so they don't have to move. But it's not
There will be a
necessarily
winner.
the most crafty position for them. They're, not full information. Oh, that's such a find. Where was they even going?
Felt like he wanted
70,
to get into
80
main, but at
rounds.
the
I mean,
same
that's the
time,
equivalent
Descenti, who
of
has taken
you
such
played four
a long time to make
Counter-Strike
this play
games.
active, finally plays his hand. No ways allowed to emerge from Hut. There's Plopsky.
All right, 2-on-2, 3-on-2. No, wait, pulled it off.
Imperial, I can't believe
they know Lumi's heaven. They might know both players are heaven here shortly, as the grenades are starting to come out. Huge nade on a no way.
Could have started the unraveling of this post plant. It's a
Where is that Vinny? Where is he going? What is this?
Sight. Trajectory from the
okay, he is playing main.
Still one towards Squeaky, but you've got to go get these kills. That main peak happens, and
damn, a double cross, and Imperial take another round.
Yeah,
getting back into the lead.
I mean, patience definitely.
And Imperial needed to do that. They needed to get that bomb, get those kills, and I believe we're switching for this overtime.
And coverage, moving to outside that late into the round.
Metasport back onto T side, which I will be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I'm predicting this. I think it's kind of over.
At the very least, been paranoid about it.
Not gonna lie, I think it's a little over.
You know, he's got to get out of there at some point. And
I think Metis CT side was the only reason they even came back. I would be surprised
you're lacking information like they
if they do anything remarkable here on their T side. I think this game is just about over with Imperial winning. Different headphones, one for comms and one for soundproof.
About that threat, but then when the new guy shows up, he kind of lets his guard down slightly, and you can't put your guard down now. Descenti learns that. Lumi plucks the first kill off this round, 4th in OT1.
Let's see what they can do here, though.
Lower already.
Making some noise. Tries running back to heaven to check it. Doesn't see any movement. Just throwing that smoke down.
Clear secret. Hamp is gonna have his hands full.
They spot him secret.
No way. Won't be able to get the second
a good
one.
trade here. Let's see if they can follow up with it. Jay Jesus with a double. Try getting that kill, and it's a 1 versus 2. For Plopsky, he does have the health advantage. It's doable. Vent is down.
Well, Plopsky's tried to throw his name into the ring as the counterpart.
Where's the bomb, guys?
Here comes that pressure again. Try remaining on the play.
Okay.
But Plopsky gets the better of him. Headshot on the offer. Now you got to go grab bomb.
Oh.
He's going to try to molly the player.
See what happens here. Vinny
on the
in a really good position. He had all the information.
15 secured for Imperial by way of Vinny. Plays it chill as ever.
Yes, right place, right time. Doesn't overrate his position.
Yeah, that was Vinny's to win.
Get out patience like Metasport did themselves last round.
Metasport got a little, they got a little impatient, but it was winnable.
Here.
But bomb being there was really unfortunate.
Post-regulation.
That's crazy that Descenti played 40 seconds behind Vent when he was on T side waiting, switches over to the defense and tries to get away with a squeaky push. No flash,
very close.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Settle down, brother. You're about to throw away a round in OT, but luckily for him, great recovery. That push over
both very important rounds here happening at the same time.
He's going to get involved in.
They're already out.
Yeah, they're out.
Big attack here for the Swedes.
Try gets the first pick. 1v2 in this other game with the bomb down, or 2v2. Oh, Vinny is cleaning up.
No longer are the
5 versus 2. Hampus gets a kill on Jay Jesus. Decent trades onto Hampus. 1 versus 4. Can Lumi do it? Is it possible for Lumi to keep them alive in this game? Or are they going 0-1 into the next round?
21 frags as he closes out that last one.
Try with 30 bombs.
Can you do it? Player up in heaven.
Insane. 1 minute left. They know where they're at. They know he's lobby. Nothing you can do. Very unfortunate. And this is a very important round here. This is for Fluxo's game point against Chinggis Warriors. Again, same situation.
Misexecuted that down to 40.
Same exact situation.
Stubborn A play, but here comes controls. No shotgun this time, but an MP9, and they'll likely be expecting it this time.
Next map for Metasport will be Imperial's pick onto Dust 2.
But look, can you crouch peek in?
We'll see how that turns out.
Oh no! What?
Chinggis Warriors is not letting them run off with it just yet. They are contending it.
I can't believe him. That's 30 HP left on Zevi.
Fluxo responds 3 versus 4.
Just put him in there with something ready to take
what
those
can
type
they
of
do?
jewels because he's given his team a chance to stay in this map.
What can they do?
Gosh, that should have been traded.
Yeah, and as the dust settles, they still want to fight over towards middle, the CTs. E-Fire on the jiggle.
1 minute left.
A block smoke towards A main.
Smoke comes
and
out.
they're worried about, is there anything more in the lion's den?
Did someone take his place? What's the finish? Like, what have they got? A single smoke?
I think just try and go contact out again. Get the tree boost, a CT smoke, right? You're going to be able to at least isolate some of these key choke points to try and give yourself a chance. And right now, looking at the radar, they have a 2v3 advantage
CT smoke,
situation.
donut smoke, all today.
Miles away. No kit, limited utility for the CT.
Without the CT smoke.
And now they know.
Molotov and a donut.
Should be able to plant with that combination of util. It's not possible to really disrupt it. Rue draws attention, CT, Flash connects, but
Flash, it's so wasted.
Oh, yeah, completely.
A little bit.
Oh, okay, cool last.
Nice.
Headed. Kai very sharp in his death POVs, and he keeps that 2KD, 28 and 14. Luxo should have this now. Kai's hitting every shot he takes. The chip in as well from Molten, but
oh wow!
They just need to
Can you do it?
Rue.
No, not enough.
They'll take it.
Luxo takes the first map of their best of threes against the Chinggis Warriors.
They speak Portuguese.
Yes.
Yep.
So
no, that's fine.
But they take it.
You'll get away with it. It was stressful at
this
times.
could either be 2 more games or 4 more games, depending on how all of this goes. It looks like Chinggis Warriors will be heading into the next map on Mirage, down by 1. Fluxo up by 1. We'll be seeing Met Support down by 1 towards Imperials, up by 1 on Imperials Dust 2 pick. So next 2 games we're going to be watching might be these teams' last games here in the Stage 1 playoff qualifiers. This could be it for them. They could be being sent home here if they lose these games.
Yeah, probably why they're in this 0-2 position. But weirdly enough, this game didn't actually play out towards the tail end like I would imagine a 0-2
We shall see what happens with that.
I feel like the mid-rounding from Imperial and Metasport, they were trying to test each other, trying to pull rotations. You actually saw just the lack of information, the fog of war, and how both teams would sometimes, miss up. They think that it's going to go one way, but the bomb's actually lurking towards the B side, and there were a lot of really clutch moments here.
I think that's part of the problem with Metasport when I watch them, when I look at them. I'm like, we talked about this a little bit. I feel like their riflers are all like, if you look at the experienced riflers coming from their former teams, like most of them are just like they were role players in all their squads previously. So now you're coming into this, and it's like, which one of you is going to be the star? You'd think obviously the Opper. You'd think obviously someone like Hampus, who we saw have like star performances in IGL, but he's only been in the team for 4 months with Isaac, so he's got his attention elsewhere, and like he doesn't have that ability yet within this roster to break out and be the star player.
That's the unfortunate problem with Metasport, where it's that the star players that they had, the young up-and-comers, the Susps, the Nilos, they were the ones that were poached, and then they ended up finding replacements who were
all right, so we do have a state of play here in about 8 minutes as well, so we got a lot going on
honestly,
here all
I feel
at the
like
same time.
Metasport getting to the major already in itself is an accomplishment. Like, I feel like when you're gutted like that, when you're essentially a farm team for orgs like Heroic, orgs like Wild
I'm probably going to watch all of
who
State of
want
Play
to just
because I'm
find your
not
players and just grab them,
everything
then to get to the major, you've given yourself another lifeline already, and that, I'm in a way celebrating the journey of them even arriving here in Austin.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's a really good point. A really good context to have when you look at that team. I think certainly if you're one of the players, and especially having known Hampus over the years, he's like neurotically competitive. Like that context doesn't really matter to him. He's here to try and win everything.
In the meantime, let me get a drink,
I think just needing more time, because I feel like with Imperial a little bit as well, but I think mostly on the Metasport side, I think they just at the moment are playing like very much within like the textbook. They're just trying to get like the fundamentals down. They haven't found a way, and they haven't found individual players who know how to like break out of that textbook and cause some chaos and cause some kind of a play. Everyone's kind of the one who's like, I'm just going to be the smart guy, fundamental guy. They don't have anyone yet who can be that like star who can just destroy.
Popsky was able to do some of that work in putting in the numbers up for him. Like, this is a player who at one point was one to sing praises about, and now trying to find his way back into this team as well.
Popsky's rotations in this game were fantastic. He was a big catalyst as to why Metasport brought this back within striking distance, the way that he was playing down towards lower in some of these moments, calling out the opposing plays by throwing nades right at them through smoke, through the fog of war. And he clearly had a great beat on what Imperial were trying to accomplish in the majority of the rounds, which is why the frags aren't really flashy, but say that he was able to at least get some multi-frags from positions where it feels like he's just committing a little hard to the spot that he's in. Like when he's back at the bottom of ramp in a spot on a gun round 2 where they really should just use utility to flush you out, but he gets a multi-kill. It's like, if the frags are presented, yes, he's going to get it, but I feel like making the jump for him is difficult because he doesn't have that extra X-factor element of just hitting ridiculous flick shots, but still a good performance for him here on New.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be happy with that. I don't have any big picture kind of ideas about Lumi, but I would say I think an Opper is another one of those players who's like really heavily affected by it. Remember, this team is essentially 4 months. I think as an Opper sometimes, like having to know where you shift and which angle you take to protect the teammate, which angle you pick up when a teammate rotates. I think all those kind of protocols and those details take a lot of time, especially running through the reps, so they just become second nature. I think the Opper a lot of times suffers in these kind of teams, these new teams that are building up because none of that's in place.
Well, let's find out what they can do when it goes into Dust 2. It is the pick of Imperial coming in next and will take place after this break. It's do or die. If Metaphor can't fight back, they'll be eliminated. Metaphor? Metaphor. Just curious. Metaphor something?
Try, yeah.
The appetizers?
Try Jesus.
Okay.
And the first time I played with my father, I was like 6 years old. He was teaching me how to play. And then the next years I was playing by myself. All my life I loved the game, so that was one opportunity to play. I think that was the point, the fun. I feel like in Imperial we are really free to do plays and to calls. We like to play like that. ST, I was lurker in Futsal, and now I'm playing like playmaker every time I'm playing like in the block.
Is that hard to like switch from those positions? Is it quite different?
Yeah, it's quite different. When you're a lurker, your field is like marching, you're just holding, and when you're playing like playmaker, something like that, it's a lot of actions in your field. I think, of course, there's pressure because, for example, Imperial went to the 2 majors before, and that one's my first one. So I have a pressure because of that. In the same way, I know I was not here to replace all the roles of Phelps. So I think I'm good playing pressure. I'm really happy because it's my first time in USA too, and also in my first major, so it's a special moment. I'm just leaving, you know. I know major starts tomorrow, it's my first major, and I don't want to be like overthinking my mind, you know. I'm just trying to live and doing stuff's good. Probably I will be a little nervous, but I think when we are playing, I think they can help me too with the nervous being not stressed.
Oh my god. Yeah, this thing was just playing at fucking full blast.
Playoffs, even winning the major?
Holy.
We know it's really hard, but who knows?
My bad. What's the song name? I don't know. It's off the PlayStation thing, dude. Okay. God damn. Jesus. All right. Bro, why is you gatekeeping it? I don't know what the song is. I'm not gatekeeping it if I don't know what it is. What do you mean? Why is you gatekeeping it?
Fighting for survival, these two teams find themselves in the 0-2 mode of things. But Imperial, they bought themselves a lifeline, fighting out in overtime to get themselves the win on Nuke. Now it goes to Dust 2. It is their pick. It is a map actually where they have faced some non-Brazilian competition, but it wasn't good results for them. They could fight on it against some, I guess, notable teams. I saw Bet Boom in there as well.
Practically the entire game plan for Imperial on this map, from what I've captured, is that they are setting up Try, which is great because he's already popping off like crazy.
Yeah.
They are throwing double nades at smokes for him to just hold angles with the AWP.
I DoorDash and got 40% off? Hell yeah.
In their power to
What'd
get
you end up getting?
to make sure that he's able to get picks down mid. Everything is about him. So this is probably where the series ends in my eyes, just because he's on a heater right now, and they're going to keep him on that heater.
Yeah, I think if you're Metasport, I mean, you have to have some kind of a game plan, but I'd want it to be like pretty pared down. I think coming into this, which could be an elimination game. I think this is almost where you sort of throw a lot of it out the window and like have your kind of game plan.
Things are not good right now.
Of how you want to handle the op and like the plays that
he
likes to make.
I can watch 3 streams at once.
Them to like have this conversation, just be like, guys, we're 1 map away from elimination. Like, let's just let loose. Like, I want to see Hampus be like, can just wreck you. So I want to see that now, and I guess there's no better time for me than when you're facing elimination and potentially your last map.
So Wild Hampus is coming back, calling his own game, calling himself.
Hopefully, probably not, but that's my dream. That's what's going on in my head.
I don't know if he really escapes the mold that he's creating for himself.
Took advantage of the new account
He's already an out-of-the-box player. I don't know how much more out of that box
you still
he can
get pasta or whatever?
Taco Bell, get way outside the box.
If you're looking at the Metasport problem right now, though, right, with all the things we spoke about,
what did you get?
This is now a losing battle for you guys. So
okay, you say, buddy, what'd you get?
They just
you got Alfredo with broccoli and chicken. You still ended up getting that?
Right? In a new way of approaching the game, because Abdi said himself, they know how to approach what they want to do,
you know what?
But it's not been working.
Not my
That's what he
pick,
said in
but
the interview to me.
That might be something for after the major. I feel like it's pretty difficult to just completely revamp your style.
As long as you're enjoying it, that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think that...
Hey, that time to prepare early.
They probably went into Nuke thinking they were going to win that, and that this would be, you know, a little bit of a cushion for themselves right now. I don't really expect them to go too crazy right now. I would like, if anybody, beyond Hampus, again, I want to see a little bit more from Lumi, because he's been a little bit quiet for me throughout the regular season. That was one good map I've seen from him. That was probably one of the better maps I've actually ever seen from Lumi. So to continue that, at least go down with a fight where he takes down Try a couple of times in the head-to-head.
Just the state of play fitness, right? Which is going to be hard.
Not all of it.
All those plays they have to set up Try.
I'll pull it up
infrequently as well coordinated.
To see what they're talking about. If I see something interesting, I might pull it up.
One player we didn't talk about too much on this is Isaac.
While
if
we
we
can.
think of like the positives of this player before he'd gone into NIP, and
chances
now
are
to
we're probably going to miss
Add him to the list,
some of
James.
them.
Another one ruined by Nip.
Just killing careers.
I guess.
It just happens.
Can he bounce back though here? Like, that's a player who, in his role, is very
we still
good.
have
I'm not going to expect anything more.
2
from
games
him
going
here,
on at the same time at minimum.
He was
assuming
okay at ramp on that
the teams that are up on the chopping block lose his best of 3. If both teams survive and it's 1-1 for both
he started heating up
matches,
on the defense.
And we will see another game.
I feel like he doesn't really know.
So at minimum, we have.
I don't think he really knows what the overall
2 games going on at once.
And so much is going on in these Metasport rounds where Hampus is trying to find his lurk. Plopsky's trying to play a mid round. I feel like they need to maybe simplify the.
What's going on here with the state of play? Again, some teaser. Or spamming Yakuza in chat. That's what we're seeing.
Emotion running through our veins. Heartbeat.
Why are we watching 2 streams?
Love is
Genuine
making
question.
waves. Emotion
So we don't miss
running through
what's
our
going on.
veins. Heartbeat. Love is making
Bros never
waves.
multitask in their life. Tetris effect? Holy smoke, the Tetris game? Tetris effect 2.
Running through our veins, heartbeat.
Looks like Metasport's about to start their Just 2 run here against Imperial on Imperial's pick of map. What song is this? Dude, I don't know every fucking song that is being played
Hello from
on the PlayStation stream. Okay,
ディレ
stop
クターの
asking me.
石原隆です。ルミネスアライズのトレーラー楽しんでいただけたでしょうか。この秋、PlayStation 5、PSVR2 対応で発売予定です。ルミネスアライズはバラエティ豊かな曲と美しいビジュアルが没入感を高め、いつまでも遊びたくなるゲーム体験となっています。その世界はとても心地よく、プレイヤーを共感覚の世界へと導きます。
Still predicting
よくある
Imperial
普
to
通
take it
のパズ
all.
ルゲームってことだ
Fair
よね。
enough. 7 to 1.
テトリスエフェクトを一度遊んだことがある人はわかると思いますが、ルミネスアライズはただのパズルゲームではありません。夏にシングルとマルチプレイの体験版を配信予定です。ぜひ皆さん手に取って遊んでみてください。Thank you and enjoy the rest of the stage of play.
They're not happy with Tetris. Okay. They're saying no one cares about Tetris.
The future. It isn't just a dream. It's a promise. One we're turning into reality.
Wow, wow, wow.
With our third generation of Luna filament and advanced generative AI,
how is this?
We're reshaping the line between dreams and reality. We create life for our future. Delphi Corporation.
What? Imperial starting out strong.
Let's see about getting passed through to Earth.
CT side. What is this?
And why are these things trying to kill us?
Yo, what?
There you are. All better.
You patched me up.
Oh, is this that game? Like the Death Stranding type of game or whatever? I swear I saw something for it, like teased.
I am DI03367. They are pragmatic.
Whoa, hang on a second.
Don't you have a name or something? I'm good.
Get behind me!
I think I can help.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
Neutralize us?
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through.
Interesting.
What the?
Bypassing first and second firewalls. Hooking control protocols. Initiating hack.
Someone's a Death Stranding with older baby. Pragmata.
D.I.
I said I am DI.
Okay. Look. How about we call you Diana?
Diana?
It's just a random name. It's Real XD. Capcom game. Okay, Pragmata. All right. Meanwhile, Imperial versus Metasport. Imperial took the first round, but Metasport's looking strong on their CT hold here, as they've already eliminated 2 Imperial players.
For Imperial.
And let's see if we can show that in post-plant situations, low numbers sometimes isn't even a problem. This retake isn't guaranteed.
That scout, those downtown. Oh, yeah. Try's got him along the wall. Isolating these duels to damn near perfection. Descenti's going to stop off the CT spawn. Bomb planted here for the catwalk post plant. And if Try's down, then Descenti picks it up. Triple kill to his name. Plowski desperate to find that bomb. Gets shredded by No Way. And so 3v5, they still break
Put
through.
the other window back up. Yeah, you want to see this?
Awesome
This is
USP scout kickoff here for Metasport to at least make it a bit sketchy.
Exploded. I mean, they're planted the perfect spots. They're taking all the right duels. They have that fresh smoke that allows Try to get creative with it. And this is such a good eco, essentially.
Meanwhile, we do have
working together to get that info back through the mid smoke. Lovely stuff.
Chinggis Warriors who are holding the lead against Fluxo.
Great guns for a retake.
2-0 for themselves on Mirage.
That's a rare sight. Huh? I'll change Jesus in his interview.
What'd you just say?
Change Jesus.
Okay.
Robitussin. in his interview said, "It's my first major, just trying to enjoy it. I know I'm going to be a little bit nervous, but it looks like he's still willing to be himself. Carved his own path out with the MP5. Lovely. When you play with Vinny, I think you're allowed to use any gun.
Yeah, he's not going to be the kind of guy that puts his foot down on that. I remember seeing Blade's
like a samurai game or something. Someone said this looks like Osmosis Jones 2. We might do like a wrap up at the end of this stream to see what everything was on State of Play. This is a little hectic for Unk. Unfortunately, I'm watching like 3 fucking streams at once. Can we get all 3 streams up, bro?
For the next 6 weeks.
I just cannot. Like, genuinely, my RAM cannot handle it.
He really, so people don't
Neither
even know
can my
that
brain.
joke, essentially, but when he played on Furia, he was just the kind of their 5th best player.
Yeah.
And he would pop off on Inferno. That was Vinferno. And he was also known for picking up the AUG when no one was using the AUG. He would use the gun that no one had even explored, really, and actually make it viable throughout
maps. Been keeping up with the brain rot 3 streams at once.
Forging out new metas,
dude,
which kind of makes sense for YZIGL.
Dude, I can remember it so clearly. It was Furia at IEM Katowice 2019.
Okay.
Your and I's first RMR, or Miners at the time they were called. We're casting Miners. There's this upcoming Brazilian team that's got promise, and there's this really friendly guy named Vinny that's just using a Krieg. And he was such a nice guy, it felt like nobody wanted to tell him, hey, idiot, stop using that.
And then it turns out it was broken.
Yeah.
And he was just first.
Yeah. Vinny has always kind of held that place in our hearts ever since.
Yeah. So yes, he will be encouraging.
And that was 6 years ago.
Yeah. Now he's older and more responsible and less crazy.
Now he's, you know, a captain, an in-game leader.
Yeah.
The evolution of those rock stars. Apex was an entry back then.
That's a good question, Quip. I'm not even sure.
All right, guns up for Metasport. Let's see what the defense has. Oy, oy, oy.
And a wasted smoke with it, and an upgraded gun in the smoke for Vinny as he gets away.
Yeah, I thought I could maybe like mini play this, but I cannot.
Oh, another gun.
That is its 6th sense.
It's fine. We'll watch the wrap up afterwards anyway. I'm sure some YouTuber will put together. Here's everything you need to know about the State of Play.
Mid doors. Hampus just
It'll be
burns
fine.
out.
Brother, how did he find that second kill?
That was weird. That was some spooky stuff, man. They say Austin's weird. That was weirder.
He's keeping it weird, yeah.
Just like that vacuum effect where he walks into the corner, can't find it, retreats, and then... I mean, the player didn't make a sound.
Heat-seeking.
I am Vinny.
Ooh, damn. Was his head really even showing there?
Apparently.
Okay, Imperial is taking the lead here versus Metasport.
Adam B not allowed to hold on to the M4, so the first gun round here for Metasport gets wiped away.
Big gun round.
And
for Imperial.
Our analyst said this is where the series ended.
Yeah.
This continues, that's the case.
It's only been like 3 minutes.
But they're demoing like a scary game.
Shmeep shmore.
Oh. Nice! It's incredibly.
We're saying Battlefront, Battlefront 3. Ooh.
Zach's like, all right, Vinny, I don't know how the hell you did that, but do it again.
Wasn't in the notes. That's what I like to see.
It's Bloodborne 2.
Now, it's been cool watching Vinny become an IGL. I remember speaking to him in Cologne when he was kind of picking up the,
that's gross.
The reins for the first time, and I was doing the lobby segment where we get a chance to kind of just talk a bit more open-ended. You know, it gets edited, so there's no pressure on the players. And I was like, all right, Vinny, like, who are you going to copy? What are you going to do with this? And he said, honestly, man, I have no clue what I'm doing, but everybody is just being really supportive. So I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah.
And Chinkus Warriors is also 4-0 on their pick
he
against...
He has grown in the role.
Well, sorry, not their pick. I think it was Fluxo's pick. I'm actually not sure which pick. I said it earlier which pick this was.
Flash on long gets Imperial out through the doors.
A Fluxo's pick.
And that's going to send Metasport
Fluxo's pick is Mirage, and Imperial's pick is Dust.
Tag off on try in middle. They've been consistent about that much, at least controlling middle with the scout. But sort of feels like the round lives and dies with Hampus here in this position if they're going to take long. Oh, actually, this will help out a little bit.
Why don't you have picture-to-picture toggle?
Hampus still waiting for his, but Fight's going well elsewhere.
wasn't
There's
ready
only
for
3
that.
players here. We've still got that one Tunnels member for Imperial. Creepy little AK play. Gets shut down by the Deagle. Plopsky catches no way. Now all you've got is try.
I guess I could do it.
Hampus's scout comes through with 1. And that lower tunnel player now all that's
I'm
left
not a
over
fan.
1v4. Metasport, how have you managed to pull this out of the hat? If you have, can they finish? That's the question.
I mean, the bomb's in a spot where he can fight his way to it. And, oh, okay. He's got that covered. No problem.
Sketchy stuff for a second, but Plopsky's going to be the MVP. 3K on the round.
It was Silent Hill.
And you take that to the bank.
It actually
Metasport.
says Meta's
Silent Hill
off
F
on their jersey.
is what they
So
demoed.
it's because Metasport is a place, last I checked.
Very interesting.
So it would make sense that Meta's off, maybe a company in Metasport.
Okay. And okay.
Right?
Oh, they actually have a sponsor from their city.
Right?
Right, okay.
I think. I could be lying.
You do lie.
Often.
Not often, even that was a lie.
Google Maps.
What a
Sweden, nothing
like
came up.
Same score, 4-1, 4-1. Both games.
Oh, that's because they're Norwegian. That wasn't a lie.
All right.
Or different win cons. Imperial is already
USA,
leading
so things have different
on
names here
Metasport
on the map.
0-1.
And the software they make is Windows.
But Fluxo is leading Chingus Warriors 0-1. However, Chingus Warriors are leading this Mirage game. Both games Dust 2. No, it looks very similar, but one's Mirage, one's Dust 2.
Oh, we almost got both of them.
Tri-clips Isaac. Plopsy's got the kill back, but that bomb can just come join Descenti on site. I mean, the cross is what's dangerous, but the fact he's here on platform, this is going to catch the window player off entirely.
Okay.
Perfect crawl out, finds timing, really creating an opportunity here as a single piece of this attack, and it's the fact the bomb gets swept into the play as well, so good call on Descenti.
Looking strong
to
for
run
Imperial
a risk,
here. Very
that's what it
important
was.
round, but they're going to save.
Walk into B alone.
Smart
at the
for
perfect timing while
Metasport
Try
to save.
getting into his antics through that mid door. Death talked about how Try is kind of the guy set up to win rounds.
This looks like an
Descenti
anime
wins this, but it is
2D
off Try's contact and distraction from mid.
Side scroll
I think in terms of court IQ,
like
you're
action
going Try and then you're
platformer?
going Descenti right after really
Not sure
key
what they
moves.
demoed.
I
Somebody-
think Descenti,
some people are saying
maybe won that
Castlevania.
nuke map by picking his timing so perfectly, especially
Bloodstained,
that
the
one
Scarlet
vent
engagement.
play that he had on T side. So they do have outs with him, and Try and Descenti here 7-2 to kick it off. There's pretty much nothing you can do. Someone snuck into your B site. They kill your, anchor as the bomb is exiting tunnels. It's just too swift.
However, it looks
You're not
like
getting a
Fluxo's trying to
retake.
pull ahead in their Mirage
They're all
game
the way over on the
versus
other
the
side of the map.
Warriors. We're already in a 4-on-4 situation, and what a spray down by Fluxo onto the CTs, making it a 4-3 versus Imperial's very strong and convincing lead here on Dust 2 against Metasport to a 5-1.
They're rushing lower,
Did I
though.
say
They're
4-3?
really going to
Maybe I
run
meant
forward into
4-2.
this. Okay, they're waiting. Okay, no, they're waiting for
I think
it.
I meant 4-2. No,
I was like,
4-3,
they
wow.
fully saw someone jumping. That's just too much
Actually,
of a clue.
4-3, possibly tie here.
Yeah, that's a cute angle.
Very
Let's
shortly.
beat it.
Yeah, Isaac's got to hold this.
All right, Imperial
Kinda gives
walking
them a
on the
little
B side
gap
again. They're
there.
just taking it.
Patient, but
Vinny's
misses his
still sitting in
chance. Tries to be
suicide.
far removed
Gets
from
a
all the
pick
action.
onto the aggressive
And Plopsky good on
Metasport.
him to catch No Way as well. Now, you know
Ampus
it's
trying to make
at
something
max.
work here before the
3
plan to
players
stop it, but
inside
he
this
can't
B
do it.
site. You could just try to throw
He
the
cannot
retake
do it.
now. Try still concerned about CT pushing through T-spawn. Lower tunnels held. Vinny's got to press this barrel against the retake attempt
What
because you
can
know
Vinny
it's
do?
coming. And it's
Probably a lot here, actually. Nice,
Vinny
good stop.
walks in
Almost
one,
a double.
Good amount of damage to the window.
Jay
Shea and
Jesus
Descenti
with a follow-up.
blocking it down, but there's still
And
the
a
swing to be had.
3
Louis
versus
cannot
1.
afford to miss that first
And
shot,
they
or
ended
else
it.
This happens. 6-1
This is not looking good for
Imperial.
Metasport.
This
I don't know
T-side
why they
made to
start
look
off
easy.
with like
Barrel stuffed inside the windows. They had a plan for
7-1,
exactly how they were going to defend
13-1
against
was their
that.
first game yesterday.
It looked really messy, but that just
I
favors
mean, they
the
are,
T side.
they are not
Everybody
performing well
has
at all.
such
It
good
seems
angles
like
to fight
they
the window on
get
the
like
door. It's
nervous
really
in
on
the
the
first
CTs
half,
to
or
get their
things
hard
just fall
kills
apart.
quickly.
I'm not entirely sure,
Get flooding
but
out into the site.
again,
and
this is a
cause
very
chaos, but they
convincing
couldn't
lead
make
here
that happen.
from
And
Imperial.
when they do
Again,
that,
to
they
be fair, their
lose
nuke was also
4
convincing,
players.
and
These are players that could have
Metasport
saved.
almost brought
So
it
there's a
back,
big
so
risk
who
that
knows?
comes with it. It's a game
Big
that's
round
now
here. I think this is a
6-1.
1v1
It could be their
for the
last map
Chingus
of the
Warriors
major.
versus Fluxo game. This is possibly for a tie if Fluxo wins this on T side.
You know, if you're down to 3 players,
it's
you don't attempt a
controls.
retake. with 4
versus Kai.
You still know you're probably going to lose. But
here.
the calculation of do we save with
Onto
4 is
default,
just so hard to tell yourself is the right call.
Oh, and he wins the 1v1, tying their game up. So that game over on stream,
getting bullied.
Stream
I think like the
B
Des, they
as
didn't
a
throw
tie.
Isaac under the bus, but they said like for him to succeed, he kind of has to be supported by teammates.
Yeah.
It feels
Genghis
like
Warriors
inside
needs to win
B-side on
that
this
game,
map
or they
specifically,
will be
that's happening
eliminated.
again. He's also 0-7.
That's true.
So that teammate much needed because B is getting bullied. We've gotten a couple of consecutive
This
targeting.
kind of looks like a Digimon
I actually
game.
agreed with Moses on that point. That
really,
I just think he's a really smart anchor, but it's true. He's an individually
Anime fighter
got a
with
side
some
that
like
he's defending.
creatures
This should
or
be the
something.
kind of place where he can put up his end of the bargain, but it's not
2025.
working out for him specifically.
October
so far this map.
Digimon Story Time Stranger. Anyways,
he's got Hampus to come help him. Hampus walking through the doorway. That unannounced swing again from Imperial.
Oh, huge
Really
W.
just trying to find these openings on unexpected timings. What a haunting experience that must be for Metasport, as you never know when the attack's about to hit. You gotta stay on your toes. And as I say that, Lumi actually gives up the cat angle that seems like it's gonna get tested.
looks like FF Tactics.
Not
Final
just
Fantasy
yet,
game.
though, by the looks of it. Imperial gonna go for some
Final Fantasy
mid-presence.
Tactics.
Man, they're low on utility.
Very
Adam
neat.
has a Molly in his spot. They have no flashes to
Alright,
counter
Imperial,
the cat play that's coming
down a
in.
man.
So even though Imperial are down a player, they
But
need,
up
I think,
many
this Flopsy
rounds.
rotation. I think they need this HE damage.
They're working
I
cat,
think they
looks
need
like.
the full commitment.
Yeah, they're not buying that
Plopsky,
it's
what
a
can
mid-play.
Plopsky do
Lumi comes
here?
back with that off, waiting for them to extend beyond elbow. 20 seconds to this clock. We see the bomb getting passed.
Lumi
up to
misses
front
the
of all.
op
They
shot.
can't afford to miss that.
So
Plopsky
important.
could be the hero. If he climbs through this smoke with the right angle unnoticed, then big chance right here on his plate. But he's still kind of stuck on the climb up. Everybody's guns are back out. Now he ends up looking like a fool. Just emerges. Who can save it? Isaac gets his first kill of the map. Hampus right here with him from that B site. Now the long players come back as well, but you got Try alive and kicking, attempting to hold this at bay. No way down to 8 health, and Adam damn near lower. Tries to get up onto the site. You've got nades just flying over top, whittling him away even further. Time starting to cause issue, and Adam B has to concede it. Knows he's not going to win this round. It's another where Imperial just squeeze into a site.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
Unfortunately for Plopsky, that just
Imperial
was
is
more awkward
running
than
off
anything
with
else.
it.
It was like if he had jumped up and got it in a nice early timing, it seems like they would have been still watching it because they had good spots too.
Fluxo taking the
And
lead.
They had already taken down
in this
Lumi on
Mirage
long, so
game.
there's nowhere, no one is going to be drawing
5-4,
attention
possibly
for Plopsky
6-4
to pull
here.
out a play like that.
Shortly
And
as
so he ends
they're
up just sitting in it to the point that now
up by
it's
3
totally
players to
obvious,
Genghis
right?
Warriors,
There's
2 versus
essentially
5.
facing the smoke
Now,
with no other targets
1
means
versus
you're going to
5.
be watched for sure. So
And Controls will be
overall,
saving
a
or
little
trying to
awkward.
save.
Unfortunately,
Unlucky.
individually, Lumi was
He gets
great on
chased
Nuke,
down.
had a nice shot this game so far, but that's a moment where he's just got to hit it.
Nice pick by
just like
Try.
that.
Try showing no signs of slowing down from map 1 to map 2. Lumi at the very
Lumi with
least
the counter
will peel
pick.
him off top middle. No chase instantly from Descenti, so that allows for the Opper to retreat towards site, but he's making such a such a loud rotation. Descenti, I think, for sure chases this out. You know that's the Opper that just ran away.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to be following this lead entirely. And the smokes are down
Golf.
because they know Lumi's gone out over here. So
Anime golf.
No punish either. And now he's right side of the door.
But bomb's top middle. That's the one weird thing.
Yeah, it's actually not in a position to go long either. So these lower players, they could do something tricky here.
It's just running at this. They have completely written off the possibility of a 5-7 in that corner. Great reaction. Vinny gives cover. Descenti's deep angle finds Lumi, and now they can just size up their options. Odds are, yeah, Adam's down long, as he tends to be. They confirm it, and they'll double back towards B instead.
Look at Vinny just wanted to go fight. Oh my God, they're actually risking this, but all right, they'll end up winning in the end, 8-1, no problem.
Alrighty then.
I was thinking they know Adam's probably on A, but they still in the 3v1 wanted to try to just end the round. I guess that's the confidence they've got with the lead they have.
I mean, talk about confidence. Descenti chasing the Opper.
Yeah.
That was a round-winning push-up catwalk, as long as the lower tunnel didn't end up getting this wild kill on bomb, etc. But he ran that back so loud.
Nice. What the hell?
Which is funny, because Hampus is the guy who used to bark.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Stealing his whole flow, bar for bar.
try something here. Don't hate me. Might be awkward.
So it's not the cleanest game of CS. You know, both sides are leaving some gaps here. But luck in those moments is definitely leaning towards Imperial consistently.
Don't do it to him. Don't you blast Lumi's head off.
He doesn't think he was spotted, but Lumi, you know, full attention now. Oh, perfect.
Get out of there. Oh, and then Try gives the cover to the 2 rifles that trade out effectively. Vinny making sure Adam doesn't get a multi-frag. Descenti continues to have his way with the B defense. That is Hampus down 3 and 9.
And Che could just straight up win this round if he's careful about this next fight.
It looks like he will be. Comes back at the cat push. Catches out Plopsky. It's low health on Vinny.
They know Isaac's the B anchor. Descenti's just lurking in tunnels. They probably assume he's left, but how far could he have gotten off to, actually?
It just hurts, I think, because you never want to see a team so outclassed, but it really just feels like Imperial are playing with Metasport.
Agreed. I mean, even Descenti, you can see how not scared they are because Descenti's still waiting here as if he's to punish exit.
Yeah, like a 2v2 is guaranteed, and honestly, they're not wrong. Metasport just going to go for the save instead.
Wow.
Yeah, Metasport's just getting absolutely fried in this half.
Definitely the right route.
This is how they looked like yesterday, too.
Imperial having a field day. But I also remember a time back on Nuke when Imperial were winning 8-1.
Fluxo's trying to take off with a Mirage.
That's true.
So that is one of those
versus Chinggis Warriors.
The nature of the rounds, though,
looks like a 4-8
right off Metasport
into the next half.
The elimination.
No, 6-7.
You know, you can't call him headless until the guillotine drops.
Or wait, what did I say? 4-8? Doesn't make any sense.
Chasing Lumi in the last round.
5-7.
Doing what he
no,
wants.
5-7.
Side of tunnels.
Sorry, I can't do math, I guess. And we're going into half on this one.
The opposition.
Halftime in the Chinggis Warriors versus Fluxo game on Mirage. They'll be switching up sides.
Would be a sad way to
We have a timeout here coming out from
Metasport. Don't get a
Metasport to try to stay alive for this game here.
But I'm not really seeing a way
so
for them
far
to
very
make
disappointing.
That happen. Let's burn those timeouts.
Tech pause.
And throw in a tech.
Okay. Tech pause on top of an actual timeout. Interesting.
Knowing that at least Lumi can win a head-to-head duel versus Try is one thing.
Sorry, it's just too much going on right now for me to try to pay attention to everything.
For sure,
I'm tired of like alt tabbing and shit. I'm gonna tab between games.
The slight.
We'll probably still watch a wrap up at some point.
You know, Lumi's
see if we
making
actually
a
missed
rotation
anything from the State of PlayStation play.
Yeah, his next
State
move
of play,
is telegraphed, or you know, he gets baited on a shoulder spot.
So far, that
Silent
Hill game looks pretty
afterwards. Neat. I think there's a lot of demand for him to get more than one kill, even if one kill is Try.
Scary.
It's an Opera's playground out here.
NT.
And Hampus hurt on the cross. If it wasn't bad enough.
Still down by 8 rounds, trying to make these moves on long, trying to keep things fresh. JG's locked in on the doorway, though, and we've already started to get Imperial taking a sniff towards Catwalk. Met by a smoke at a minute. Still making moves, but Vinny's going to go ahead.
To Prime.
Just exits through that mid doors.
Appreciate it.
Damn near simultaneous to the Adam B long push. There are backs turned to him. You know, they've kind of let their guard down a bit, Imperial, because Metasport have just been reacting instead of getting proactive. Plopsky, double. That's what they need. Some kind of individual moment here to reignite the thought of this being possible.
They put the
Big
last
nade.
3 rounds of the first half on the board back on Nuke. That's what inspired the comeback in the second half. You've got to be able to tap back into that mentality
do it, though?
yet
I mean,
again. But this one's no
possible.
guarantee. 2v4, Descenti
he's
and
making
no
too
way
much
trying to
noise.
hit
No
this
way running
B-site.
out.
Well-timed peaks. They've got it. A second round for Metasport. 3
Okay,
is the best
2
case
rounds on the
scenario,
board.
and they need it.
Good stuff.
1 round later on the recovery here on this map, and that 1 round might be 1 too much. 8-4 on Nuke. It's very different than what could be the 9-3 here, and potentially still 10-2. But a nice flank from Adam B. It's obviously, sometimes it's hard to get active when you're playing long. You don't know when you can flank. The worst thing you can do is die trying to go for that long flank, but it's your ace in the hole.
Well timed.
Nice shot.
Oh,
wow.
The remantling of that boost. Timing is just to perfection. The insta-kill comes out from Che. Hampus going to try to hold off on the door, and he's unable to get that second. And Descenti has just owned inside of tunnels. Every time CTs try to get
Imperial's
active,
definitely
you know,
going into the next half. Very happy. It's going to be 10-2 for them. And it does look like Metasport is just a few rounds away from an elimination here in their major showing. Not with a bang, but with a possible whimper.
All right. Adam B left.
Oh.
Descenti reminds us as to how easily he has dominated this T side. That's 10-2, folks. It's smooth sailing for Imperial by the looks of it.
10-2. Not the position Metasport wants to be in, although they seem in good spirits. I don't know how they're able to keep the mental. Maybe it's a poker face or something, but it's pretty crazy. Also, yeah, Neo 3 just got teased. Very cool stuff. We have a defuse coming out here from Fluxo. Chinggis Warriors could also be possibly facing elimination here in game number 2 on Mirage. I believe since they lost their previous game, they might be seeing their end of the qualifiers run as well here shortly.
To be here, however, you know, a victory, a map, anything to hold on to, and he had the perfect placement of the crosshair there, but so blind he doesn't elect to continue to tap. To an early casualty. Rue went in for the kill, doesn't find it.
Let's switch that.
Ryuko quite progressed up that catwalk.
What is this?
Palace smoke there from Zevi.
Stream B.
Fun way to lob that one out. Safe.
On range, MP9 up against him. His teammates have fallen. Mulzin's in so much trouble. His teammates a mile away. You just saw it there. PJ's coming in from mid. Oh, and he's gone down. Too easy for Kulas. That's their round. Second round conversion. Denied.
Oh,
all right, well, there's a few more twists and turns available on Mirage. Right now, I think it would be a good time just to give the understanding of how bleak it looked going into this map. Now, I understand there's no head-to-head between these two teams, but the last 5 outings for Chinggis Warriors on this map, it was a 13-0 to Rare Atom loss. They played Hotu, they lost 13-4. They played against Eruption, which is another Mongolian team. Maybe people aren't too familiar with them, but they lost to them 13-10. They took on the Huns, they lost 13-8, and most recently at the Mesa Nomadic Masters in Mongolia, they lost to Heroic 13-3. So only against domestic opponents have they been relatively close. It's a great little push there from Controls ahead of the smoke, and even has so much time to line up that frag on a jumping Zevi. But it's Kulas.
Wow.
Haven't seen too much from him. That's a beautiful little 3-piece feed on the AK-47 to secure the round. Tactical timeout called. It will need to be the force buy back from the CTs if they want to contend for this economic control.
Timeout by Fluxo.
Because of the loss bonus situation, that's exactly where they find themselves. Deagles, 3 of which, 5-7 for Mulzen, and a scout for Zevi. Couple of smokes to try and constrict these rotation points.
Looks like Thief or something.
But right now, a chance to draw this into
TR Thief.
A level game. If Chinggis Warriors win this round, it should be the eco going into the following.
Oh, there it is.
And you get to see yourself all tied up 8-8.
Fluxo win to save
Fluxo
pick'ems.
heavy favorites as Missed window smoke from Chingus Warriors. That one definitely not intended. Has allowed Hart to take a couple of extra pot shots.
Yeah, replenished now, or replaced with one more
Again,
effective one.
Chingus Warriors needs to win this map to stay alive.
Looks like it's going to be a pinch
They
into
are,
B.
they are down a map as Fluxo won.
Only one man here.
Their pick on Ancient, and now we're playing on Fluxo's pick with
If this
Mirage.
goes to third, I don't see any reason that Chingus Warriors can't win this on Nuke. We got to cover their Nuke match yesterday.
Yeah, they had legs, definitely.
It was a bit of a strange game against Legacy, but regardless, it was a 13-10 scoreline loss. But yeah, if we do go the distance, the conversation is still going to be wide open. And we might have everybody from A-Stream joining us very shortly. There's only 2 matches going to round out the day. It's Imperial versus Metasport. They're on map number 2 as well. Quite a condemning scoreline currently against the Swedes. You can go and check that out on your own accord. And then we have a much closer affair going on with Mongolia versus Brazil.
Yeah, this seems to be a little bit more of an even match here.
But, I think for Metasport, a very miserable tournament from start to finish.
Okay, big round for Chingus Warriors. Very big round.
Goes off. 4 players getting to hold on to their investments from Fluxo.
So they're still alive.
To...
Good stuff. Let's see if this game is back or what's going on. It is. Okay, we're back in it.
Yeah,
oh my God!
Meta's airport.
A knife just came out.
With a knife on the pistol.
What just happened?
That's messed up.
Oh no!
There's
Somebody just got knifed. I just missed it.
Getting a knife kill that just
oh no!
brings light to the team. No
what happened here? Oh, destruction.
Did you get that knife kill?
Oh, absolute destruction.
You see the face of 5 guys
by
whose dreams are
Imperial
about to get crushed.
And the knife at the end. Oh, Jesus.
That's what gets me off.
Oh, God.
That's what gets Jay off, baby.
Wow.
Try drops Hampus. I love that he gets the knife so he can buy the op round 2.
Just mental damage. Op 2. Op on round 2.
I try not to paint the bleakest of pictures, but you can tell by their decisions they are simply in the driver's seat, and they damn well know it.
It's just over.
This is what's called the flow state, folks.
It is over for Team Metasport. Just a very, very underwhelming performance overall from them.
Looking for the
in both stage 1 yesterday and today.
Been a knob for like 14 years. Only person I got a sub for on Twitch. Hahaha. Hoping you stream more and more, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
I think the desk had an apt conversation as well about Metasport, even despite this potentially being the end of their road in Austin, where they go from here, being able to put Swedish Counter-Strike back on that map. Senti. He's going to just lock down the mid play. No entries allowed whatsoever. Poor Lumi in a 1v5. And then all of a sudden, it is just more of the same. Imperial taking it over.
Wow. I mean, yeah, it's nice for Imperial because this is such a strong way to close out.
It's very much bullying.
You know, this helps. They're still thinking about their life in this major. I think they still have to level up to beat some of these teams.
For sure.
In this stage, for sure. They haven't really shown us that much, but it is just 2 best of 1s that got them to this position. Now they survive, and they honestly, they don't lose the map. The second map looks even better than the first. So maybe there are reasons to be optimistic here.
And also the start they had on Nuke means this series could have been so much more lopsided. That's sort of what they had going versus Bait, a team that ends up going 3-0. You know, the promise has clearly been there for Imperial. They've just got to work out the kinks. No way into Senti. Gonna slaughter the first 2. We got an answer from Tech9s.
Okay.
It's a good site control. And Adam B.
No, you gotta hit those.
Just gets barrel stuffed.
You gotta hit those.
His 20th kill collected. Plopsky thrust.
1 versus 2. Can you do it?
2 players to topple.
Yeah, true. A fill-in team turned out better than a team that qualified.
Swedes put together for this attempt. The most amount of Swedish players that we have had at a major since Katowice 2019. The 3rd largest nation here in Austin.
Folks.
And the first all-Swedish team in 6 years.
07.
But all those accolades put to the side because Imperial shows stark improvement from day 1 to day 2.
And that's a wrap for Metasport.
They will send Metasport packing.
Yes, it was fun to watch.
First team to be eliminated.
Spots that were promising. It was good to see Lumi on the op. I think unfortunately Isaac, you know, didn't bring some of that experience that he's had.
Yeah, it just
more
wasn't enough for them, man.
Others.
It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to actually do anything. Unfortunate. All right. Let's tune into this game here. This game seems to be a bit more competitive.
give up a bit of freedom to move
This is
forward if he wants
Chingus
to.
Warriors
really
versus
weird, but
Fluxo.
Controls, the
Fluxo
guy- look at the
already
flank
has
right now.
a
They can always
game
hit the
one
brakes. Let
under
the
their
goat
belt.
work.
They just won Ancient.
Completely evacuated.
Chingus Warriors have to win this game that they've tied up
Not my goat.
in order to stay alive, or they too will be joining Metasport and going home today.
Now they're going to be convinced, okay, everyone's going to be running B. Just have to wait a little longer. Just wait a little longer.
Looks
and
like
all of
we're
those
starting off
CTs
with a
have
pick
evacuated. It's just PJ
by
and
Fluxo
CT.
under
Controls
Controllers.
play
But they're
actually
walking
still
on A
goated if they
site
win this.
with
Okay, well,
bomb.
there's no utility to constrict the rotations back
Yes, but
in.
no
No
util.
defuse kit either. This kill right now, Ariukul turns into a 4v4. There's a chance.
There certainly is. Not going to be comfortable. Oh no, Rooney needs to be planting. He's lost the bomb instead.
Okay, well, overstepping the mark and going to have to fight their way out of this. It's just Ariukul. They know where he was. He doesn't have the time to get back into this round, and Controls, that is going to be in his nightmares. The fact he pulls off the flank of a Century all the way through B, mark it behind a free kill, but he can't connect the dots, and Fluxo up to 9 rounds.
Yeah, he's just going to be kicking himself, knowing that if that's just a couple of like composed taps
Unlucky.
around their head, one of them connects, a little spray, little burst perhaps, but this is how it goes down. You can see how labored that was even from the CT perspective, and he's the one that got the kill.
In terms of how you feel about that moment, the emotions there, that actually, that's probably going to stay with you now.
Yeah, and then you think about it, you don't have any timeouts.
Yeah, that's true too.
Like
so
that might
right now, you're testing the mental resilience of somebody who's at their first major.
Yeah, first major, and you're going to be in your own head for a must-win map.
True.
Or the remainder of it.
Well, at least they have the money for a buy. It hasn't forced them onto Eco, so there's a positive there. Controls, if you can bounce back after that, I'll tip my hat to you, son. Smoke fades, Art.
Oh, great shot. Little bit of a overstep there from E5. Didn't wait for the plume of the smoke. That's a good find back, actually. Still traded.
Well done from
Art's done very well. Controls is lucky to be alive. He got dinked there. I think saved.
Unless you force the issue on the Chingus side, there's no reason for Fluxo to step into any of these crosshairs.
No, I mean, Kai's given one up.
Well, that's what I was saying. I guess the overcommitment, well, it's not actually in connector, or is he? Mulzen. He is. So, okay. Then I can justify the fact that you've got Kai aggressive. He's trying to connect with his teammates, stay tethered to one another. But that opportunity, is it a way back in? Cool-ass top mid, Controls rotating back over towards A. Ariukul, he's all been able to push all the way out. But the bomb is going to have to transition back. 30 seconds on the clock. This one's going to be down to the wire. And Art looks like he's in a strong position. Could even be an ace for the in-game leader.
Yeah, his first 2 contributions were in mid, but he is going to be on the receiving end of all 3 heading A side. They've got 18 seconds. He tucks in. He knows a bomb denial here wins the round. And he'll do more than that. Takes the head off of Ariukul.
Nice
Cool-ass knows where he is. And, oh, actually hitting a shot with a smoke down, but open to Mulzen. They pull it off. There's an unwinnable round for Controls. Forced to just knife out, get away.
Another one for Fluxo.
Concede 10.
Feels like this one is just going to peter out of control.
It's looking a little grim here for Chingus Warriors. I'm not going to lie. They kind of needed that round in order to stay alive and relevant, but they're going to be down on Eco.
It's always tough, right?
It's going to be a very, very
dream to get to compete in events like this. You've heard
poor
from
next round for them.
especially there's so many rookies in this stage of the tournament, and being asked, what was your first major memory, and you read some of these interviews, some of these excerpts from the conversations, and it's recent history, right? Because we're dealing with young players. We had Bait, then he went 3-0. They were the youngest team, or are the youngest team in the major. And a lot of these players, to get to play in what is the World Cup of Counter-Strike against the world's best, you get stickers in the game, you're immortalized. That's what it's all about.
Oh, nice shot. And one's already through. He's spotted the leg, a cheeky bit of thigh. Thank you very much. Oh,
nice shot.
Mulzen mows down 3. A solo hold of the A site.
Might be his best round yet.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, I definitely think so. Mulzen just pops off, quad kill, and Controls runs into Kai. Hits the first headshot. Is another one. Teammates holding. Art's ready. And the round has been seized by just one man on A.
All right, well, do they want to give Mulzen, a young lad, another major rookie, a chance to win this? A 1v5 goes 1v3, and individually spread out Fluxo now.
Oh! What is going on? You know
Winnable.
where Mulzen was, and you know he has the bomb.
Winnable.
The unknown entity is PJ, who's walking under Oh, it looks like he's going to catch the timing. His control's got this flick in him. Has he got that lizard brain flick?
No,
just flick
Non-window.
without even giving it a second thought.
He's not thinking underpass. He's not thinking underpass.
Will be presented.
No, he's not thinking underpass.
Shots.
Nah.
But PJ closes.
Okay, well, looked stressful for a moment there, didn't it? But Mulzen, massive round from him, 4 kills. Then the fact that it gets down to a 1v2 situation, it's crispy from both of the players on either side of the server. But that's 11 rounds now. Bomb doesn't go down.
That's a great shot, well flashed as well. And the 4th pretty spicy too.
That was crazy.
The 4th stage loss bonus is going to come in too late. So right now we're only going to get the 2400. It's
almost match point here for Fluxo.
They'll limp in.
And yeah, Chinggis Warriors.
A couple of AKs, a couple of Galils.
Not a great buy, but better than nothing, right? They got head armor. Oh, and a pick from Zevi.
Yeah, can't catch a break, can they?
Damn.
It's a nasty
hate to see it.
Stomach. Such a high-stakes game for the Chinggis Warriors.
You hate to see it, man.
Limited resources. Now a player spammed through a smoke to start you off, hamstrung, and Art's getting cheeky with it. Flirts with aggression. In spite of that man advantage. Oh, Zevi just averts his gaze and now controls his across his sightline. This might be a bit of an element of surprise. He can just park himself in ladder. Are you call for the finish, moves that bomb towards B. That's the fight Rue was waiting for. Art gets a little aggressive.
Can you work that connector pick? Nice.
And Kai steps into the crosshair as well.
Good, Rue did something, but that cat offer is going to be a problem.
A man advantage.
Oh!
Just spirals out of control. There's only one man here. It's PJ. Messy spray.
They're doing something here.
Wow. Good use. Gets 2.
He stopped it almost. Wow.
But that's a little sign of life out of the Chinggis Warriors.
They're staying alive, man. They're staying alive.
In the last round. Now they make good on that. It's actually put Fluxo in a really tough situation as you get what is becoming a classic head shake out of Art. So the fact that they lose so many casualties in the previous round that they did win, there's the opener from Zevi. Looks great, but the fact this one's battled back, it's always been said about Asian Counter-Strike that individuals can shoot. So when the fights are coming their way or they're getting to take the duels on their terms, they're able to hit some big shots. Now, it's only 1900 lost into the next. Mulzen, he's left a K left over. There's 750 for Art. It's hodgepodge right now. Chinggis Warriors aren't out of this. It felt like it was going down the gurgler. The momentum was taken away, the competitive nature of the match gone, but right now we're back on. As long as they can get past these light investments. Not only do they have a chance to get up to the double digits of 10, they win this, and like I said, we'll have to go for a similar looking purchase or maybe even lighter into the next. That means we can tie things up at legs 11 down the stretch. Chinggis Warriors, staying for the namesake, not giving up. Staying strong and looking for the fight.
What do you make of this angle from Kai? I mean, I think that's quite cheeky with the unbroken vent. You're probably going to start focusing your attention elsewhere. PJ gets it. Okay, so that's a very pushed up CT. Finds himself in the mouth of Palace. Aryuka will relay that information. You need to recover, and Kai going down to controls is a good start. Rue will hold on to that jungle murder hole rotation. Controls tasked with CT, he gets there in time. Now Coolass is going to be asked to plant. Where you're looking in the wrong way, still gets his. Zevi
Black Util's really fucking him over here.
The ramp side, so this is actually going to be very difficult for the Chinggis, the Warriors. Two from CT. Held by that AWP, he's going to be a quick flick up.
Nice.
Perfectly executed. Coolass has hit the shot necessary. There's only Art. And there's no hope here.
That dink at range. There's 80 damage there on a Coolass. As Art wants to hang around and try and find some damage, but probably would have been better holding on to the AK.
Almost.
That's going to be one around the difference now. And as touched upon, that loss bonus situation puts them in a very, very tough position going forward on the Brazilian side of the server. So they didn't go for the all-in force. It was a little bit of a weird investment, and then they do find themselves now having to take an eco again. So they didn't go all in.
Maybe they went too far in?
Yeah, look, this is the thing. That they always were going to be in this situation because the money's been broken late, but I'm surprised they didn't just force everything. So you're either going all in or you're not. As as right now, Chingus Warriors have found some pep in the step. They're just going to hustle their way out. Controls. Yeah, he's definitely not backing down from any of these duels. A great flash, but Ariuku recovers in time.
You, Mr.
And this one of the quickest rounds of the map so far. It's just PJ. He's going to be noted.
Wow. They brought it back.
Oh, doesn't play scared. Dude, there was
Man,
a
they brought it back.
You had low HP, you had a Mac 10.
Noisy boy, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you.
Well, this
thank you
is
for the resub.
we really could be going to a third map right now.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
This is very much available. Chingus Warriors have the possibility to go for another bye even if they lose this round, so they can vie for overtime. But if they win this one, and there's no saves coming out from Art and Co, it's only 2,900 loss bonus into the next, which could see Chingus Warriors snatch this away. Remember, 5-map loss streak on Mirage. Do or die, elimination, first major for all 5 of the Mongolians in the server right now.
And in their first major, will they be able to pick up a map win up against these South American counter-strikers? Nade, actually not too much damage, just 40 spread amongst 2. Right in the ladder room, safe from the flame.
Looks like an ace split on the table. Ariuku, Ramp, Coolaz through Palace, the other 3 to come up and pipe in through Connector. Keep your eyes on Zevi playing retake over towards Ticket with the Ort. Mulzen in jungle connecting with Art, so that crossfire be able to set up between Window. Kai might have to push short to deal with the Connector players because they're starting to trundle up. This is all going to happen quick.
Mulzen hears them. He's tucked and they're not looking. Good find from Rue. It has a little premonition, a sixth sense, a tingle. And now Rue should be able to get that bomb down. E5's providing the cover, taking the fight. He's taken 2.
Wow.
Art and Kai gone. Just Zevi with that AWP. You talked about the saves, Chad.
Saving
I think that's
for the OT.
now is how many can you get away with?
Saving for the OT with Chingus Warrior is going to be on match point.
Though, if he goes back through the B apartments, they're going to try and
Possible
hang around,
map 3.
You need to make sure that you're not pushed here, and fortunately for them, they are going to get to retain these guns. So Ariuku, Coolaz, both passive where they started the round. Ramp as Palace, Rue heading over to join E-Fire, and he's going to be miles away. So bomb is going to go off. That does mean if these 2 players stay alive, with 2,900 lost, they are going to be able to drop 2 M4s.
Yeah, big
They
difference.
can have a full rifle round to try and push this into overtime. The Brazilian's not dead yet, but this is crazy that Chingus Warriors have been able to pull this game back into contention.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Oh, E5 had HE. He gets around the corner, spots him. Damn. He actually nearly got there.
For Carnage right now, the coach behind, we've already seen him celebrate a pistol win and get told off. I think if they do win this map, he should be able to celebrate. The game will be done and dusted there, but talk about tactical timeouts, the last 30 seconds. Carnage, an opportunity for him
the coaches
to talk,
aren't allowed to celebrate. The coaches aren't allowed to celebrate wins.
I mean, I'm still kind of baffled after what you'd highlighted regarding Mirage specifically for the Chingus Warriors. This is not a map that they've had much success on in the last 3 months, just a 17% win rate. A single win versus the Huns. Everything else against, you know, domestic and international competition has not gone well. And yet here they stand, 1 map away from elimination at their first major, and they're putting up a
CHINGGIS.
The question for me is about Fluxo's approach
Mongolian
to this next
team.
rifle round. Are they going to try and dictate the flow of the game? Are they going to be aggressive in mid?
Very interesting to see this matchup.
They're going to boost somebody up towards the B
I believe Fluxo is Brazilian.
Or are you just going to sit in a passive setup again? Well, the Orb starting over
South
towards
American
B early
team
could talk about that boost I'm talking about.
Yeah,
right, you boost up Zevi, he takes an aggressive line, and now you can call that side of the map clear if he starts to investigate. But during all of this, Control selling the mid control on his lonesome, the GOAT. He's going to set the boys up while Coolaz ready to throw AU till the rest are going to
All right, big round here for the Warriors.
What you got for us?
What do they have? OT? Oh no, walks out.
Hits his shot, takes down Art. Mulzen does recover the AK, dips down.
They hear him coming to ramp.
Crossfire with PJ, but behind a smoke, Controls arrives. Comes in, clears it out. Quick
what a peek.
found. This is for everything. This is to take us the distance.
Are we going the distance here? It's looking like we might be. Oh,
presents itself. PJ
3 on 3. Bombs down.
Retake on. Zevi's AWP and an
what can they do?
On Kai.
Save for next.
Coming in from Conside. Controls fighting for CT with that deep
save for next map.
PJ's going to either walk through it or play the fade.
What do they do?
Through.
Walking ramp. Does not hear that gun. You
taking
might have timing here.
When their life was
Good
on the
timing.
line, it's
1 firebox. They're playing for time. They don't want to OT. They want to win this.
PJ brought low. Light on time from Flux. So good pick off. Kai gets it. They're playing for the OT here.
Yes, they are.
Just call after the 1v3. Stopping the cross.
Nice stop.
Banking on it.
Is there time?
And the defuse will come through in time.
It's going to be close.
Oh!
Yeah!
Chinggis Warriors, they break the barrage losing streak and they push us the distance right down to the wire.
Wow.
Fluxo stunted at the final hurdle.
Less than a 0.1 of a millisecond between that and OT, but we will need 3. Fluxo, it's not a guarantee. Chinggis Warriors have won a Mirage and we need Nuke.
Map number
the intensity
3.
of that one. And look at Fluxo, they're
Map
coming
3.
unstuck right in front of our eyes.
Chinggis Warriors said, we're not out of this yet. Don't count us out. Let the next map be the decider of who goes home. And the final map is going to be Nuke. Map 3 will be Nuke. Okay. That's going to be neat. Another Nuke game. I am down. Nuke is a deciding map for this fight to the death. This is a fight for survival for these teams. Whoever loses this Nuke game is going home. Whoever wants it more will move on to tomorrow to continue playing in the losers bracket, to continue fighting for their spot in stage 2. But Nuke is a decider between Fluxo and Chinggis Warriors, and who is taking the next plane home from this majors. Crazy stuff. And we'll see that in about 10 minutes. Okay, all right. We do have some PlayStation Play that I've been playing in the background here. Crazy stuff. Oh, never mind. I lied. It's over. Oh, that was it. I didn't really see much pop off. Like I was kind of keeping an eye on it. There was some stuff we already knew about, I think, like Silent Hill and Neo and some other things, right? All right, it looks like this broadcast is done. I'm gonna save this for tomorrow because I actually like that. Unless I don't need to worry about it anymore. Seems a little underwhelming. Yeah, it definitely seemed a little underwhelming. I mean, unless I missed something. I saw a couple games. I was like, oh, okay, like neat, but nothing that I was like, oh my god, it's gonna be crazy. That game that they demoed at the start with like the little girl that kind of reminded me of BioShock a little bit, like Death Stranding BioShock, with the girl that was like, my name is, or he's like, I'm gonna call you Diana. That game seems cool, but other than that, I mean, yeah, Pragmata. Other than that, I didn't really see anything that was like too standoutish, I guess. I don't know. Man. Today was decent for games. Decent games today. Who did we watch play? We watched B8 and Heroic Advance. Heroic versus FlyQuest. We watched BA versus Wildcard. Bet Boom versus Legacy. We did not really watch that. Looks like Legacy did not do well in that game. We watched OG versus Tyloo. Want to see more of Tyloo for that one. Lin Vision versus Nemiga. Nemiga won that game. I think that was a comeback game. Seemed like a good game. We caught the end of that one. Energy versus Complexity. Kind of wanted to see Complexity do a little better. It was both NA teams fighting against each other, and NRG came out on top. And just now we watched Metasport lose their BO3 to Imperial. They got sent packing. And we are watching one more game in this best of 3 of Chinggis Warriors versus Fluxo. Seven Birch is going to make a comeback. I'm glad you brought that up, Reckwave. I was just literally talking about it. I'm making a whole video about answering that question coming soon. Tomorrow should be good games. Tomorrow we're going to see some more teams advance in their 2-1s. And then Friday will be sort of a competitive day as well, as teams are going to be looking to advance into stage 2. Which is on Friday as well. No, that's on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday is going to be pretty crazy games. Saturday will definitely be interesting. Hope to see FlyQuest qualify tomorrow. Yeah, might be. I won't be able to watch tomorrow or Friday. Well, I'll definitely have a VOD up for y'all. So don't worry about it too much. Goodbye. What'd you have for lunch today? I whipped up a sandwich earlier. Whipped up a bit of a sandwich. Nothing crazy, you know. Nothing too wild. Sauceless, you know me. You know how I do. You know I ain't putting sauce on it. Be for real. A crazy games today. Tomorrow should be good too. What's tomorrow looking like? Let me peep the sketch. When I say sketch, by the way, that means schedule. For all you like boomers out there. All right, tomorrow's games. All right, we're gonna have a few. We're gonna have a few best of 3s tomorrow. Interesting stuff. Yeah, we're gonna have. Oh my god, they're gonna be going on at the same time too, huh? Ugh. So many doubled up games. Luckily Friday is just gonna be very straightforward. So not doubling up. Yeah, the doubling up of games is gonna be tough to watch. Like, okay, I'll keep that monitor then, because we're gonna have to switch back and forth between so many things, man. That's the most boomer thing you could have said. Yeah, okay. Says, and you know how you know that? You know how you're so confident in saying that? Because you're a fucking boomer. Be for real. I would know, I'm a boomer. That's how you sound. Stop trying to make fetch happen. It came and went. All right? Fetch came and fetch went. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. What is Imperial made of? Oh no, not Imperial. Fluxo. Fluxo is, yeah, all Brazilians. Okay. Imperial is 4 Brazilians and 1 player from Argentina. Calc is short for calculator. I already knew that. I already knew that, brother. All right. I saw the most boomer shit ever. I was looking at a hotel's Facebook page, and a girl was asking if anyone had a spare Dexicon diabetes tracker machine, and an old man commented, "Leave it off for the week and enjoy yourself." As if it was an iPad. He thought he really did something too. He thought he did something when he pressed that enter button. He said, "These damn kids and their Dexicons trying to stay alive and shit. Back in my day, we didn't care about no disease." Brother Alex pulling some long streams. How are you today? Also, chat, how are you all? My pick'ems are getting messed up. How are my pick'ems doing? What are my pick'ems looking like? What did I get going on here? Complexity completely fucking destroyed me. Surprisingly, I mean, now that I've watched the teams play, I don't see, like, my Lin Vision pick went bad. Genghis Warriors losing here would be okay for my 0-3 selection. Heroic, I had to go 3-0 in advance. And then I have Wildcard, NRG, OG, B8, FlyQuest, and Tyloo all advancing. Which is still possible, but unfortunately, who's won your 3-0? Heroic was my 3-0, and Complexity shit the bed for me. So, still not the worst pick'em that I could have put, but I did these with chat. And so chat convinced me on pretty much all these teams. Now that I watched them play, I would probably redo it a little bit, right? I almost got both, but wildcard lost. Okay. Yeah, all these teams that I have advancing, like all 6 teams, could still advance. I could still see it happening. It is possible. But who knows? Anyways, we're back into the game. We are back. Map number 3.
Mirage was not going to be a shoe-in or easy or even likely that the Chingas Warriors had a chance on that one, posing Ancient as a must-win. However, they conceded that, and a map with just a 17% win rate for the Chingas Warriors, they managed to pick it up when their major life was on the line.
And we've already seen some frustrations from the most experienced member in the server so far. That's Art of Fury of Fame. Once upon a time, not happy with his troops throughout Ancient, which they did win, and then the same coming into Mirage. But here it is, Nuke.
How much you bet on this match?
Map. Elimination on the line. Everybody wanting to know who plays who tomorrow in the major. Want to see the conclusion of this one. Waterfall smoke on towards main. P250 in the hands of Cool Aston. Hart already opens up the account. He's either finding him or giving him, but this time it's the opening kill on the pistol.
What is going on? That was a jump just to get
Warriors starting out strong. Nice.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, but the burst, it's audacious.
It was a multiple burst.
I love it, though.
Significant amount of burst.
I know I said never the burst, but sometimes
pretty crazy.
Burst, yeah.
And this pistol round is going to be falling in favor of the Mongolian side, the Chingas Warriors. Just have to get past the Zevmeister.
You're disrespecting Zevi like that. It's crazy. Ooh, okay, yeah, no, he's boxed.
Huge dink.
I mean, understandably, trying to fight the GOAT like that, it's just gonna, there's only one outcome. Controls will pick it up.
Yeah, and look, there's a reason we're calling Controls the GOAT. His level of input and impact on Mirage was huge. He had one fumble, one slip up, one massive mare. A free kill in the back from Market on a B flank around the world. But guess what? He shrugged it off. And he continued to deliver down the stretch of Mirage to break
Brothers, yeah, Brothers are pretty good.
streak, and now they're on a 5-series losing streak.
I think it's just their value of
all rookies,
high fire rate and ton of
the
ammo.
first series win.
Well,
make it like almost like a small burst
I think there's
SMG.
something I want to highlight regarding Controls and why we are calling him the GOAT, although little tongue-in-cheek, is also just because of the underperformance we saw from him on that first day against Legacy. He was at the bottom.
He was shaky.
He was shaky. You could see that he was very, very much influenced by the stakes of the game. Kai 5-7, they're asking questions of it. The smoke, though, do you really want to push through a grey screen? They have. Flash is enough to facilitate.
Yeah, did well at limiting his options. What is this? Confounding Mac-10 in your face. Ariukul.
Yeah, but hey, Art's flanking them. He's already fast in this. Yep, loud about it. Gets punished. Controls slaps him away like a pesky fly.
All right, well, you don't need to now trudge into the depths of the lower site. Olsen and Hart.
Yeah, just timing, isn't it?
It's just no wombo combo.
Nice shot. Tracks that swinging Mac-10.
Oh, the GOAT's down. Ariukul and E-Fire low.
Ooh.
Making noise heaven.
Weird state of affairs for the Yard duo.
Yeah, kind of a weird
PJ
stalemate.
On one side, E-Fire the other. Molzin anticipating heaven for the finish, but they've got time to pivot.
He hears him secret.
And pivot they shall into Kai. Messy on the 5-7. He really did have a golden opportunity there. If that first one's clean, perhaps the round would have gone Floodso's way, but instead it's just fallen into place.
Not ready for that one, was he? Running knife out into E-Fire, and it will just be the save of the Mac-10 from Molzin. So 4 players to stay alive, and they might even try and track this one down. E-Fire is on the search. He's not too far away, to be completely fair, just encroaching the T boxes. I'm sure he'd love to hold on to his weapon as opposed to giving a Galil over, but that's going to be the 2-0 start out of Genghis Warriors, or CW versus FX. Network television. You can watch on YouTube, you can watch on Twitch, you can watch on Blast TV. It's 4K on Blast TV. Get your major simulator in there, your fantasy, your Counter-Strickle. Good stuff as they've identified his position, but no point overstepping the mark. Just chipping through the smoke with a couple of peppers on that Galil, and there you have it, 2-0 into what should be light investments. A Mac-10 could be dropped across. A 5-7 also available. And trying to stay to his old tricks, which he was once known and loved for. It's been a fall from grace since then.
Fluxo NA team,
Back
Brazilian.
in the day, wasn't it Art's Furia that were unable to throw the wall of smokes?
Yes, they never went outside.
Yeah, that used to be a thing.
Yeah. So I am interested to see what the T-side approach looks, but we've still got a whole half before we get there.
All right, here's a
nice Lobners.
Still Nico around out of Fluxo.
And damn,
secret walk up.
Maybe closest odds of the day, Alex.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Ooh.
Battle of the 0-2 teams.
Not able to do a lot here.
Show themselves low up, or at least make the steps to do so. E-Fire sells it with the Molotov, but they just pivot back in towards A, and that's an open runway. EJ, not very procedural in the way that he was rounding that corner. Controls will make sure he is a non-issue, as E-Fire could be set up for the double trouble. Bra and
blah.
All right, well, Kai, you were the star performer on map number 1.
He dropped down loud, was like, oh, that was a bit loud. Should probably go up. Oh, I'll go back down. Actually, I'll go back down. Now he knows where I am, and I'm not going to be able to see
Yeah,
it.
pretty
That's all right. They get the rifle back, so they leave the Mac-10 on the ground in the previous round. And now we get ourselves into the rifle. Zevi equips the AWP.
Genghis Warriors looking very good right now. Granted, it is pistol round into 3-0, not very uncommon.
No, it feels like I'm isolating in
regular
here,
that you'll
and
see
I'm
that
definitely
score
not
after a
trained
pistol
in
round
body
win.
language.
However,
or
this gun
anything along
round will
those
be
lines,
very
but
important. Fluxo want to
I do know
stay
what
in
a
here.
frustrated
They do
in-game
not want to
leader
go
looks
home.
like,
Again, this
as,
game
was one for
will
many
eliminate
years.
one of these teams
Every
and
time
will send them
that black
packing. We
mirror
just
of the
don't know
screen
who
pops
yet.
up, you saw it.
So we'll have to keep tabs on Art.
Okay, so you're smoked off, E-Fire. You're going to have to respect that, right? Or is your teammate lining up one of those cheeky pop flashes? Perry is in a very forward position.
Right through the smoke.
Yep, free frag. Oh my god!
I haven't done anyone for stage 2 yet.
What's the opposite of free? Expensive.
From who's pre-selected? Yeah, I haven't done them yet.
Yeah.
I'll probably do them in like a couple days.
If he just stood still instead
For stage 2.
Was he wiggling? Did he do the...
Look like
I think you still have 3 days to do them. So probably do them in like
Well, you get away with
tomorrow
it
or Friday.
If your name's Donk.
Yeah.
Kiyosuke or Magnajez or...
Any of that lot.
Not PJ. Okay, we'll forget about it.
It's fine.
No, again, this was one of the earlier talking points, the amount of rookies in this matchup. Yeah. 8 out of the 10 players in total. This is their first major, and that's really only afforded by a 32-team major. But still, you get your stickers in the game, and you're in the biggest level of competition you've ever been in.
I think the stickers in the game point. I mean, surely 32 teams just means that more players are being supported in pursuit of their
it's
passion.
definitely not a bad thing, as the GOAT's going to plant the bomb backside. That's a cheeky smoke that he's dropped. He's heard vent rotation. Controls. Combined with Ariukul. There's a molly for the post plant. No smoke for the bomb.
Lurk, but where
no kid,
you?
Alex.
Where is he? Okay, coming ramp now. His 4 HP isn't much, but could be a useful component. That smoke's a bit suspicious. Controls is going to have so much work to do here. Okay, drawing attention to himself, then gets active. Good trades, good frags. Kai double kill. Jobs are good. And
I mean, if I had to, I'd probably pick like
coach their Carnage
Falcons and Mouse to advance 3-0
in the series. So definitely going to have to
if I had to pick a stage 2 3-0 right now. I'm not really sure where everyone else kind of falls in line.
But you just can't, like, you can't be moving around. No,
unfortunately.
You can look joyful, you can look frustrated. But you just can't gesture.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Okay, so
I'm glad I've got the rulebooks downloaded in your brain. I can just reference it any time. That's lovely.
Definitely no clapping.
No clapping.
No
betting real money? No, I don't really
no
bet
nices.
all that much anymore.
No finger guns.
I don't gamba as much.
Nice, go me.
All right, here we go. Luxo got that round. It was kind of big for them.
Guys are rushing A. You typing go B. All right, well, smoke wall erected once more. Cool ass for the AWP. We didn't see a lot of the AWP on Ancient. Definitely starting to be more of a fixture on Mirage. Looking across the smokes. E-Fi on the timing. Lurk smoke dropped out of Squeaky. Lots to consider if you're Fluxo.
So you get your bodies down. There is someone down there already. On that jiggle with the smoke is PJ.
PJ!
Oh, he's mishandled that.
That's one of the rookies, Alex. The nerves are getting to him.
Yeah, he's been thrown off. That was messy. I think he saw them and just second-guessed it. Now Kai, though, he has been solid. Make no mistake, Kai is not affected by the pressure. And he's going to amplify it now. Denies the plant. Nulls it, holds on.
I know where he's at. Oh!
Jumps in the vent for the AWP
too
to
much.
collect.
Xavier with the op. 1 versus 2. They get the smoke down. They should get the free plant. Oh, replanting again.
Planting the smoke. Safe to elope. E5 doesn't want to give this one away. He's just going to be holding for himself, holding for his own push. Zevi eye pressed to the scope as he tries to clear through. E5 finds the tip of his head and straight back to winning ways. Chinggis Warriors, we thought it ended on Mirage. We thought Fluxo would have a 2-0. They'd see play tomorrow. And instead, the Chinggis Warriors have disrupted the dialogue.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this. Regional head-to-head. Yeah, this is. They said 2 very rough moments. The lobby push, Squeaky push with the
Warriors needed that one. They needed that.
Making controls look good, really, from his attempt on Mirage.
Timeout by Fluxo.
Right there. So the speed wall is coming in right now. This is a regional matchup. You've got Asia from the VRS going up against that at South America. And currently, Mongols, or Mongolian Counter-Strike, I should say, is definitely delivering. Sure, it's scrappy. Sure, it's not the most polished, but going up against Fluxo.
If they lost us to 0-3, yes.
Experience.
So just to clarify, the fault of PJ there was just not trusting his instinct to drop that smoke. He had like a secondary, because I've always framed that as like a impossible
whoever loses
to counter,
this nuke game is going home.
Also think about the way he pathed.
Yeah,
like, you want to drop that smoke and then start going back vent side, not over towards double door.
No. Okay, yeah, so just stressed. And the art signature M4, it's out.
Look, he hasn't changed his ways since in-game lead in Furia, so he needs to find impact. He's actually the yard rifler. So this is the thing. There's a lot on Art. If you're going to take the start positions, you're going to need to be delivering, not only having to make the calls, but having to find the frags. Now, there's a lot of people here not to watch These teams succeed, but to fail. Remember, the pickups, the community's favorite part about all of this.
Both 4, I think that's the one that he like uses a lot or
0,
something.
3 possibilities.
It looked like a unique skin that I don't see a lot being used in pro play.
Blocked for now, but still with plenty of time on the clock. They don't need to force the issue. There's one more smoke on Zevi, as PJ is going to try this once more.
Valuable info from Art and his push.
You've known you've lost the lobby control. You'd love to have the M4 in somewhere that can be a little bit more instrumental. Now, if it is going to be...
Oh, I see. Never mind.
Heaven finish, it's tough for Art to get involved in the Zevi smoke unless it's used towards
He buys the M4 while his team ecos. Okay, okay. That does make sense.
Sells the B play again. Molly lands on a player.
I have seen him do that. That makes way more sense.
Crispy.
Very nice first.
PJ's first kill as well.
Yeah, Art. Oh no.
Unlucky
Goes
though.
Down empty-handed with his hero rifle. He may not have changed his ways, but he may want to change his name. Because Chinggis are coming for him.
This is 5 rounds on the T side already.
Already, Chad. I think from what we've seen, just at the output of Fluxo in this first half of our third map, it's showing that of all the teams, you know, of all the candidates, you just highlighted it. Chinggis has 5 rookies attending their first major. And yet the speed wobbles are coming out of the team that houses experience.
Yeah.
Devi, Art, they've been here before.
Yeah, and those two, in terms of their contributions, haven't really been anything to write home about. I've enjoyed what I've seen from Kai. PJ had a couple of moments as well earlier on in the piece, but all in all, Fluxo not in form. And could be getting sent home in last place alongside of Messersport. The Swedes eliminated by the countrymen of Fluxo. Imperial getting to play another day. We need this one to conclude to find out what the 2-1 matches and the 1-2 matches will look like tomorrow. Third day of stage 1 just around the corner. 8 teams will need to join stage 2.
Yep.
You've got your Falcons, your Phasers, your Furias, your MIBRs, your Pains, your 3D Maxes, your Virtus Pros, and your M80s. Did I get them all?
I think you did. That sounded like 8. Look at that smart glass. You get a little glance. Get to give him a wave, a wink in between rounds.
Now might as well be a Rice smile because you've got a huge haul on the T-half already. How many more can it be?
Oh, you know what? Aggression is an attempt from controls. Haruka will at least strong arm a little bit of a response, but it's just shaped up perfectly here for Fluxo. Change of pace and change in results. Fluxo will take this one convincingly. It's just call out Zork, and what an incredible first shot. He is going to be caught by the... no, he's not. They just turned around. Why? They've given him room.
Why have they allowed him to leave lobby?
I'm not so sure, because now he can kind of make something of this.
Yeah, he's playing Heaven. He's been given runway to pick up the bomb.
Which he will do. To Heaven, Molly. They might push on this. He's not looking. He hears them now and just gets overrun. Okay, a second necessary round here for Fluxo.
Okay.
Triple kill out of Art, by the way.
Yeah, maybe Art called it off, so then they
trying to high-five him.
They regroup to play together. Regardless, they are able to convert the round, so it's just a 3-round difference right now. But the big conversation is, when are they going to be able to make a dent in this money? Well, one more CT side rifle round, and they'll have humbled the finances of Chinggis Warriors. They will have to
all right, they took a round off.
Now, obviously, that's going to depend on the lay of the land.
Showing a little bit of
yeah, how do you play this one?
Life here.
Pace change didn't work. Coolash just taking a fight outside. Art sat on his ass immediately. In-game leader watching from the side. Now they're in front.
Oh!
A golden opportunity through the HE. Starts to unload, but the Zevi's there. Oh, and he gets caught. Overrun.
Tag.
Controls a necessary one into the follow-up. Molten goes down. A nice quick tap from the lobby.
1v1. Minute 20 on the clock.
He knows he goes B.
Try and get down that vent. No,
Shoot the vent.
He doesn't know exactly where it is. Penny drops. Down he goes. Cool. Controller's the
very
go.
loud.
Can he do it?
Should have this one open the door. PJ just 2 frags, but this one is worth its weight in gold. Denied! Controls keeps it up. Top of the tables.
All right, Controls, we see you.
Mirage comes into Nuke, does not dip in form. He keeps the output high.
What a lightning round this is.
Controls having a good game.
Ahead of the smoke wall, catches Art off guard. They're able to brute force through ramp, going 1-for-1, but it's Controls. We can't stop saying this kid's name. And Coolash getting fired up with that 6-2. Pressure back on the other foot now.
I like
with the
that.
finances bleak. M4s aplenty. Scout in the mix. Util light or not. A single incendiary to stop a top rush.
But you've got such a golden opportunity right here and now. They put all their pennies into this, and you have an advantage. And you've got 6 rounds on the T side. Will you find a 7?
I want them to stay hyped.
Nice opening, gets away.
They seem to be playing better hyped.
In this one, caught by Art.
They're super aggressive.
Oh, just between the wickets are 2.
Unfortunately, nobody peppered upon as they.
Somebody should be aggressive. This is the last game of today, and somebody is. Oh no!
Maybe he didn't.
And somebody's going home.
Loose piece. And
a
Art's
shot
gone down, so they should be able to get in towards B. Kai to respond from ramp. He's up next.
B control here would be good.
Cook it, overcommit it. Wants to wait for the rotation of his teammate Zeb. He's coming down with that scout. Ooh,
Molly.
As well. He dips out through the flames. He's not interested in being isolated here. They know they've got that man advantage, but Rue is a little bit of a joker.
They need to stay alive towards... Oh, it's going to be back-to-back in a second. I don't think Rue's going to get cleared. Now they're trying to clear... What?
Oh!
What?
That shot wall bang. Crazy. No bomb.
What? That looked like he had X-ray.
Okay.
That's fine, but you're overlooking another, aren't you?
Yeah! Nice.
He's dead! It's Rue! His moment in the spotlight.
The round is meant to settle. Rue's meant to be given the opportunity to play. Cool Ass keeps fighting and finds a kill. Then Rue activates. Yeah, why not? Instead of just taking 1, I'll take 2 and we'll take the round with it. 7-2 the scoreline now.
I can't. Can you explain why that Cool Ass frag looks so dodgy?
I don't know. It did look strange as hell.
Yeah, it looked weird.
Like it was sliding into it.
Yeah, it didn't look normal.
Let's go back to map number 1 of Ancient. Remember, we had some translators, some lovely individuals in Twitch chat who were letting us know because Art was going off his tree, right? Yeah. It sounded like he was definitely having a lot to say after certain round wins or losses. And the communication coming to us, which we do trust our lovely people in Twitch chat, was saying that he was saying, just shoot them when they're in front of us. Let's just fight them. Yeah. That was essentially the sentiment. We're trying to fight him now. You got nothing. They are hitting hard. Mongolian Counter-Strike here to play.
Controls out of the round. Who steps up? Art steps in. This is the shot. He gets the shoulder.
Mongolian CS, man.
Yeah. That's why he was
in the year 2025. Love to see it, bro. Love to see it.
2 from Rue on that lovely flank through heaven. Or I should say hell.
Sending Fluxo there now.
Giving the Brazilians a run for their money.
Fluxo had very limited utility to go around the weapon.
Kill, bro.
Yeah, sure.
You had the 5v4, and you couldn't make good on it. You need the rest, and look what you're bringing in. A saved M4 and a smattering of other SMGs.
MP9.
Oh, smokes. Waterfall's missed. Yeah, you can see it here. It looks like a marshmallow.
Weird buys.
Yeah. Morton, he's managed to find some more.
Unlucky.
Oh. Okay, the fight's come through. There's just 1 from main.
I know there's an M4 in lobby.
Join him, but
in
he's
high.
The steps entering the site from main. It just in the open, wasn't anticipating the fade. Kai.
Nice.
Aggressive.
Wow.
Oh, what an opportunity.
Not
8
enough.
rounds, T-side nuke, map 3, elimination on the line, and Chinggis Warriors about to send Fluxo
not looking
home
good.
in style. Nothing can stop him right now. Sure, that was a lighter investment. The gun's about to come back out. But they're in the doldrums. Art's not even bothering with the critiques anymore.
No.
Holy intensity, Batman. In. Chinggis Warriors, a 3rd map.
Nice.
Fluxo to be the first team eliminated by a Mongolian opposition. Stage 1, baby.
Oh, they don't even care about the molly. They're just running through it. They want to be aggressive.
This up.
They're just pushing through smoke.
Just at the right time for Cool Ass to keep
Cool Ass
He's just going split top.
going to mini.
That seems to be the play.
Oh.
The break doesn't expose him.
What?
Walking through now.
Oh.
Misexecuted that. The flash did come
Unlucky.
through. Got a team flash. Okay, PJ pops off, gets 2, just walking into his crosshair.
Good hold.
From PJ so far.
Yes, sir. Kai is that round.
See what Kai can do. Kai just fell
off.
Maybe not the best thing for him to do in this situation. Maybe he knows they're coming.
I have no intel about the descent secret stairs, so it has
he's got his knife out.
Opportunity. And now Kai gets more than info. He gets a bullet between the eyes.
Good util for this. They get Molly stairwell, smoke single.
Yeah, but look at the disruption.
Misplay by Kai.
PJ wants it. Slams the door shut.
They asked him for intel, and he kind of gave up a ramp when he shouldn't have.
Oh, this is not easy to retake, Chad. This is not easy.
The smokes have just gone down, and there's even more.
Molly single. What is that? Guys, stressed. Rue, stressed for sure.
It's all right.
Control side after plan.
It's all good. Lock in.
channeled them primarily through the double doors. Rude to take the first contact here, but he's active on the line. Spots the side.
Nice.
The
trade.
And now PJ's low. Puts the 25. Oh, goes swinging. Is Ariuko
one more.
comfortable?
You know where he's at,
The
Flash.
ninth round is theirs. PJ, despite his best efforts,
Oh.
he's gone to. Big impact round out of Ariuko. 3 in the afterplant. 9 already for the Chinggis Warriors.
That's a 5v3 situation. PJ gets a double kill. He deals with this lurk coming through. The combo of utility, it was just a little bit off the mark.
Yeah, it wasn't enough,
PJ
though.
holds the wolf at the door as far as
Big
Main's
misplay by
concerned.
Kai.
Comes up there, silent their contact out.
Huge
round.
misplay.
The jump on him, the util's still there, and they brute force in. Post-plant victory, 9-2.
What do we think is the reason for the Kai fallback there? Do you think that was just the moment someone said
Love
they
to see
could
these guys
be down
get hype.
secret, and that's when he reacts?
I really just think they're lacking some base level protocols and rotations right now. They'll be getting caught off guard by that.
No nades, no art. Okay, controls is gone. Aggression is the remedy. But you've traded places, so what the hell is going on? 1 minute 35. There's a T basically heading towards hell.
Well, they win this round. 10-2 is going to be devastating for Fluxo.
With no intel,
I'm not even going to lie. 10-2 is just
there's been
so
many of
fucking
these
rough.
rounds we've gotten into it so quickly. This is a minute 20 on the clock, and you already have a player about to peer in from the heavens.
Like, Zevi's just going to be exposed, right? His legs will just be sticking out.
And now you have a player on T-roof about to bear down behind them.
Okay.
See you later, Zevi.
Oh, wow.
Usher in main.
Pulls in.
He's going to have to
He has
drop
no
and make
one.
noise.
He has nobody.
Did they clock it? Kai in the lobby. Pulls in. Yep, down already. Comfortable
Damn.
find from E-Fire.
10-2.
There's PJ.
Unless
Reveals his
PJ can do
approach
something.
for the retake.
Or
Comes
Kai
up from
with the
secret stairs,
MP9.
Make it clear where Kai is coming from.
He's just
Yeah,
starting to push.
impossible.
But they don't. They're not pinching enough.
Also now, there you
Nah.
have it. 10-2.
Unlucky.
The Chinggis Warriors. Everyone's condemned them to a 0-3.
Yeah,
but they're here to
Fluxo's
change
feeling
the
it.
narrative. They're here to knock out the Brazilians. Fluxo on death's door.
Yep, and they know it too. They know they're about to be sent packing. Man, gonna be the biggest. It's gonna be the biggest pistol round of the major, probably of the year that they're about to play. If they don't win this pistol round versus Chinggis Warriors, they are being sent home. And I mean, these aren't like. These aren't bad teams or anything like that. I do wonder about their world standing. Fluxo even showing, I mean, not terrible performance. They did lose to Complexity 13-9, and they also lost to FlyQuest 13-7. Chinggis Warriors got here from losing to Legacy, who's a fill-in team, and also losing to Lin Vision as a result of day one. So it feels like both teams should be somewhat semi-competitive, but obviously Chinggis Warriors just running off with it. Are they technically higher ranked? Technically higher rank than than Flux, I guess, but some of these rankings don't really matter too much, I don't think, just due to the nature of regional tournaments and circuits. It's really hard to put a pin on which team is better based on HLTV recognition. Had a pretty even map on Mirage. And again, Fluxo took game one to their pick of Ancient, but could not seal the deal on Mirage. It was their map to win. Chinggis Warriors came back on Mirage, won that game after being behind, and now they're here, dominating this nuke side 10-2. And maybe Flux lost the mental game. Maybe they're just facing way too much pressure. Maybe they weren't ready for this stage, and Chinggis Warriors just wants it more. Yo, what up, Alex? Love you and your content since First Creature House, the Big Sports since 2012. Unverified account. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thanks for jumping in and checking in on me. Appreciate you.
Fluxo, heading into this major, they came in with a point to prove. They couldn't handle the Australians, they couldn't handle the Americans, and now they can't handle the Mongolians. They've taken a trip across all the continents in this stage 1 affair. This is the best of 3, though, that most expected Fluxo to have the edge. The bookies, everyone. Keeping Fluxo as the favorite, but here come the Chinggis Warriors. 3rd map that we never saw coming. Look at the odds blown out in the Chinggis Warriors' favor. They are just 3 rounds away from picking up an unforeseen best of 3 victory. And seeing another day of play here in Austin. Out the door, aggressive with the Glock, handled well for the first, and there you go, it's already fallen apart. This is what it's been like from Fluxo here, map 3. Just running to their demise, running at them with knives, controls. He wanted to finish it off with a kill, and now it's Mr. PJ punishing their arrogance.
Jesus.
3 kills is great. A 4th asking a bit too much, perhaps, but there's low HP on Coolest. That's probably what he's just said. Ariuko, chill your jets. Cool off. Position now for that hut. If he re-emerges out of Squeaky, he is dead. So backs away. The bomb is under CT control, right?
See, he's taking a moment right now to compose himself. PJ. Early stages of Nuke struggled. Some absolute mess, some misplays. His confidence as a rookie looked like it was an all-time low. Right now, a 1v5 on the pistol to breathe life into Fluxo's T-side.
Silent on the ascent, held by that low HP on the player who's just looked away, and he actually exercises the trigger discipline. He knows where they both are! Oh,
not enough.
Incredible!
Not enough.
Oh my god!
And he's feeling frustrations.
4 of a 1v5, how often does that happen?
Not enough.
I don't know how the coach of Chinggis Warriors would have been able to contain himself. When I see my players running with their knives out. It was a 5v1 situation. The hard work was done. Knife into the hand there. We catch it from the GOAT's perspective.
Oh, he hits some back.
Wow.
Absolute beautiful shots there from PJ on the Glock, but the final frag couldn't be his.
Unlucky.
A great attempt.
He really did.
Very frustrating.
I mean, that would have been a real momentum shifter. You don't get more mad, more salty than losing a 1v5. Especially when the game's right there for the taking, but especially when that pistol should just secure it.
True.
That should be the nail in the coffin here. Well, if it's not that, it will be this.
Looks, I think of the tier 1. Appreciate you.
In, no option about it. An AK for Art, sure, but here's a pick from Root.
Oh, headshot FAMAS, but covered by the
Okay.
Zevi, that's an important
Zevi
frag.
opens it up.
Puts another weapon into the mix as well.
Art with the AK.
And putting bullets through the smoke with the AK once he got dinked down to 20 HP. Audacious maneuver, but still Art. 2 players down towards B in that collision course.
Yeah, okay. Ariuko's actually going to go investigate. They're holding for this, so this is going to be a
nice,
headshot
smart read.
Anyway, okay.
Instantaneous deletion.
Nice deagle headshot from PJ. E5 waited long enough to catch Mulzin. Oh no, overstay. Controls has been punished, and now B site should be accessible. Quick rotation down the ramp.
Does Kai call them back up the vent?
Wow.
Yeah, he might.
Good stop.
The bomb's just gone down on B.
Peter just ran out the door with smoke in hand.
They'll waste a bit more of their time.
To trundle onto the floor.
They're playing against time here, guys. You don't have time to figure this out.
Okay, Coolast is just...
Another both here!
Yeah.
Coolast ending this.
On the 1v2.
Bomb down was just too... That was just too big.
20 HP. Arc would be doing something impossible. Turned around at the wrong time. Knife out, knife to a gunfight. And poor play to a major. Fluxo are in trouble.
I don't think that was it.
Let the Chinggis Warriors 0-2 spree begin. Some great shooting, but not enough. And overplaying their hand again. 8 rookies in the server today. Stage 1, 32 teams. An awful lot of nerves in a matchup like this. But
nice.
Chinggis Warriors,
Where the team from?
on Ancient, have really turned their fate
Warriors
around.
are from Mongolia. Fluxo's from Brazil.
On Nuke.
Yeah, they were close versus Legacy. That was their second loss on this very map. And oh, Kai, he seems aware that controls could be coming, but a quick switch has cost him. Opening death for Kai.
Already a bad round start. Fluxo's broke. 0 morale. Losing players. 1 versus 4, and it's over.
Chinggis Warriors live to fight another day, and they throw the knockout blow. Fluxo's a major without a win. 0-3.
Warriors came back.
Bottom of the barrel.
They came back, man. They lost the first map, barely won the second map to stay alive, and just showed a very dominant
for me.
nuke.
Ariukal, the stop on PJ's clutch. I know it was practically already over, but I've got eyes on Ariukal. Across the series, I think this has to be something that will be admired. Carnage, Coach Carnage getting, abused by the admin for having a good time.
Yeah, well, he can celebrate tonight. Look, there is going to be a crazy performance to even consider Chingus Warriors to make it out of stage 1, but the fact that they get a win on debut with this roster, another Mongolian team in the mix, and it's just seeing some of these individuals, the highlights that they were able to deliver, and the fact that mentally they're able to pick themselves up and get back into the game. On the other side, you just have a shell-shocked looking Brazilian roster. Art-led Fluxo, Zevi, the other of experience, the others all new to this, and they were definitely nervous, they were definitely shaky, but the shoe was on both feet for both teams right now, and it was definitely Chingus Warriors who delivered a higher level of Counter-Strike today.
That's absolutely right, yeah. We're going to go ahead and jump into an interview. Fantastic work from the Chingus Warriors.
There's always heartbreak when it comes to the majors, and this one definitely going to sting for Art, who you've been through this before, but with this one going 0-3, I want to start by asking, the first map obviously looks good. It's their pick. You come through strong. We come into Mirage, and it felt like it was in your hands, especially with the T side you were able to put up there. So can you just talk me through where you felt it went wrong, especially on that CD side right to the end where there was almost a chance of overtime?
It's hard to say right now. A lot of things going through my head. I just think overall it comes down to playing shit CS. We need to play way better if you want to be at the top in Brazilian scene or even competitive globally. So I think you just play better.
You say about playing better. We saw a lot of frustration. I know you were trying to rally the troops together and get things going. Was there a lot of emotion in this game for you?
Yeah, definitely. I think Mirage came down to it. We had the control of the game, we had the economy. We were just letting it slip round by round. Economy-wise, we throw some 2 rounds and it's just close game again. No,
I mean, brother, you're buying an AK and M4 every round, right?
The mental is broken.
Yeah. You said the mental was broken. Is that why Nuke went the way it did? Because there was not any fight from you guys on that.
Yeah, it has to come down to it. There has no explanation. We are playing the city.
It's going to be pretty crazy, yeah.
Favorite side, so it's kind of just player. Each one has to play their own side and just defend and just sort what they're doing out. And we're just struggling to even do the default. So it just gets hard after they snowball. They're playing very well as well. So if they're playing the way they're playing, we need to play better.
Now, Art, you're a player who's been at the very top of CS. I can see the emotions in your eyes right now. How much does this sting for you? Is it as bad as it feels, as bad as it seems?
It's definitely fucking worse. It's just bad, bro, you know.
Bro, do you feel like shit?
Do most
bro, how
things,
bad do you feel right now losing?
It's just struggling. You cannot do anything about it. It just feels bad, man. As of for now, it's just, I don't know, anger, depressing, it's everything.
But you are a man who's been through this before. I'm sure you can pull them back out of this, right, going into future events going on after the major. Do you know what's next for you guys after taking a bit of a break?
Yeah, it's now play break. Nothing we can do as of right now. It's the last tournament of the break. We cannot do anything right now. We just need to reset and then start things out during the play break. And after play break, just come back ready with different mindset, something.
Thank you very much, Art.
Thanks, bro.
Well, I tell you what, popular pick Fluxo to go 0-3 and be eliminated early from the major, but you wouldn't think it by the look of devastation on Art's face and in his words. He had much different expectations than most people with Fluxo.
Yeah.
I bet some of those people that picked 0-3 are going to feel a little bad when they see what Art is giving in terms of how he perceives his team, how he knows they didn't play up to the standard, and the level that got them to this tournament. But
sometimes you need that, man.
I would celebrate every team that's here. I feel like Art, as a leader, has shown that he can now bring, I don't even want to know what to call it, third-generation Brazilian talent into the fold. Like, it's not even the LGSK wave or the Furia wave, it's the guys after it, and now he's leading a new group to qualify for the major. This is a stepping stone for them as they begin their journey, many of these guys rookies here in Austin.
I think we saw it too after like the shocking loss they took on map 2 before going into map 3, and you can see it now, like Art's still just like trying to work through these issues and still being like, this has to be this way, this has to change, this can't be like this. I mean, you saw that frustration. I think for Art too, probably compounding frustration when you consider coming from Furia, playing with K-Serrato, playing with Fallen, playing with Yuri, playing with all the top dogs in Brazil, and then having to drop down 1 or 2 rungs to try and retrain the next generation. That's going to be extra frustration on top of everything else.
Yeah, it was a weird one because when I'm talking to him there, you can feel the sadness, but you can feel the frustration, I think, because he knows they had them on Mirage.
They did,
and it just slipped out of his hands and he didn't have the answers.
I respect him more for this interview than if he had just shrugged his shoulders and said, we were not the favorites.
No, he was honest, right?
Yeah, he wanted to see some dub in the column as you walk away from this event, even though so many of us, myself included, did pin them as an 0-3 likely.
Yeah, and this is it's a weird situation for Art as well. Like you mentioned, Moses, he was at the top of Brazilian CS, and then you're trying to build your way back up with some young players. He's obviously seen more potential in these pieces, right, than what they were able to show here.
I think too, like I think the perspective I hope he has is like, I got to kind of view this as a sort of challenge that you need to overcome, right? Like as you mentioned, like developing some leadership skills and being that leadership figurehead. Like this is an area where you have to find a way to make the team better moving forward, and you have to find a way to bounce back and make sure everyone still feels part of the family, part of the team, and that everyone's going to be working towards the same goal. So I think it's obviously a bummer here, and it probably won't look at it with this perspective for some time, but I think for Art, if you find a way to come out on the other side of this stronger and a better team, I think that's going to go a huge way to you as the captain of this Fluxo squad.
Now, there are positives on the negatives as well, right? When we look at today, we've had qualifications as well as the eliminations.
I'd like to stay on the depressing stuff, James.
You want to stay on the depressing?
It's sad.
All right, we'll start.
0-3 barbecue. 0-3 BBQ. Let's go.
Well, I don't want to sit in depression, so I'm going to start with heroic FlyQuest and on the positives of this all, because it was positive from both sides in many ways. The fact that we got 3 maps is what I wasn't expecting out of that one, and FlyQuest still with a fighting chance throughout all of this.
Yeah, and looking pretty good while doing it as well. This is Heroic obviously going through qualifying 3-0. That was like kind of a lock, right? Like that was the team you looked at and you were like I can't see them dropping a map, but even if they do, it's not concerning in any way. So they're able to breeze through off the back of great performances from Tanir, from xFloud, some Pius with the op delivering great calls from LNZ. Like they're just playing great.
The more I see from everybody on Heroic, the more I like. xFloud's multi-kill ability, the rotations, the way that they even play off of each other, they trade in different ways almost every time they take space, whether that's on top of each other, a delayed swing. Like they all have these fundamentals that makes Heroic even stronger than the sum of their parts. And some of these guys we know are bona fide superstars, likely top 20s for the future.
And then we've got to look at Bates' qualification there, because the full Ukrainian lineup who struggled when it came to the Armada, they changed one player when we now come into the second major. Obviously, Shanghai was Heartbreak. Kenzazor, you can see in the background there on the screens. That's the difference maker, right? A little bit more fire to the team, a little bit more experience under their belt, and a lot of grinding.
Bait were a team that were just held down by the pressure for so long. That's how I always perceived it, James, that when they play online CS, they were one of the best tier 2 teams in that sort of CCT circuit.
These were good games overall.
Big moments, the Shanghai RMR, the qualification events, the fact that they even had to go through the latter stages of the European
Inferno.
MRQ,
Inferno was pretty bad for
Astralis
I don't know what the fuck happened.
Crazy back and forth game off
Nothing
the back
good,
of
though.
Alex 666 clutch. Like all of those moments, finally the weight is lifted off of their shoulders and they can play the CS that we know they can.
And who knows what they can do now that they get a little bit of confidence beneath them as well. Like that every team that's on the rise, there's like a win that like flips a switch that gets them to a new level. And I mean, maybe qualifying to stage 2 is theirs. So we'll have to see what they do in a couple days when after they get a chill.
Now the much harder fights begin for them. But Moses, guess what? We're going to your favorite part.
Heck yeah.
The depressing parts where you get to see Metasport look sad as they all line up.
Why do you like this, Moses? Why do you enjoy this? I thought you're a nice guy.
No, I'm sick and twisted, bro. No, I mean, I just like is a strong word, but
like is a strong word. Okay, I beg to differ, but okay.
no, the emotion. Love it. They just want it so bad.
Yeah. I mean, Isaac looked kind of happy, weirdly, after that.
I don't know why OBS just made that.
At the end of that, you really saved it, Moses. You've got experience in this. And you know what? You specifically requested this. He wanted to see Fluxo's losing moment, even though we just saw it again.
That's so not true. But actually, now that you say it, I do.
That was actually
rock and roll.
No. After that heartfelt interview that you had with Art, I don't really want to see any of these players suffer in this kind of fashion. I know the reaction shots are where the blood, sweat, and tears are what these players give to the game every single day as they prepare for moments like this. But unfortunately for Fluxo, not quite enough. I think the players that are more in terms of less experience, the rookies here, are taking this in stride. But to see Art really despondent in the fashion passion that he was at the end shows that he is a competitor through and through.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, and now you have to tap into that competitive nature, because now you got to go talk to the boys and come up with a new plan and see where things went wrong here and come up with solutions to all the problems. It's not a fun job.
Not fun, certainly not easy as well, but we get to now keep moving on to seeing what our matchups will be tomorrow, as more chances to qualify, more heartbreak to be had as well, and look what we've got. So you can already see all the ones we've talked about, who's gone 3-0, who's gone 0-3. Interestingly, let's start looking at that 2-1 bracket. OG going up against NRG. Now, NRG did well against Complexity, but that's a big scalp to go up against.
Nikados is a big scalp to take. Okay, with how he's been performing at this
Just
one.
Nikados.
Yeah, the juggernaut on the other side.
Yeah, so this is tomorrow, so we had Heroic and BA qualify already.
People pin them
tomorrow,
in.
OG versus Energy, that's going to be pretty hype.
Online
At Boom versus Wildcard,
them as
maybe we'll get to finally see that
I'm glad
team
that
play.
Daps bullied me out of that decision.
FlyQuest
Yeah, I didn't actually even put them going through either. I wasn't really sure what to do. Another one of those teams where it's like I've liked watching your rise within the North
versus
American
Legacy.
region,
I
but I'm not
imagine
really
Imperial's
ready to
gonna
like kind
take
of
that
stake a
one. I'd be
claim
surprised
against
if
the
Legacy
You're not jumping on that one with the flag in
does a
hand.
whole lot.
But like, I mean, you got to say
Jinx
2-1
Warriors
right now.
versus
Give
Lin.
me a good game against OG, and then we
Vision
can
might
start
be
talking about
also
some belief. We can
interesting.
start talking about that bias that we
for
like.
sure.
Meet us halfway, baby. We'll get
And
there
these
with
are
you.
going to be
I'll
teams
quickly
that
go
if they
down the rest
lose
of the
that
matches, and then
1-2
we can get into
bracket,
some
they
more
will
detail.
also
And
be
so after that,
disqualified.
we've
So
got
3
Bet taking on
teams going
Wildcard.
home
Wildcard
tomorrow.
obviously putting up a good fight
And
against
2 teams.
Bait line
That
up
would
in
be
there.
Bet Boom.
Bet Boom, sorry, thank you very much.
I did it yesterday.
Three teams qualifying,
and then we
3
got
teams
FlyQuest
being
going up
sent
against
to
Namiga,
the
then
2-2
going on to
bracket,
the
and then
1-2
3
side of
teams
things,
being eliminated.
Complexity
So
taking
kind of a
on
big game.
Tyloo.
A pool of teams tomorrow as well.
Oh, Tyler.
We are so blind.
No, it's just
All
really
right,
small.
good
I'm not-
stuff. Okay, overall, pretty good games today.
There's a lot of
zoom in on the dot,
There's a lot of
actually?
things on this.
And then we've got,
So watch, I said we watched the State of Play
versus
recap.
Legacy, and then we've got.
But at the same time, it was a little underwhelming. We had a tease for Ghost of Yotei that basically said, yo, more info soon. We had a Silent Hill trailer. That was pretty good. Snake Eater remastered. Okay. I'm not sure if there was really anything that stuck out to me. But we can take a look at it maybe tomorrow, because I don't see any videos actually up for it. There was like this weird game called Baby Steps too. I don't know what that was about. So, we'll see. I don't know. Anyways, all right. I'm going to head out, folks. Going to get some food. I'm going to rest up. I was a little tired today. But tomorrow, I'm going to try to get some sleep so I'm a little bit more energized for the games, because it should be a good time. Same time tomorrow. I forget which days we're off on the schedule. It's going to be pretty much like 16 days of CS, but it ends on the 22nd. So I think there's like 6 days off somewhere in between. I'm not sure when and where. I'll let you guys know. I'm just letting you know tomorrow we will be back again for some more competitive Counter-Strike. But I appreciate y'all. Have a good night. Have a good morning, whatever it is. And I will catch you tomorrow for the next Counter-Strike session. Hope you guys enjoyed it. It's been fun. I appreciate the support. Thank you for waking up and hanging out with me.